Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2132 to Chapter 2180. We're undead, after all. Unlike living creatures, the soul energy we accumulate naturally carries the aura of death. Without any living organs to regulate and living in a cold and gloomy environment all year round, once the power of the soul becomes too strong, it means that the aura of death will also grow deeply in our soul body. Under such circumstances, the aura of death will gradually affect our consciousness. The most obvious change is that it's much harder to control our emotions than before. We won't lose control of our emotions, but once we get caught up in something, we'll easily lose control of our emotions. Freud smiled bitterly. Not long ago, a team of talents from Fire Hill Academy used Alda's kindness to trick him in the illusion trial at the orphanage. Yada's personality is naturally docile, and the death aura doesn't affect him much, so Yada wasn't too angry. But Sunny, her eyes were red with anger, and she almost couldn't control her emotions and killed those people. Luckily, I noticed Sunny's strange behavior and stopped her. Also, Sunny was playing the role of a butcher in the illusion, so the guide from Fire Hill Academy didn't notice the severity of the problem. But that's not all. During one of my conversations with Naya, I noticed that I was also getting a little agitated. After some careful research, I realized that it was because my soul energy was too strong, and the aura of death was affecting me. Still, I used to be a supernatural, and I know a lot about souls, so I can suppress the aura of death to a certain extent. But Sunny and Alda, I can't. So, after what happened, I told Sunny and Alda to stay in the dream wasteland for as long as possible. Here, their minds won't be affected by the aura of death, and their emotions can fluctuate freely. But they can't always stay in the dream wasteland. They'll get out one day. And if I keep suppressing the aura of death without a way to clear it, I'll be affected by it sooner or later. So, I need to solve this problem right now. Angor understood what Freud was trying to say. To solve the problem of death aura. Freud was a dream manipulator apprentice, and he didn't have any knowledge about soul arts, so Angor was the only one he could ask for help. Of course, he wouldn't refuse Freud's request. Freud swore an oath to Angor, and as an agent, Freud managed the dream wasteland well. Angor would do his best to help Freud. However, he didn't know much about the death aura of the soul. I'll ask Wizard Ness about it. He's in the dream wasteland right now. That's right, Angor muttered to himself. After a while, the gray-haired old man's figure appeared in the magic hut. You made me return to reality and then re-enter it just to bring me here? Ness looked around, puzzled. He leaned against the window and looked out. Huh? Leona is here too? I see. This is the address of the new city. Did Leona ask you to do this? She wants me to work for free? Angor's eyes widened in fear. Oh, I see. This is the address of the new city. Leona asked you to do this? No, no, no. I don't want that. I want to go back. With that, Ness's body began to blur. Angor quickly stopped him. Leona didn't ask me to bring you here. Besides, Mr. Rain already gave out a task for the construction of the new city. Ness's figure gradually solidified. If it's not Leona, then why did you ask me to come here? There's something I need your help with. My help? Is it something to do with souls? Since Angor nodded, Ness walked to the sofa and sat down. All right. I'll help you for free this time since you gave me the login device. Angor went straight to the point and told Ness about Freud's condition. Ness knew about Freud's relationship with Angor and the dream wasteland, so he didn't treat Angor as an outsider. Death aura is a natural phenomenon in undead souls. Once the aura gets too strong, they'll start acting strangely. It's not as extreme as negative emotions, but it's still possible for them to become undead. If you want to stay conscious, you need to solve the problem as soon as possible. Speaking of solutions, it's actually not that difficult. According to Freud's condition, I have 3 options. Ness made a one gesture with his index finger. The first one is the simplest one. You just need to use up your soul energy. Because Freud, Sunny, and Alda's emotional amplification wasn't caused by the death aura that had accumulated over the years. Instead, it was caused by the overflowing soul power. Therefore, the soul power consumed by Freud can be recovered. But there's a downside to this. First of all, using up your soul energy will greatly weaken your strength. You know what will happen if you're not strong enough. Second, using up your soul energy will only work for you now. As time goes by, your soul will accumulate more and more death aura, which will have nothing to do with your soul energy. Even if you use up your soul energy, it'll still affect your consciousness. In short, the first option was the simplest, but it didn't solve the root of the problem. The second option is to stay in a place where there's no death aura. For example, you can set up a magic array that eliminates death aura. I have one in my Valley of Souls. As long as it's working, the undead won't be affected by the death aura outside. Angor shook his head. Still, it didn't solve the root of the problem. It could solve the death aura problem for now, but it also meant that Freud would lose his freedom. Ness saw Angor's expression and showed him 3 fingers. The third option can solve Freud's problem once and for all. What is it? Angor's eyes lit up. Ness didn't beat around the bush. Death aura is a very special existence. It's not necessarily useless to the user. It also has some special effects. If you can use it, you can even use it to strengthen yourself. Mr. Ness, what is it called? Freud couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore. The first 2 options were good, but they still had limitations. If they could solve the problem completely, Freud would definitely be tempted. We soul wizards call them soul tricks, Ness explained. Soul tricks are a combination of soul energy and death aura. There are many different kinds of abilities, such as possession, dead soul blinding, death aura, soul interference, soul corruption, and so on. It's like a magic trick. It can be used to deal with many different situations, but it's much more effective and powerful than magic tricks. Angor's first reaction after hearing Ness' explanation wasn't how powerful the soul trick was. Instead, he was quite familiar with the effects Ness mentioned. Back when he was in the forest outside Dark Castle, he encountered some undead creatures with illusionary abilities. Some of them tried to possess him, while some undecayed corpses suddenly spat out a large amount of hair. Weren't they the same as possession, blinding, and death aura, but weren't they all undead creatures' abilities? Ness chuckled. You're right. Any undead creature that has lived for a long enough time will know how to use soul trick. That's because I learned this ability from the undead. The undead have enough death aura. With the blessing of time, even if no one taught them, just squandering an excessive amount of death aura will produce a similar effect. It's just that the effects are different. As for soul tricks, the ancestors of soul manipulators learned many different ways to use death aura from undead creatures. Compared to undead creatures, soul tricks are much more comprehensive and powerful. Angor finally understood why the undead creatures' abilities were so similar to soul tricks. They came from the same source. You're saying this is a soul manipulator's ability, right? Can Freud learn it? It's one of the abilities our ancestors combined, but it's not a spell. It doesn't require a spirit model. As long as you have a soul and a certain amount of death aura, you can learn it. You can do it too? Ness nodded. Of course. Soul manipulators have the ability to store death aura in their soul zones. Of course, I can learn soul tricks. But I'm still a living person. I'm not as good as an undead creature. Angor was more inclined to let Freud learn soul tricks. However, Ness was only talking about the benefits of soul tricks. If it was so easy to learn, Ness wouldn't have put it in the third method. Are there any restrictions and dangers involved in learning soul tricks? Angor asked again. Living people can learn soul tricks, Ness replied. But undead creatures don't. Worst case scenario, they'll just become undead creatures. You mean I'll become an undead creature if I learn soul tricks? Ness nodded. Yes. To learn soul tricks, you have to spend a long time in an environment filled with death aura. You have to sense it, understand it, and control it. During this process, a large amount of death aura will enter your body, which can lead to your downfall. Is there a way to prevent that? Yes. As long as you have a wizard watching you, you can stop the process if you can't handle it. At this point, Ness sighed with emotion. Come to think of it, back when I was training in soul techniques, it was Master who protected me. Ness told Angor several other things to take note of and asked Angor to send him back to Foundation City. Before leaving, Ness said, if you decide to let him learn soul techniques, you can come find me, or go to the cloud library to find the cultivation method for soul techniques. However, the books about soul tricks in cloud library are very expensive. I suggest you look for me, I'm very cheap. Angor didn't say anything. Rain had already granted him unlimited resources. Still, he could use this chance to get some books from cloud library. After sending Ness away, Angor returned to his hut and looked at Freud. Freud was frowning and hesitating. What's wrong? Which one should he choose? Isn't it obvious? He's going to use the soul trick, of course. Although it sounds difficult, even if you really become an undead, don't forget that I still have prelude to reincarnation. It won't be a problem to pull you back. Freud hesitated for a moment. But sir, you're in the middle of your training. I don't think it's a good idea to learn soul tricks now. Personally, I prefer the first option, which will consume my soul energy. When you're done, I'll learn soul tricks. By consuming your soul energy, Ness doesn't just mean consuming your current soul energy. You'll also need to reduce the upper limit of your soul energy. It's rare for you to raise your limit to saturation. It would be a pity to use it up again. Angor considered. Besides, it doesn't matter where I do it. I'm not far from where you are now. I can just open a plain passageway and get there. When the time comes, Torres will be able to practice his soul techniques as well. Angor sounded determined. He still planned to go to Freud's place and help him learn soul tricks. This wasn't a decision he made on a whim. He wasn't planning to leave Brute Cavern at this time. However, Freud's death was one of the reasons. Also, he learned from Sunders that Germinal worshippers from other worlds had appeared near Floating Mech City. Angor decided to stay away from Brute Cavern for the time being. Also, not long ago, he saw the name of the magic painter in Quolo's Chronicles, which reminded him of the map of the tidal realm drawn by the magic painter. If he wasn't mistaken, the tidal realm should be at the Old Earth. Since he was going to find Freud, he could also go back to the Old Earth and explore the tidal realm. According to the map, there should be many elemental life forms in the realm, and he needed to find a suitable one. Freud didn't insist. Thank you, sir. I'll leave in a few days. As for you, go back to Foundation City and keep an eye on Leon for me. If he comes in, tell him I'm going back to the Old Earth. Tell him if he wants to come with me. Freud nodded. All right. With that, Angor and Freud returned to Foundation City. Freud went to Firmament Tower to take care of business while keeping an eye on Leon. Angor, on the other hand, went to find Rain. Angor found Rain inside the Church of Brilliance. When he saw His Excellency Rain, he was quietly staring at the colorful paper window in front of the church. There was nothing unusual about the window, but his eyes did not move at all, as if he was looking at another scene through the window that was slightly exposed by the sunlight. When Rain heard Angor's footsteps, he lowered his head and slowly came back to his senses. Mr. Rain. Angor walked to Rain's side. Rain turned around. His expression was no longer as solemn as when he was staring at the colored window. He revealed a smile and said, "You're here. Tree Spirit told me that Sunders is here as well. How's he doing?" Although Rain looked relaxed, Angor could see that the old man's eyes were still filled with emotions behind his calm expression. Angor glanced at an open book on Rain's desk. It was Quolo's Chronicles, Volume 14, which Angor created using an illusion spell. Maybe Rain's strange mood was caused by the news about Aldrich, but why would Rain be so emotional over Aldrich's news? Angor didn't know much about the relationship between Aldrich and Rain, so he decided to play along. My professor is doing well. He just left the market. Did you see Sumesh and Flora? Rain asked. Angor shook his head. Not yet. Should be soon. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, my professor came here because he received a piece of news from the market and told me about it. Angor told Rain about what Sunders told him. Rain frowned. The Germinal worshippers from other worlds showed up again? They just won't go away. Rain considered. Sunders is right. Since Dodoro saw them in Brute Cavern during the stargazing day, they'll come looking for you. Since they're already here, the prophecy won't be too far away. You need to stay alert. Angor nodded. Ryan pondered for a moment. I'll borrow your mini signal tower later to talk to Lawson. I'll ask him about the current situation and come up with a plan. Don't worry about it. Since we have already received the news in advance, we will definitely not let the Germinal organization members return peacefully. Even if they want to sneak in during the tea party, it's impossible with Tree Spirit around. At this point, Ryan added, however, your mentor is right to ask you to strengthen your defense just in case. I already have an idea on the parasite that carries the distorted seed. I will send it to you in 2 days. Ryan paused for a moment, then said in a rather mysterious tone, this parasite is very unusual. If the distorted seed can really parasitize it, then you've struck gold. Since Rain spoke so highly of the parasite, Angor was curious to know what it was. However, Ryan smiled mysteriously and kept them in suspense. He didn't elaborate and only said that they would know after he brought them here. Next, he told Angor about his plan to leave Brute Cavern and explore the sea. Ryan didn't try to stop Angor from doing so. Angor could use the Dream Wasteland to contact him at any time, and he also had a teleportation array disk, which allowed him to teleport back to Brute Cavern whenever he wanted. Besides, the Germinal organization believers had already shown up. Leaving them for a while was a good choice. Ryan's only regret was, I was going to take you to test whether the disk can teleport across planes. But I guess I'll have to wait until next time, or you can try it yourself. I'll do it when I have the chance. Oh, right. Don't forget to craft the login device before you leave. Also, if you need any materials, don't forget to ask Tree Spirit. Ryan told Angor several things to take note of and told him to leave. After Angor left, Ryan's relaxed expression was no longer there. After a long moment of silence, he looked at the Kolos Chronicles on the long table in front of him. Aldrich, a nature researcher from Greenwood Spell Research Institute, is said to be from Brute Cavern. Also, a new legendary wizard, Yuli the Witch, is from Brute Cavern. Ryan's attention was on the name. But contrary to Angor's expectations, Ryan wasn't looking at Aldrich. Instead, it was, Yuli the Witch Marissa. Ryan stared at the name for a long time before he sighed deeply and closed the book. When Angor returned to reality from the Dream Wasteland, he was still thinking about what he saw with God's eye. Angor left the Church of Brilliance, but he was curious about why Ryan was sitting alone in the church with a serious expression, so he used God's eye to check what was going on. He saw Ryan staring at Marissa's name for a long time without saying anything. Is there something going on between Mr. Ryan and Marissa? Angor muttered to himself. Huh? Someone gasped. What? Ryan and Marissa? Tree Spirit had returned from the Dream Wasteland and was now sitting in front of him with Kolos Chronicles in his hand. Tree Spirit was looking at Angor with a shocked expression. What did you just say? Ryan and Marissa have something going on? Is that true? Where did you hear that? Tree Spirit put down the book and stared at Angor in disbelief. Angor sighed in his mind. He didn't expect Tree Spirit to be here. Angor didn't want Tree Spirit to spread the rumor, so he quickly explained, no, I just saw some images and I'm a bit confused. What images? Angor hesitated for a moment before he told Tree Spirit what he saw with God's eye. But to avoid being called a voyeur, Angor changed his explanation. When I went to see Mr. Ryan, I saw him looking at Yuli's name with a serious expression. That's why I'm a bit confused. Tree Spirit was enlightened. He picked up the book again and waved a hand. And here I thought you heard some big secret. So that's what you're talking about. Ryan isn't looking at Marissa's name because they have something going on. Then why is that? Tree Spirit raised an eyebrow. Why are you so nosy today? Angor blushed a little. I'm just curious. Also, Mr. Ryan looked a bit serious. Hearing this, Tree Spirit hesitated for a moment and said, it's actually not a secret. I have a rough idea of Ryan's thoughts. I can tell you. 2,000 years ago, Marissa reached the peak of level 3, but she couldn't find a way to break through. In order to become a legend, she chose to leave the southern wizardry region in search of the path of truth. Since then, no one heard from her. So far, many people believe that Marissa is dead. I think Ryan had the same idea. After all, becoming a legend isn't an easy thing to do. Besides, many wizards chose to leave the southern wizardry region when they couldn't find a way forward, such as the one from Dark Castle. But in the end, none of those who left the southern region to pursue the legendary level opportunity truly broke through to the legendary level. Not a single one? Angor was surprised by the number. Yes. To become a truth finder, you have to choose your own path, so it's not too dangerous. But to become a legend, you have to use a law to create your own domain. It's a very difficult process, and many people have fallen in the process. Even the most talented geniuses of their generation might die in this process. Tree Spirit shook his head. That's why some people chose to go astray. Angor knew that Tree Spirit was referring to Meng Qi, who wanted to use the body of the last descendant of a demon to become a legend. Becoming a legend is so difficult, and none of the people who left failed to do so. Top wizards like Rhine, Meng Qi, and Funza all felt that they couldn't find a way forward. But now, the example of Marissa appeared. Like them, Marissa used to be in a difficult situation. But now, she took the step and succeeded. It's an isolated case, but it's enough to influence people's minds, and even their choices. Tree Spirit sighed. I think Rhine is feeling very complicated right now. Maybe he will choose this path in the future, just like Marissa. After listening to Tree Spirit's explanation, Angor finally understood why Rain was so quiet. Just when they thought they couldn't find a way forward, someone did it. And it was a wizard from Brute Cavern. Of course, Rhine's mood would be affected. After all, he had also reached this point. Tree Spirit shook his head. Let's not talk about him. I'll keep reading. Angor quickly stopped him. He still needed Tree Spirit's help, such as providing Mushroom Witch with more mushrooms for her research. Tree Spirit was probably the only one who could do that. Angor told Tree Spirit about his plan and his departure. Tree Spirit's reaction was the same as Rhine's. He nodded nonchalantly and said, "All right, just take care of yourself. Give me the mushrooms later, and I'll give them to Regina. Remember to put a few more nightmare stones. Don't blame me if they wilt. As for the materials for the login device and the book about soul tricks, I'll bring them to you later." After saying that, Tree Spirit closed his eyes and contacted his original body in the mirror world, letting his original body handle these trivial matters. Angor spent the next half of the day reading and copying books. When night fell, Angor collected the materials and began to craft the login device. Since Regina was in charge of his lab, he activated his force field and went to the hidden room. There was an experiment bench here. It wasn't big, but he didn't need to use too many details to craft the login device. Inside the hidden room, Angor didn't feel any fear despite the constant presence of the Light of Nightmare. On the contrary, the dangerous power of the light that could threaten legendary wizards gave him a sense of security. Angor stared at the Light of Nightmare for a while. Just as Quolo asked, "You're interested in the Light of Nightmare as well, right?" Of course, the answer was yes. Besides, Angor had more experience than Quolo. He saw how Light of Nightmare was used in Boiling Gentleman's lab. Therefore, his desire to study the Light of Nightmare was even stronger than before. However, he could only rely on his force field to protect himself from the Light of Nightmare. If he really wanted to study the Light of Nightmare, he had to find a way to safely touch it. If he could meet Boiling Gentleman again in the future, he might be able to ask him about how to deal with the Light of Nightmare. But he didn't think he could do that for now. 2 days later, Angor came out of the hidden room. He saw Tree Spirit as soon as he entered his study. Tree Spirit was still reading at his desk. But this time, he was no longer reading Quolo's Chronicle. Instead, he was reading the illustrated handbook of mystery items. Every time Tree Spirit read an illustrated mystery item, he would be amazed by it. At the same time, Tree Spirit was impressed by Quolo's wide knowledge. Mystery items were extremely rare in the southern wizarding region. Even if someone had a mystery item, he or she might not know what it looked like or what it could do. For example, Tree Spirit had no idea what the cursing doll was for. Under such circumstances, even if many magazines wanted to, they were unable to sort out the illustrated handbook of mysterious objects. But Quolo did not just compile one. He even compiled several books. Tree Spirit was impressed by Quolo's description of mystery items, their effects, and even some ways to avoid them. However, Tree Spirit stopped when he saw a white space capsule being tossed in front of him. Here's a completed login device. Do you want to take a look? Tree Spirit was surprised. He finally realized that Angor just came out of the hidden room and threw a login device in front of him. Tree Spirit quickly reached out and picked up the space capsule. It was a single-use item. Tree Spirit did not open it. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to check inside. The image returned by his spirit feelers was instantly displayed in his mind. Piles and piles of props were casually gathered together, almost forming a small mountain. Tree Spirit did not need to count them to know that there were at least hundreds of them. Also, the designs of these logins were quite unique. Glasses, bracelets, hats, earrings, and so on. For example, there were monocle, normal double-rimmed glasses, goggles that could be placed on top of the head, and ring-shaped monocle. Tree Spirit's eyes were dazzled. He discussed with Angor about these logins before, but he only wanted to choose one. He did not expect Angor to make all of them. Angor even made a bright blue crystal ball. Did you make all of these? Tree Spirit was stunned. Angor did not answer the question. It's my first time anyway. Let's try a little bit of everything and see which one is more popular. Then I'll know which one I prefer. By the way, the number of logins is currently at 999. Although it can be increased, it will take more effort. How long? Tree Spirit asked subconsciously. Maybe a week or so? A week to refine it? That's indeed a lot longer. Tree Spirit nodded in agreement. Little did he know that Angor was actually talking about hundreds of them in a week. Tree Spirit's misunderstanding was clear to Angor. However, he did not explain. After all, the Tree Spirit would know when he made more in the future. I'll bring it to Ryan now, Tree Spirit said. By the way, how many are there in total? 299, Angor didn't mean it. He planned to make 300 logins, but he saved the one with the most number of logins for Freud. Since Freud often dragged people into the dream wasteland, he was running out of logins. Angor decided to give Freud a replacement. Although the number 299 was strange, Tree Spirit was still surprised when he heard such a huge number. So many? You finished it in 2 days? Tree Spirit was not only surprised by the number, but also by the fact that each of the logins had a different design. There was no such thing as a vague shape, which meant they were all carefully designed. From the exterior design to the number of refinements, this series of chain reactions surprised Tree Spirit. In the end, Tree Spirit left the ruin with a sigh. After Tree Spirit left, Angor took out the 3 items he got from the analysis table, a white porcelain rod, a pure white metal brick, and a transparent sphere. Tree Spirit was surprised that Angor made 299 different loggers in just 2 days. Angor spent half an hour looking for the design in the hologram tablet, and only 1.5 days to make the logins. He spent the rest of the day studying the unsolved puzzles in the hidden room. For example, these 3 items, as well as the small mechanical device in the cabinet that looked like a miniature display table. Angor played around with the 3 items for a while before putting them away. He had studied the hidden room for a long time and had basically determined that these 3 items should be the treasures that Quolo had mentioned in his last memory, which were left for the people who would later explore the hidden room. According to Quolo's notes, these are half-finished products discarded from the Mirror of Theseus. Although it can't be used as a mystery item, if you find a good alchemist and mix it together, it will be a very good alchemy tool. Angor did not know what the Mirror of Theseus was. But based on the information he read, the Mirror of Theseus should be some kind of mystery item Quolo was going to make. Since it was a mirror, Angor assumed that the silver brick was the base, the white porcelain pole was the support, and the silver liquid inside the transparent sphere was the surface of the mirror. Of course, it was only a guess. He did not have any evidence to back it up. Still, since Quolo called them half-finished products discarded from the mystery item list, they must have the foundation to become a mystery item, even if it was just a small part. For this reason, Angor did not plan to mix them up casually like Quolo said. He planned to wait until he mastered Blacken and try again. Maybe a miracle would happen. Apart from the 3 half-finished items, Angor also studied the mechanical device he had never seen before. Compared to the difficulty of researching semi-finished items, this mechanical equipment was much easier to research. It looked like a complete piece, and Angor did not know where to start. However, he did not need to pay attention to its appearance. He just needed to activate it. After activating it, Angor quickly found out what it was used for. Based on this, Angor guessed the real name of the device. It was something that mechanical alchemists talked about but never seen in person, the extraordinary extractor. The reason why he said this was because the refining method of the extraordinary extractor had been lost in the alchemy circle of the southern region. The extraordinary extractor, as the name suggested, was used to extract the extraordinary characteristics of extraordinary items. The extracted characteristics could be used in experiments or alchemy. However, it was much more frequently used in spells or other kinds of experiments than in alchemy, because the extracted transcendent features were generally not very powerful. Even if they were given to alchemy items, they would probably only be middle rank at best. Most of them might be beginner rank or even unranked. This was because the extractor was not deprive but exploit. Deprive would completely destroy the extraordinary characteristics of a supernatural item and turn it into an ordinary item. Exploit would only extract the extraordinary characteristics from the item. Normally, the characteristics extracted from an item would not be as strong as those extracted from an item. The only downside was that the extraordinary extractor in the hidden room was not a general-purpose one. It was a special type that could only extract the extraordinary characteristics from low-tier magic ores. Even so, the extractor was still a good tool. It could not be used in alchemy, but it could still be used as an auxiliary tool to some extent. Angor's biggest reward from the hidden room was this extraordinary extractor. About half an hour later, Tree Spirit reappeared in the ruin. He also brought a message from Mr. Rain. "Mr. Rain wants to see me?" Tree Spirit, "Yes. You'll know what he wants when you get there." Angor nodded and walked out of the ruin while trying to figure out Rain's intention. It was only the middle of the month of harvest, but the weather in the highlands was always chilly. The wind kept howling, and sparse snowflakes were falling from the gloomy sky. Angor followed the wind all the way to the south and soon arrived at the Heaven's Moat, which led to the Mirror World. Angor saw Rain before he entered the Heaven's Moat. Through the wind and snow, Angor saw Rain talking to two people at the edge of the Heaven's Moat. They were Maya and her student who just returned from the stargazing day. Which Maya? Angor slowly landed on the ground and nodded to the old witch who was holding a walking stick. Then he looked at the young man beside her. Dodoro. Dodoro's eyes lit up when he heard Angor's voice. Maya smiled at Angor and looked at Rain. "Since Angor is here, I won't bother you any longer. I need to go back and sort out my loot from the stargazing day." "Sure. I'll talk to you later." Rain nodded and watched Maya and Dodoro jump into the Heaven's Moat. Once they were out of sight, Rain looked at Angor again. "I was just waiting for you here, but which Maya happened to come back as well. I'm relieved to see Dodoro safe and sound." Dodoro's performance during the stargazing day had earned Rain's respect. Rain was worried that something might happen to Dodoro, which was why he told Dodoro to come back. Angor was glad to see Dodoro, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he asked about the purpose of his visit. Rain didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out a hand and grabbed Angor's wrist. Before Angor could react, the environment around them changed drastically. They were now standing in the middle of a vast void. However, this void was different from the void outside. There was a blazing fireball directly above, emitting a bright light. Beneath their feet was a floating magic carpet, which supported their weight so that they wouldn't fall. Angor quickly sensed his surroundings and realized that he was in Rain's exile space. Although the space of exile was often used by magi to dump poisonous and harmful rubbish and imprison some life forms for a short period of time, it was also known as the most private place for magi. This was because no matter what you did or said here, no information would be leaked. Even prophet magi could not use prophecy to determine the situation in the space of exile. When he saw Rain dragging him into the exile space, he knew that Rain had something very important to tell him. As expected, Rain's words confirmed his suspicion. "I asked you to come here because I want to use the dream whelk to bring some valuable materials into the dream wasteland. At the same time, I'm going to do a little experiment." Rain waved a hand as he spoke. At the end of the dark void, a circle of dazzling demonic materials immediately floated over. Angor glanced at the section about magic ores and frozen place. There was a small mountain of top-grade bloodstone, starlight stone, star steel, a tower made of cold winter Oregon. There was even a pile of invaluable abyssal mithril, and ethereal spirit diamonds that only legendary adepts could synthesize. And that was only the magic ores. There were other magic materials, semi-finished and finished alchemy items, and a large number of magic scrolls. Angor gulped and stopped himself from reaching out his hands. It took him a lot of effort to look away from all the materials around him. Even so, he could still feel the dazzling light in front of him when he closed his eyes. So this is what Brute Cavern is capable of? Angor's voice trembled. Rain shook his head and smiled. This is only a small part of it. There are more valuable things, but we can't show them to the public. Even if we want to show off at the tea party, we can't show them to the public. Just these alone are enough to deal with the transcendent city. Rain sounded carefree. However, this was only possible in the dream wasteland. How could he use these materials to build a supernatural city in the real world? Angor would never agree even if he only used 1,000th or 1/10,000th of these materials. He took a deep breath and took out the dream whelk from Moonlight Coast from his bracelet. Shall I start now? Sure. You can locate the landing point, right? Rain nodded. Angor nodded. We can use the dream gate to locate them. Good. Leona just sent me a message. She built an underground hall in the center of the new city that can store all the materials. That's where the materials will land, Angor said. He closed his eyes and used the Tree of Authority to sense the specific location. He nodded and activated the dream whelk. After activating the dream whelk, nothing strange happened. Rain only sensed a strange ripple before everything returned to normal. It's done, Angor said when the ripple disappeared. Rain nodded and walked to the pile of magic materials. He picked up a small starfire stone and tossed it into the air. When the starfire secret stone was thrown into the air, the blazing fireball above his head suddenly began to compress violently. In the end, it became an extremely bright little flame. The little flame was like a little person with hands and legs, catching the starfire secret stone. Angor could clearly see that the little fireman was overjoyed to receive the starfire stone. It even lifted the stone up high, spun around a few times, and swallowed it into its stomach. Then, it let out a long, fiery burp. Ryan waved a hand, and the humanoid figure landed on his hand and rubbed its head against his finger. It seemed to be thanking Ryan for giving the stone to him. Is this a fire elemental? Angor asked curiously. Yeah. It's been with me for almost 1,000 years. Ryan teased the humanoid figure and looked at Angor. Speaking of which, when are you going to cultivate an elemental creature? I'll try if I see a suitable elemental creature on my way to find Freud. It's hard to find elemental creatures in the southern wizarding region these days. You can only find a few in extreme environments. It won't be easy to find one on your way. Maybe I'll get lucky? He didn't mention the fact that there might be a large number of elemental creatures in the tidal realm. He could always tell Ryan after he confirmed the situation there. I hope you'll get lucky too. But don't worry. There's a path below Midnight Sovereign that leads to the underground lava pool. It's a private area of Brute Cavern, so fire elemental creatures are more likely to appear there. If you can't find one outside, you can go there and check it out. Ryan handed the humanoid figure to Angor. Apart from bringing the magic materials, I'm also going to do an experiment to see if I can bring an elemental creature with me. Elemental creatures had self-awareness since they were called living beings. However, most elemental creatures were born in the first few decades of their lives without intelligence. They were like human children about 6 or 7 years old. However, the fire elemental life form that Ryan had nurtured had been around for almost 1,000 years, and its intelligence was definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary person. He looked at the cute little fireman and tried to recall the rules of the dream wasteland. According to the rules of the Gatekeeper Authority, he should be able to enter. However, he did not know how the dream wasteland would create a body for it. Should he create a fake body like the other residents of the dream realm, or should he follow the rules of reality and remain as an elemental body? He was actually quite curious about the final result. Angor nodded. Alright, I'll try. Remember to restrain your fire energy later, and don't try to resist the dream. The little burning man nodded obediently. He reached out a finger, which glowed faintly at the tip of his finger. While the burning man stared at the light, Angor's dream invasion spell quietly invaded the man's mind. When the dream walk spell was cast on his palm, the fiery creature spun around like a drunkard and fell asleep with its arms and legs spread out. It's inside now. Angor created a floating fire bubble and carefully placed the sleeping fiery creature inside. Shall we check it out? Angor looked at Rhine, who nodded. Several seconds later, they arrived at the dream wasteland, which was located at the underground hall of the new city. Rhine knew that since Angor brought him here, the fiery creature must be here as well. But when he turned around to look, he couldn't find any trace of the little burning man in the glittering underground hall. Rhine considered for a moment and walked to the area where the fire materials were stored. Judging from the little guy's preferences, he should be here. Rhine looked at the area where the starfire stones were stored and didn't see the fiery creature. Instead, he saw several fiery red stones moving around. He picked up one of them, which was moving the most. As he moved the stone away, a small figure covered in flames poked its head out of the gap. So you're here. Rhine shook his head with a smile. The fiery creature was still hugging a small stone in its arms. It lowered its head shyly. Rhine lifted the fiery creature out of the hole. Even so, the fiery creature still hugged the stone tightly. Normally, Rhine would have confiscated the fiery creature. The starfire stone was a precious material, and he couldn't always feed it to the fiery creature as a snack. But this time, Rhine didn't stop the fiery creature. After all, the materials in the dream wasteland were meant to be consumed. Rhine even placed the fiery creature on his palm and watched it eat the starfire stone bit by bit with great interest. How does it taste? How does it compare to the outside world? Rhine asked curiously after the little burning man was done. The fiery creature nodded excitedly. So it does taste like the outside world. The dream wasteland is really strange. Rhine muttered to himself. It seemed that he might be able to conduct alchemy experiments here in the future. How's your body now? Can you digest the starfire secret stone? The fiery creature didn't answer. Instead, it floated in the air, opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and let out a powerful breath. A huge stream of fire shot toward the door of the underground hall. The sturdy door was instantly melted into a pool of bright liquid steel. That was how powerful it was. Standing beside the fiery creature, Rhine also sensed the terrifying heat coming from the fiery breath. It was definitely a level 1 spell. He couldn't use this kind of power in the dream wasteland because his energy level was restricted. But the fiery creature could do it. Rhine stared at the fiery creature in disbelief. Was it not affected by the restriction at all? As Rhine tried to figure out what was going on, the fire on the fiery creature suddenly died down. The fiery creature weakly sat down on Rhine's palm, looking haggard. Rhine was puzzled. What's going on? Its body is made of fire elements, said Angor. While using the Tree of Authority, he used it to check on the little fireman. I thought the dream wasteland would give it a body. But it's made of fire elements, said Angor. Because it's made of fire, it's naturally able to use fire spells here, which means it's stronger than the others once it's here. But even if it's made of fire elements, it's still restricted by its energy level. At most, it can release the fire element ability of a level 2 or level 3 cantrip. The reason why it was able to release such a powerful flame breath is probably because it ate the starfire secret stone. Because of this, the fiery creature immediately withered after consuming the energy contained in the stone. So it's still affected by its energy level. Rhine had already figured out the fiery creature's condition. He also noticed that the fiery creature didn't release the fiery breath to show off its power. It was simply suffering from indigestion. The starfire stone was much stronger than the fiery creature's current level. If the fiery creature was crushed into powder and spent a long time to absorb the energy, it might still be able to improve itself. But it couldn't digest all of it at once. The fiery creature brought this upon itself. Fortunately, they were only in the dream wasteland, so the fiery creature wouldn't be affected too much. Rhine put a hand on the fiery creature's head. If you really don't feel well, you can go back to reality. The little burning man listened to Ryan, but it didn't leave. Instead, it floated up and expressed its intention to go out and have a look. Then, it floated out of the underground hall. Ryan didn't mind. The fiery creature spent most of its time in exile, and he didn't want to deprive it of its freedom. Elementals have natural elemental bodies in the dream wasteland. That's a good thing. Ryan nodded. It'll be much easier to change the dream wasteland in a short time with the help of an elemental creature. While they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Hey, who broke the door? It must be you, little guy. Leona's voice was heard as she entered the room. Not only did Leona come alone, but she was also carrying the little burning man who had just run outside to breathe in the sweet, free air. Leona was a little surprised to see Ryan and Angor, but she was soon attracted by the pile of rare materials behind them. When I saw that elemental life form running out of the underground hall, I thought that Sir Ryan might have already brought the magic materials. I knew it. Leona's eyes shone brightly like never before. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she jogged to where the materials were stored. She couldn't help but exclaim. After a long while, Leona came over, still looking like she had not had enough. The first thing Leona looked at was the little burning man. Then she turned her eyes to Ryan. I thought this little burning man looked familiar. I think it's Mr. Ryan's? I didn't know you could bring an elemental creature here. Can it use fire spells? Leona asked curiously. Angor nodded and told Leona about the elemental creature. Leona's eyes lit up when she heard this. Sure enough, it can be released. I was going to take those scrolls and use them for construction. But since you can bring an elemental creature here, it'll save me a lot of time. I can borrow Fiery Witch's Quagmire, Wallace's Spirit of Earth, Yashur, and Tong En later. With their help, I'll be able to build the tall skyscraper in no time. And with these materials, I'll start planning right away and find someone to help me. Leona was already getting excited just thinking about it. She didn't even look back as she dashed outside. Seeing Leona's sudden appearance and disappearance, Angor muttered to himself, now I know how important the tea party is to the witches. Ryan nodded with a smile. You're right. Leona doesn't usually show such enthusiasm. With Leona gone, the fiery creature finally had a chance to regain its freedom. Angor and Ryan left the dream wasteland together. After returning to the exile space, Ryan said, pulling an elemental life form into the wilderness of dreams is only a small test. I need the dream whelk's help for another test. Angor looked at Ryan and waited for further instructions. Ryan picked up his cane and stroked the black metal bead on the tip of the cane, which was imbued with powerful magic power. Following the sound of gears turning, the metal bead suddenly opened up a small opening. Ryan took out a bead the size of a glass ball from the small opening. The bead gave Angor a sense of familiarity. However, Angor couldn't tell which memory string this strange feeling triggered in his mind. He observed the bead carefully and found that it was similar to the glass beads children usually played with, as well as the inside of the bead. The bead was mostly transparent, but there were some mottled traces of colors inside, which looked like auroras. Apart from that, the space where the bead was located seemed to be out of place. Is this a space storage? Angor wondered. He once used the dream whelk to pull a space storage into the dream wasteland and confirmed that it could be used. However, there was no level restriction back then, so he was the only one who could use it. But now, it could be used. Angor told Rain that he could use a space storage to bring people into the dream wasteland. Ryan waved his hand. I already know that. There were quite a few spatial items in the pile of items we brought into the underground hall. Leona took one as well. This bead can be considered a space storage, but it's different from what you think it is. Rain slowly explained, it's the carrier of the Sorcerer's Garden. A Sorcerer's Garden? Angor was surprised. Apart from Sunder's Gravity Garden, Brood Cavern only had a myriad spirit garden. Mr. Aldrich left behind a Sorcerer's Garden when he left Brood Cavern. It's a miniature tidal garden. He used 10 drops of fragments of eternity to build it. Aldrich was a nature wizard, so such a small sorcerer's garden was no longer useful to him after he became a legendary wizard. Hence, he left it to Ryan. Angor looked at the bead and asked, Mr. Rhine, you want me to test if I can pull the tidal garden into the dream wasteland? Rhine nodded. He knew that Rain was not trying to find a sorcerer's garden. Rain was trying to test the compatibility of the laws of nature. Tidal garden was a miniature garden, but since it was a sorcerer's garden, it was bound to contain the power of law. Even if the law was weak, it was still a result of the great will of the real world. What Rain wanted to test was what would happen if the law of the sorcerer's garden clashed with the artificial law in the dream wasteland. Angor didn't agree right away. He even hesitated for a moment. Rain wasn't the only one who thought about dragging the sorcerer's garden into the dream wasteland. As the owner of the gravity garden, Sunders had considered this as well. However, after discussing it with Angor, they decided against it. The power of law in the gravity garden was too strong, and they didn't want to harm the dream wasteland. Besides, there were many dream realm residents in the dream wasteland, including John, who was very important to Angor. Sunders didn't want the dream wasteland to be destroyed because of the clash of laws. Therefore, even though Sunders wanted to test it, he didn't do it in the end. This was why Angor was so hesitant when Rain brought it up. I've talked with Sunders before, so I know what you're worried about. I'll take you inside first. I'll explain everything after you're done. Angor was still hesitating. With that, Rain activated the transparent glass orb in his hand. A faint blue mist was released from the orb and slowly approached Angor. Angor didn't try to dodge and let the mist surround him. When the water vapor completely enveloped his body, the floating carpet under his feet suddenly became solid. When he looked down, he saw that he was no longer standing on empty space. Instead, he was standing on a piece of fertile land. When the mist disappeared, Angor knew he was inside the tidal garden. He looked around and saw that he was standing on top of a cliff. Behind him was a sorcerer tower that was very similar to the Cloud Tower. Beside the sorcerer tower, there was a small garden surrounded by a pure white fence. However, there were no flowers in the garden, and the only tree was also withered. Angor looked at the tower and the tree and felt that something was off. After thinking for a while, he realized that something was wrong. There were water elements in the air and the ground, but they weren't much different from the ones outside. This was the tidal garden, a sorcerer's garden with the laws of water. Such thin water elements, obviously something was wrong. Looks like you've noticed. Rain saw Angor trying to sense the water element and realized something was wrong. I know what you want to ask. Fly to the sky and you'll understand. He hesitated for a moment and decided to fly higher. When he looked down from the sky, he was stunned. He originally thought that they were standing on a cliff, but that was not the case. Instead, they were standing on a lone island in a huge depression. The ground around them had caved in for hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. On the ground, the corpses of dead sea creatures could still be seen, as well as bottomless ravines. This place used to be an ocean. My wizard tower was on the only island in this ocean. Now, the island was still there, but it had become a lonely mountain. The surrounding ocean disappeared and became a depression. Rain floated to Angor's side. Now, the only place with water is at the bottom of those ravines. All the creatures here are gathered there. Rain pointed at the crisscrossing ravines. Do you want to take a look? There are some interesting sea creatures that have gone extinct in the outside world. No, thanks. He looked around and exhaled deeply. Why is this place like this? Did Mr. Rain do this? Rain nodded. Yes. I did it last night. While Angor was still wondering, Rain slowly told him the truth. When you were studying the runes on the knight's armor, I met with Sunders several times. He told me that he wanted to see if the dream whelk could pull the sorcerer's garden into the dream wasteland. Then he told me about your concerns. You're right. Even if it's not for the sake of your teacher and your former servants, you still need to be careful for the sake of the Dream Realm residents. Rain didn't mean that he was being kind. To him, the residents of the Dream Wasteland were perfect subjects to study, so he didn't want to waste them if possible. Sunders made the right choice not to pull the gravity garden into the Dream Wasteland. Artificial mana was not created back then, and the power level of the Dream Wasteland was too low. The law of gravity was too strong, which could lead to unimaginable consequences. Rain suddenly changed the topic. I'm telling you again because Sunders and I have done a lot of deductions. Tidal Garden is a miniature sorcerer's garden, which has weak laws. Through various deductions, we've determined that the current laws of the dream wasteland, which is the authority you possess, or rather, the virtual law, is far superior to the laws of Tidal Garden. Especially the authority to change the weather, it can directly crush the laws of the tidal wave garden. Under such circumstances, if the two collide, the winner will definitely be the dream wasteland. The collision between the laws of reality and the illusion of the dream wasteland wouldn't necessarily lead to a disaster, but they still had to consider the most dangerous situation. If the dream wasteland could still win, it would be less likely for the wasteland to be damaged. But this is only our simulation. We don't know what will really happen. Perhaps even a little bit of the law of reality could shake the foundation of the law of emulation. Therefore, in order to guard against this possibility, I further reduced the risk. Yesterday, I used up all the law power in the tidal wave garden. That's why the garden became like this. All of it? Angor couldn't help but raise his voice. Using up the most important law of a sorcerer's garden in such a way surprised Angor. Yes. But this is a sorcerer's garden. It doesn't have any law power now, but it still has its foundation. It will slowly recover in the future. But it's manageable. I can control it. Angor muttered the words and looked enlightened. He had a general idea of what Rain meant. Rain was trying to drag Tidal Garden into the dream wasteland without any law power. In this case, the risk wasn't too great, and they could test the waters first. Then, Tidal Garden would slowly recover its law power through the foundation of the law. During this process, if the law of reality and the illusion law of the dream wasteland didn't agree with each other, they could quickly control the wasteland to stop the damage. In other words, Rain was trying his best to minimize the risk to the best of his ability. Rain continued, "There's one more thing. Don't forget that the dream wasteland is still created by the law of reality. Even if the wasteland can create all kinds of illusion laws after it's born, it's still created by the law of reality. In this case, Sunders and I are more optimistic than pessimistic. Perhaps the laws of reality and illusion won't cause any serious side effects. Instead, they can help each other." After explaining the most dangerous situation, Rain began to talk about the results he and Sunders came up with. However, none of these outcomes were actually for the worse. Last but not least, there's one more thing we overlooked. We still need to test whether the dream whelk from Moonlight Coast can pull the law power from Sorcerer's Garden into the dream. Rain stopped talking and looked at Angor. His meaning was clear: the choice is in your hands. Angor still had to decide whether to try it or not. Before entering Tidal Garden, Angor was still hesitating. But after hearing Rain's explanation, the scale in his mind began to sway. Besides, Rain's decision was the result of his discussion with Sunders. Sunders knew the dream wasteland better than Angor in terms of energy level. Angor trusted Sunders' judgment. In the end, Angor decided to give it a try. All right. Angor looked around. We can't let Mr. Rain waste his law power for nothing. He already decided to give it a try, but he was still worried about it. He took out a large-sized, strategic-level defensive scroll from the new city's material storage and activated it to cover the entire city. The scroll would at least buy him some time to go back to the dream wasteland if something really went wrong. Apart from that, he also took out a magic scroll with defensive power comparable to a full-strength spell cast by a half-legend and gave it to Chown. In case of irreversible danger, Chown could use the scroll to buy him some time and return to his broken body in the real world. Rain watched Angor quietly. He didn't think there would be any unsalvageable danger, but he didn't stop Angor either. These scrolls would cost Angor a lot in the real world, so he didn't need to worry about using them here. The only thing Rain was worried about was that some of the offensive magic scrolls might be too powerful, and might pierce through the fragile dream wasteland world. Luckily, Angor only used defensive scrolls, so there shouldn't be any problems. Since Rain already knew about this, he decided to use a special box to store all the powerful scrolls while Angor was busy setting up the barrier. If Angor could bring Tidal Garden to the dream wasteland, he could store these items away so that they wouldn't be exposed to outsiders. When everyone was done, they returned to the exile space in the real world. Let's begin. Rain handed Angor the glass orb that represented Tidal Garden. Angor accepted it and nodded. However, he didn't take out the dream whelk right away. Instead, he stared at the transparent glass orb. Ryan didn't rush him. He simply said, "I'll enter the dream wilderness first. Send me to the tidal garden." Okay. He pointed a finger at Rain and had the latter teleport to a remote corner of the wasteland. At the very least, Rain wouldn't be affected too much in such a remote location. After Rain entered the dream wasteland, Angor took a deep breath. Let's begin. Angor took out the dream whelk and activated it without hesitation. The whelk released a mysterious ripple that quickly covered the glass orb in Angor's hand. Angor noticed that the ripple lasted longer than before. Is it because of the law in Tidal Garden? About 15 seconds later, the ripple disappeared. Nothing changed, including the glass orb. This was the property of the dream whelk. It wouldn't affect anything in the real world. However, although everything was fine in the real world, there were changes in the dream wilderness. Angor put away the dream whelk and used Nightmare Dream on himself without hesitation. Just as he crossed the dream bridge and stood in front of the dream realm's door, he noticed something unusual. On the other side of the Gate of Dreams, it was pitch black. But according to the time in the dream wasteland, it should be daytime. Is there really a problem? Angor's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward. When he stepped into the dream wasteland, he was immediately buffeted by a strong gust of wind. His hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Angor finally realized that the darkness he saw before was not night. Instead, it was the oppressive black clouds that shrouded this nameless little mountain ridge, making it seem like night. Boom, the wind howled, and thunder roared. Angor looked up and saw lightning bolts dancing in the dark clouds. Together with the oppressive atmosphere, he felt as if he was witnessing the end of the world. However, this was only a facade. Using the Tree of Authority in God's Eye, Angor didn't see any signs of damage to the dream wasteland. The barrier was still intact. Moreover, the rumbling dark clouds, raging hurricanes, and lightning bolts did not affect the entire dream wasteland. Both beginning city and new city were calm at the moment. Even though the sky was gloomy, it was not scary. Angor breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant that the dream wasteland wasn't in danger yet. After making sure the dream wasteland was fine, Angor began to look for the orb that represented Tidal Garden. Since it was too dark, Angor couldn't find the orb yet. When he was about to use God's Eye again, he saw Rain not far from him. Rain was using his illusory mana to control a small amount of wind elements and hovering in the air. Even Angor couldn't do such a thing. Rain noticed Angor as well, but he didn't pay much attention to Angor. Instead, he was looking at a certain spot in the darkness. Angor moved to Rain's side and followed his gaze. A tiny glass bead was currently emitting a hazy light as it floated in the darkness. Was it like this when it first came in? Angor asked. Ryan stared at the orb with a frown. No. It wasn't floating in the air at first. When the weather changed and day and night were reversed, it began to glow and hover in the air. This was definitely not normal. Angor had used the dream whelk more than once. Every time the whelk brought something into the dream wasteland, it would maintain the same physical state as it did in the real world. As long as he didn't disturb it, it would stay that way forever. However, the orb that represented Tidal Garden had broken the rule. Without being touched or activated by anyone, the orb floated in the air on its own and began to emit a watery light. At the same time, the weather was also changing drastically. It was obvious that these two things were related. Based on what they knew about the dream whelk, the dream wasteland, and the sorcerer's garden, there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. So the law of water in Tidal Garden was really brought to the dream wasteland. The dream whelk of Moonlight Coast. Looks like we underestimated this mystery item, Ryan muttered. Angor agreed with Ryan. This phenomenon could only be caused by the interaction between the laws of reality and illusion. However, no one could tell whether this was a good or bad thing. Angor wanted to fly a bit further to get a closer look, but before he could, Ryan pulled him back. I think the illusion law in the dream wasteland is fighting against the law of reality in Tidal Garden, Ryan said. I can't tell if it's good or bad, but at least it's not going to get worse. However, if you get involved, you might cause trouble. Rhine's words made it clear that the consciousness of the dream wasteland was controlling the law of reality to fight against the law of reality. As the actual controller of the dream wasteland, Angor's authority would exceed the will of the dream wasteland, and he might have to take over the fight against the law of reality. Given Angor's current situation, there was a high chance that he would fail if he tried to fight the law of reality. In order to avoid such a situation, the best way was to not interfere and let the dream wasteland handle it on its own. With that in mind, Angor returned to Rain's side and stared at the flickering light in the darkness, waiting for the final outcome of the battle to come. Time slowly passed. He couldn't tell what was going on yet, but he could tell that the dream wasteland was getting better. The dark clouds had shrunk even further. The sky above Foundation City was now clear. This meant that everything was progressing well. He told Rain about what he saw, and Rain sighed in relief. After making sure everything was fine, he finally relaxed and had the mood to talk again. I didn't know that the dream whelk could pull both real and intangible laws into a dream. Angor sighed in amazement. Rain shook his head. That's not the same. The tidal garden and the law of water are one. Or rather, the tidal garden is a manifestation of the law of water. That glass orb can even be seen as a physical manifestation of a law. That's why the dream whelk was able to pull it in. Without a physical manifestation, the dream whelk can't pull in a real law. Rain wasn't saying this for no reason. There were all kinds of laws in the real world. Just like air, one could always breathe in them without noticing them. The same was true for laws. When Angor used the dream whelk in the past, he would cover a space in the real world, which might contain a large number of laws, such as elemental laws and space laws. However, these laws were never pulled into the dream wasteland before, which meant the dream whelk couldn't pull in energy objects or objects that couldn't be seen in the material world. Now, the laws in the tidal wave garden could be pulled into the dream purely because the laws had fused with the carrier and materialized. Once they did, they would comply with the dream whelk's rules. However, even with such a restriction, it's still very surprising. As expected of a mystery item. As long as the mystery rules are met, it can even move a law. Rain shook his head and sighed. I really want to know what happened to the laws in the tidal garden in the real world. If the foundation of the laws in the tidal garden in the real world was fine, it meant the dream whelk didn't just move the laws. It even copied them. That was even more shocking. We'll see when we get out, said Angor. Angor asked. He was also curious about what was happening inside the glass orb he placed in his exile space. As they spoke, a bright beam of light suddenly pierced through the dark clouds and shone down. Both Rain and Rain looked up at the same time. The dark clouds that covered the sky and turned day into night were now much thinner than before. There were even some cracks in them. The existence of these gaps allowed the light source above the black clouds to find an opportunity to shine mottled light onto the land that was shrouded in darkness. At first, there was only one light beam. But as the cracks grew bigger and bigger, the number of light beams increased as well. The howling wind and dancing lightning bolts began to fade away. The silent land and the heavy air began to slow down. All of this meant that the darkness was fading away, and dawn was coming. When the light shone on them and outlined their warm golden silhouettes, it meant that the dawn they were waiting for was not far away. About 5 minutes later, the dark clouds completely disappeared, and the sky was replaced by a clear blue sky. It was a bright day, and the sun was shining brightly. Angor let out a long sigh of relief when he felt the gentle sunlight. Only after experiencing the roaring darkness could he understand how lovely it was. Even the newly grown grass was full of vigor. Angor took a deep breath. He even felt that the air was fresher than before. Wait, it's really fresher. Angor was a little surprised. The moist air was completely different from before. Did the air in the dream wasteland change as well? With that in mind, Angor focused his mind on the Tree of Authority. A moment later, he pulled his mind back to reality. The Tree of Authority didn't seem to have changed at all. But when he looked at the tree again, Angor felt that the tree seemed to be more nourished. Maybe it's just my imagination? Angor shook his head. What was more important now was the situation of the glass orb after the clouds had dispersed. The glass orb was no longer floating in the air. When the sunlight shone on it, it fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The grass was still flourishing, and the tiny glass orb was nowhere to be seen. Angor didn't use God's eye to look for it though. He saw Rain walking a dozen meters away from the orb and stopping. Angor walked over and looked down as well. An ordinary-looking glass bead was quietly staying in the dense grass. Rain picked it up and rolled it on his palm. When the sunlight shone through the orb, it left behind a rainbow-colored halo. "It doesn't look damaged," Angor commented. Rain nodded. "Everything's fine from the outside. The energy ripples are gone, but I can feel the energy converging inside the glass orb when it's on my palm. We need to activate it to see what's going on in Tidal Garden. Let's go inside then." Since they already brought Tidal Garden into the dream wasteland, they needed to see what was going on inside. Was the foundation of the laws damaged? What happened after it was combined with the law of illusion? He needed to see it with his own eyes. Rain nodded. He controlled the limited amount of virtual mana in his mind space and slowly injected it into the orb. As the orb was activated, it began to emit a faint blue light and a large amount of mist. "It's the same way as in the real world. So there shouldn't be any problems," Angor muttered as he allowed the mist to cover him. Rain didn't say anything, but he agreed with Angor. The space inside the orb should be fine. The most important thing now was to see if the law of water was affected. The mist disappeared as quickly as it came. When the mist disappeared, Angor and Rain were once again standing in front of the wizard tower. Before Angor could see with his eyes, he already sensed something strange with his ears. There was the sound of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, and the rumbling of the sea. What he heard alone was enough to make him feel puzzled. Leaves? Wasn't the tree beside the sorcerer tower already withered? Where did the leaves come from? The sound of the sea? Didn't the sea in Tidal Garden turn into a mulberry field because of the law of water? Where did the water come from? Angor looked around in confusion. The first thing that came into view was the Adept Tower, which seemed to have been washed with water. It was damp and moist. The small garden beside the tower was filled with blooming flowers and tall trees. Through the small garden, Angor could see nothing but the boundless sea. Waves were constantly crashing against the shore, bringing white foam into the air. The withered tree came back to life? The sea is here again? Angor looked around in confusion. They weren't standing on a cliff. Instead, they were standing on an island in the middle of the sea. The only green land in the middle of the blue sea. What's going on? Angor couldn't help but look at Rain. However, he noticed that Rain was also staring at the top of the Magus Tower in a daze. Angor followed Rain's gaze and saw a room at the top of the tower. The doors and windows were all closed, but Angor could clearly sense a large number of water veins spreading out from the room. These water veins were connected to the sea, the sky, and the tower. Rain exhaled and said, "The reason why the Magus Tower was built here is because the law foundation of Tidal Garden is in the room at the top of the Magus Tower. It's just that when you came in from the outside world, I had already exhausted all of my water laws. But now, it's replenished." Rain could clearly feel that the law of water was not only replenished, but also filled to the brim. Angor could tell from the rolling sea around him that the denser the water vapor, the more abundant the law of water was. Rain stared at the room at the top of the Adept Tower for a long time. Suddenly, he shook his head and chuckled. "It seems that my actions were unnecessary. We didn't need to use the law of water back then. We underestimated the ability of the Dream Wasteland. If the Dream Wasteland's consciousness could directly restore the law of water in Tidal Garden, it must be very confident." Angor nodded. The Sorcerer's Garden was only a miniature version, after all. No matter how strong the law was, it couldn't compare to the Dream Wasteland. Besides, the Dream Wasteland was already half a world. However, despite the abundant law of water, Angor still felt something was off. "These laws, they're both real and fake," Angor muttered. Fake didn't mean that they were fake. Instead, they were virtual, just like mana. However, it wasn't right to say that they were fake laws. They still retained part of the law's power. "You're right. Let's go up and see if you want to know more." Rain walked into the tower first and signaled Angor to follow him. Angor quickly followed. He wanted to see the law of water up close and see what was going on. As soon as he stepped into the tower, he was stunned. It wasn't that there was anything strange in the tower. Instead, there were many display shelves on each floor, and the only thing on each shelf was a crystal ball. There were all kinds of crystal balls with different bases and transparent backgrounds. The entire tower looked more like a museum of crystal balls. These are my collection. Each crystal ball has a different story. If you like one, I can give it to you. But it's only limited to the dream wasteland, Rain said proudly. Angor smiled without showing his teeth. After passing through the collection area, they finally arrived at the top floor. Even though there was a door between them, Angor could feel the power of water flowing out from the room. For a moment, Angor felt as if he was standing at the bottom of a bottomless ocean, while the goddess of ocean was standing among beautiful corals and shells with a holy smile. It took him a while to suppress his desire to explore the water. He couldn't help but exclaim. Even a small garden like this had more power than he expected. Rain seemed to have adapted well to the power of the water. He even cast a water cantrip in a relaxed manner. It was a level 2 cantrip called Water Ball. Although it was an offensive spell, its power was extremely low. Most wizards used it to make water for drinking because the water in the Water Ball spell was purer and sweeter than normal water. Thanks to the power of the water ball became even more powerful. The small water ball on Angor's palm expanded to the size of a person. Rain rubbed the ball a little and let it disappear on its own. I'm sure the power of the law is real. If you want to learn other types of water cantrips, you don't have to go to the garden in the real world. You can do it here, Rain said as he pushed the door open. He opened the door and was surprised by what he saw. The room was filled with blue light. He expected to see something like a water ball, a statue, or some strange runes. But nothing happened. The room was empty. The only thing that existed was the endless blue light. Behind the light, there was a powerful water pattern that made him feel as if he was standing in the middle of an ocean again. The water pattern kept attracting him, urging him to go further. So, he took a step forward. However, before he could even step through the door, he was rejected by a powerful force. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't go any further. Rain chuckled and walked into the room. Unlike Angor's treatment, Rain did not face any obstacles. He walked into the room and pondered for a moment. Then he turned around and looked at Angor's puzzled face. What's going on, Mr. Rain? Angor didn't understand why Rain could enter the room while he couldn't. You can't come in because of the law inside. No matter how weak the power of law is, it is not something that can be casually interfered with. Rain explained, as for why I can come in, it's because I already learned the sequence of water, so I'm not restricted by the law here. In other words, only those who learned the sequence of the corresponding law could enter the room. In other words, if the law of gravity was here, Angor would be able to enter easily because he already knew the sequence of gravity. Angor finally understood the rules of entering the room. However, if one had to learn the law of water or a sequence of water to enter the room, did that mean the law here was real? Rain could enter, but Angor couldn't. However, Rain's comprehension of the water element was based on the laws of reality and not the laws of illusion. This meant that the laws in the room were most likely real water element laws. Angor asked his question. I couldn't answer your question before entering. But now. Rain looked at the center of the room, where the light was the brightest. I think I understand now. The laws here are just as you guessed. There are real laws, such as this. Rain gently waved his hand, and a water arrow technique appeared on his palm. At first, this water arrow was only a faint blue ball. However, it quickly underwent an abnormal change and began to rapidly become lifelike. During the process, he could clearly feel the water arrow's energy level increasing rapidly. From a level 0 cantrip to a level 1 cantrip, a level 3 cantrip, until it reached the level of a spell, Angor was completely stunned. Based on Sunder's current understanding of energy, the most powerful area in the dream wasteland he created was only capable of casting level 3 cantrips. And now, a spell was forming right in front of him. Also, as the owner of the Tree of Authority, he could tell that this spell was different from the ones created by virtual mana. It was extremely real. Is this a real spell? You can use mana in real life, Mr. Rain? Angor couldn't believe what he just heard. Rain controlled the water arrow to move around his body for a while. Then, he squeezed his hand, and the water arrow disappeared. You should be able to feel that this water arrow technique is different. It is indeed a real technique. It's a real spell, but I still can't use it. Ryan continued, however, it's not a creation of virtual mana either. It's a water arrow technique that I created by communicating with the law of nature through my water system. To be more precise, I didn't cast it myself. It was the law of water. Angor didn't know how the technique worked, but he got the gist of it. This near-real spell was actually a technique used by someone who had a deeper understanding of the law of water. Since Ryan spent most of his time in Tidal Garden, he might not be an elementalist, but his understanding of the law of water was probably better than many other wizards. Because the law here is the most abundant, I can only use such a technique here. Ryan paused for a moment. Now, let's go back to the question you asked me earlier. I used the water arrow technique to tell you that the law of water here is real. But, the law here also contains traces of the dream wasteland. Why do you say so? Because I can feel it. It's in the foundation of the law. Ryan looked at the center of the room. It's similar to the law of water, but it's also different. It contains traces of the dream wasteland. Or, as you call it, authority. Authority? Angor looked at the center of the room and didn't sense any authority. But since Ryan said so, Angor believed that the man wouldn't lie to him. With that in mind, Angor decided to use God's view. After obtaining the Tree of Authority, his God's view was no longer limited to the area covered by the nightmare aura. Instead, it evolved into God's Eye, which allowed Angor to locate the entire dream wasteland. Tidal Garden was a sorcerer's garden, but once it entered the dream wasteland, it became a part of the wasteland. Of course, Angor could also use God's view to observe other dimensions. Using God's view, Angor clearly sensed the familiar ripple of authority at the center of the room at the top of the tower. It was the authority of water, which represented the change of weather. The reason why Angor couldn't sense the authority was that it only stayed at the center of the room and didn't spread out. The outside of the room was covered by the law of reality, so Angor couldn't see anything for a while. But now, from a higher perspective, he could clearly see that the law of water was merging with the law of water like a couple in love, intertwining, exchanging, and merging with each other. It was a strange phenomenon. They seemed to be one, but there were also obvious differences between them. The law of reality and the authority of the dream wasteland were like two sides of the same coin, which intertwined in a strange way. That was all Angor could see through God's view. He didn't know what it meant. But since he already knew that it was the authority of the change of weather, he could use the Tree of Authority to look deeper. With that in mind, he focused his mind on the Tree of Authority, which represented the authority to change the weather. In an instant, a large amount of information poured into Angor's mind like a torrent. Angor refused to accept any of it. The authority of change of weather wasn't as important as the Tree of Authority, but it contained a great deal of power, including a part of elemental laws. Even Sunders couldn't handle the authority of change of weather, let alone Freud. Angor didn't dare to accept the information of such an important authority. Angor entered the core of astronomical shift simply because he wanted to see if there were any anomalies in the sub-authority of water so that he could learn more about the current situation. He didn't have the authority of change of weather, but he had absolute control over the authority of the Tree of Authority, so he wasn't restricted in any way. Angor thought it would take him a long time to find the anomaly, but as soon as he entered, he sensed it. It was as if the consciousness of the dream wasteland deliberately sent the anomaly to him. Again, he received the anomaly directly into his mind. As more and more information entered his mind, Angor's eyes slowly became brighter and brighter. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes. "You're trying to sense the authority of the room? Did you find it?" Rain did not say anything else after Angor closed his eyes. He waited until now to speak with a smile. Angor nodded and answered Rain's question with his action. Angor's eyes lit up as he stepped into the room. The law of water that prevented him from entering this place seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Angor walked to Rain's side without any trouble. Rain didn't ask how Angor did it because he already sensed the change in the water system around him. The dream wasteland in the middle of the room suddenly began to move and blocked the law of water in the area, allowing Angor to step inside. "Since you can already mobilize the authority that intertwines with the water laws, Can you use it to control the water laws? Ryan asked curiously. Angor shook his head. No. The law of water is a real law. I have to practice it step by step. Rain nodded. If Angor could really control the law of water, it would be really shocking. Even so, it's still very impressive. The fact that the authority and the law of water are intertwined means that they're similar in terms of power level. Maybe they're two sides of the same coin, Rain said. But I wonder how this will affect the dream wasteland. The dream wasteland is vast, and the authority of the wasteland is abundant. What we're seeing now won't affect it too much, Angor explained. But it's very important. Oh? Why? Rain didn't ask how Angor knew about it. Angor was the creator of the dream wasteland, so it wasn't strange for him to have access to such information. It would be inappropriate for Rain to get to the bottom of it all. Based on what I've learned, I'm certain that Mr. Rain's initial speculation is correct. The law of reality entering the dream wasteland will do more good than harm. The authority of the dream wasteland is also a kind of law. It's just that it's not perfect, Angor said. The reason why it's not perfect is that the dream wasteland is attached to the dream realm. It's a special independent zone that looks complete, but it's not a real world. At most, it's the embryo of a world, or a plane. Only when the dream wasteland becomes a real world can the authority be called a law, Angor shrugged. But I'm not qualified to consider how the dream wasteland will become a real world, and whether the authority of the dream wasteland can be turned into a law in the future. Rain nodded. He had never heard of creating a world. If there really was such a thing, perhaps only wizards who performed miracles were qualified to do it. I don't need to think about how to turn the authority into a real law, but I can try to perfect the authority to a certain extent. As for how to do that, Rain already knew the answer. Let's use the law of reality. Angor nodded. Yes. The law of reality can improve the authority to a certain extent. However, it will only be perfected. In the end, it will still not become a true law. However, the perfecting of authority is a beneficial cycle. It can make the dream wasteland more like a real world and increase the power level of the dream wasteland. It can also increase the power of authority. It can also use the power of laws to kill dream creatures that have discovered the dream wasteland and covet the dream wasteland. You can say that the law of reality will bring a lot of benefits. The only drawback is that the power of law can kill the dream creatures that covet the dream wasteland, but it also has the ability to kill the natives of the dream wasteland. This drawback sounded strange, but it wasn't the case. The natives of the dream wasteland had a special body structure that prevented them from getting sick or dying. As long as the authority of the dream wasteland didn't deliberately target the natives wouldn't be affected by it. Take the current situation as an example. Take the authority of weather shift for example. If the authority of weather shift made it rain for half a month, the natives of Foundation City wouldn't feel any discomfort even if they were exposed to the rain. However, if the law of water in the real world was combined with the authority of weather shift, the natives would probably fall sick if they were exposed to the rain again. This was similar to the situation in the real world. Ordinary people in the real world could get seriously ill if they were exposed to the rain. If they didn't have a strong constitution and didn't receive treatment in time, they could even die. This was the drawback of integrating the law of reality into the dream wasteland. The natives of the dream wasteland would start to be affected by the outside world. However, compared to the benefits it could bring, this drawback was far from enough. At least, this drawback could be ignored for now. Rain agreed with Angor's explanation. So, we can use the law of reality to improve the authority as much as possible? No. We need to follow the basic rules of the dream wasteland before we can use the law of reality. The most important thing is the limit of energy level. The overall energy level of the dream wasteland isn't high, and there aren't many authorities working in the dream wasteland. In this case, the law of reality we can use must be lower than the overall level. The only way to integrate the dream wasteland with the law of reality is to use the dream whelk as a sorcerer's garden. Considering the level of the sorcerer's garden, the dream wasteland can only support mini or small sorcerer's gardens. In other words, none of the sorcerer's gardens in Brute Cavern met the requirements. Sunder's gravity garden was much more powerful than a small sorcerer's garden. Meanwhile, the famous Thousand Spirit Garden was one of the best gardens in the entire southern wizarding region, so it was impossible to drag it into the Dream Wasteland. If such a sorcerer's garden was forcefully dragged into the Dream Wasteland, it might destroy the Dream Wasteland due to its powerful law. As I thought? Rain muttered. When Angor mentioned that there was a limit to the law of reality, Rain already guessed that the sorcerer's garden's power level would be limited. Because of this, Rain and Sunders decided to use the tidal garden to test the Dream Wasteland. Now that Angor thought about it, he was right. Apart from the limit on the strength of the sorcerer's garden, there's also a limit on its type, Angor continued. When the law of reality enters the Dream Wasteland, there must be a corresponding authority to interact with it. In other words, the law of reality and the authority of the Dream Wasteland must be the same type. Angor's eyes were filled with joy as he spoke. This was because they were using the tidal garden, and the law type of the sorcerer's garden was the water element. Coincidentally, the law of water corresponded with the law of water in the sky change, which allowed the law of water to successfully merge with the Dream Wasteland. If they used another type of garden, such as a soul garden, there would be no such thing as a soul garden. In fact, Angor didn't think there would be any soul authority in the Dream Wasteland in the future. If a soul garden entered the Dream Wasteland, even if it was only a small one, it could cause serious damage to the Dream Wasteland. Angor was really lucky this time. Rain also looked relieved. I didn't think about this before. Thank goodness we're safe. Well, the result is good. Angor didn't blame Rain for this. There was no such thing as absolute safety when it came to laws. At the very least, Angor and Sunders managed to minimize the risk. So we can't use the Dream Welk to bring more sorcerer's gardens into the Dream Wasteland? Rain asked. Yes. Angor nodded. You have to go through the selection process. They have to be suitable for the current authority, and they have to be confined to small gardens. The sorcerer's garden can quickly improve the authority of the Dream Wasteland and speed up its development. Therefore, no matter how many restrictions there are, we still need to take this matter into consideration. Ryan pondered for a moment. I'll think of something. It's impossible to ask someone for a sorcerer's garden, but if you want to see it, I can. Angor's eyes. He didn't have enough influence in the wizarding world. However, Ryan was at the top of the pyramid in the southern region. If he asked, he might be able to borrow a few small sorcerer's gardens. Rain's garden, Rain said. Gardens that were slightly larger were the top secrets of the various large organizations and adept families. They would never be lent out to outsiders. We garden. Angor believed that the Dream Wasteland would have already taken shape when he needed a medium or large sorcerer's garden. Once the wizard organizations got a taste of the Dream Wasteland, they wouldn't even need to sneak around to borrow a sorcerer's garden. Rain put a hand on Angor's shoulder and walked to the window while enjoying the nourishment of his water power. He opened the window and saw the bright blue sea. Outside. What do you plan to do with the tidal garden? Rain asked while enjoying the sea breeze. I'll listen to your opinion, sir. I'm thinking of putting it in the new city. We'll set it up as a special area as a reward for completing a quest. It'll provide a place for apprentices who want to study water arts. Angor considered. That's a good idea. Not only will the apprentices be motivated, but it'll also be a special project for the new city. It's settled then. I'll ask Leona to arrange it. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to do so. Angor nodded with a smile. After reading the blueprint of the new city, Leona had already decided to use it as one of the main venues for the tea party. She would do anything to make the new city as unique as possible. The Dream Welk brought in many special items, most of which were needed by Leona, which showed how enthusiastic Leona was about hosting the tea party. The unwillingness to admit defeat, vanity, and competition between individual witches were all on display here. With that done, Angor and Rain prepared to return to the real world. Before leaving, Angor glanced at the boundless sea outside. It's a pity that there are no living creatures in the tidal garden. The Dream Welk could only carry inanimate objects, so there were no living creatures in the sea. Although the trees and flowers in the small garden below the wizard tower were flourishing, in fact, they were dead when they came in. It was only under the nourishment of the water network and the blessing of the authority of tree civilization that they slowly came to life in the domain of the law. Sea creatures, on the other hand, were not as lucky. "It's not hard to bring the sea back to life," said Rain. Rhine replied. "Some intelligent creatures that lived in the sea were pulled into this place. Slowly, they would become more lively. Even if they didn't use real creatures, the illusions created by wizards could still enrich the sea." Angor nodded without saying anything and prepared to leave. Just as they were about to leave, a light blue flying fish suddenly jumped out of the sea, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and dove back into the sea. Angor and Rain stopped in their tracks. "I think it's," Rain said after a moment of silence. "An elemental creature?" Angor used God's view to observe the sea and nodded. "Yes, it's an elemental creature. But there's only one flying fish in the sea. It seems that this instant abundance of water laws allowed elemental life forms to be born here." Rhine almost immediately determined the origin of the elemental life forms. Indeed, the law of reality and the power of the dream wasteland intertwine to increase the power of water. This flying fish is the product of this interweaving. Angor's curiosity was piqued. The flying fish was small and weak, but it contained both law and authority, which made it a perfect subject for research. "Only one," said Rain. "The law of this place is producing more and more power of water. Maybe there will be more in the future." "I hope so." Angor and Rain left without taking the flying fish with them. The fish was still too young to be used for research. They would have to wait until it grew up. The first thing Rain did when they returned to reality was to take Angor to Tidal Garden. The dried-up abyss of the sea was in stark contrast to the boundless sea of the dream wasteland. Soon, they arrived at the top of the wizard tower. Angor easily stepped into the room, which indicated that the law of water in Tidal Garden was almost exhausted. He didn't learn anything about water, but he was still able to enter. Rhine stood at the center and felt the foundation of the laws. After a while, he sighed softly. The foundation of the laws is still there, and it is gradually recovering the power of the laws. The law of Tidal Garden didn't change in the real world. Another law of reality appeared in the dream wasteland, which meant that the dream whelk had replicated a law of its own. That was really shocking. The dream whelk looked weak, but it was able to ignore the law of reality to such an extent, even Rain, who had seen a lot of things in his life, was shocked. He glanced at Angor and sighed in his mind. The dream whelk is useless in other people's hands. But in your hands, you might be able to create a new world. After they left Tidal Garden, Rain spoke again. "At least we can be sure that we won't have to worry about the law of Sorcerer's Garden when we borrow it from others." Next, Rain and Angor carried out several more experiments on the dream whelk's rules. The more they learned, the more Rain realized how terrifying mystery items were. It was as if there was no limit to how much they could do. They stayed in the exile space for an entire day. When they came out, the small snowflakes had already turned into heavy snow. The snow on the ground had reached their knees. "That's all for now. We'll do more in the future." Rain floated in the air and looked at Angor. "Now, come with me." Rhine's figure flickered as he flew northeast of the Parmagi Highlands. Angor was a little confused, but he still followed Rain. They flew out of the Parmagi Highlands and arrived at a large inland lake downstream of the Snow River. "Where are we going, Mr. Rain?" Angor asked out of curiosity. Rain pointed at the lake below them. "We're going to Filewing Station at the bottom of this lake." Filewing Station? Angor never heard of such a name before. Is it a wizard fair? Angor tried to recall where he had seen such a fair around Parmagi Highlands. Not exactly, but it does function as a fair. Rain paused for a moment. You can call it a private trade fair. Rain quickly explained to Angor about Filewing Station. It was called Filewing Station because it was one of the mobile stations of a group called Filewing Caravan. The Hui Business Travel Group would transfer their precious goods between various stations to form a very private trade fair. Filewing Caravan only sold valuable items. Most of its customers were Truthfinder wizards. Rhine gave a simple explanation as to why the Filthy Wing business firm was able to get through the Truthfinder wizard segment and form a beneficial trade fair. The leader of the Filthy Wing business firm is a top-notch level 3 wizard who is as powerful as me. However, strength alone was not enough to open such a powerful trade route. There must be other factors, but he did not know them yet. Filewing Caravan only served high-level wizards, which was why it was not widely known. Even if there were gossip magazines, once they learned of their existence, they would not dare to publicize it for fear of offending people. Even if I don't tell you, someone from Filewing Caravan will reach out to you and offer you an olive branch soon. Even if you haven't become a Truthfinder wizard yet, as a member of the research department, your status will only be higher than a Truthfinder wizard. After Ryan explained the situation of the Hongyi business team, he finally talked about the reason for his visit this time. I promised Sunders that I'll find you a parasite that can unleash the power of your distorted seed. I've asked Filewing Caravan to bring it here. It should be here by now. Let's go. I'll show you. Meanwhile, on the other side of Fake Continent, Sunders was floating in the air while looking at a blood-red stone tablet on the ground. Those two are still in the area of Red Plague believers? Sunders looked at the symbol on the tablet that represented the Red Plague Archfiend with a disgusted look. He came here to look for Flora and Sumesh. They were in mortal danger because of the Red Plague believers. Sumesh's injuries were so severe that he could no longer use a plain passageway, which was why he asked Sunders for help. Sunders thought they had left the area of Red Plague believers, but he did not expect them to be so bold as to stay in the area. Sunders shook his head and looked away from the blood-red steel. He closed his eyes and sensed the familiar energy waves in the air. Soon, he chose a direction and disappeared. Half an hour later, Sunders arrived at a quiet forest. After walking for a while, Sunders found his target, a shadow that only those who studied nightmare illusion could see. Behind the shadow was a skeleton of a child wearing a rose wreath. Sunders waved his hand and the shadow disappeared. The little skeleton jumped in fright as it thought an enemy was coming. It held the rose wreath with both hands and kept running around. It looked like it was running away, but it was actually running in circles. "You're Flora's messenger?" Sunders' voice stopped the skeleton from running away. The little skeleton looked back and was surprised to see who it was. Green flames quickly rose in its dark eye sockets. "Professor?" It was not the skeleton who spoke. It was Flora's voice, which was sharp and charming. She sensed Sunders' arrival and controlled the skeleton from afar. "Professor, this is great." She sounded very agitated. But before she could finish, Sunders cut her off. "Let's talk when I'm there." "Alright, I'll have Little Red lead the way." In the blink of an eye, the skeleton cub named Little Red ran into a black forest. Blackwood was a type of tree that was incomparably tall. Walking in this forest that was completely made up of black wood, humans would feel as if they had entered a mini-country. The dense foliage of the trees blotted out the sky, making the whole place look like a ghost town. Sunders walked through the forest carelessly without paying attention to the shadows that appeared from time to time. They looked like phantoms. Their eyes glowed with a green light, which was a terrifying sight to behold in the dark forest. However, Sunders knew that these phantoms were actually illusionary cantrips used to monitor the movements in the forest. Without a doubt, this was Sumesh's handiwork. Illusionary phantoms? Looks like Sumesh was seriously injured this time, Sunders muttered to himself. Soon, Little Red led Sunders to a fork in the road. She stopped and looked at Sunders as if she wanted to say something. Sunders knew that the fork in the road was an illusion that forced people to choose between going left or right. However, neither choice was correct. This was not a fork in the road. Sunders took a step forward in the opposite direction of the fork. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it. The originally dense black wood seemed to come alive as it suddenly parted to form a winding path. Little Red hugged its rose wreath and ran toward the path excitedly. In the next 10 minutes, Sunders had to choose many different paths. Some were hypnotized, some were real, and some led to dangerous nests. To find the correct path in this maze-like black forest, one had to be a master of illusions and understand the mind of the caster. This was a simple task for Sunders. After choosing the right path again, Sunders saw a small house in the woods with candlelight. Instead of entering the house, Sunders walked around it and knocked on a tree stump with an axe stuck in it. The cross-section of the tree stump, which was covered in veins, flickered like water ripples and instantly formed a pitch-black tunnel. The house was still a trap. This was the final entrance. Sunders jumped into the hole and followed Little Red's guidance. After walking for about 100 meters, he finally saw a karst cave beside an underground river. Deep inside the cave, there was a castle surrounded by black rose vines. The castle was a special kind of magic house. Judging from its style, it was obviously built by Flora. In front of the castle, there was a petite figure in dark red. She was wearing a long red dress and a black veil. She was barefooted and floated toward Sunders while holding an umbrella in her hand. It was Flora, whom Sunders had not seen for a long time. When Little Red saw Flora, it ran to her excitedly and jumped into her arms, before disappearing. When Little Red disappeared, a skeleton named Qingren slowly appeared behind Flora. The skeleton nodded at Sunders and stayed still. Flora looked excited when she saw Sunders. Only when she saluted did she manage to control her emotions. Professor. Sunders, on the other hand, remained calm. He nodded and did not ask why they were still in the radiation zone of the Red Plague believers. He walked past her and entered the castle. Xianxia is in the boiling blood pool in the basement. Flora quickly followed Sunders. She knew what kind of person Sunders was. How's he doing after he sent me the message? He's fine as long as he doesn't use any more nightmare illusions. Sunders raised an eyebrow. So you didn't run into any Red Plague believers these days? Flora said, half a month ago, the Supreme Cult sent a team of priests from the Heresy Inquisition to this area to train the Red Plague believers. They attracted all the Red Plague believers' attention, so they didn't have time to look for us. You're in luck then, Sunders commented. From time to time, the Supreme Cult would send the peak-level apprentices of the Heresy Tribunal to the territories of the demon gods and other worldly beings for training. The official bishops would keep the supernaturals at bay while the peak-level apprentices would clean up the believers. The death rate of such training was extremely high. The ones who survived would become red-robed clerics from the Heresy Tribunal. Red-robed clerics were the strongest in the Supreme Cult. They gave Flora and Xianxia some time to catch their breath. Are you still going to look for the blood fusion formula? Sunders looked at Flora seriously for the first time. The latter pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, this is my chance. Sunders nodded without showing any expression. He did not comment on the matter. As a matter of fact, he already knew what Flora was going to do when she did not leave the area of the Red Plague believers. He only asked because he wanted to know Flora's determination. Sunders did not show it on his face, but he actually agreed with Flora's decision in his mind. Since Sunders decided to pursue the path of truth, he should not let go of any opportunity. Of course, it was not right to act recklessly without considering the danger. However, Sunders knew that Flora was not a brainless person. Soon, they arrived at the underground pool of boiling blood under Flora's lead. The thick smell of blood, the pungent smell of sulfur, and the rising white mist assaulted their noses. Through the mist, Sunders saw Xianxia. He was not in the pool. Instead, he was wearing formal attire and sitting by a table outside the pool. A cleansing force field surrounded him. He held a teacup in one hand while reading a leather scroll on the table with the other. He looked just like an elegant young noble. She waved her hand, and the blood mist and white mist around her vanished. It was at this moment that Xianxia noticed the person at the door. Professor. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He stood up and saluted Sunders. Sunders nodded in return. Without further ado, Sunders asked about Xianxia's condition. Can you still activate your nightmare domain? Xianxia hesitated. About 80% of my nightmare domain is damaged. I can't activate it on my own. If I want to force it open, I'll need a nightmare stone. But I'm afraid the nightmare domain will continue to crumble. Sunders took out a high-quality nightmare stone from his pocket and tossed it to Xianxia. Try it. Xianxia wouldn't dare to activate the nightmare domain on his own. It was no longer a possibility, but a certainty. However, with Sunders by his side, he felt more confident. He took the stone and held it tightly in his hand. Thank you, Professor. With that, Xianxia used the nightmare stone as the nightmare aura from the stone entered his body. Xianxia quickly activated his nightmare domain. As more and more illusions appeared around Xianxia's body, his face turned pale. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. As an outsider, Flora could see that something was wrong with Sumesh. She gave Sunders a worried look. Sunders did not pay any attention to Sumesh at all. Instead, he was observing the illusions around him. The shadow looked like a giant black hole, in which strange figures would appear from time to time. They were only silhouettes, but Sunders could tell what they were: goat-horned demons, snake-tailed succubi, fire demons, lava trolls, bone-winged demons, and so on. They were all demons from Abyss. When they appeared, they carried a terrifying demonic aura. However, these demon phantoms didn't appear for long before they completely shattered. Even the black hole in the background began to crack. The only thing that did not shatter was the shadow of a dark golden gargoyle. However, as Sumesh activated his nightmare domain, cracks began to appear on it. That's enough. Sunders confirmed Sumesh's condition. Out of instinct, Sumesh exhaled and tried to stop activating his nightmare domain. However, he could not do so. He could only feel endless pain coming from his brain. The nightmare domain that was attached to his mind space began to break away bit by bit, as if it would disappear at any moment. As Sumesh panicked, an image appeared behind Sunders. It was the image of the Tower of Darkness. Fufu wrapped around Sumesh's shattered nightmare domain and began to heal it slowly. Sumesh showed a grateful look. He knew that this was the nightmare domain created by Sunders' Black Tower. Sunders was using the main nightmare domain in his nightmare domain to repair his Abyss nightmare domain. The process of repairing the nightmare domain damaged Sunders' nightmare domain greatly. A moment later, Sumesh finally retracted his nightmare domain. However, it was already about 85% damaged. Sumesh gasped for air and tried his best to suppress the pain in his mind. He did not speak, but his bloodshot eyes were asking, "Can I still be saved? Professor, can you fix his nightmare domain?" Flora asked. Sumesh had used his nightmare domain so many times in order to help them escape from the Red Plague's chosen. His nightmare domain was already damaged to the point of shattering. Flora did not feel good about it either. Sunders gave Sumesh a cold glance. "Like I said, you shouldn't use your nightmare domain in your current condition. You need to rest for a while. You haven't fully stabilized your Truthfinder state, and your nightmare domain hasn't been repaired, yet you're already using it again." "It's my fault. I was the one who invited him," Sunders snickered. "It's one thing for him to help you, but it's another for him to use his nightmare domain. His nightmare domain is the Abyss nightmare domain he acquired from the Abyss plane. Killing Abyss demons in his nightmare domain can repair it to some extent. He can't go to the Abyss plane right now, but when he followed you to investigate the blood fusion art, he noticed that the Red Plague believers were also infected by the Abyss plane." Sunders could see through Sumesh's thoughts. Sumesh lowered his head in embarrassment. It was obvious that Sumesh used his nightmare domain on his own accord. A Red Plague believer died in his nightmare domain. Regardless of whether his nightmare domain was repaired or not, he still attracted a bunch of fanatics and almost destroyed his own nightmare domain. Sumesh mumbled, "I didn't expect a chosen to show up either." Sunders humped when he saw the guilty look on Sumesh's face. He did not comment further on Sumesh's behavior. "Your nightmare domain is on the verge of being destroyed. The only way is to give it up, repair it for several decades, and put it back together again. This is the safest option." Sumesh knew this as well, but he was still hesitating. It was not that he could not wait for several decades. But, where would he find a suitable nightmare domain after that? A nightmare domain was a unique demiplane. It could only be formed when the nightmare domain merged with the real world. And even if it was formed, it might not be suitable for him. Therefore, they would not be waiting for a few decades. Perhaps it would be even longer. While Sumesh was hesitating, Flora asked, "Sir, you mentioned that we're going to abandon the nightmare domain and rebuild it. If that's the case, there should be another way, right?" Sumesh also looked up at Sunders with a hopeful look. "There is another way. You need a nightmare domain that is far more powerful than your current one to repair it for you. A nightmare domain that was far more powerful than Sumesh's current one." Sumesh's face turned pale again. That was impossible. Flora did not have a nightmare domain, so she did not know the difference between different levels. Not even Professor's nightmare domain? No. Sunders paused. You need a nightmare domain that is at least as powerful as the one in Sleepless City. Flora knew something about the nightmare domain in Sleepless City. The so-called nightmare domain of Sleepless City was actually the demiplane under the dome of the city. It was a real nightmare domain controlled by a powerful nightmare creature. Until now, no wizard organization in the southern region had dared to set foot in it. In fact, the dome of Sleepless City extended to the entire Evernight Kingdom. The Evernight Kingdom had truly become an Evernight Kingdom that would never see the light of day again. Only a nightmare domain of such a level could repair Sumesh's Abyss nightmare domain. Flora did not know much about nightmare domains, but she knew it was impossible. Everything became silent again. Despair and helplessness were spreading around Sumesh's body. Sunders did not say anything. He only looked at Sumesh in silence. Sumesh finally spoke in a desperate tone, "Let's remove the nightmare domain then. The sooner we do it, the sooner we can go back to Brute Cavern." Sumesh closed his eyes and signaled Sunders to do it. Sunders did not do it right away. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, "My nightmare domain can't help you, but someone else's nightmare domain can." Sumesh opened his eyes and stared at Sunders with a confused look. Flora did the same. Sunders said that only a nightmare domain as powerful as the one in Sleepless City could repair Sumesh's Abyss nightmare domain. If Sunders could not handle such a powerful nightmare domain, who else could? Angor's Dream Wasteland, Sunders explained in a soft voice. Angor's Dream Wasteland. Xianxia Farm, Dawn Town, East Sea Coast, Land of Revelation. Sam hurriedly ran out of the farm owner's room. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. He seemed to have lost his mind. He didn't come back to his senses until he bumped into the maid at the corner. "Sam? Why are you in the manor? Don't you know that the owner hates slaves running into?" Before the maid finished her words, she suddenly froze and stared at Sam's hands. A large amount of blood covered Sam's elbows, sleeves, and palms. The maidservant looked at Sam unbelievably. She then looked at where Sam came from and pointed at him with her trembling finger. You are. I didn't do it on purpose." Sam was a little panicked. He pushed the maid's hand away and ran outside. Not long after little Sam ran away, he clearly heard the shrill scream of the wine delivery maid. "I didn't mean to kill him. No, he forced me," Sam repeated. When he rushed out of the manor and saw the vast farm and the herdsmen coming and going, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. "No, I will be found out if I go out like this. I have to calm down. Kill him, kill that bastard. If I am caught, I will definitely die. I have to get out of here." Sam took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He took off his blood-stained coat and threw it into the puddle. Then he walked to a bucket and washed the serum off his hands. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and walked outside. Along the way, many people saw Sam. Some people also noticed his pale face and asked him a few questions. However, they were all dismissed by Sam with the excuse that he was tired. When he was about to reach the gate of the farm, he heard noises behind him. There were only a few people in front of Sam. He didn't look back and ran outside without hesitation. He was lucky that the guards at the gate of the farm hadn't heard the news yet. They didn't stop him, so he could run to the path in the wild. After running all the way in the dense forest, Sam let out a sigh of relief. However, not long after he relaxed, he became vigilant again. Because when he turned back to take a look, he found that he had stepped on a lot of dead branches along the way. Without a coat to cover it, there were bloodstains on his arms, and from time to time, there would be red stains on the ground. "We'll definitely be discovered," Sam said. "We can't stop. Keep running." Little Sam continued to run towards the deep forest. This time, he tried his best not to leave any traces behind. While running, little Sam thought to himself, although that bastard is only a farm owner, the nobles in the town often come to the manor to have a private meeting with him. Maybe the nobles are also involved in that matter. That's why I can't return to the town. The sheriff is definitely on the same side as that bastard. I have to stay away from Dawn Town. It would be best if I could leave Yin Duchy as well. But where should I go? Sam asked, what should I do in the future? Little Sam didn't want to think about the future, but he had killed a farm owner as a slave. Even if there was an inside story, no one would sympathize with him. He no longer had a place in the Yinyun Principality. The only way was to escape. But even if he escaped to other countries, he had no identity and a slave mark on his body. There was no place in the land of revelation for him to stay. Should he escape to other countries? But how could he escape? The future seemed to be bleak. All this was because he had killed the farm owner. If he didn't kill him, he would die. A hopeless future was better than an eternal death, wasn't it? Little Sam thought to himself. No matter what, I just want to live. Little Sam didn't dare to think about the future. If he really thought about the hopeless future, he was afraid that he would be convinced by death. Little Sam only wanted to leave this place. He wanted to run out of the forest and go to White Bay. Then he would go around the strait and go to other countries. After running for about 6 or 7 hours, Little Sam arrived at a small hill. Looking back from the hillside, he saw the glimmer of a torch in the forest in the distance. Although he couldn't see who the torch represented, he could vaguely hear a dog barking in the distance brought by the night wind. It was a scout dog raised by the town's night guards. Little Sam fiercely stared at the fire in the distance. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and ran to the other side. He didn't eat anything. He was so hungry that he couldn't run anymore. But he didn't dare to stop. Even so, Little Sam vaguely knew that he couldn't escape. He couldn't avoid the keen nose of the scout dog. He would be caught in half an hour at most. But even if he knew the result, Little Sam still wanted to try. Maybe he could find a river to wash away the smell on his body. But he didn't see any river. At this moment, Sam almost lost all hope as he heard the hubbub faintly. Little Sam even thought of finding a cliff to commit suicide. At least, it was better than being tortured or even sacrificed. But he didn't want to die. He still wanted to live. But, was there still a chance? Little Sam hopelessly shouted, doubted, and begged in his heart. He really didn't want to end his life like this. When he was a slave, he didn't want to die, let alone now. Young Sam kept running forward with the last flame of hope burning in his heart. But fate seemed to be against him. Although the darkness gave him a certain ability to hide, it also made him ignore the obstacles on the ground. He tripped over a dead branch, and most importantly, his ankle was twisted. Feeling the stagnation in the wind, Little Sam was finally desperate this time. Hey, why is there a forest here? Is there a wrong location? Just when Sam was looking at the bright starry sky in despair and waiting for death, he heard a voice in his ears. It might be the last time he would ever see it. There was no one around. Where did the voice come from? Lying on the ground, Little Sam tried to raise his head to look at the source of the voice. He didn't know when a red-haired man came out of the forest. The red-haired man obviously saw him. Little Sam clearly saw that the man's golden eyes lit up under the moonlight and walked towards him. This forest is so lively at night. The red-haired man looked into the distance and murmured. He walked to Little Sam, squatted down and glanced at his leg. Hey, kid. You don't look good. Your ankle is swollen. Well, if you answer one of my questions, I'll treat you. Before Little Sam answered, the red-haired man asked directly, this should be the land of revelation, right? Sam nodded subconsciously, still in a daze. Good, it's not too far away. The red-haired man's eyes were brighter. Then, do you know how far it is from the Central Empire? Or, is this the Central Empire? Little Sam felt like he was in a dream. He was on the verge of death and even began to despair of the cruelty of fate. He didn't expect that at the last moment, there would be a dramatic reversal. No, it was too simple to call it dramatic. It should be a magical turn. The reason why Sam thought so was because he was currently in an extremely magical situation. Above his head was a bright starry sky, surrounded by thin clouds, and below his feet was a dreamlike flying boat. When Little Sam was still a nobleman, he had ridden in exquisite carriages and herded giant eagles that were said to be able to ride when they grew up. However, he had never thought that a small boat floating in the river would fly into the sky one day. Moreover, this boat called gondola was as beautiful as a work of art in fairy tales. The one who created this dream was the red-haired man he met before. It was also because of this red-haired man that he could escape from a desperate situation. However, this way of escape made Little Sam feel like it was a dream. Kid, I want to confirm again. Do you really know the direction of Saint Sem City of the Central Empire? It's wrong to lie. Your nose will grow long. The red-haired man looked at little Sam suspiciously because little Sam was too young. He looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old. How could a kid of this age know the location of the Central Empire? I'm not lying. I really know it because I used to live in Saint Sem City. Little Sam touched his nose and thought to himself, why did the red-haired man say that my nose will grow long if I lie? Is it like a witch in a fairy tale? Did the red-haired man put a curse on me? Oh? The red-haired man looked deeply into little Sam's eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, you are telling the truth. Since you really know where Saint Sem City is and are willing to be my guide, we have a deal. The red-haired man pointed his index finger at little Sam's ankle. Little Sam immediately felt that his swollen ankle suddenly became cool and cool. After a while, all the pain disappeared. He couldn't help but twist his ankle. It was back to normal. A flying boat that could heal an ankle with a simple point. There was no doubt that the red-haired man was a legendary extraordinary. Thinking of this, little Sam didn't dare to lie. His nose would grow long. Healing your ankle is a reward for me asking and you answering my questions. As for the silver coins you asked for leading the way, I'll pay you when we reach Saint Sem City. The red-haired man paused and said, now that we are in the same boat, don't you want to introduce yourself? Little Sam didn't dare to lie. He said softly, my name is Igo Sam Rarendel. I like to be called Sam. After hearing little Sam's answer, the red-haired man's eyes lit up. A 3-paragraph name was not rare, but it was rare for a slave to have such a name. The red-haired man could easily detect the slave mark on little Sam's back. Therefore, he was sure that little Sam was a slave, and most likely a runaway slave. If a slave had a 3-paragraph name, it meant that he wasn't born as a slave, but became a slave for some reason. What was most interesting was that little Sam called him by his middle name. Generally speaking, the middle name belonged to the mother's family or was given by oneself. It could even be ignored in formal situations. However, this red-haired man called himself by his middle name. Obviously, he valued his middle name the most. Little Sam, you used to live in Saint Sem City. You're related to Saint Sem City, aren't you? No, I'm not. Little Sam lowered his head so that the man wouldn't see the sadness in his eyes. So you're related to them. The red-haired man didn't wait for little Sam's answer. He stroked his chin and asked, is Saint Sem City your mother's family? Little Sam didn't know what to say. Fine. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Since you've already introduced yourself, I'll do the same. I'm Angor Pat. You can call me Mr. Pat. Half an hour ago, he was still near Brood Cavern. Now, he was on his way to the Land of Revelation to look for Freud. However, he was still a beginner when it came to using plane passageways. Although he successfully opened the passage, the spatial coordinates he used to locate the passageway deviated a little bit. He still crossed the abyss and arrived at the Land of Revelation. However, he missed the Central Empire by more than 1,000 kilometers and ended up in the territory of Yinyun Principality. As someone who never remembered directions, Angor had no idea where Saint Sem City was. Luckily, he ran into the injured little Sam, so he didn't have to go to the dream wasteland to ask for directions. That would be too embarrassing. Angor had a good impression of little Sam, who helped him save his face. Oh, by the way, will taking you to Saint Sem City from Yinyun Principality cause you any trouble? If there is, I can get someone to send you back when I reach my destination later. When talking about Saint Sem City, Sam seemed to be more sad than hopeful, and more reluctant than friendly. Maybe little Sam didn't really want to go to Saint Sem City. Angor also thought about how little Sam used to live in Saint Sem City when he was a child and was probably a noble who was turned into a slave. Angor didn't really care about little Sam's story. However, he didn't mind offering some help, such as sending little Sam back to Yinyun Principality. Little Sam quickly looked up and shook his head. No. I don't want to go back. Then don't go back. Little Sam didn't expect Angor to agree so quickly. Aren't you curious why I don't want to go back? Not at all. But there's still time before the night ends. If you want to tell me, I don't mind being a listener. Angor didn't seem to mind. Little Sam remained silent. He didn't know what Mr. Pat was thinking, and he didn't want his nose to grow if he lied, so he decided to tell Angor what happened. Oh? Because you killed the farm owner. So it turns out they're after you. Angor nodded. No wonder it's so noisy in the middle of the night. That's not the point. I killed someone. Little Sam whispered. Yeah, that's a big deal for you. So why did you kill him? Little Sam's eyes flashed with hatred. I didn't mean to kill him. He tried to kill me first. He wanted to sacrifice me as a sacrifice, so I accidentally killed him. Sacrifice? Sounds like a primitive ritual? Angor wondered. Who was he going to sacrifice to? I don't know. I only know that I'm not the only sacrifice. Also, the farmer wasn't the only one who participated in the ritual. Nobles might be involved as well. Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he thought to himself, mass sacrifice. Did the primitive tribes at Faron spread the news? If that's the case, it must be someone from another world who wanted to use the sacrifice to deepen their connection with the wizarding world. This is a big deal. I remember Nea from the Tower of Hurricane is a member of the royal family of the Central Empire. I should tell Freud about it. Young Sam was feeling very anxious. He didn't know why he told Mr. Pat everything about the farm owner's death. Perhaps it was because this matter was buried in his heart that made him very depressed, and he urgently needed a channel to relieve the pressure. Or perhaps it was because the other party had saved him and allowed him to see a glimmer of light in the darkness of despair, causing him to involuntarily feel close to the other party. Young Sam didn't know which it was. Maybe it was both. Young Sam didn't think too much when he was telling his story. But when he finished, he began to feel anxious again. He was afraid that his crime would become a thorn in Mr. Pat's eyes. If Mr. Pat really pissed him off because of the thorn, Mr. Pat might not only curse him with a long nose, but also make him disappear from this world. Therefore, little Sam spent the longest 10 minutes of his life in a restless and perturbed mood. During these 10 minutes, young Sam kept his head down and didn't dare to look at Mr. Pat in the eyes. He was waiting for Mr. Pat to say something, or for Mr. Pat to comment on his actions. But nothing happened. 10 minutes later, young Sam sneaked a peek at Mr. Pat who was sitting in front of him. He wanted to see if Mr. Pat was happy or angry. However, young Sam was surprised by what he saw. Mr. Pat looked calm, but his eyes were flickering as if he was thinking about something. However, young Sam was sure that Mr. Pat wasn't thinking about him at all. Mr. Pat was staring at a strange image projected from a rock. Of course, Mr. Pat wasn't thinking about his own business. Young Sam recalled Mr. Pat's words. Mr. Pat didn't care about the farm owner's death. Instead, Mr. Pat realized that the forest was so lively at night because of the farm owner's death. Did Mr. Pat really care that he killed someone? Young Sam didn't know where he got the courage to ask. Mr. Pat, I killed a farm owner. Do you think I'm a bad person? Mr. Pat looked at young Sam and shook his head. Good and bad can't be decided by one thing. You shouldn't judge a person based on a malicious act. So I'm not a bad guy? Little Sam murmured. At least in my opinion, he's not a bad kid. Angor curled his lips and narrowed his eyes. You're nothing compared to the naughty kids I met before. Sam asked, a bad kid that Sir has met? What bad things did he do? Guena's image flashed in his mind. She would kill a friend who showed kindness to her for a small piece of bread. She would also order her companions to destroy an innocent family. In his opinion, Guena was a bad kid. He shook his head and decided not to tell Guena's story. Even though Guena was a bad kid, she was only bad because of the harsh war environment. She was trying her best to stay alive, and that wasn't wrong at all. Angor didn't care about what was right or wrong. As a wizard, he had transcended the shackles of mortals and could make more rational judgments. However, Sam was still alive and would continue to live in the mortal world in the future. Angor wouldn't use Guena's example as an example to teach Sam such a thing. Young Sam used to be both a noble and a slave in his short life. He had seen too much of the world's fickleness, which was why he could easily tell that the farm owner wanted to sacrifice him. Since Mr. Pat didn't want to talk about it, young Sam decided to keep his mouth shut. It didn't matter whether Mr. Pat knew about the bad kid or not. The most important thing was that Mr. Pat didn't mind him killing the farm owner. Young Sam enjoyed the fact that Mr. Pat was being lenient. Because if the news of him killing the farm owner spread to the town, no matter how justified he was, people would still think that he was guilty and wrong. Because of this, little Sam knew that he had to run away. Now that he met a person who understood him, Sam's hopeless heart was warmed a bit. Angor was glad that young Sam didn't ask any more questions. He kept watching the images in the photo stones. These were the precious photo stones he bought from Dirtwing Station. These photo stones were usually recorded by major wizard organizations or magazine publishers when they encountered important events. They were usually given as gifts in the collector's edition magazines. The collector's edition magazines were usually reserved for Truthfinder wizards. Angor had read these magazines before, but he never saw the photo stones. It was rare to find so many photo stones in Filthy Wing Station, and the seller said that they were all about important events in history. Angor was tempted, so he spent a large sum of magic crystals and bought the entire box. After watching about 5 photo stones, Angor realized that the events recorded in these photo stones were different from what he expected. What he thought of as a major event was something that could affect the overall situation and leave a deep mark in the long river of history. However, the photo stones showed him something important. A man wearing a gray magus robe was hiding in the muddy swamp. He quietly pointed at the depths of the forest in the distance and said in a low voice, "According to the information we received, there is an celestial tower in front of us that was used by a Startrap magus to hide in a different dimension. Now, Mu-Ying, who is known as the representative of the New Star Apprentices, nicknamed Tranquil Heroic Spirit, has led a few prophecy apprentices from the Starliege Church to enter. Now, let us look forward to what they will bring out. Or perhaps, they will stay there forever." After a while, there was a commotion in the depths of the forest. A tall puppet with a star map engraved on its mask chased after a group of apprentices with missing arms and legs across the swamp. After everyone left, the man in the swamp slowly floated up. It seems like the Star Trap Sorcerer's most famous astral puppet was left in the Celestial Tower. He must have foreseen that someone would come to his Celestial Tower to steal something. Looks like Mu-Ying will be disappointed this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the image in the void also ended. Angor did not feel so good after reading it. Was this a reporter from a magazine? Was this something important? Did they really need to record something like this? Wasn't it just a failed ruin adventure? And judging from the time, it was a record of an adventure that happened hundreds of years ago. What puzzled Angor the most was that Mu-Ying, the actress from Torch Academy who left a deep impression on him in the Abyss Plane, was called Tranquil Spirit. Angor believed that Noisy Parrot was more suitable for Mu-Ying. He frowned as he watched the shadow stones, which were different from what he expected. But it was not like they were all bad. Learning about the past of powerful magi who were at the peak of their power was also a form of pleasure. Besides, there were also some photo stones that could be studied. For example, Angor saw a light walker making a high-tier potion in the wild. He did not see the technique clearly, but he learned a lot from the details. Now, he took out another photo stone, which was said to be an alchemy recording of an alchemist's image. When the photo stone was activated, an image appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw the image and closed it without hesitation. "Mr. Pat, is that a gondola?" Sam, who was sitting in front of Angor, had been peeking at the photo stone. He did not understand the previous images, but he did see a fair-haired, blue-eyed young man in the center of the image. Also, he noticed that there was a dreamlike airship that looked exactly like their gondola. Angor's lips twitched. He closed the photo stone so fast, and the kid still managed to see Gondola's image. Yes, the main character in the previous image was Angor, who was making ocean rhyme. Angor knew that this image was spread all over Fey Continent because of Gebra, but he did not expect to see it here. Fortunately, he still maintained his red-haired, golden-eyed appearance because of the Germinal organization. Otherwise, Sam would have asked him about gondola instead of gondola. Yes. Angor did not want to explain too much, so he gave a simple answer. I thought there was only one such beautiful flying boat in the world. I didn't expect there to be a second one. Little Sam's eyes lit up. Is this the world where Mr. lives? The world I'm in is the same as the world you're in. Little Sam said, but I've never seen a flying boat before, and I don't know if the legends in the books are true. I've never even heard of the tall astral power puppets and the half-human, half-fish creatures in the images I saw just now. Sam lowered his head in frustration. My world is different from yours, mister. Both worlds are the same, just different horizons. Different horizons? Little Sam didn't quite understand. Can I reach your level, mister? Sam's eyes were filled with hope. I don't think so. Angor considered. Little Sam lowered his head and fell into contemplation. Angor could tell that Sam wanted to go to the supernatural world, but he did not intend to tell him. He did not test Sam's intelligence yet, but he could tell that Sam's spirit level was not high enough. Since Sam was not a talent, Angor did not want to give him too much hope. Seeing the image of his alchemy, Angor decided not to look at it again for now. Instead, he looked at the sky above and enjoyed the moment of peace. Time flew. Sam was immortal, which meant he was even weaker than Tulu, so Angor had to drag Gondo slowly until the next morning when they finally reached the center of the Central Empire. They were not far from St. Sem City. Meanwhile, on Parmajai Highlands, Rain arrived at the ruin where Angor was staying. He knocked on the big tree by the entrance. A moment later, Tree Spirit's clone came out of the ruin. Angor left? Rain asked. Tree Spirit yawned and leaned against the tree. Yes. He came back from Filthy Wing Station, met with Dodoro, and left with Toby. But I think he's not good at using plain passageways. I think he'll find a different one. Well, it's fine. He has plenty of materials, so he can use plain passageways a few more times. He didn't bring Dodoro with him? Rain asked. Tree Spirit shook his head. Dodoro wanted to. But he just made a name for himself during the stargazing day. Many people have their eyes on him. Before Dodoro becomes a wizard or can protect himself, Angor decided to let him stay. Rain nodded. That's good. You should keep an eye on Dodoro. He's a great strategist. I met Maya once, and she told me that Dodoro is probably better than her when it comes to secret matters. As an apprentice, Dodoro's prophecy skills were already better than Maya's. Tree Spirit knew what that meant. After talking about Dodoro, Rhine asked about Regina's research progress. Tree Spirit sighed deeply at the mention of Regina's name. Tree Spirit thought Regina was an easygoing person when he first met her. But now, he realized that Regina was a carbon copy of Leona. It wasn't that Regina was similar to Leona in personality. It was just that Regina's way of pestering was the essence of Leona. After knowing that Angor gave the mushrooms to Tree Spirit, Regina would come out every once in a while just to get more mushrooms. Tree Spirit felt like he was back to the time when Leona asked him to open up the inner space of the Tree of Eternity. Also, Regina didn't come in person. She sent a mushroom clone instead. Tree Spirit felt a little annoyed. He also felt that he wasn't being taken seriously. Apart from asking for mushrooms every day, everything else is fine. I heard that Mystic Ying's cultivation is going well too. Rain patted Tree Spirit's shoulder to comfort him. Next, Rain asked Tree Spirit if there was anything else in the ruin. He was worried about the nightmare lights and Quolo's sudden return. After making sure everything was fine, Rain bid farewell to Tree Spirit and flew toward the Astral Pool ruin. Tree Spirit returned to the ruin and continued reading the books Quolo left behind. However, when Tree Spirit returned to the study room, he noticed that the knight's armor sitting beside the desk seemed to flash with a faint light. Tree Spirit walked to the knight armor and checked the magic array engraved on it. It didn't seem to have been activated. Is it an illusion? Tree Spirit hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go in and take a look. He did not believe that he was mistaken. Tree Spirit activated the short-distance teleportation array on the armor. In the next second, he arrived at a dark hallway. At the end of the hallway was Quolo's bedroom, which was still filled with nightmare lights. Tree Spirit walked back and forth in the hallway but didn't find anything strange. As for the bedroom, he couldn't go in without Angor. Maybe I'm hallucinating? Tree Spirit shook his head and returned to his study. Not long after Tree Spirit left, a voice came from the empty hallway. "He's gone, he's gone." This voice was very strange. It sounded like a real voice, but it also sounded like a fluctuation on the energy level. "Let's go." As his voice fell, the empty corridor once again fell into silence. There was no fluctuation in the physical world, but in the vision of the energy world, a figure. No, it wasn't just one figure. There were dozens or even hundreds of figures that passed through the stone walls of the corridor, entered the void, and disappeared. The land of revelation, Central Empire. Gondola traveled across the sky while leaving white bubbles on the bottom of the boat. The boat was heading towards St. Sem City, which was located behind the central mountain range. When they were about to reach the city, Angor noticed that Sam, who was sitting on the opposite side of the boat, began to look uneasy. His eyes flickered as he clung to the edge of the boat and kept looking down. The morning star had just risen, and the sky was only getting brighter. The air was still covered by a thin layer of mist, which limited visibility. Sam could only see the general shape of the land with his naked eyes, but he still tried his best. Soon, Gondola arrived at the side of the central mountain range, where they could already see the bright lights of St. Sem City in the distance. However, little Sam didn't pay attention to the city in the distance at all. He was still overlooking the land. Suddenly, the cold mist below slightly dispersed, and little Sam saw a lake. His eyes suddenly froze. Little Sam's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. His throat was trembling, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Angor wondered what Sam saw that made him so emotional. Angor sent a strand of spirit feelers out of the gondola and looked down. The darkness of the night had yet to fade away. Below the clouds, cold mist was still rolling. Through the mist, Angor could see a clear lake halfway up the mountain, as well as an old castle hidden in a dense forest beside the lake. The castle was surrounded by a black iron fence, which seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Even the path leading to the entrance was covered with weeds. "Do you care about that castle?" Angor asked in a small voice. Sam looked back in surprise. "You can see it, Mr. Pat?" "Yes. It's an abandoned castle. There's a statue of a lady covered in moss at the entrance." Young Sam's eyes dimmed when he heard that the statue was covered with moss. He hesitated for a while and said, "That statue is my ancestor, Queen Rolling, the founder of St. Sam City." "Oh? So the castle belongs to Queen Rolling's clan, which is your family?" Young Sam nodded slightly. "If it's Queen Rolling's legacy, why is it abandoned?" A complicated look flashed in Sam's eyes. He shook his head and said, "Only my mother's branch has been abandoned. The main branch is still the royal family of the Central Empire." "I see." Angor didn't ask anything else. Maybe it was related to power struggles within the royal family. Angor wasn't interested in that. Seeing that the boat was about to leave the lake, Sam bit his lips and asked, "Mr. Pat, can I go to the castle and have a look?" Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Sam in the eyes. "I know it's rude, but Sam's face blushed. He couldn't find a good excuse, so he could only lower his head. "Forget it, I'm sorry." Angor chuckled. "Since you showed me the way, I'll agree." They were already here anyway, and they didn't need to waste time. Also, Angor sensed a familiar smell coming from the castle. He considered and accepted Sam's request. Young Sam's eyes lit up. He looked at Angor gratefully. Angor controlled the gondola to slowly descend through the thin clouds. Soon, they arrived at the lake. The gondola smoothly transitioned from a flying boat on the sky sea to a boat on the lake. The gondola slowly moved across the water and docked at a rusty dock. Standing on the dock, they could already see the silent castle 50 meters away from them. Looking closer, they could feel the vastness of the castle even more. The castle was abandoned and covered in moss and vines. Still, Angor could tell that the castle was beautiful when it was in its prime. It had the style of St. Sem City, a famous art city both in the world and abroad. Even now, the castle still looked like a lady sitting by a peaceful lake. However, there was still some dust on it. "I heard that Queen Rolling built this castle for her later years. It has been passed down for thousands of years, until it was inherited by my mother's family," said Sam. Sam's eyes were filled with nostalgia. When you look at the lake from the castle at night, you can see the peaceful lake filled with stars. That's why my mother named this place Star Lake Castle. Before anything happened to my family, I would come here with my mother every summer. That apple tree over there. I planted it with the gardener's son. And that big rock. I drew it on it when I was naughty. Sam spoke in a nostalgic tone as he walked toward the castle. Walking to the iron fence at the gate of the castle, little Sam recalled the scenes of the past summer. This is where my childhood was. Sam sighed. You're still a child now, Angor said. Young Sam lowered his head. Mr. Pat was the only one who called me a kid these years. Young Sam said and went to the gate of the fence. Even though the door was locked, it had not been maintained for so many years, so the door could not withstand the corrosion of the water vapor. Little Sam gently pushed the door, and the lock fell off, and the door opened. Crossing the muddy path, Sam Jr. walked all the way to the statue of Queen Rolling. As Angor said, Queen Rolling's statue was covered in moss. The pure white statue looked as if it was moldy, which made the statue, which represented the beauty of kindness, look a bit creepy. However, in Sam's eyes, the statue still looked the same as when he was a child. After standing in front of the statue for a while, he walked around it and headed toward the castle. Sam didn't notice that Queen Rolling's eyes flashed red when he turned his back on the statue. Angor, on the other hand, saw it. He only grinned but didn't do anything. When Sam came to the gate of the castle, he was still filled with emotions, but he didn't hesitate to push the gate open. However, when Sam was about to touch the door handle, he was pulled back by a strong force from behind. Sam staggered several steps back and finally stood beside Angor. Mr. Pat? Sam finally stood up and looked around in confusion. Angor stared at the dusty gate for a while and chuckled. I saw some interesting little ones. Interesting little ones? Sam didn't understand what Angor meant. He looked at the gate carefully and didn't find anything different. When he was a kid, the air here always smelled like incense left by Titian's servants. But now, there was a rotten, moldy smell in the air. Maybe it was because the castle was close to the lake, which caused the wood to be corroded by the water vapor, as well as the smell of dead rats. Could it be that Mr. Pat was talking about a rat? Just as Sam was about to ask, a strange laughter suddenly entered his ears. The laughter came from behind. Is there someone behind me? Little Sam wanted to turn his head to see who it was, but as soon as he turned his head, he felt darkness in front of him. Angor saw Sam's clear eyes change completely when he turned around. His pupils and the whites of his eyes turned completely black, while some of them even glowed red. With a strange grin on his face, Sam dashed toward the gate with crazy steps. Possession. Angor glanced at the statue of Queen Rolling not far away, then at Sam, whose expression changed drastically. Sam kept running toward the castle as if he didn't hear Angor's words at all. However, before he could reach the castle gate, another person appeared in front of him. It was Angor. I thought you'd try to attack Sam's soul. But it's possession. Angor looked at Sam's dark eyes. How did you do it? Sam tilted his head and didn't answer. Instead, he gave Angor a strange grin. Anyone who stands in my way shall die. Angor couldn't tell if the voice belonged to a male or female. As soon as he finished speaking, little Sam's nails began to grow, and in the blink of an eye, they became sharp and black. Die. Sam lunged at Angor with his sharp claws. Sam was only a mortal. Even if he was possessed, he couldn't turn into a superhuman in an instant. His speed was still limited by his physical body. Therefore, before Sam could see what was happening, a cold metal muzzle was pressed against his forehead. It was a revolver covered with silver runes. He held it in his hand and pointed the muzzle at Sam's forehead. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're too bold to possess someone right in front of me. Just die. With that, he pulled the trigger, and a strange ripple was released from the muzzle. Sam screamed in pain as an undead spirit with black eyes and a face full of blue veins floated out of Sam's body. It tried to attack Angor again, but before it could do anything, its spirit body collapsed and disappeared from the world. With the disappearance of the undead, the color of Sam's eyes gradually returned to normal, and his fingernails also changed back. Little Sam opened his eyes. His eyes were a little out of focus. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "Mr. Pat, what happened to me?" Sam vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what had happened before. "Nothing. You were possessed by an undead spirit," Angor answered casually. "An undead spirit?" Sam didn't know the truth about the supernatural world yet, but he had heard about undead spirits that often appeared in novels. "Yes. To be more precise, it was an undead spirit hiding in that statue over there. Speaking of which, the undead creature was weak. But how did it manage to use possession on someone? That's strange." Possession was one of the more difficult soul tricks Nessie had described. Normally, only undead spirits who had accumulated resentment for at least 10 years could learn such a trick by chance. But the undead spirit Sam saw just now had been dead for 5 or 6 years. How did it know such a powerful technique? Little Sam had experienced life and death in one day, and he had also seen a small part of the supernatural world on Gondola. Therefore, he quickly accepted the fact that there were undead creatures here. "Why are there undead creatures here?" he asked curiously. "The aura of death and resentment here is very strong. Many people must have died here. It's easy for undead spirits to gather in a place like this." There were 2 reasons why Angor agreed to let Sam come to the castle. On one hand, he wanted to thank Sam for leading the way. On the other hand, he sensed a familiar aura in the castle. Without a doubt, it was the extremely dense aura of evil spirits. These evil thoughts and death auras converged, turning the originally tranquil castle into a true ghost castle. "Mr. Pat, there are more undead spirits here?" Young Sam swallowed his saliva and looked at the dark old castle nearby. "Is there one inside?" Angor nodded. "Of course. Apart from the one you saw, all the other undead spirits are inside." Hearing this, little Sam's cheeks turned pale instantly. "Mr. Pat, are you talking about the little guy?" Angor nodded. "Yes, I'm talking about undead creatures. For example, the one at the door." Sam froze and felt a chill on his back. He slowly turned his head back as if he was in slow motion. Then, he saw a long-haired woman floating in front of the door. The long-haired woman raised her face, which was covered by her hair, when Sam looked at her. Her eyes were bulging, and there was a purplish bruise on her face. There was also a blackened tongue hanging out of her mouth. Seeing this, little Sam was so scared that he sat on the ground and kept moving backward. His lips were also trembling. He finally understood why Mr. Pat dragged him back here. It was because the undead spirits were right there. Not just the one at the door. The window over there, the eaves on the right, the chimney on the top floor, the flue on the second floor. Every time Angor spoke, Sam would see a terrifying shadow appearing in the same location as Angor's voice. In just a few seconds, the seemingly empty castle had become extremely lively. Undead spirits everywhere. At least 30 undead spirits showed up in different parts of the castle. Now, all of them were glaring at Angor and Sam, who were standing by the door with vicious eyes. Seeing so many specters all over the ancient castle, little Sam, who had intended to stand up, fell down once again with a plop sound. His feet were like pedals as he tried to move away from the ancient castle. However, Sam stopped after taking a few steps back. He didn't stop on his own accord. Several malicious eyes were staring at him. As a mortal who had never experienced anything extraordinary, Sam realized for the first time that he could feel power from a malicious look. His hands and feet felt like they were shackled, and he could feel a chill running down his spine whenever he moved. Angor's voice reached Sam's ears as his face turned pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Undead creatures have a natural advantage over weak humans," said Angor as he walked over to Sam. "You're not weak, but you're still too young to be affected by the undead creatures." While doing so, he also blocked the undead creature's gaze from looking at Sam. Sam finally felt the suffocating air a little better. However, as soon as Sam took a deep breath, he felt the ground trembling slightly. He lowered his head in confusion and looked at the ground that was slightly damp from the water vapor. He did not know what had happened. Was it an earthquake? As soon as this thought flashed through little Sam's mind, a large number of black threads drilled out of the ground, accompanied by a strong stench that made little Sam want to vomit. The black threads quickly surrounded Sam and Angor like weeds. What are these black threads? Why do they look like hair? Sam exclaimed. Yes, they're hair. But they're not human hair. They're the filth of the dead. Angor had spent a lot of time with undead creatures, so he didn't know much about their tricks. But after listening to Ness' explanation, he was sure that the hair was the product of death aura. However, death aura needed a medium, and the medium was usually an undead creature or a corpse. Angor didn't sense any undead creatures underground, which meant the death aura came from corpses. Such dense hair meant that the number of corpses buried under the ground was not small. What should we do? Young Sam shivered and looked at the hair around him. They interweaved and intertwined like living tentacles, weaving a cage, or perhaps a coffin for them to send them to their deaths. Sam asked, will they chase us if we run away? I don't know if they're chasing us or not. But why did he run away? What should we do? Sam asked subconsciously. Why don't we just kill them? It's rare to find undead creatures. Unfortunately, we don't have enough of them. If we want to fill them up, we'll have to go to Spectre Sea. Undead material? Sea of undead? Little Sam trembled when he heard Angor's words. He didn't know what those words were, but he felt suffocated just by hearing them. As soon as Angor finished speaking, an orange-red flame appeared in front of him. The flame wasn't visible at first, but as soon as it touched Sam's hair, it quickly spread to the rest of the hair as if it was supported by a spring breeze. In a second, the cage made by Sam's hair was gone. All that was left on the ground were the ashes of some inanimate objects, as well as the lingering smoke. As the smoke rose into the air, Sam heard a horrifying howl. He saw the female undead lunging at Mr. Pat, and the howl made him feel dizzy. The female undead creature's shriek was only the beginning. Soon, more shrieks were heard. These were undead shrieks, which were meant to attack one's spirit and soul. Unfortunately, they didn't work on Angor at all. But Sam was still affected. He covered his head and screamed in pain. Angor quickly cast a spirit barrier around the man to help him breathe again. Before the undead creature reached him, Angor pulled the trigger of Prelude to Rebirth. As a semi-mythic item, Prelude to Rebirth was a natural counter to undead creatures. The female undead creature wasn't weak at all. Even a peak-level apprentice wouldn't be able to deal with it easily. However, Prelude to Rebirth didn't give her any chance to escape and turned her into a puff of smoke. Moreover, there were a few other undead behind the female undead. They were also affected and died together. Little Sam, who witnessed this scene, was shocked. He also noticed that when the female undead died, her true face was revealed. That's Mother's maid, Elsa? Angor raised an eyebrow. Oh? So it's a servant of your family. Do you know this person? While dealing with the incoming undead creatures, he also created an illusion of a man in front of him. It was the undead creature who hid inside Queen Rolling's statue. Little Sam looked at the man carefully and saw his mother's face. That's Count Rolling. He's my mother's younger brother. So he's your relative? No wonder it could attach itself to you so easily. You're connected by blood. Angor nodded in realization. That's why. This kind of possession, with blood as the medium, was much simpler than using soul techniques. Do you know the others? Angor pointed at the undead creatures attacking him. These undead creatures still looked scary, but Angor could see some of their features when they were still alive. Little Sam looked carefully and said, some of them used to be servants of my family. But I don't know most of them. For example, Little Sam had never seen the undead creatures Angor was destroying. They're wearing the same clothes as when they were still alive. Lots of tool bags. They must be here to steal from the castle, Angor said. From the looks of it, more than half of the undead here were people who coveted the castle's treasures. They might be thieves, adventurers, or just passers-by. No matter what they were when they were alive, they all turned into ghosts of the castle after they died and began killing visitors one after another. Angor killed 5 or 6 undead creatures within a minute. The rest of the undead creatures floated in the air and glared at Angor with hatred, ready to pounce on him at any time. Angor looked at Little Sam. You want to check the castle, right? You can go now. Little Sam looked at the undead creatures around him and trembled. But, undead, don't worry. they're all here. There are no undead creatures in the castle. If you want to check it out, you can go now. Are there really no undead creatures here? No. Angor shook his head. Angor wasn't lying. He scanned the castle with his spirit feelers and found no undead creatures. However, there were still a lot of corpses around. Still, those corpses were inanimate objects that couldn't move. They would only get scared when they saw them. Seeing how confident Angor was, little Sam hesitated for a moment and rushed toward the gate. He came to the castle with the intention of taking a look inside. Plus, if he stayed outside, he might affect Mr. Pat's performance. After Sam left through the gate, Angor turned his attention to the undead creatures around him. At this moment, all the undead turned their heads in the direction of the ancient castle. Just as I thought, Angor muttered to himself as he watched the strange scene unfold before him. Earlier, the undead creature that possessed little Sam didn't attack Angor right away. Instead, it went deeper into the castle, which didn't seem to be an undead creature. At that time, he wondered if there was something strange in the castle. He scanned the interior of the ancient castle with his mind power, but he didn't find any traces of transcendence in the ancient castle. Now, when he asked little Sam to enter the castle, all the undead creatures were attracted by little Sam. They even gave up on attacking Angor, which proved that there was something wrong with the castle. If there really is a problem, what would it be? He looked at the abandoned castle that stood at the border between darkness and dawn. Suddenly, he felt a sense of mystery surrounding it. While Angor looked at the castle, the undead creatures around him all gave up on attacking Angor. Instead, they all flew toward the castle as fast as they could to chase after little Sam. Seeing this, Angor snapped his fingers and summoned a layer of mist around the castle. Under the cover of the fog, all the undead were unable to charge into the real castle. Once they entered the castle's perimeter, they would be guided to Angor's location. One by one, they all showed up around Angor. Even so, the undead continued to charge towards the castle. They're ignoring me. Angor shrugged. It's a little strange, but it's not a bad thing. At least I don't have to waste so much effort. Angor raised his prelude to rebirth and aimed at the undead creatures that were rushing toward the castle. Several shots later, the mist dispersed. All the undead creatures were purified. In fact, he could use Prelude to Rebirth to turn the undead creature back to normal so that he could use it to ask about the castle. But he decided not to do so. It wasn't worth it to use the special effect on these undead creatures. He didn't enter the castle right away. Instead, he stood still and closed his eyes. Next, he used his spirit feelers to observe little Sam inside the castle. Little Sam was only startled by the pile of corpses in the hall at first, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Also, little Sam seemed to be very familiar with the castle. After taking several shortcuts, he arrived at a room on the 4th floor. Since little Sam was so familiar with this place, it was obvious that he had lived here before. The room little Sam went to was obviously a woman's room. Inside the room, little Sam's emotions fluctuated. When he saw the painting on the wall covered in dust and cobwebs, he almost lost his soul. Standing in front of the oil painting, little Sam brushed off the dust on it and gazed at the people in the oil painting, silently weeping. The woman in the painting looked gentle and kind. She looked very similar to little Sam. Angor assumed that she was little Sam's mother. Little Sam stayed in his mother's room for a long time. He touched his mother's belongings and looked a little lost as if he was trying to remember the past. After a long time, little Sam finally left the room. Little Sam went to several other rooms, but it seemed that he was only there to reminisce. About 15 minutes later, little Sam came downstairs. Angor thought that little Sam would leave the castle, but little Sam didn't. Instead, little Sam went to a corner and activated a hidden mechanism. A small path leading downward appeared on the wall. At the end of the path was a secret underground chamber. Angor found this place when he explored the castle earlier. He carefully inspected the chamber and saw a large number of artworks, such as sculptures, paintings, and musical instruments. Based on Angor's experience, he could tell that they were all masterpieces. Only St. Sem City, the capital of art, would be able to see the works of so many masters in such a wide variety of styles. People here, whether they were commoners or nobles, all loved art. Perhaps little Sam's mother was also an art collector. Each of the artworks here could be sold at a high price outside. Angor thought that little Sam would tell him about the secret chamber if he didn't know about it. On the one hand, these works of art would not be covered by dust, on the other hand, these works of art would allow Sam to live a good life. But now he didn't think that was necessary. Sam obviously knew about this backroom. Additionally, he strongly requested to come to the castle this time for the artwork in the backroom. That painting of a young girl holding a daisy is so beautiful. Old Pat would go crazy over it if he's still here. And that sleeping statue of a goddess. Angor used his spirit power to observe the works of art and couldn't stop praising them. While he was observing the artwork, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Sam didn't go to look at the artwork. Instead, he walked to a corner and did something that made him disappear into the wall. Angor was stunned by what he saw. There was another room behind the wall? Angor quickly used his spirit feelers to check, but he couldn't find anything. There was only a thick layer of soil behind the wall. There was no room. It was as if little Sam just disappeared. Where did he go? Confused, he focused his spirit feelers on the wall again. This time Angor found something strange. It was a pattern drawn by blood. The pattern looked like a combination of many geometric shapes. It's not a rune, and there's no energy ripple. But it looks like runes? He checked the rune carefully and compared it with the information he heard before. He was sure that it was indeed a rune. Now he understood why he couldn't find this place when he scanned the castle with his spirit feelers. This was because the concealment ability of the inscription itself was extremely strong. Runes specially designed for this purpose could even fool the world's consciousness and allow otherworldly beings to sneak into other worlds. Although the inscription was confirmed, a new question arose. Why is there an inscription here? Under the strict control of the supreme cult, there was almost no knowledge of runes in the southern wizarding region. Only a handful of people knew how to use runes. But now, a rune that was rarely seen even in the wizarding world appeared in the world of mortals. Angor was puzzled by this. Maybe the answer was inside the rune. Angor didn't know much about runes, but he knew how to activate the rune and enter the space behind it. However, should he activate it now, the rune appeared in a certain space, which meant there must be something hidden inside. Maybe he could find the answer to his question. Maybe he could even find something valuable inside. But after some consideration, he decided not to activate the rune for now. This used to be Sam's home. Since Sam's mother was no longer here, everything here belonged to him. Besides, if Sam knew about the rune, it meant he could get whatever he wanted if there was something valuable inside. Angor didn't want to fight with a kid for his own fortune. If there was anything he needed, he would exchange it for something of equal value when little Sam came out. If Sam couldn't come out, it meant there was something dangerous behind the rune. It was Sam's choice, and he had to be responsible for it. With that decided, Angor no longer paid attention to the rune. Instead, he quietly admired the artwork in the room. After about a quarter of an hour, Sam Jr. reappeared in the back room. Sam was still wearing the same clothes as when he first came in, a rough gray vest and a pair of ragged trousers. However, there were also some things that were different. For example, Sam's expression was confused and hesitant before he entered, but now it was full of excitement. Also, there was a trace of extraordinary aura on his body. Is that a soul? There's a soul behind the rune? Angor muttered. But it's not a real soul. Angor wasn't a soul manipulator, so he shook his head and waited for Sam to come out. He saw little Sam running towards the gate of the castle after leaving the inscription space. Not long after, little Sam ran to the gate of the castle, panting. He carefully looked around to make sure there were no undead creatures around before he stepped out of the gate and bowed to Angor. Mr. Pat, I saw Queen rolling in the castle. Sam's face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes sparkled. Oh? Angor didn't expect Sam to talk about Queen Rolling, who died a long time ago. Soul? Young Sam shook his head. I don't know if it was the Queen's soul, but I saw her come out of the painting and talk to me. Sam's tea. Yes. I saw the painting in a strange space. It was Queen Rolling, and she talked to me a lot. Little Sam looked very excited. Seeing his ancestor and even talking to him made him forget about the horror of the ghost castle. A strange space. Angor muttered. Yes. It's a strange space that exists on the wall. My mother told me something about it when I was little, but I didn't think much of it back then. When I went to my mother's room, I suddenly remembered the secret, so I tried it, and I really did get in. Angor looked at Sam carefully and saw something strange in Sam's eyes. In his spiritual vision, he could tell that Sam's emotions were real, and so were his words. This was why Angor was a little surprised. He thought Sam would hide the secret about the rune space from him, but he didn't expect Sam to tell him about it. It's your family's secret. Do you think it's appropriate to tell me? Angor asked. It happened many years ago. Queen Rolling didn't ask me to keep it a secret. Why can't I tell you? Sam paused for a second and said sincerely, plus, it was Mr. Pad who saved my life. It was also Mr. Pad who led me to the castle and killed the undead creatures so that I could enter. This is all thanks to Mr. Pad. If I tell Mr. Pad this secret, even if Queen Rolling finds out, she won't scold me. He could feel the sincerity in Sam's words. Angor felt that his previous speculation about Sam was too mundane. What did she tell you? Angor considered. She told me some secrets about the St. Salem family. Young Sam was still immersed in his excitement. She told me some secrets about St. Salem family. Little Sam told Angor about the secret history of his family. Angor listened for a while and realized that the story was mostly about internal conflicts. It was similar to many secret histories of noble families. Angor didn't find anything useful in the story. Young Sam was very observant. Noticing Mr. Pad's furrowed eyebrows, he knew Mr. Pad didn't like to listen to the history of the royal family. After all, Mr. Pad was a supernatural being. To him, fighting for power in a mortal family was nothing more than child's play. Thinking of this, Sam paused and said, Queen Rolling said that the biggest regret in her life was that she didn't know that there was a bigger world outside of the Central Empire until she died. I asked her what that world was, and she told me it was the world of wizards. Mr. Pad, are you a wizard? Yes. Angor nodded. Sam gave Angor an I knew it look and continued, the queen told me that she left something for her descendants who could enter that strange world. It is said that a magus she met before she died gave it to her. Sam took a deep breath and looked at Angor with bright eyes. I want to give it to you as a gift, Mr. What is it? Angor didn't reject the offer, but he didn't accept it either. Sam shook his head. I haven't seen it yet. I came out after Queen Rolling disappeared. Disappeared? Queen Rolling said that time was running out and she was about to disappear. She told me that she left something for me, and she went back into the painting. I called her name, but she didn't answer. Sam lowered his head in frustration. Queen Rolling in the painting? Why did it sound so strange? Angor considered for a moment. Take me there. Sam nodded. Yes, Mr. Pat. Please follow me. Inside the secret chamber filled with artwork, Sam pointed at a wall with an inscription on it. That's the entrance. When I was a child, my mother told me that there was a secret hidden in the pattern. Only when a qualified descendant appears among Saint Sam's descendants and smears it with blood can the secret be revealed. Young Sam said, however, after many generations, there has never been any so-called qualified descendant. Mother isn't a qualified person either. She brought me here as a matter of routine. She wanted me to see if I was qualified or not. Sam suddenly blushed. But I was afraid of the pain, so I smeared Soupy's blood on the pattern when my mother wasn't looking. Soupy is my mother's pet dog. Of course she didn't notice it. I only came here to see if I can find it, and I really did enter the strange space. Does this mean that I'm qualified? Little Sam was a little confused. Mr. Pat, do you know what a qualified descendant is? Angor considered for a moment. It's a special substance in a person's bloodline that has to correspond to a certain code in the inscription. Perhaps this is the so-called qualifier. It is a kind of generation-skipping identification of a specific bloodline. Is that so? Little Sam was confused. He seemed to have understood what Xianxia was talking about, but he also felt that he couldn't understand it. Angor looked at the inscription carefully. he could activate it by using his own power. But since it required a certain bloodline to be qualified, there must be some kind of defense mechanism in the inscription. To avoid any unnecessary problems, Angor asked Sam to do it first. Little Sam didn't care about the qualification anymore. He walked forward, bit his fingertip, and smeared his blood on the inscription. When the blood touched the inscription, a dark red light enveloped Angor and Sam. In the next second, they found themselves in a narrow room. The room wasn't big, and there weren't many things inside. An oil painting of Queen Rolling was hanging in the middle of the room, while a locked suede box was placed below it. There was a row of grooves in the upper right corner of the box, which looked like an isolated pool. However, the pool was already dried up. Other than that, there was nothing else. Little Sam walked to the oil painting and pointed at it. "This is the painting. Queen Rolling came out of the painting and talked to me. But now, she won't answer me no matter how I call her." To prove his point, Sam still stood in front of the painting and called the Queen's name like an idiot. Angor glanced at the painting as well. It was a lifelike half-length portrait of an old woman. The artist must be a master painter. And a top-tier one at that. Most importantly, there seemed to be a kind of magic in the portrait that made people unable to help but be attracted to the lady in it. The woman had gray hair, wrinkles all over her face, but the elegance that came from her bones made her look even more beautiful. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman's beauty. Even Angor felt his heart pounding. It was enough to see the beauty of the woman in the painting, and how skilled the painter was. Angor could tell that the painting was just an ordinary one, but it already had a spirit. However, the spirit had already disappeared. Angor guessed that the spirit used up all its energy to explain its conversation with Sam. A spirit? Isn't it Queen Rolling? Sam was a little confused by Angor's explanation. Maybe the spirit was born because of Queen Rolling. Angor reached out a hand to touch the frame and looked at the bottom right corner of the painting. Then, he saw a name that didn't surprise him. Feng. I knew it. Angor chuckled. He had heard that the famous magic painting sorcerer, Mirafil Feng, had lived in the art city overseas for a period of time. Even the people of the Fey continent had heard of this city. It was Saint Sem City. When Sam mentioned that Queen Rolling came out of the painting, Angor wasn't paying attention to the woman. Instead, he was looking at the painting. He already had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. Now, when he saw the familiar name again, he wasn't surprised at all. What is it? Sam looked at Angor in confusion. Nothing. It doesn't matter whether the spirit in the painting is Queen Rolling or not. You just need to know that it only exists to deliver a message to you, its descendant. Now that the message has been delivered, the spirit will disappear. Now that the spirit was gone, Angor changed the topic. Did Queen Rolling mention the author of the painting when she talked to you? Sam nodded. Yes, the one who drew this painting is the wizard that Queen Rolling met in her later years. It was also because of this adept that Queen Rolling learned of the existence of such a wonderful world of adepts. Oh, right. Little Sam pointed at the suede iron box under the portrait and said, "The thing in this iron box was left to me by Queen Rolling. I heard that the wizard gave it to me as well." Sam lifted the box and handed it to Angor. "This is for you, mister." Angor glanced at the box. It looked ordinary, but there were runes engraved on the lock. Obviously, it required Saint Sam's blood to activate it. Opening the lock required Saint Sam's blood. However, the box wasn't made of any special material. Angor could sense what was inside using his spirit feelers. Angor frowned when he saw what was inside. "Are you sure you want to give it to me?" Angor stared at Sam. Sam nodded. "I'm sure. Like I said, I appreciate everything you've done for me, mister. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the undead creatures outside, and I wouldn't have been able to get this box. Plus, I might not have made it here. I don't have anything to repay you. I don't think you're interested in ordinary art anyway. Therefore, the only thing I can repay you with is the things inside." "You don't even want to see what's inside?" Angor asked again. Sam scratched his head. "I'm afraid I won't give it to you if I see it." Angor looked at Sam for a while and shook his head. I don't want the thing inside. It's useless to me. Little Sam paused for a second and said, Isn't that an item used by wizards? It's useless to you, mister? Angor nodded. Yes, it's useless to me. If you don't believe me, open it and see what's inside. Sam hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded after receiving Angor's hint. He smeared the blood on the box and opened it. When the iron box was opened, the contents were presented to them. There were only 3 items in total. 2 bottles with different designs, and a piece of parchment paper under each of the bottles. Sam hesitated for a moment and took out the transparent bottle first. The bottle had a beautiful curve on it, which made it look like the upper body of an elegant girl. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there were hair-like, colorless lines inside the bottle, which looked like they were drawn by a special engraving pen. The lines were complicated and elegant, giving them a mysterious feeling. The liquid inside the bottle was so thick that it almost looked black. It looked like a dark vortex in the deep space that could suck away one's soul. Such an exquisite bottle was filled with a thick, mud-like liquid? What was that liquid? Angor's voice reached Sam's ears. This bottle is a special kind of bloodline bottle. It's worth at least 100 magic crystals. Bloodline bottle? Magic crystals? Sam looked at Angor with a confused look. Magic crystals are a common currency used by wizards. It's hard to measure their value with ordinary items. If you use force to exchange them, 1 magic crystal is worth at least several hundred gold coins. That's just a comparison. In reality, it's hard to get such a thing. Angor continued, as the name suggests, bloodline bottle is used to store bloodlines. Young Sam was stunned. A bottle worth tens of thousands of gold coins? Did that mean 1 bottle could buy the entire Star Lake Castle? If the bottle was so expensive, the liquid inside must be worth at least 10 times, or even 100 times more. Sam quickly confirmed his speculation with Angor's explanation. The most valuable thing in this box is probably the thing inside the bottle. Bloodline bottles usually store bloodlines that have been purified and can be directly absorbed into the user's body. Such bloodlines are usually worth at least 1,000 magic crystals. Some rare bloodlines can be sold for at least 10,000 magic crystals in auctions. 1,000 magic crystals? Originally, little Sam didn't feel much about the bottle in his hand, but now, he felt his hand trembling. He carefully put the bottle back into the box, afraid that he would bump it. Sam stared at the bloodline bottle for a while and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Let's give it to Mr. Pat. It's too precious. With my current situation, I won't be lucky if I take it. Instead, it will bring me disaster. Even if Sam had enough social status, this bloodline bottle might not be good for him. Once it was exposed, he would be coveted by others. What's more, Sam was now a slave. Angor waved a hand. It's useless to me. Queen Rolling gave it to you. I can feel that the bloodline inside is very compatible with you. It should be a gift that Queen Rolling specially left for her descendant. If it was another bloodline, he would take it away for Sam's sake. However, the aura in this bloodline was very compatible with little Sam. When little Sam held the bloodline bottle, he could feel his bloodline pulsing. It was obvious that this bottle was left by Queen Rolling to her people, and only St. Sam's people could use it. Is this reserved for the qualified? Then, can I use it? Little Sam was confused. It's for the descendants of St. Sam's clan. No one else can use it. But it's a little difficult for you to use it. Normally speaking, bloodline wizards would need to be at least a late-stage beginner apprentice or a level 2 apprentice to absorb a bloodline. Not to mention that Sam was not an apprentice yet. However, since the bottle was reserved for the descendants of St. Sam's clan, it might lower the threshold. Maybe Sam would grow strong enough to absorb the bloodline when he reached adulthood. Hearing this, Sam didn't say anything. Instead, he put the bloodline bottle aside and took out the second bottle. Rather than a bottle, it looked more like a sealed iron kettle. It was just that it was smaller than a kettle and looked like a bottle. It didn't look delicate at all. Little Sam studied the bottle for a while but didn't find anything useful. He didn't dare to open it, so he handed it to Angor and asked, Mr. Pat, do you know what's inside? Angor didn't know what was inside the bottle when he tried to sense it. Now that Sam handed it to him, Angor took a closer look and found a hidden supernatural symbol on the top of the bottle. It was a nightsong flower whose petals were slanting to the right. The symbol was similar to the one he added to his alchemy creations. It was a symbol that represented the creator's identity. This nightsong flower on the right represented a witch named Windsor. Or rather, a witch from the Windsor school. Windsor was an alchemist who specialized in potion concoction. Windsor Witch Concoction, which was named after her, belonged to her school. The Windsor School's most famous concoction was the Windsor Umbrella Concoction. It was a high-tier potion used to treat spirit damage. Every time someone made a concoction, they would go crazy over it. Since there was a Windsor symbol on the top of the bottle, it meant the concoction was from the Windsor School. However, Angor needed to open the bottle to find out. Unlike regular potions, witch concoction wouldn't have much effect even if it was exposed to the air. Without hesitation, he unscrewed the bottle cap. The bottle was specially made to prevent the concoction from going bad over time. Even so, after so many years, the witch's soup had already solidified. Fortunately, the effects had not faded too much, and it could still be consumed after heating. However, the concoction would probably go bad if it was left for another few decades. Angor took a sniff and used Narda's vision to identify the concoction. Now, he knew what the concoction was. I thought the bloodline bottle would be the most expensive one. But now, it seems the bloodline inside this bottle is just as powerful as the bloodline bottle. Angor sighed. Well, I'll give it to you. Angor shook his head and interrupted Sam. It's expensive, but it's still useless to me. This is Windsor's double spiral witch concoction. Its full name was Windsor's double spiral witch concoction. The double helix referred to here was actually the two spiritual power lines on the spiritual power measuring device. Its use was also highlighted from its name. It could increase the height of the two spiral lines on the spiritual power measuring device. In other words, it could increase one's spiritual power limit. It was even better than Potion of Austere Night, which could increase one's spiritual power limit by 3 points. In terms of value, it was as good as the purified bloodline. Angor looked at the bloodline bottle and the Windsor's double spiral witch concoction. He already knew what Queen Rolling wanted. It seemed that Queen Rolling was planning to raise a qualified descendant of her family into a real wizard. Not only did it increase his spiritual power, but it was also a compatible bloodline. That was enough to explain everything. Angor was worried that Sam wouldn't be able to use the bloodline in the bloodline bottle. But if Sam could become a talent, he would be able to use it sooner or later. Windsor's double spiral witch concoction. What does it mean? Sam was confused. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the parchment under the two bottles. Why don't you take a look at the parchment? You should know what you're looking for. Sam nodded and took out the parchment from the bottom of the box. The edges of the parchment were covered with wrinkles, but the words on it were still intact. Sam was a slave, but he was educated by nobles since he was young. Of course, he could read. He picked up the parchment and began reading from the beginning. Angor also checked the parchment with his spirit feelers. Angor sighed after reading the whole thing. The parchment was written by Queen Rolling herself. It described something that happened to Queen Rolling after she met Wizard Painter in her later years. Rolling didn't mention how she met Wizard Painter. She only mentioned that they shared the same soul in art and became best friends. Angor believed that this was how artists could relate to each other. Rolling learned about the supernatural world from Wizard Painter. She was an ambitious woman who yearned for it. However, Rolling was already old at that time, and her spirit didn't reach the required level. Forcing herself to cultivate would be a waste of time. Therefore, Rolling placed her hope on her descendant. If her descendant could become a supernatural, she might be able to protect her family forever. Maybe her family could even become a wizard clan. Rolling told Wizard Painter about her idea, and with Wizard Painter's help, she left the bloodline bottle and witch concoction to Angor. Angor's guess was mostly correct. However, Angor did not understand some of the details. For example, Angor thought that Fong found the bloodline bottle for Rolling, but that wasn't the case. Rolling clearly wrote down something on the parchment. Mr. Fong told me that my spirit isn't strong enough to become a supernatural, but I have a special talent called near spirit form. Unfortunately, my bloodline isn't strong enough, so I never used it in my life. However, Mr. Feng also told me that it's a talent that can be passed down through the bloodline. In the future, you will be the one who reads this letter. You will also have such a talent, because only those who are qualified can enter this inscription space. Your talent hasn't shown up yet either. But if you use the bloodline bottle you extracted from me, it should be strong enough to show up your talent. As it turned out, the so-called qualified people were the descendants of the Saint Sem family who possessed the talent of spirit body. The bloodline bottle wasn't specifically found by Feng. Instead, it was extracted from Queen Rolling's body. No wonder Angor felt that the blood inside the bottle was a perfect match for Sam's blood. It turned out that they were of the same origin. Now it seemed that the bottle was even more useless to Angor. Only young Sam could use it. Little Sam had also finished reading the parchment, but he was still a little confused. Queen Rolling had extracted her own bloodline to help her descendants become wizards. She had even prepared a witch's soup that could increase the power of the will of her descendants. The parchment also recorded how to travel to Fey Continent and how to find a supernatural organization. Queen Rolling had clearly arranged for little Sam's life. Young Sam looked at Angor in confusion. Mr. Pat, Queen Rolling left this to me. What should I do? Do you want to become a wizard? Angor looked at Sam. Young Sam nodded without hesitation. Yes, I do. Then why are you still hesitating? But Queen Rolling wants me to become a wizard and protect the Saint Sem family, young Sam said. But I'm only a slave now. As Sam spoke, he lowered his head with a trace of hatred and grief in his eyes. He was proud that he was born in Saint Sam family, but he also hated the Silver Heron family who took over Saint Sam City. The Silver Heron family was also a descendant of Saint Sam family. They used to be a branch family, but now they were the main family. Young Sam used to be the main family, but now he was the only one left, and he was a slave. And it was the Silver Heron family that caused this. If he really became a wizard, would he have to protect the Silver Heron family who destroyed his family? Angor didn't know the details of Saint Sam family, but he quickly understood what was going on. Protecting the family doesn't mean you have to be responsible for every member of the family, Angor said. As long as you're alive, or your children can carry on their bloodline, you'll still protect Saint Sam family. After all, you're a member of the family. Young Sam was still hesitating when he heard Angor's words. Angor's words made sense. As long as he was alive, Saint Sam family would continue to exist. He was a member of the family. He didn't have to protect the Silver Heron family. But what if I destroy the Silver Heron family in the future? Don't think too far ahead. There are supernaturals in the Silver Heron royal family. Angor patted Sam's shoulder and signaled him to focus on the present instead of thinking about the future. Do you have a choice now? Young Sam didn't hesitate this time. I want to become a wizard. He still wanted to repay Mr. Pat. However, he didn't have to give Mr. Pat something that was useless to him. If he became a wizard in the future, he would have a better way to repay Mr. Pat's kindness. Angor looked at young Sam's determined expression. Don't think you can become a talent just because you drank the witch's soup. Talents need 10 points of spiritual power, while mortals usually have between 1 and 9 points. If you can't reach 7 points, you won't become a talent even if you drink the witch's soup. Young Sam didn't expect this. He was full of confidence, but now he felt uneasy again. Then my spiritual power is, you need to test it. Inside the shell, the kingdom of Saint Elsa. A group of girls wearing the uniform of the Lutheran Church was strolling under the sun, laughing and talking about the recent news of the saint selection. Right, I heard that His Holiness attaches great importance to this saint selection and will be there in person. That's not surprising. His Holiness also came to the previous saint selection. After all, this is an event to choose the saintess. But in the past, His Holiness only appeared at the end. This is the first time he appeared at the beginning of the saint selection. Indeed, His Holiness has always been busy. Last month, I heard that His Holiness received an oracle to go to the Yidia mining area to prevent the disaster from happening. Yesterday, I learned from the church's newspaper that His Holiness is preparing to lead a team to the heretical machinery nation to spread the gospel. Only under the leadership of such a gentle His Holiness can the church prosper. I'm already looking forward to the saint selection. While the saintess candidates were chattering, a blonde girl carrying painting tools on her back suddenly stopped. Sister Feng, what's wrong? The girl holding the blonde girl's hand asked in confusion. The blonde girl called Sister Feng smiled. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that I have a few paints that are especially suitable for mixing Holy Star Blue, but I didn't bring them out. I'll go back and get them now. The girl looked at the other saintess candidates and then at Sister Feng. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. All right, we'll wait for you at the supervisor church. Today, they had gathered together to let Sister Feng draw the most beautiful holy painting. When the time came, they would present it to the bishop. Therefore, they hoped to get the best, even if it was just paint details. Painter Feng nodded. Okay, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Painter Feng carried her painting tools that were about half the size of her body and turned to walk toward the street where she lived. However, what the girls didn't know was that although she was walking toward her residence, she suddenly disappeared after a street. She turned into a gust of wind and instantly arrived at a lake in the suburbs. When she saw an island in the middle of the lake, Painter Feng's eyes lit up and she flew to the island. After arriving at the island, Painter Feng shook her head and sighed. After coming to the Lutheran church, the feeling of being investigated has become more and more intense. I don't even have time to relax. Fortunately, that suspected mysterious item can't bypass water. Only when she was surrounded by water did she feel relaxed. After heaving a sigh of relief on the island in the middle of the lake, she gently waved her hand, and an oil painting hidden in the depths of space appeared in front of her. The painting was a bust of a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. Not only from her appearance, but even from the surface of the paper, one could feel that her bones and her inner qualities were flawless. Even though this painting was drawn by him, Painter Feng still felt his heart palpitate every time he saw it. After admiring the painting for a while, Painter Feng stretched out his hand and touched the painting. Strangely enough, her fingers did not touch the paper. Instead, they reached into the painting and set off ripples in the air. After a while, a lazy and hoarse voice came from the painting. My dear Feng, do you know what you are doing? You're ruining my art. You're disturbing my painting. Even if you are my best friend, you still have to pay the price for your recklessness. After a moment of silence, Feng said embarrassedly, I'm very sorry. I was in a hurry to tell you some news and did not notice that my dear Ms. Rowling was painting. I'll pay the price for my mistake. A box of color of star paints? 2 boxes. Feng was silent for a moment and nodded his head reluctantly. All right, 2 boxes. But when Ms. Rowling is done with her painting, I hope to see your painting. Of course. After all, you are the most famous painter in the general dimension, Mirafiel Feng. As soon as she finished speaking, the lady in the painting seemed to come alive and walked out of the painting. She stood still and looked at the surrounding environment. The forest, the lake, and the faintly discernible ancient city wall in the distance. I remember that a year ago, you were still in the heart country in the inner world of the shell because of that mysterious item. This is obviously not the heart country. The elegant Ms. Rowling said and turned around to look at her best friend Feng. Eh? When Ms. Rowling saw Feng, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she burst out laughing. I never thought that the famous magic painter would have a hobby of cross-dressing. Rowling covered her mouth and chuckled. I have no choice. This is the Lutheran Church of the Kingdom of St. Elsa. Only females are allowed to enter. I'm also here for a mysterious item. Feng sighed helplessly. I have no choice. Rowling raised her eyebrows. I can feel that you don't reject it at all. It seems that you have benefited a lot from this image. Feng coughed twice. No. Rowling did not believe him. As the former queen of the Central Empire, even if she had become a spirit now, her ability to judge people had not deteriorated. Feng must have done some shady business by cross-dressing. Feng felt a chill down his spine when he saw Rowling's gaze. To prevent her from looking at him weirdly, he quickly changed the topic. I called you out this time because my spiritual sense told me that the inscription space I left in the Star Lake Castle was activated. Rolling's expression froze. After a while, she lowered her head and sighed. Star Lake Castle. Such a distant yet familiar name. After sighing, Rolling looked at Feng. If the inscription space is activated, does it mean that my descendant has entered it? Feng nodded. That's right. The wisp of spirituality you left behind was also activated. If that's the case, that person should also have a near-spiritual body. Rolling's eyes were filled with emotions. That's my descendant. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I really hope to see him soon. Feng said, if you want to see him, he must at least become a gifted person. Rolling said, didn't you leave the witch's soup to increase spiritual power? If he can't walk on the path of transcendence after drinking the witch's soup, then he has no right to see me. After Rolling finished speaking, half of her body went back into the painting. You don't have to care about my descendant anymore. Unless he really comes looking for me one day. Then, call me. After that, Rolling disappeared into the painting. Feng shrugged and muttered, you were the one who told me to tell you if there's any news about the inscription space. Now, you don't seem to care. I haven't returned to the painting yet. Rolling's voice came from the girl in the painting. Feng quickly shut his mouth. After confirming that Rolling had returned to the painting, Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He stopped talking about the space of inscriptions and looked at the horizon with some emotions in his eyes. Speaking of the space of inscriptions, it reminds me of the old earth not far from the land of revelation. Should I retrieve the thing I left there? Renekton has been wanting it for a long time. Forget it. It's the fate of the Book of Kale. However, the key is in Odorclass's hands, and the item is placed there. The entrance is also a secret door. Can someone really get the key and find the location? Feng was in disbelief. However, the Book of Kale was a top-level mystery item, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Whatever. If someone really does find the thing and can use it, it'll shine brightly. I'll meet you one day. With that, Feng brushed his blonde hair behind his ears. Time to go back. Meanwhile, Gondola left Star Lake Castle and set off again. Why don't you stay? Angor looked at Sam. Star Lake Castle is a good place for you to stay. The castle is great, but I don't see any hope here. Sam glanced at Angor. Then, he stole a second glance, and a third. In the end, Sam wasn't looking at Angor anymore. Instead, he was staring at Angor with an expression that said, I have something to say. Ask me. Ask me. Angor remained silent for a moment and decided to do as Sam asked. What do you want to say? Sam's eyes lit up. Mr. Pat, Queen Rolling told me that there are several designated locations on Fake Continent where I can wait for a supernatural who has accepted a guidance quest. They'll take me to a wizard organization. Is that true? That's right. Angor briefly explained the importance of guidance quests for wizard organizations. At the same time, it also showed that some magus organizations would not use peaceful methods to guide people with talents. If they were to meet a dark magus, they would have to admit defeat in a 9-cabin deathmatch. Then, can I join Mr. Pat's wizard organization? Little Sam asked. Where do I go to find Mr. Pat's guide? Angor looked at Sam's hopeful eyes. I don't know. I didn't accept any guidance quests. But I can ask around for you. That's great. Sam couldn't hide his excitement. Angor didn't say anything else and just let Sam enjoy himself. Actually, Angor already had the idea of guiding Sam into Brute Cavern. He didn't give Sam a promise yet because he hadn't measured Sam's spirit yet. If Sam wasn't strong enough after drinking the witch's soup, Angor wouldn't recommend him. Soon, Gondola left the mountain range and headed toward Freighting Town, which was right next to St. Sem City. Angor said he was going to St. Sem City because it was the benchmark of the Central Empire. In fact, he was going to meet Freud at the orphanage in Freighting Town. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at Freighting Town. He cast an illusion to hide his gondola's tracks and landed in a small alley. Soon, Angor and Little Sam came out of the alley. Once again, Angor was amazed by the artistic atmosphere of Freighting Town. Even though it was still early in the morning, he could still see the artists who had woken up in the morning, painting the morning sun by the riverbank. There were also people practicing their voices on the roof, and they could hear the beautiful reveille. There were also people who had enjoyed the music festival all night, and they walked past them with satisfied smiles. This place was filled with artistic atmosphere all the time. And this was only a small town close to St. Sem City. Angkor could feel the beauty of this place even more when he arrived at the city. Standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at this strange yet familiar scene, Sam felt an indescribable sense of homesickness. "Let's go." Angkor put a hand on Sam's shoulder. Sam nodded and followed Angkor into the town under the morning light. "Where are we going now, Mr. Pat?" Sam followed behind Angkor and asked in confusion. "I'm taking you to dinner." Since Angkor was going to test Sam's talent, Angkor had to make sure that Sam's body was in its best condition. Otherwise, little Sam wouldn't be able to bear the physical feedback caused by the use of his spiritual power. Even though the value might not be wrong, little Sam wouldn't be able to bear it. After dinner, Angkor took Sam to Tyson Alley. Tyson Alley was still as gloomy as before. Walking through it, Sam felt as if he had returned to the place where he encountered the undead creatures. At the end of the alley was a rundown dream orphanage whose prefix was missing. "This is it. You can call it Sweet Dream Orphanage or Nightmare Orphanage." Together with Sam, they went through the death by dawn illusion and arrived at the ruined orphanage. They saw Freud, who was already waiting for them. Freud's body was so solid that Angkor couldn't see his soul at all. At first, Sam thought he was a human being. But when Freud walked through the wall without any resistance, Sam realized something was wrong. "Who is he, sir?" Freud looked at Angkor and asked curiously. "I met him on my way here. He has a special talent." Angkor didn't want to tell Freud that he was lost. "He didn't sleep last night. Take him to his room and I'll tell you later." "Come with me." Freud nodded and looked at Sam with a kind of intimacy that Freud himself didn't even realize he was looking at him. After Freud and Sam left, Angkor closed his eyes and went to the dream wasteland. He entered the dream wasteland from the top floor of the treehouse bar. He found a random spot and logged into the Mother Tree's network using a transparent tablet. Soon, he found the message left for him in the tree bar. "My dear brother, I can't go back to the old earth with you, but my heart goes out to you. This is the first time I'm using the tree bar. I wonder if you can receive my message. Freud will tell you if you can't. By the way, I saw a guide to perfume in the tree bar. The author is Miss Leona. Is she the witch I'm thinking about? If so, does this mean the dream wasteland is being opened to a small group?" This was a message from his brother, Leon. Angkor considered for a moment and told Leon that the dream wasteland was being opened to a small group of people during the tea party. Since Leon wasn't in the dream wasteland, he wouldn't get a reply anytime soon, so he stood up and headed for the door. Angkor walked down from the top floor and soon arrived at the main hall on the first floor. Compared to the quiet top floor, this place was much more lively. Many residents who had free time would come here for a few drinks and chit-chat. He looked around for a while and finally saw a corner. Even before he arrived, he could already hear the sounds of giggling. Two beautiful ladies were holding a glass of freshly brewed wine in one hand while covering their giggles with a feather fan in the other. Their eyes were fixed on a gray-haired old man standing between them. The old man became even more excited when he heard the ladies' giggles. He continued to tell his stories and stories, which only made the ladies laugh even more shyly. In Angkor's opinion, the old man was just trying to trick two innocent young ladies. However, these two little girls were obviously experienced people. Their eyes were full of shrewdness. Even so, they still giggled at the old man's teasing. Angkor could tell that the old man was quite experienced despite his obscene appearance. Angkor was planning to wait for the old man to finish his story. However, the old man was like a tireless storyteller who kept telling his stories one after another. Angkor considered and decided not to wait. He walked to the old man and knocked on the table. "Mr. Ness." Angkor nodded at him. The gray-haired old man was Sunder's best friend, soul manipulator Ness Byron. "Ladies, I have something to ask Mr. Ness. May I have some time to spare?" Angkor looked at the two ladies. Angkor's identity was not publicly announced in Foundation City, but it was never forbidden to talk about him in private. The two ladies already had an idea when they saw Angkor's face. they nodded without hesitation. Of course. After saying that, they walked to another table hand in hand. Angor sat down beside Ness and blinked. Wizard Ness, I see you've been doing well? I'm doing fine. Ness gave him a polite smile. His answer was polite, but Angor could see a hint of pride in Ness' eyes. It was as if he was saying, keep asking, and I'll tell you more. It seemed that the topic that Ness wanted to talk about in depth was definitely not some exploration or research. I'm here because I have a small question to ask you, Wizard Ness. Ness looked up at Angor and signaled him to continue. Wizard Ness, have you ever heard of a talent called Near Spirit Body? The main reason he came to the Dream Wasteland this time was to ask Ness about the so-called Near Spirit Constitution. He had never heard of such a talent before. Since the talent was called Spirit Proximity, he thought it might have something to do with souls. So he quickly went to Soul Manipulator Ness. Close spiritual body? Ness's expression froze. His relaxed expression turned serious. Why are you suddenly asking this question? It's just that I heard about the Near Spirit Body by chance, so I'm a little curious. Mr. Tree Spirit already told me that you left Brute Cavern, but I'm not sure if you're still alive or not. You didn't run into a Near Spirit Body, did you? Angor grinned. Yes, I did. But the Near Spirit Body is invisible. You really did? Ness was surprised. Invisible. I think it's because the bloodline density is not high enough. Too bad. If the Near Spirit Body showed up, it'd be a great talent. Why do you say so? Near Spirit Body is a very special soul talent. A soul with this talent is born to be the master of souls. As Ness explained, Angor had a better idea of what Near Spirit Body was. Just as he had guessed before, the spirit body was really related to the soul. A person with this talent would be able to get close to all kinds of souls and influence them to a certain extent. It didn't sound like a big deal, but it actually contained a lot of power. First of all, a near spirit body would naturally gather a large number of souls around it. These souls were naturally close to each other. Even without a contract, they would gradually become the best helpers for the spirit body. Next, a near spirit body would become the purest source of souls when it started soul training. It would continuously provide energy to the soul and make it stronger. It could even attract or nurture special souls. Lastly, when a near spirit body reached a certain level, the near spirit body would even be able to control undead souls whose minds were already in chaos. This talent was one of the best among all soul manipulators. It's a great talent, but most people can only benefit from it after they start training. If you don't become a wizard, the talent will easily backfire on you. Why would it backfire? Angor was confused. If you read The Undead, written by Isabel, the Lord of Twilight and Dark Castle, you'll know what I'm talking about. The book clearly explains why near spirit bodies are so rare. It's not because they're rare. It's because once they awaken their talent, 90% of them will die. They don't die because they awaken their talent. Instead, they die because they're affected by the spirit body. The biggest cause of death is undead attacks. The near spirit body not only attracted souls, but also attracted a large number of undead souls. If a near spirit body cultivator went through cultivation, he or she could influence undead souls to a certain extent, or even control them. But if a mortal awakened his or her talent without a proper cultivation method, he or she would be hunted down by a large number of undead souls. A near spirit body attracts a large number of undead souls. Angor couldn't help but recall what happened at Star Lake Castle. There were more than 30 undead souls surrounding the castle. Back then, he wondered why there were so many undead creatures in the area. Star Lake Castle was located on a land filled with death aura, which attracted many undead souls. However, Star Lake Castle used to be the summer home of St. Sam's clan, and it never attracted any undead souls. This meant that the land was never contaminated by death aura. In other words, the current Star Lake Castle was probably filled with death aura brought by undead souls, not natural death aura. So why did so many undead souls gather at Star Lake Castle? Now, he knew the answer. Inside the rune space, there was the near spirit body bloodline extracted from Queen Rolling. The rune space seemed to be isolated from the real world, but it wasn't completely separated from the real world. After so many years, the aura of the rune space had begun to seep out, which attracted the undead souls. Ugh. I thought you met a near-spirit body, but it's not strong enough, Ness sighed. However, this is beneficial for that person. A hidden near-spirit body won't attract undead creatures. You sound disappointed, Wizard Ness? Ness nodded. Of course. A near-spirit body. As a soul wizard, if I can take in a student like this, I can just sit back and wait for a special soul to appear in the future. I don't have to work so hard. When he was done, Angor spoke slowly. The kid I met didn't have a near-spirit form, but it's a hidden one. But at the same time, I also found a bottle of pure blood extracted from a near-spirit body talent. Under Ness's surprised gaze, Angor continued, also, the blood came from the same source as the kid, so they are very compatible. When Ness heard this, he stood up abruptly and said excitedly, Are you telling the truth? Yes. Angor nodded. Next, Angor briefly told Ness what happened after he met Sam. This story is really full of ups and downs. Ness grinned. Since Sam wants to join Brute Cavern as well, why don't you bring him back and let me have a look? Angor didn't refuse. He already planned to introduce Sam to Brute Cavern anyway, and Ness was the only one who could provide him with the best guidance. I'll check his spirit level first, said Angor. Let me see. If it's above 7, I'll bring him back with me when I return to Brute Cavern. Ness nodded. He could no longer control his expression, and joy could be seen in the corners of his eyes. If he could take in a near-spirit body talent as his student, he would gain something completely different from his other students. His other students wouldn't help him much. For example, if Hook Dick was killed, Ness wouldn't feel bad because it didn't have much to do with him. However, if he could take in Sam as his student, he would gain as much as a small soul sorcerer's garden. If he was lucky enough to find a special soul in the future, he might be able to achieve great things. Of course, Ness was happy about it. Of course, the future was still uncertain, so Ness managed to hold back his excitement. Speaking of which, you've been a wizard for a while now. When are you going to take in a student? Angor didn't answer. Ness said, Didn't Maya see on the day of stargazing that the guides will return in the future with many talents? You should keep an eye out for them. Angor nodded. We'll talk about that later. Ness saw that Angor didn't want to talk about it, so he changed the topic. You're in luck this time. You found a painting left behind by a magic painter. Even if it's just an ordinary oil painting, it'll be very popular at the auction. Angor chuckled. Maybe I'll find something left behind by a magic painter in a few days. Huh? Ness didn't understand. Angor didn't explain. Thank you for your help, Wizard Ness. I have something else to do, so I'll be going back now. After saying goodbye to Ness, Angor returned to the real world. Freud also came in from outside. Mr. Ness, I've taken care of young Sam. He's in one of the bedrooms on the lower level. Freud bowed to Angor. Did you accept a guide mission this time, Mr. Ness? Why do you think so? Freud looked a little embarrassed. I thought young Sam was a talent you found, Mr. Ness. He's not a talent yet, but I can't say for sure in the future. Angor didn't hide anything from Freud. Freud sighed with emotion. But after a while, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed with a trace of absent-mindedness. By the way, I'll give you a scroll about soul tricks. As a matter of fact, he only created an illusion that contained the content of the soul trick training method. The knowledge of soul trick was obtained from the cloud library, but it was still in the library, so he could only use illusion to create a virtual leather scroll. Speaking of which, I was going to use the dream whelp to drag all the books in the cloud library into the dream wasteland. But I was stopped. Angor sighed. If he did that, he would have a portable library. Unfortunately, both Sir Tree Spirit and Sir Rhine rejected his suggestion. The owner of the library was the Elder of Books. Without the Elder of Books' permission, Freud couldn't even use the soul trick scroll, let alone drag the entire library into the dream wasteland. This was one of the reasons why Angor traveled so far to bring the scroll to Freud, instead of letting him study it online. Freud took the scroll and began to read it. After a while, Freud finally put down the scroll with satisfaction. The soul tricks in the scroll made him realize that the system of the soul world was also very strict. He now understood why soul manipulators always said that death was the beginning of everything. So, when do you plan to start? Freud considered. I already know a thing or two about souls, so I should be able to start in a few days. But Alda and Sunny might need more time to understand. All right. Let me know when you're ready. Angor gestured. For Freud to leave. Freud nodded. When he was about to leave, he hesitated for a second and said, Mr. Ness, I just remembered something. What is it? When you talked about near-spirit form, I felt something familiar about it. Later, when I thought about it, I realized that I had read about the near-spirit body in one of Finewerder's travels. The author of Strange Worlds, Finewerder? Freud nodded. Yes. Finewerder loved to write travel books. He would record all the strange things he experienced in his travels. The travel book I read didn't mention anything about near-spirit form, but it did mention something. According to Finewerder, most of the people he killed turned into undead creatures. Angor was surprised. You're saying that those killed by spirit body have a higher chance of becoming undead? Freud nodded. Mr. Ness, you said Sam killed a farmer and ran away. Do you think the farmer became undead as well? I don't think so. Sam's near-spirit form talent is hidden at the moment. Queen Rolling also had this talent. She must have killed a lot of people as a queen. If she really became an undead creature, she would have done it long ago. I don't think the farmer will turn into an undead creature, but we still need to pay attention to the fact that he's working with the nobles to sacrifice people. Silver Yin Principality is a vassal state of the Central Empire. Send a message to Nea of Silver Heron and tell her to go check it out. As the sun set in the west, the golden dusk covered the entire freighting town. After dinner, the residents who were singing and dancing seemed to have heard the new songs of dusk, and their dance steps seemed to have been reborn. The poets in the town square strummed their harps, using elegant tones to recite poems about the sunset. The painters by the riverside also sped up their time, recording this beautiful moment. In many places, dusk was regarded as the key to opening the darkness, but in Freighting Town, it was a treasure praised by all. However, no matter how splendid the treasure was, there were some places that could not be illuminated. The orphanage deep in Tisson Alley was such a case. In a dark room, little Sam opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. He pushed open the window and looked at the sky outside. It was dark, and only the shadows of the buildings in the distance were a little bright. He could peek at the dusk in the crevices. The orphanage was always shrouded in gloominess, as if it was isolated from the outside world. If ordinary people came here, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Even the bold ones would not like such a place. But little Sam felt the cold and gloomy world around him, and he felt inexplicably peaceful. Compared with the past few years of hard work and boredom on the farm, he felt relaxed here for the first time. Perhaps because of this mood, he did not hate or fear the orphanage. Sitting in front of the window for a while, little Sam thought about all kinds of things in his mind, including the past, the present, and the future. Until he heard a knock on the door, he came back to his senses. Are you Sam's brother? After the door was opened, a cute little boy came in. But little Sam had heard from Mr. Tisson that there were only undead in the orphanage, and this little boy should be one of them. Alda? Alda's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand high. Yes, I'm Alda. Little Sam looked at Alda's shining eyes, and subconsciously rubbed his head. But after rubbing his head, he was stunned. Was he overstepping his boundaries? Also, he should be afraid of undead, but why was he not afraid of Alda at all? While little Sam was hesitating, Alda was very happy. He inexplicably liked this little brother, and did not reject him at all. What can I do for you? Sam coughed twice and took back his hands, which he didn't know where to put. Mr. Pad sent me here. Mr. Pad said that Sam is awake and wants you to go see him, Alda said. All right, lead the way. Young Sam nodded without hesitation. Sam kept asking about the orphanage and Mr. Pad along the way. Maybe it was because Alda was very gentle and easy to talk to. Alda didn't say much about Mr. Pad, but he didn't hide anything about the orphanage. Little Sam also knew that the reason why the orphanage was gloomy in the daytime was because of the illusions. The illusions here were for the trial of talents. Also, the other undead named Sunny didn't show up because she had been emotionally unstable recently. Before Sam could ask about Sunny and Mr. Thiessen, they had already arrived at Mr. Pat's room. I will wait for Elder Brother Sam outside. I will take Elder Brother Sam out for dinner. Alda waved his hand towards little Sam before hiding in the dark. Young Sam took a deep breath and knocked on the wooden door. Did Alda tell you why I asked you to come here? Sam heard Angwar's question as they sat in front of the dim oil lamp. Yes? Sam asked. To test my spirit power. Sam nodded. Yup. After eating and sleeping, your spirit power should be fully recovered. This is the best time to test your spirit power. With that, Angwar tapped a finger on the air and created a small game illusion in front of Sam. It was a simple game inside the hologram tablet. Through the game, Sam's mind became more active, and so did his spirit power. Next, Angwar handed the spirit gauge to Sam. Don't look at anything else. It'll affect your spirit. Angwar stopped Sam from looking at the scale. Don't look at anything else. It'll affect your spirit. The correct way to use the gauge is to start from the 0 mark at the bottom and slowly look up along with the golden line inside. The number you can see will determine your spirit power level. With that, Angwar signaled Sam to start the test. Little Sam solemnly picked up the scale and focused his eyes on the 0 scale. As he focused his attention, the golden lines on the scale began to move like snakes. They began to slowly move upwards. When Angwar used the gauge to test his spirit power level, he only felt a little dizzy when it reached the 7th mark. When it reached the 10th mark, the golden line split into 2 and formed a double spiral. Angwar only felt a sharp pain in his head when he reached the 10th mark. But when it reached the 4th mark, Sam's forehead began to sweat. When the golden line finally reached the 5th mark, his veins began to bulge. When Sam felt that his veins were about to explode, the golden line increased a little more. However, this time, it was beyond little Sam's tolerance limit. Little Sam's vision turned black, and he fainted. Angwar took the gauge from Sam's hand. The golden line stopped at the 7th mark. A bowl of witch's soup can make his spirit power level reach 10, which is the lower limit for a talent. Angwar frowned. 10? Did he calculate it correctly? As expected of Feng's work. Back in the Abyss Plane, Angwar felt that Feng had already calculated everything. Angwar, Fafnir, Oderklas, and himself were all part of Feng's plan. Angwar wasn't surprised when the gauge reached the 7th mark. Unbeknownst to him, a painter called Sister Feng was sneezing inside Angwar's shell. She rubbed her nose and said, "Who's talking about me? It's probably rolling." She said she didn't care, but she cared a lot. It's related to her race. Sigh. I wonder if a witch's soup that adds 3 points of spirit power can make a talent. I'm just a poor painter, and I don't have much money left. What he did not know was that this was really just a coincidence. He put the scale meter aside, his eyes flashing with a dim light. If Wizard Magic Painter could predict Sam's power of the will, he should have predicted that Sam would go to the tidal realm as well. Even if she did, Angwar still had to go to the tidal realm to find a suitable elemental life form. As expected of a legendary wizard, so powerful. While he sighed, Sam slowly regained his consciousness. Little Sam let out a sigh of relief when he learned that his spiritual power was 7. He was at the bottom of the list, but at least he was now a talent and had a chance to enter the supernatural world. Go back and reheat the witch's soup. You can drink it when it's completely melted, Angwar said. Have a good night's sleep after that. Come back tomorrow and I'll test your talent. Angwar already knew that Sam had the talent of near spirit form, but he still needed to find out more about the boy's future. Sam nodded and left the room. After Sam left, Angwar began to meditate. No matter where he went, he wouldn't relax until he fully digested all the knowledge he learned. Time passed quickly. After a night, little Sam stood in front of him again, full of energy. I drank the witch's soup last night, Mr. Pat. Sam hesitated and asked, is my spirit power level 10 yet? Angwar already sensed Sam's spirit power when he entered the room, which only happened when someone's spirit power level was above 10. Congratulations. You're now a talent. But this only gives you a chance to pursue the truth. It's not certain whether you'll become a supernatural in the future. He didn't say anything too encouraging or discouraging since he would leave it for Sam's teacher to tell him later. You're a talent now, but I still need to confirm your talent. Angor snapped his fingers, and some visible changes happened in the room. The door was opened, and the wind blew in. The extinguished oil lamp was reignited. An empty glass was filled with water. A flower pot filled with soil appeared on the table. When everything was ready, Angor took out the talent orb and the hourglass. The hourglass will count down to 1 minute. Pay attention to your surroundings during this time. Angor put the orb in front of Sam. Sam nodded and solemnly put his hand on the talent sphere. At the same time, the gift ball started to radiate a bright light. In the halo, Sam saw a face outside the window. The hourglass flipped over, and the 1-minute countdown ended. Angor glanced at Sam and saw the boy's pupils shrinking. The boy was still immersed in something. Angor didn't pay much attention to him. He put away the orb and waited for Sam to come back to his senses. What did you see? Angor asked when Sam's eyes regained their light. Sam's face turned pale. He gulped and said, I saw a human face by the window. I think I know her. She's my mother's sister, Lady Xianxia. She died of illness when I was young. There's only one painting left in Star Lake Castle. She looked exactly like the one in the painting. That's why I recognized her. So Sam was a soul manipulator. Undead? So Sam was a soul manipulator. But Lady Xianxia is different from the painting. She only has her head. I think I saw her body outside the window. It looks like a spider. A special soul? Angor was surprised. So Sam was suitable to cultivate special souls in the future? This was in line with Ness's expectations of him. Anything else? Sam hesitated. I think I heard her voice. She's calling me to find her. She's over there. Sam turned around and pointed to the south. Angor's eyes went through the wall and looked to the south. Across the grassland and forests, he saw a mountain range. That's where we came from? Sam nodded. Yes. My mother told me that Lady Xianxia died of illness in Star Lake Castle. I wonder if Lady Sheila's soul is still near the Star Lake Castle. She's telling me to find her. Angor considered and shook his head. Don't overthink it. It's just a talent test to determine your actual talent. Besides, I've checked Star Lake Castle. There's no soul with a human head and a spider body. I don't see any undead or undead souls. Sam was a little hesitant, but he still believed Angor's words. You're a soul manipulator. Your teacher will tell you more about it in the future. Angor patted Sam's shoulder. You can go now. Alda is waiting for you outside. Young Sam nodded to Angor and left the room. Angor, on the other hand, looked out of the window and fell into deep thoughts. He closed his eyes and went to the dream wasteland. When they found Ness, he was on an airship heading to the new city. Wizard Ness, are you going to help? Ness nodded and sighed. Leona asked me to help. I really don't want to, so you're here because you've finished testing Sam's talent? Yes. His spiritual power level is just 7 points. After drinking the witch's soup, he's a talent now. After briefly explaining Sam's situation, he began to talk about what Sam saw and heard during the talent test. Is the call he heard real? It's the first time I heard of such a thing, Ness muttered. However, the innate sphere pulls the test taker into a spiritual world. Everything they hear, see, and think is real in that world. Maybe that Mrs. Sheila is really calling out to him. A human head and a spider body is one of the most common types of souls in Soul Diary. But they're usually undead souls. So you're saying that Lady Xianxia's calling is real, but she's not doing it for the sake of little Sam. Ness nodded. Yes. It said that this type of undead soul was betrayed by their kin and suffered great torment. They're very murderous, especially toward their kin. Too bad. They're just undead souls, so they're useless to me. But she might have found out about Sam. Sam is her blood relative. Even if Sam doesn't go to her, she will go to him. 3 days later, at midnight. Inside the director's office on the top floor of the most dilapidated building in the orphanage. Angor and Freud were standing in front of the window, looking at the only room in the building that was still lit. The room used to be the library of the orphanage, where a large number of fairy tales and picture books collected by the Thyssen family were kept. However, all the books were burned down after the orphanage was abandoned. The only reason why the library was still lit was because it was temporarily turned into a soul manipulator's library. Next, he placed all the soul-related magazines, scrolls, and basic soul training methods he had read in the library through his illusion. "How long has Sam been in there?" Angor asked. "Sam hasn't come out of the library since he found it 2 days ago," said Freud. Freud looked confused. "Why did you put all the soul-related books there, mister?" "It's for him." Angor looked at the reflection in the window on the other side. "Then why didn't you tell Sam about the library at first? Why did you let him wander around by himself?" Freud still didn't understand. "There's a big difference between being willing and being passive," Angor explained, "and this is a test to recruit a student." "A test to recruit a student?" "Ness wanted to take Sam as an apprentice, so he asked me to prepare this test for Sam before he came to Brute Cavern," Angor explained. Freud finally understood that the so-called test to recruit a student was something like a test for a talent. Freud's Nightmare Orphanage by Daybreak illusion was one such test. But he still couldn't understand it. Mr. Ness isn't an academism wizard, is he? If he wasn't an academism wizard, why would the test involve reading books? "You think the test is as simple as reading books?" Angor chuckled. "The test hasn't officially started yet. Reading books is only a prerequisite. It's also a necessary condition." "Then what's the real test?" Before Freud could say anything, the candlelight in the library dimmed down. Sam finally came out of the library after staying there for 2 days. Seeing Sam leaving the library, Angor's eyes glowed. At the same time, all the books he created in the library vanished, and the library returned to its original state. "The test will begin soon." Before Freud could say anything, Angor changed the topic. "How's your progress?" "I already know how to learn soul tricks, and I've met the basic requirements. I can start now. I remember that we need to find a place with a strong death aura to learn soul tricks?" "Yes." Freud nodded. "The aura of death in the orphanage should be able to satisfy my needs." "You can be satisfied, but don't forget that you still have Alda and Sunny after you finish your studies. Moreover, if there is no death aura in the orphanage, the Dawn Kill trial that is left here will not achieve the best results." "What do you mean?" "Let's go somewhere else." "I happen to know a good place to learn soul tricks," Angor said. "Also, that's where Sam's test will take place." He moved his gaze away from the building and looked at the dark sky in the distance, as well as the mountain range at the end of the horizon. Star Lake Castle. Little Sam stood by the lakeside and looked at the castle in the distance, which was illuminated by the sunlight, with a sentimental look on his face. It had been less than a week, and he was back at Star Lake Castle again. Before Sam realized what was going on, a cold hand touched his wrist. "Mr. Sam, I heard from Mr. Disson that this used to be your home?" "It used to be. But it's abandoned now." Sam held Alda's hand. "So is our orphanage." Alda didn't mind at all. He even looked at the magnificent castle in the distance. "Mr. Sam, can I stay in a big room later?" Sam looked at Angor with a hesitant expression. "You're in charge here. Arrange a place for Alda and Sunny." Sam nodded and looked at the girl in red next to Alda. The girl coldly glanced at him, and he felt a chill in his heart. Sam quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at Sunny anymore. This girl called Sunny. She's so scary. Little Sam didn't dare to stare at Sunny anymore. He lowered his head and walked in the front, leading everyone into the Star Lake Castle. Alda and Sunny were both arranged in high rooms where they could see the reflection of the lake. After taking care of Alda and Sunny, Sam looked at Angor and Freud. "You don't have to arrange a room for us. We're here to help Freud with his training. We'll find a good place nearby. As for you, stay in the castle and take care of Alda and Sunny for a few days." Freud added with a smile, "To be exact, take care of Alda. Sunny will sleep for a few days, so you don't have to worry about her." Sunny was at the peak of her death aura, and she had a violent personality. She might lose control in the real world, so Angor decided to stay in the dream wasteland for a while. Sam nodded and said, "Okay. Then we'll be going now. Be careful. If you run into any danger, don't act recklessly. Think of a solution." Angor put a hand on Sam's shoulder and left Star Lake Castle with Freud, disappearing into the woods. Little Sam was a little suspicious. He murmured, "Danger? What danger?" Alda, who was walking beside Sam, answered casually, "Thieves, right? I heard from young master that this castle has a very precious collection of paintings, which are always coveted by thieves. From time to time, people would break in." "Is it really a thief?" Sam sensed that something was wrong. Angor's last glance seemed to tell him something bad. "Thieves or beasts, it doesn't matter." Alda patted his chest. "I'm not as strong as Sonny, but I can handle them. Don't worry, I'll protect Mr. Sam." Sam was still doubting Alda's words, but he quickly changed his mind when he saw Alda's adorable face. Little Sam patted Alda's head with a smile and said, "Just stay here. There are some traps in the castle. I'll fix them later. If thieves and beasts really break in, the traps should be enough to deal with them." Angor and Freud were standing on a hill behind the lake. Freud looked at Star Lake Castle in the distance. "There used to be a large number of undead creatures here, so the death aura here is very strong. It's a good place for soul training. But I didn't sense any spider spirits here, sir. The death aura here is strong, but it's very clean. Is it possible that the spider undead that little Sam saw in the talent test was just an illusion? She's not here. Maybe she doesn't even exist. It doesn't matter if she doesn't exist." "But sir, didn't you say that Wizard Ness was going to test Sam by turning him into a spider spirit?" The fact that Ness and Saunders could be best friends meant that in terms of values, they were similar. Saunders used to create deathmatches to test talents, which resulted in the deaths of countless people. As Saunders' best friend, Ness' test wasn't going to be something as simple as reading a book. Ness' test was to let Sam come into contact with a spider spirit and kill it. It sounded difficult, and it was true. Even if Freud still had a body, he might not be able to run away from an undead creature. As for fighting a special undead creature, Freud would lose without a doubt. Freud might not be able to do it, but Sam might be able to. According to Sam, the undead creature with a human head and spider body was Lady Sheila, one of Sam's relatives. Since Lady Sheila was Sam's relative, she would have a stronger desire to kill Sam. But at the same time, Sam still had a chance to fight back. And that chance was Sam's blood. While Lady Sheila could use her blood to kill Sam, Sam could also use his own blood to inflict severe damage on Lady Sheila, which was something even supernaturals couldn't do. He might even kill Lady Sheila completely. Since Sam was the only one who had such a chance, Ness decided to use Sam's trick to his own advantage and set up a special test for him. Previously, he had asked Sam to read the book so that Sam would know how to deal with the spider undead through the records in the book. When the time came, little Sam would be able to turn his knowledge into a sharp sword when he encountered an undead spider. Of course, there was always a chance that something might go wrong. If Sam didn't find the book room and the solution to the spider spirit, he wouldn't be able to kill Lady Sheila. Even if he found a way to deal with the spider undead, little Sam might not have the courage and wisdom to kill the spider undead. Therefore, little Sam had to work hard and have a little bit of luck. Of course, Ness wasn't going to let Sam die just like that, so he asked Angor to save Sam's life when the boy was on the brink of death. However, if Angor really did that, Sam's test score would plummet. Angor explained, "It's just a test Ness came up with based on the current situation. If the spider undead did show up, we'll continue the test. If not, we'll do whatever we need to do. Once we return to Brute Cavern, Ness will prepare a new test for Sam." "I see," Freud nodded. "This test is really hard." Freud gave him a sympathetic look. "I hope Sam doesn't run into the spider spirit. He's still immortal. Even if he knows how to kill the spider spirit, he might not be able to do it. For example, if the spider spirit didn't give Sam any time to prepare and killed him right away, Sam wouldn't be able to do it even if he knew how to. However, such situations were rare. A spider spirit could easily kill a mortal in one move. But when it came to its own kin, its grudge would reach its peak and it would try to kill them by torturing them, which would give Sam a lot of time to prepare. Angor glanced at Freud in surprise. "You're still worried about Sam's safety?" "I see. Spirit form is still invisible, but it's already affecting the undead." Both Freud and Yada seemed to care about Sam a lot. The only exception was Sunny. However, Sunny was only cold on the surface, but it was hard to say what she was thinking. Freud was surprised. If someone else said that to him, he would have refuted. But Angor was Sam's master, so he wouldn't do that. Freud thought about his recent mood and realized that he had been paying extra attention to Sam and was slowly trying to get closer to him. At first, Freud thought that Sam was brought back by Angor, but when he thought about Tulu, he didn't feel this way at all. So this is the power of spirit form? Freud's eyes widened in fear. Angor chuckled. "You don't have to be so nervous. Your subconscious mind will control your emotions when you don't know what's going on. When you realize what's going on, your mind will become clear and you won't be affected by your spirit form." That being said, Freud was still a little scared. Angor shook his head and changed the topic. "Now, let's talk about you. Which soul trick are you going to start with?" Soul tricks included a lot of content, from techniques to defensive techniques to offensive techniques. There was nothing it didn't cover. That was why Angor asked this question. Freud considered for a moment. "I was going to learn death gas first. It's the most direct way I can affect the material world. But since I think there's a spider here, I'll check it out first." Freud said this because, although there was a great drawback to learning the art of the soul, such as the possibility of falling under the influence of death, there was also a great advantage. The first soul trick could be learned in a very short time thanks to the effect of death aura. If he wanted to learn the second soul technique, it would take a very long time, and he would have to work hard to learn it. Most of the undead outside only knew one type of soul trick. Because of this, those who knew many kinds of soul tricks were basically old ghosts with many years of experience. Because of this, the first step was very important. Freud wanted to improve himself as much as he could. Death gas was one of his plans. But now, there was a special undead creature nearby, which gave him a new idea. Freud once read a passage in the Cultivation scroll that recorded soul tricks. It clearly stated that there was another way to learn soul tricks apart from following the prescribed order. By killing and absorbing the special energy of undead creatures, one could learn soul tricks. There were many limitations to this method, such as the possibility that the undead creature's chaotic energy would lead to their downfall. Also, the soul trick had to be the same as the undead creature's own ability. For example, if an undead creature only knew how to possess someone, the first soul trick that could be learned by absorbing the undead creature's soul would be possession. The most important thing was that the effects of absorbing souls might not be that good. It was better to cultivate on one's own. That way, one would have more choices and avoid falling into depravity. Freud never considered using this method before. But now, he heard about Lady Sheila, the spider undead. Spider undead were special undead creatures, which meant that they had something special that made them different from ordinary undead creatures. Maybe they had a stronger influence on the material world, or they had a special ability that was different from ordinary undead creatures. The soul trick that could be absorbed from a special undead creature was likely to be a special ability that was much stronger than ordinary soul tricks. Of course, the chaotic energy brought by the special undead would be more violent, which would increase the chances of them falling. However, Freud was not afraid of falling. With Prelude to Rebirth, he would be able to pull himself back even if he fell. Still, it was better not to fall. If he really fell, it would be a waste of white light bullets, and the energy he absorbed would not be returned. Because of this, Freud began to shift the scales in his mind. Angor knew what Freud was thinking. He also preferred to let Freud use the special undead creature to break through the soul trick. However, he still needed Freud to make the decision himself. If that's what you want, let's wait a little longer. Let's see what kind of special ability the spider undead has. Okay. Freud nodded. Next, Angor and Freud decided to stay in a small wooden house on the high ground behind the lake. They could see the castle from there. Both Freud and Angor didn't use any energy to prevent the undead from approaching. Instead, they simply sat there and waited. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Freud opened the door, he was greeted by a sunny day. Under the sun, one could smell the water vapor and wood fragrance in the air. Freud stood by the door and gazed at Star Lake Castle. It was still as majestic and tranquil as before. Under the shadow of the trees, there was even a hint of loneliness. Looking at the castle, Freud was once again doubtful. Would the spider undead really come? What he saw and heard during the innate talent test was a reaction from the spiritual world of a higher dimension. Could this reaction really be reflected in reality? While Freud was gazing into the distance, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the forest and startled a flock of birds. The black shadow was extremely fast, heading straight for the wooden house. Just as the shadow was about to hit the door, Freud shifted his body to the side and allowed it to slip inside. As the black shadow entered the house, a series of chirps could be heard. Freud looked back and saw the shadow already standing in front of him. It was a small, gray-feathered seabird. It was Toby, who had slept for many days and was finally out for some fresh air. Toby was chirping nonstop as if it was telling something. Freud had spent a lot of time with Toby, but he still couldn't understand bird language. He could only tell that Toby was excited. Freud's eyes lit up when he remembered that Toby was sent out to scout the undead creatures from the sky. Did Toby see the spider undead? Freud looked at Angor. Only Angor, who had mastered bird language, could understand what Toby was trying to say. It didn't see the spider undead. It's excited because... Angor lowered his voice. Greya isn't here. Toby had thought that he would be able to live a carefree life in the dream wasteland, and that was indeed the case at first. He followed Torres around every day. However, one day, Greya also learned about the dream wasteland and entered it. From then on, Toby was forced to train both in reality and in the dream wasteland. When Angor finally left Brute Cavern, Toby returned to the real world. Without Greya's tiger mother education, Toby couldn't be happier. Even flying in the wilted forest was enough to make Toby happy. Freud knew how strict Greya was when it came to Toby. In fact, Greya had practically taken over all the Colosseum in the south of the city. Freud understood Toby's feelings. It's not easy for Toby either. Hearing Freud's words, Toby flew to Freud's side and chirped to express his feelings. Angor shook his head and chuckled. Toby didn't see the spider undead, nor did he sense any undead creatures nearby. However, it told me that in its spiritual sense, there was a slight change in this mountain forest. Changing? Freud didn't understand. Toby kept talking, but Freud couldn't understand a single word. He had to ask for Angor's help again. Some creatures are behaving abnormally. For example, natural enemies are no longer fighting each other when they encounter each other. Instead, they are holed up in their nests. Rats and ants have begun to dig deeper into their nests, disappearing without a trace. The middle and lower parts of the ecological closed loop are clearly isolated. What does that mean? I don't know yet. But I think something even crazier is coming. Predators, huh? Freud frowned. Many insects and animals didn't have sentience, but they were able to sense deeper and purer information in the spiritual world. Their reactions were, to a large extent, feedback to the outside world. If this was the case, could it be Lady Shira? Was she going to show up soon? Angor knew what Freud was thinking. He stroked Toby's soft feathers and said, "Let's wait a little longer. If Toby is right, the forest is going to change soon. We'll find the answer by tomorrow." Inside the secret basement of Star Lake Castle, Sam was sorting out his mother's collection of valuable paintings. While cleaning up the dust on the canvas covering the painting The Wanderer in the Rye, Sam was explaining the story inside and outside the painting to Alda. Alda listened attentively. Sam liked Alda's kindness, so he was happy to share his stories with Alda. As time passed, Alda began to help little Sam clean up the dust and place the authentic works. When the clock in the basement began to chime, Sam finally stopped his work. "It's 6 already. I'm going to cook." "We'll continue later," Sam said. Alda nodded. Sam was a human, and he needed food to fill his stomach. Alda followed Sam out of the basement and entered the hallway on the first floor. "Are you coming with me, or do you want to play by yourself?" Sam asked. Of course, Alda was willing to follow Sam. However, just as he was about to answer, a strange wave of energy entered his ears. Brother Sam, my spirit body is a bit unstable these days. I might need to go back to my room to rest for a while. Little Sam had read a lot of books related to the soul recently, so he knew how terrible it was for a dead soul to have an unstable soul. It could even lead to the fall of the dead soul. Therefore, he asked nervously, why is the spirit body unstable? Is there a way to solve it? Alda lowered his head and avoided Sam's eyes. The death aura in Star Lake Castle is very strong. I've been contaminated by it for a short period of time. That's why my spirit body is unstable. Should we go find Mr. Pat? He should be able to help you, right? Sam asked. Alda shook his head. No need. My spirit body isn't weak enough to require Mr. Pat's help. I just need to sleep for a while and rest. As he spoke, Alda walked up the stairs. Sam hurriedly followed him. Really? You only need to rest? Alda nodded and recited everything according to the voice in his ear. Yes. Mr. Pat set up a special force field in my room with Sunny. When we rest, our soul power will slowly recover. Although little Sam knew a bit about wizards, he didn't know anything about their methods. He believed Alda when he heard that there was a special force field in Sunny's room. He had seen Sunny's room before. When the door was closed, a strange light pattern appeared on the door. It was said that only Mr. Pat and Sunny could open the door. It was like a rune space that formed a small independent defensive world. Mr. Pat had also set up a special force field in Alda's room. Alda stood in front of the door. I'm going to rest now. I might wake up in a day or two. Don't disturb me during this time. Sam nodded. Alda's soul was on the line, so he didn't dare to do anything. Then I'll be going in. After Alda entered the room, he hesitated for a moment and wanted to say something. Sam, before he could finish, the door closed by itself. The light pattern on the door was the same as the one in Sunny's room. The inside of the room was separated from the outside. Whether it was sound or energy, they could no longer converge. Alda stood in the middle of the room and lowered his head in regret. Don't worry. Mr. Pat warned Sam before he left. Even if you didn't warn him, he's already suspicious. Freud's voice echoed in the room. Will Sam be safe? Alda asked. Yes. You won't see him again after you sleep. Freud's voice slowly faded away. Alda sighed and looked outside the window. He didn't know when the wind started blowing. The trees nearby were swaying in the wind. Looking through the curtains, they looked like ferocious ghosts that bared their fangs and claws. I hope he's fine. Alda muttered to himself. He climbed onto the exquisite bed, put on the login device, and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Sam stood outside the door and thought for a while before he walked to the kitchen. When he walked past the balcony, he heard the wind howling. He opened the door and walked to the balcony on the third floor. He leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. At this time, it was almost evening. According to the previous celestial phenomena, there should still be a trace of dusk red in the sky. However, when he looked out from the balcony, he saw nothing but dark clouds. The dark clouds were already low in the sky, and Star Lake Castle was located halfway up the mountain. The rolling clouds were reflected in little Sam's pupils. The dark clouds were so close that they almost suffocated him like a frog. Along with the gloomy and cold wind blowing from above, little Sam's heart started to beat faster. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen, a message suddenly flashed through little Sam's mind. It seemed to come out of nowhere, but it was also warning Sam of danger. Young Sam's throat moved as a memory fragment appeared in his memory box. We'll be going now. Be careful. That was what Mr. Pat said before he left. Sam had a feeling that there was a hidden meaning behind those words. Now that he thought about it again, Sam felt that something was wrong. Was there really some kind of danger? Why else would Mr. Pat remind him to be careful? I'm probably just scaring myself. Mr. Pat has eliminated all the undead creatures here. I'll be fine. Sam murmured to himself, even if there's danger, it's probably just a thief or a beast. There's a trap at the door. It should be fine. Sam turned around. He didn't want to feel the pressure anymore. The moment he walked through the balcony and stepped into the hallway, Sam's mind opened again. His memory box was opened again, and a strange memory appeared, the time when he was in Mr. Pat's room and took the talent test. These fragments were filled with intense colors, and they gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a single image. A woman's face stuck on the window, and a spider's legs dancing in the dark outside. Lady Sheila. Sam's heart skipped a beat. She's not here, is she? If Lady Sheila really did come, what should he do? Sam rubbed his cold hands and didn't want to think about what would happen. Thinking that it was just a fantasy, he quickly walked through the gloomy corridor. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a creepy laugh coming from behind him. Sam hesitated and turned around, but there was no one behind him. There was only one window where he could see the outside. The trees were swaying, and the wind was howling. It's probably just the wind. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Sam murmured. Sam quickened his steps. He wanted to leave the dark corridor as soon as possible and go to a brighter corridor, living room, or kitchen. However, he felt that he had been walking for a long time, but he still couldn't get out of the darkness. Something's wrong. Sam paused and looked at the curtains. It was still the shadow of the tree that was making threatening gestures. Sam staggered forward and opened the curtain. Immediately, he heard the sound of the mountain bumping against the window and the strange-looking tree. The tree left a deep impression on him. It was just near the balcony. He had stepped down from the balcony for a while. This meant that he didn't move at all. However, Sam could still hear his heartbeat and gasp for breath. This was the after-effect of his fast pace. What was going on? Sam wondered why he hadn't moved at all despite the intense movement. Dead soul's vision? Sam couldn't help but blurt out this word. He read about it in a book in the orphanage a few days ago. It was a special ability of the soul. Although it looked like an illusion, it was actually a kind of wave frequency that directly affected the mind. It led to all kinds of illusion-like abilities. The most famous ability of the dead soul's vision was to make people lose their sense of distance and fall into an endless loop. It was very similar to Sam's current situation. If it's really the dead soul's vision, it means that the undead are coming. Sam's heart was beating fast. He wanted to try again. The easiest way to test if he was really being blinded was to make a mark and walk forward. If he could return to the mark, he would most likely be blinded. Little Sam fiercely carved a mark on the wall with his dagger. After that, he took a deep breath and walked forward quickly. A few minutes later, Sam still didn't walk out of the dark corridor. He saw the mark again. It's really the dead soul's vision. Sam's face turned gloomy. Normal souls can't have this ability. Alda, Sunny, and even Freud haven't learned it yet. It's probably the dead soul's vision created by the undead. If it's really the undead, it's probably Mrs. Sheila. Young Sam couldn't help but recall the creepy laughter he had heard before. At the time, he had thought that it was the strange wind outside, but now that he thought about it, the abnormality in the corridor was obviously caused by the laughter. Perhaps that laughter was a psychological hint to him. He still remembered that the laughter was sharp, piercing, and had the distinct characteristics of a woman's voice. He didn't know what Mrs. Sheila's voice was like, but he had an intuition that the strange laughter probably belonged to Mrs. Sheila. If it was really Mrs. Sheila, then there was nothing he could do. He did not have any supernatural powers at the moment. He could not even deal with a normal undead, let alone a special undead with full HP. No, if it's really Mrs. Sheila, there's still a way. There are some clues in the Book of the Dead. Sam clenched his fists in his sleeves. Even if we can use this method, we have to see her first. Madame Sheila must have set up a dead soul vision to torture him and make him despair. For the time being, she would definitely not show herself. The only way to face Mrs. Sheila was to break the dead soul vision. Young Sam was a very decisive person. Although he was very scared, he knew that he could only save himself at the moment of life and death. After deciding on the option of saving himself, he would do everything he could to carry it out. Just like when he discovered that the farmer was secretly observing him and wanted to use him as a living sacrifice, He immediately made a decision. He was not a hesitant person, and the reality did not allow him to hesitate. Little Sam tried to calm his beating heart and looked at the dark corridor again. According to the book, the dead soul vision can mislead the mind and blind the intuition. Then I won't rely on my intuition and follow the choice of my heart. Sam closed his eyes and imagined the scene where he killed the farmer. It was the most unforgettable and difficult memory for him to mislead. He recalled every detail of how he killed the farm owner. His emotions, actions, words, and mentality were all replayed in his mind. While recalling these details, young Sam's feet began to move. His body moved forward unconsciously, but his mind was thinking about another unforgettable thing. This was the method to break the dead soul vision that he had read in the book. When Sam finished recalling all the details of how he killed the farmer, he opened his eyes. This time, he found himself standing under a lit wall lamp. Only one wall lamp was lit in the corridor of the third floor. It was near the staircase. No matter how he walked, he could not reach the staircase. This time, he saw a wall lamp, which meant that the staircase was next to it. Young Sam looked forward and saw a dark corner. "I've escaped." Young Sam was overjoyed. But before he could feel happy, a chilly wind came from behind, accompanied by a creepy laughter. Young Sam did not dare to look back. He just ran to the corner of the corridor. He first returned to the hall on the first floor, where the light was the brightest, and then he would make a long-term plan. The moment young Sam passed through the corner and went down, he caught a glimpse of the corridor from the corner of his eyes. A huge shadow occupied the end of the corridor. He could vaguely make out that the silhouette of this black shadow resembled a large spider. Angor and Freud were standing on a hill behind the lake and looking into the distance. Freud was looking at the castle. Angor could sense the chaotic aura of death coming from it. "Mrs. Shira is here." Freud's tone was firm and his eyes were unreadable. "Yes." "She went to the third floor," Angor replied. He wasn't looking at the castle at all. Instead, he was looking at the horizon. The rolling black clouds not only covered the entire forest, but also the distant Saint Sem city and the surrounding towns. The dark weather was a prelude to Madame Sheila's arrival, but it was not her doing. Madame Sheila only took advantage of the dark clouds to enter the castle. However, although the black clouds were not created by Madame Sheila, she must have done something to them. The surging death energy fluctuations extended to the end of the black clouds. The area covered by the dark clouds was filled with Madame Sheila's violent, cruel, and chaotic energy. Madame Sheila was using the dark clouds to spread fear and attract undead creatures to Star Lake Castle so that she could turn the place into a ghost realm again. Freud also noticed the aura of Madame Sheila in the dark clouds. He looked at the horizon and whispered, "The vast aura of death means that Madame Sheila is very strong." "It also means she's stupid," Angor added. Freud nodded in agreement. As the dark clouds spread, Freud saw several light spots rising from Saint Sem city and quickly approaching the mountain range. Saint Sem city was the most important place for the Silver Heron royal family, and they had their own royal wizard group. The group was weak and messy. Most of them were level 1 and level 2 apprentices, and there was only one level 3 apprentice, Naya. However, they were still supernatural beings. Besides, they had the support of the Tower of Hurricane, which meant they were not weak at all. They might not be able to kill the undead creatures, but they could at least suppress and drive them away to some extent. If worse came to worst, they could ask the Tower of Hurricane for help. This was why Angor said that Madame Sheila was not only strong, but also stupid. Without Angor's help, Madame Sheila could easily sneak away and achieve her goal. But now, even without Angor's help, Madame Sheila would not be able to escape. While they were talking, Naya, the leader of the Silver Heron royal family, had already left Saint Sem city on a flying broom. Naya's face was a little pale. She slowly looked at the dark clouds above her head and saw the mountain range in the distance. There must be a powerful undead creature behind the dark clouds that filled them with such a terrifying aura of death. And the source of it was the mountain range in the distance. "What's that place?" Naya looked at an old male apprentice with white hair and beard behind her. The old apprentice was wearing a pair of reading glasses with a golden chain, which made him look like an old scholar. He was also sitting on a broom and holding his glasses to look into the distance. "That's Star Lake Castle, where the lady lives." The old apprentice did not mention the name, but as a member of the Silver Heron royal family, Nea understood. She did not participate in the internal strife of the royal family, but she knew about the history and felt a little sympathy for the family members who were killed. She would not get involved in the conflicts of mortals no matter how much she sympathized with them. Star Lake Castle? Did someone in that family turn into an undead because of their hatred? As Nea pondered, a small town in the distance suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Nea sensed something and quickly flew toward the source of the explosion. Not long after the sparks erupted, a man wearing the uniform of the Silver Heron Royal Knights appeared at the top of a building and looked at the elegantly dressed Chief Magus not far away. What's going on? Nea did not look back. Instead, she looked at the small town. The previous explosion of sparks had already begun to spread, and several buildings had already been affected. The raging flames instantly engulfed the entire area. Not only was the fire burning, but Nea could also hear the screams of agony echoing throughout the town. Not long ago, many evil things happened in Alai town. The biggest one was the art gallery that was set on fire. There were a lot of paintings in the gallery and the air was dry, so the fire started in a short time. The knight half knelt on the ground and reported. Evil things happened at the same time. Nea narrowed her eyes and muttered. The old apprentice stood aside and said, "This is caused by the death aura in the black clouds." The death aura contains negative energy. Although it did not directly touch the mortals, the aura alone is enough to arouse the ugly desires in the hearts of some extreme people. His desire had been aroused, and the result was this scene before his eyes. Alai town was just the beginning. Nea received bad news from other towns in the few minutes she stayed here. Not only did the surrounding towns have problems, but Saint Sem City was also affected by the black clouds and began to fall into chaos. However, Saint Sem City was the royal capital after all. It had a large garrison and the Royal Knight Academy. Most of the knights were resolute and loyal. With their protection, the situation in Saint Sem City was much better than the other towns. Even so, if the black clouds continued to surge, they would not be able to hold on for long. This undead is too arrogant. The old apprentice said with disgust. Undead are not arrogant. It's just their instinct. But even if the undead are instinctive, it's rare for them to make such a big move. Maybe something happened that angered them. Nea said. Whatever the case, let's head to Star Lake Castle first. Nea gestured for the other adepts to help the royal knights. She, on the other hand, quickly approached Star Lake Castle with the senior apprentices. Soon, Nea saw the abandoned castle hidden in the gloomy forest. Just looking at the castle from afar, Nea's spiritual sense sensed a trace of danger. The undead is in the castle, and, it's very strong, Nea said softly. The old apprentice nodded and said with a trembling voice, I can feel its heartbeat even before it gets close. It's definitely not a newly born undead, perhaps it was an undead that had been living for a long time and had mastered all kinds of soul tricks. Even if the entire Royal Magus regiment came, they might not be able to kill this undead. The old apprentice looked at Nea with a trembling voice. What should we do now? Nea's face darkened. Let's observe the situation first. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask my teacher for help. Nea's teacher was an atonement witch, and she loved her dearly. If she reported the situation here, someone who had accepted the mission would come and take care of it. However, Nea did not want to disturb her teacher if she could. Let's go outside the castle. Nea moved her broom in an arc and flew towards Star Lake Castle. Just as they were about to reach the castle, Nea heard a whisper. That's Freud's voice. He's here too? Nea was surprised. She turned her broom around and flew towards the hill behind the lake. On the hill, she saw a small wooden house with lights on, and two people standing in front of it. One of them was her old friend, Freud, and the other was a red-haired, golden-eyed man. Nea did not recognize him. He did not emit any aura and looked like a mortal. However, Nea found it hard to believe that Freud was just an ordinary person when he was standing next to the man in a place filled with death energy. Freud, why are you here? Nea flew to the hill and stood next to Freud. You told me not to get close to the castle. What do you know? Freud didn't answer Nea's questions. Did you read the letter I asked the Royal Knights to send you? How's your investigation going? Who's the culprit? Nea frowned. She knew Freud was talking about Immune Principality. However, it had only been a short while since she had sent someone to investigate. How could she have gotten the news so quickly? Freud should have known. But why did he bring it up? Suddenly, Nea remembered Freud's letter. It clearly stated that the sacrifice was discovered by a wizard who was passing by, and he hoped that they would take it seriously. She tried to figure out who this wizard was, but she couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. Was there a hidden meaning behind Freud's words? Nea glanced at Freud, who kept glancing at the red-haired man with the corner of his eyes. It was obvious that he was hinting at something. As an old friend of Freud's, Nea quickly understood what he was trying to say. There's no news yet. I'll tell you as soon as I hear it. Nea walked to Angor and spoke in a serious tone. I was too impatient to notice you, Mr. Wizard. Please forgive me. Nea's words confused the old apprentice behind her, but Freud's lips were curled into a smile. Angor was also surprised by Nea's insistence that he was a wizard when he already put on a disguise. Angor glanced at Freud and realized what was going on. It's fine. Angor remained silent for a moment. Nea quickly realized that she was right. This mortal was definitely a wizard. Considering Freud's social network and how much he valued this wizard, Nea already had an idea of who this wizard was. But if this was the man she thought he was, there must be a reason why he chose to hide his appearance. Nea didn't dare to ask directly and simply assumed that he was just a passing wizard. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from afar, causing the candlelight in the wooden house to flicker and the shadows of the trees to sway. It also chilled Nea to the bone. She glanced at the red-haired wizard and saw that he didn't blame her. There's a strong aura in the castle over there. Do you need our help, Mr. Freud? No need. You can ask Freud about the details. Nea shook her head. Nea nodded and walked to Freud's side. She exchanged a look with him and asked in a low voice, didn't you say in your letter that you're going to train in soul techniques? Why are you here? Freud smiled. I'm here to train. Nea glanced at the castle in the distance and realized something. You're going to use the souls of the undead to learn your soul tricks? Don't you know the soul energy of an undead is filled with negative emotions? You're going to fall into depravity. I know. But the undead in the castle is worth it. Nea looked at Freud in confusion. There's a special undead in there. Freud slowly told Nea the whole story. He didn't hide Sam's existence even though he knew that Nea, as a member of the Silver Heron royal family, had a grudge against Sam's relatives. Nea didn't care about Sam's identity at all. Instead, she was surprised by something else. The special undead in Star Lake Castle was a test for a child? Nea naturally assumed it was a test to enter Cavern. A child's entrance examination actually required him to face a terrifying special undead. What was even more outrageous was that he was required to kill the special undead. Brood Cavern's entrance test was so cruel. This was not only Nea's thought, but also the old apprentice who had been silent all this while. Even if the child had a way to restrain the special undead, it was still very, very difficult for a mortal who had never come into contact with souls before to directly bypass ordinary undead and undead to kill a special undead. It was like a baby wielding a knife. Could he kill an adult? Sam was now a baby wielding a knife. Nea knew that the Phantom Master had once challenged the talents to a very cruel deathmatch. However, she did not expect that there would be an even more shocking assessment. Moreover, the examinee was very likely to be the Phantom Master's disciple, a super-dimensional magus with unparalleled talent and talent. Nea used to think that Angor was an easygoing person, but now, she couldn't help but look at him in awe. Academism was just a facade. His heart must be as dark as Phantom Master's. He was definitely a ruthless person. Nea lowered her gaze. She didn't dare to look at Angor as fearlessly as before. After recovering from her shock, Nea finally understood what was going on. She didn't understand the purpose of the test, but since Angor was watching, she didn't think it would cause any more trouble. Nea thought for a moment and said, since there is a lord watching over here, it should be fine. I will take my leave first. Having said that, Nea turned to Freud and mouthed her thanks to him. She also expressed her hope for his cultivation. While it was true that a special undead was a great boost to one's cultivation, it also meant that Freud was more likely to fall into depravity. She didn't want to see Freud become an undead. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." Freud chuckled. Naya didn't know where Freud got his confidence from. Maybe it was because of Angor? She didn't say anything else and prepared to leave with the old apprentice. "Wait," Angor called her back before she left the room. Naya looked back and saw Angor holding a piece of dark magic copper ore in front of him. Angor slowly refined the ore until it turned into a dark bronze bell that was as tall as two grown men. As soon as the bell took shape, Naya noticed that Angor's hand of spell was releasing a ball of holy light. Before Naya could figure out what kind of light it was, Angor slapped it into the bell. The bronze bell seemed to have been enchanted. Its brilliance was restrained, and one could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. Angor tossed the bell to Naya. "Take this and place it at the highest point of Xianxia City. When you ring it, it'll release a special sound wave to the surroundings, which will help those who are affected by the undead aura to return to normal." "Is this an alchemy item that can purify souls?" Naya looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor nodded. "Sort of. But it doesn't do much. It has a wide range, but it should be enough to deal with the current situation." Angor gave the bell to Naya because they were the ones who started the incident at Star Lake Castle. Even if some mortals had evil thoughts in their hearts, as long as they did not do anything bad, they were indeed innocent. Now, under the urging of the black cloud, evil thoughts burst forth, and it was not his fault. If he could, he would try his best to solve the problem. Naya stared at Angor in disbelief after hearing the answer. Purifying alchemy tools could be bought in any wizard bazaar, but it took less than 5 minutes to create an alchemy tool, even if it was the lowest level one. This was simply too terrifying. Naya believed that if she told this to the alchemists of the Tower of Hurricane, she would probably be scolded for it. However, the facts before her eyes told her that it was true. She saw how Angor created the item with her own eyes. She hadn't tested the bell's effect yet, but she was sure that Angor's creation would be fine. After all, Angor was a member of the research department. Naya accepted the bell with trembling hands. She didn't dare to ask Angor about her doubts. Instead, she thanked Angor respectfully. Naya left in a daze and returned to Xianxia City with the bell together with the old apprentice. Not long after they arrived at the city, the royal knights reported back to them that the situation was getting worse. People's minds were unpredictable, and even the slightest bit of evil thoughts could be lured and magnified. The more they tried to suppress them, the more rebellious they would become. The knights didn't do anything good. Apart from the knights, everyone else could turn from a normal person into a criminal at any moment. There was no way to completely defend against it. They could only pray to the heavens. There were even small-scale conflicts in Xianxia City. A group of thugs gathered in front of Silver Heron Square with paints and hammers, trying to destroy the treasures left behind by the masters of the past. Once a conflict broke out, word of mouth would also arouse evil thoughts in people's minds, which would lead to more criminals. Naya knew she couldn't wait any longer. She took out the bell Angor crafted and handed it to a guard. "Bring it to the top floor of the wizard tower and replace the old one. Ring it." Naya kept her eyes on the bell until it was taken up to the wizard tower. Then she turned her eyes away. "Is this bell really going to work?" the old apprentice asked in a low voice. "Someone like that won't lie," said Naya. The old apprentice knew Naya was talking about the red-haired, golden-eyed young man. He wanted to ask who the other party was, but Naya didn't answer. Instead, she raised her hand to the sky. As her hand slowly fell, the guards at the top of the tower received the signal and picked up their hammers to strike the new bell. As the bell rang, all the supernaturals in the area felt a ripple of holy light spreading from the top of the wizard tower to the entire Xianxia City, then continued to spread outside the city. Most people didn't feel anything when the holy light reached them. They only felt the pressure in their minds being relieved a little. However, those who were blinded by their evil thoughts had obvious changes in their eyes under the ripples of the holy light. Those crazy thoughts were like dust that had been gently brushed away by a pair of soft hands. The violence in their hearts disappeared in an instant. What replaced them was guilt and self-blame when they saw the mess in front of them. The royal wizards could see the holy light, but they didn't know what it could do. They could only look at Naya and hope to get an answer from her. Naya didn't answer. Instead, she waited in silence. 15 minutes later, she received the first news: all the thugs at Silver Heron Square had been captured. As time went by, more and more news came, and all of them were good news. Half an hour later, the town nearby reported that the situation had calmed down. The adepts and knights, including Naya, finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the bronze bell at the top of the wizard tower with a complicated expression. So, this is the power of the research department? The bell wasn't that powerful, but it was enough to create an alchemy item with a radius of hundreds of kilometers in such a short time. Angor was probably the first person to do so. Naya also felt lucky that she didn't report Freud to the Tower of Hurricane when she learned that he was still alive. Instead, she chose to maintain the friendship they established in the Tower of Hurricane. It was because of this friendship that she was able to get what she deserved today. If she didn't cut off her relationship with Freud, she would be in a completely different state now. On the mountain behind Star Lake Castle, although Freud couldn't see clearly what was happening in St. Sem City, he sensed the changes in the places where the holy light rippled after the bell rang. The flames were extinguished, and the evil thoughts were gone. When the holy light reached the mountain range, its effect was no longer as strong. But Freud still felt a sense of peace. Freud closed his eyes and sighed. "You're getting better and better at alchemy, mister." Freud asked curiously, "I didn't see any enchantment just now, sir. Did you use synthesis on the bell?" Angor remained silent for a moment. "It's neither synthesis nor enchantment. I just made it into the shape of a bronze bell." The bronze bell was only an ordinary item. The reason why it could purify souls was because of the holy aura he infused into the bell. He used the supernatural extractor Quolo left in the hidden room to extract the calming effect from the Requiem stone and fused it into the bell. It wasn't because he was getting better at alchemy, but because his alchemy equipment was getting better. He could enchant a similar bell, or even better, but it would take him a lot of time to do so. Since he could solve the problem with the extractor, there was no need to waste time. Neither synthesis nor alchemy? Freud was even more curious now. Before he could ask more questions, Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at the Star Lake Castle in the distance. Little Sam's fighting back. Little Sam had been running away all the time. He looked completely panicked and lost his wits. Freud was sure that Little Sam would fail the test. However, Little Sam, who had been hiding for almost an hour, actually fought back. Freud's attention was quickly drawn to the castle. It was difficult for Freud to see what was going on inside the castle. However, he was able to use an illusion to show him what was going on inside the castle. Seeing this, Freud's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Sam's timing is perfect. The moment when Sam counterattacked was the moment when the holy light ripple surged. The purification effect of ripple of holy light was very weak, so it didn't have much effect on Ms. Sheila. However, Ms. Sheila was focused on hunting Little Sam and didn't expect to be attacked. Therefore, the appearance of ripple of holy light made her absent-minded for a moment. It was hard for ordinary people to notice that. However, Little Sam reacted faster than ordinary people. As soon as he sensed that Madame Sheila's pressure was reduced, he dashed toward her and launched his first and only counterattack. Half an hour ago. In the corridor on the second floor of the castle, Little Sam had been running for almost half an hour, and he did not even manage to reach the hall on the first floor. He kept running into the illusions of the dead souls. He thought he was going downstairs, but he was actually going up. He thought he was running away from the terrifying spider, but when he looked up, he saw it again. During the half hour, Little Sam had been on the brink of death for countless times. With cold sweat, a pale face, and bloodstains all over his clothes, Sam looked extremely miserable. Under such a high psychological and physical pressure, Sam was about to collapse. However, Little Sam's strong will to survive kept him on the brink of collapse. After running for almost half an hour, Little Sam knew that he could never outrun Madame Sheila. The only thing he could do now was to save himself. After forcing himself to calm down, Sam regained his rationality. He began to analyze the current situation. Although he had only been in contact with her for a short time, he could see that she didn't want to kill him immediately. This didn't mean that Mrs. Sheila was still kind, Instead, it meant that she had a stronger and deeper malice towards Sam. She didn't kill little Sam as soon as she appeared. She simply wanted to enjoy his fear and screams when he was running away. She wanted to torture and kill him under high pressure. During the chase, Sam had appeared in Mrs. Sheila's attack range many times, but she didn't kill him. At that time, he vaguely realized that Mrs. Sheila wanted to torture him to death. Young Sam felt a chill run down his spine. But now that he thought about it, his only chance of survival was to take advantage of the fact that Mrs. Sheila didn't intend to kill him immediately, but wanted to torture him to death. Young Sam gritted his teeth and did another experiment. While running, he deliberately staggered, twisted his leg, and fell to the ground. Sam didn't get up immediately. Instead, he made an extremely frightened expression. His whole body trembled, and he slowly turned his head. Then, he saw Mrs. Sheila in front of him. Mrs. Sheila's face was still as beautiful as in the portrait. She didn't even have a twisted and ferocious face like the other undead he had seen before. She had a flawless and beautiful face. The only thing that resembled an undead was the pair of eyes that seemed to be burning with green flames in the darkness. However, Mrs. Sheila's lower body wasn't so elegant. She didn't have a human body, but a huge spider with fine flagella and horrible patterns. This spider's abdomen also had a cracked mouth, which was filled with fine fangs. At such a close distance, Sam felt his heart stop beating. Mrs. Sheila, on the other hand, smiled. She slowly raised her barbed foreleg and fiercely swung it at Sam. Sam, who was deeply frightened, subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the attack. However, compared with Mrs. Sheila's strength, it was like the difference between a firefly and moonlight. Not only did his palm crack directly, but he was also pushed back by a powerful force and hit the wall several meters away. With a loud thud, Sam Jr. fell heavily to the ground. Sam whimpered and cried out in pain, which made Mrs. Sheila very satisfied. Although Sam's expression and emotions showed that he was frightened, his brain was in an extremely calm state. His experiment proved his conjecture once again. Even though he was so close to Mrs. Sheila that she could kill him at any time, she didn't kill him. Even though his hands were dripping with blood, he still had the strength to run. Obviously, Mrs. Sheila intended to let Sam run until he was scared out of his wits. Then, Mrs. Sheila would start her killing spree. Sam didn't disobey Mrs. Sheila. When he saw Mrs. Sheila coming toward him, he didn't hesitate to stand up and run away again. He knew that he had to run away so that Mrs. Sheila wouldn't kill him. Moreover, he wanted to experiment with another thing. While running away, Sam showed extreme fear and uneasiness. He looked back from time to determine how far away Mrs. Sheila was from him. Mrs. Sheila was very satisfied with his reaction. But what she didn't know was that Sam was observing Mrs. Sheila's movement when he turned his head back. Sam's left hand was badly injured, and blood was dripping on the floor. He was watching whether Mrs. Sheila would pass by the blood stains on the floor. The experiment made him very excited. Mrs. Sheila avoided the blood stains. Although Mrs. Sheila couldn't avoid the blood stains, she still stepped on them, frowning as if she had stepped on the filthiest thing in the world. This confirmed Sam's conjecture. A few days ago, in the library of the orphanage, he read a book called The Book of the Dead, which recorded a special kind of undead who turned into a half-human half-spider due to resentment against their blood relatives. When he saw the half-human half-spider, Sam thought of Mrs. Sheila in the talent test, so he remembered that part of the book. According to the book, this special kind of undead had great resentment against their blood relatives before and after death, which was why they became ferocious after death. They would show even deeper malice towards their relatives who were related to them by blood. This special kind of undead was very powerful, and even a peak-level apprentice could be killed by them. The editor of the Book of the Dead suggested that if one encountered this special kind of undead, it would be better to report it to one's family or organization and send a formal wizard to deal with it. This was the most common suggestion, but the editor also mentioned a non-mainstream method. The special kind of undead had a deeper resentment against their blood relatives, not only because of resentment before death, but also because the blood of their blood relatives was very effective in restraining special kinds of undead. Using the blood of their blood relatives to restrain the half-human half-spider was the non-mainstream method mentioned by the editor. Sam hadn't joined any wizard organization yet, so he couldn't ask for help from any wizard organization. The only way was to use this non-mainstream method. He wanted to make sure that his blood wouldn't make Mrs. Sheila hate him as described in the Book of the Dead. Little Sam deliberately made a bleeding wound and ran away in the corridor just to observe. It turned out that the Book of the Dead was right. Although Sam knew how to deal with Mrs. Sheila, he didn't do it right away. Instead, he kept running. He needed time to let Mrs. Sheila continue to chase after him, and in the process, he would find the best opportunity to deal with Mrs. Sheila. Young Sam ran for about 20 minutes while maintaining a high vigilance. Finally, he found an opportunity. He vaguely saw a ripple of light. Just when he thought it was an illusion, the fear in his heart was inexplicably soothed. This state was absolutely unnatural. Sam looked back to see what Mrs. Sheila was doing, and then he saw a trace of absent-mindedness in Mrs. Sheila's eyes. Sam didn't know if Mrs. Sheila's absent-mindedness was caused by the ripple of light. However, he didn't need to think about it now. The only thing he knew was that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. With a resolute look, Sam immediately stopped and turned around decisively. At the same time, he waved his bleeding palm and charged at Miss Sheila, who was still in a trance. A shrill scream pierced through the dark night. Freud looked at the screen and saw a huge wound on Sam's abdomen, from which blood was gushing out. It seemed that Sam had lost all ability to move and was lying on the cold floor. Sam's situation was already very terrible, but Mrs. Sheila's situation was even worse. Half of Mrs. Sheila's head had been corroded. Sam's blood was like the most powerful aqua regia to her, which could directly corrode her soul. Just like Sam, Mrs. Sheila collapsed to the ground, and the mournful scream came from her. Sam covered the wound on his abdomen and slowly moved his hand against the wall. Looking at Mrs. Sheila, who was screaming, a smile appeared on his pale face. In the end, I won. According to the Book of the Dead, as long as the blood of one's kin was applied between the eyebrows of the undead, it could reach the depths of the undead's soul and put them in a difficult situation. If the blood of one's kin was poured into the mouth of the undead, it could completely corrode the soul and kill the undead from the inside. After throwing himself at Mrs. Sheila, Sam not only smeared his blood all over Mrs. Sheila's face, but also stuffed his hand into her mouth. In the end, Mrs. Sheila reacted and slashed at Sam's chest with her backhand. This slash was different from the previous ones as it was full of killing intent. But even so, it was already too late. Sam already knew that Mrs. Sheila would fight back, so he stepped on Mrs. Sheila's body and forced himself to turn around, which only left a small wound on his abdomen. Compared to Mrs. Sheila's death, such a small wound was nothing. At least he survived. Sam looked at Mrs. Sheila, who couldn't move, and laughed out loud. On the hill outside the castle, Freud was admiring Sam's performance. It could be said that Sam had seized the most opportune moment and made the most beautiful counterattack. Although little Sam had the advantage of being a blood relative, he was now a mortal. Being able to defeat a special undead as a mortal proved his courage and wisdom. "Sir, you gave the bell to Nea on purpose, right? To give Sam a chance?" Freud looked at Angor, who was standing beside him. Angor chuckled and did not answer the question directly. "This is a fleeting opportunity. Without keen observation, calm judgment, and courage, it's hard to seize it." Freud nodded and sighed. "I don't think anyone else, even an apprentice wizard, would be able to seize the opportunity to do so. Sam, you did well. If Sam can keep this attitude, he'll find his own path in the future." At first, Freud thought that the test was too difficult. Nessie had given him a blank test that was impossible to answer. But now, at least Freud was satisfied with Sam's test paper. It was a pity that, "Is it my turn?" Freud shook his head. Angor nodded. He did his best. "I'll leave the rest to you." Freud chuckled and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Angor jumped down and slowly glided toward the castle. In the corridor on the second floor, Sam's face became very pale due to excessive blood loss. He began to tear his clothes to cover the wounds on his hands and abdomen. At least, he could hold on until he found the medicine to stop the bleeding. However, just as Sam was struggling to tear off his clothes, Mrs. Sheila, who was lying on the other side, suddenly moved. Hearing the rustling sound, little Sam was alerted and immediately looked up. Mrs. Sheila, whose head was mostly corroded, slowly stood up, raised her sharp forelimbs, and staggered towards Sam. Sam could no longer move his body. There was only one thought in his mind. Why is Lady Sheila still alive? Could it be that the records in the book were fake? As soon as he thought of this, he saw a beam of white light in front of him. It was caused by Lady Sheila waving her forelimbs. Sam closed his eyes subconsciously. When he thought that he was going to die this time, he found that he didn't feel any pain even after waiting for a long time. He didn't even hear the sound of the wind. He opened one of his eyes and saw that Mrs. Sheila's waving forearm had stopped at the tip of his nose. What's going on? While Sam was still confused, Mrs. Sheila's body suddenly went soft and fell to the ground. As Mrs. Sheila fell down, Sam saw the man standing behind Mrs. Sheila and asked, "Mr. Thiessen?" Freud stood in the half-light, one of his hands still in the gaping abdomen of Lady Sheila's spider body. He slowly pulled out his hand. His translucent hand was dripping with blood. Mrs. Sheila was an undead, and Freud was a spirit, so he didn't have blood. Freud's blood was Sam's. You did a good job. You knew that the blood of your kin was the key to restraining Mrs. Sheila. However, you neglected one thing. Mrs. Sheila's mouth is not only on her head, but also on her abdomen. In other words, the mouth on her abdomen is the closest to the core of her soul. Under Sam's confused eyes, Freud explained, although the mouth on her head is bleeding, it will take a long time for her soul to collapse. She might launch another attack during this time, just like what happened just now. Only by putting your blood into the mouth on her abdomen will you be able to hit her. Her soul will collapse quickly and she won't be able to fight back. Sam finally understood what Freud was talking about. The mouth on the Book of the Dead wasn't the mouth on Mrs. Sheila's head, but the mouth on her abdomen where countless sharp teeth could be seen. You haven't left the mortal world yet, so your thinking is still the same as that of an ordinary human. You can't be blamed for this mistake. When you enter the wizarding world and see all kinds of strange creatures, you will be able to escape from your current predicament. Freud said as he took out a bottle and sucked the half-transparent Madame Sheila into it. As soon as Mrs. Sheila was sucked into the bottle, her body stopped collapsing as if time had stopped. Freud shook the bottle with satisfaction. He could use it to practice his soul trick later. However, before that, he needed to get Sam's approval. After all, it was little Sam who killed Mrs. Sheila. Even if Freud did not help her in the end, her death would not have stopped even if he did not help her. Madame Sheila would still die after a while, but at a slower speed. While Freud was thinking about how to make Sam nod, Sam suddenly asked, "Mr. Thiessen, you knew that Lady Sheila would come to the castle, right?" Seeing the resentment in Sam's eyes, Freud didn't know what to say. Yes. At this moment, a clear and powerful voice sounded from the dark corridor in the distance. With a series of footsteps, a red-haired, golden-eyed man appeared in little Sam's sight. "Mr. Pad," young Sam greeted him respectfully. Angor nodded. He walked to Sam and pointed a finger in the air. Sam felt something flowing in his ears, and all the dirt on his wounds disappeared. After the wound was cleaned, another warm current hit him, and the torn wound began to heal quickly. "Is this a wizard spell?" Little Sam stared at the wound in disbelief. "It's a cantrip, not a spell. A level 0 cantrip, cleanse, and a level 1 cantrip, heal. They're simple cantrips that you'll learn once you become an apprentice," Angor explained. "I can answer your question now." Angor paused for a second before continuing, "Now, I can answer your question. You want to know if we knew that Lady Sheila would come. Yes, we were sure that she would show up, and we also knew that you'd become her target." Sam nodded. "That's why you told me to be careful and use my brain when I'm in danger, mister." "That's right." Angor nodded. Sam thought about Alda's sudden change of attitude. He didn't think it was strange at first, but now, he realized something was wrong. Did Alda say that he wanted to go back and rest because we sensed that Madame Shira was about to appear? To prevent Alda from getting hurt, I told him to return to the room where the defensive magic circle was set up. Sam remained silent for a moment. "What about me?" It was a simple question, but Angor could tell that he was trying to control his emotions. If Freud were in Sam's shoes, he would probably be more agitated. Everyone knew the truth while he was the only one who didn't. It was already difficult for him to control his emotions when he was being rejected. Angor chuckled. You already guessed it. We brought you here so that you could face Lady Sheila. Why? When Sam saw Freud telling him that the real mouth was in her stomach, he knew that everything he did, including his escape and Lady Sheila's pursuit, were all under Freud and Angor's watch. So, I'm just an actor in a preset play? Angor noticed the change in Sam's expression. Angor also understood what Sam was trying to say. If he was an actor, what were they? Angor gently rubbed Sam's brown hair. You're not an actor, and we're not the audience who needs to be entertained. Somehow, Sam was convinced by Angor's words. Even though Sam believed Angor's words, he still lowered his head and remained silent. Angor understood Sam's reaction, so he didn't mind. You might feel strange, or even resentful. But it all stems from the question you asked me before we came here. Little Sam, what do you think of my question? You want to join Brute Cavern, right? Sam nodded. He did say that he wanted to join Mr. Pat's organization. You've been staying in the orphanage these days, so I'm sure you've heard about its purpose. Little Sam nodded again. Alda had told him that his role in the orphanage was to play the role of the characters in the Daybreak Slayer's illusion, which was a trial for the talents. Sam's eyes glowed when he realized something. So, it's about my test? So I can join Brute Cavern if I pass? Angor nodded with a smile. Yes. Congratulations. You've passed. It is indeed a test. But it's a little different from what you imagined. Different? You'll find out the difference when you enter Brute Cavern, said Angor. Sam's eyes brightened up. He didn't care about the different part. He was more interested in the fact that he was accepted into Brute Cavern. Although the process was very painful, the result was good. For little Sam, this was already very good. Sam couldn't help but stand up and bow to Angor. However, as soon as he moved, the wound that had not completely healed immediately gave him a painful lesson. Freud quickly helped Sam up. You can't move right now. Don't thank me until you're healed. It's about Lady Sheila. Freud took Sam away with a soul capture flask. Angor spoke again when Sam was helped to a guest room nearby. Young Sam nodded. He saw Mrs. Sheila being put into a small bottle. That's useless to you. But it'll be useful to Freud. Angor signaled Freud to explain himself. Freud quickly went to Angor and explained that he needed Lady Sheila's help. It took Sam quite a while before he realized that Freud was asking for his opinion. Although Lady Sarah was a test, her appearance and her death were all caused by you. So, according to the rules of distribution, you should get most of her loot, Freud explained. According to Freud's personality, he wouldn't talk about the principle of distribution with a mortal. Sam, on the other hand, was different. As a near spirit, he had an unparalleled talent for soul manipulation, which allowed him to attract special souls and undead creatures. This alone would be of great use to him, Alda, and Sunny in the future. Now, it was better to maintain a good relationship with Freud. Sam had been a slave for a long time, and he could clearly feel the sincerity and hypocrisy in Freud's words. Now that Freud was being honest, Sam was touched by Freud's sincerity, and he treated Sam as an equal. The last bit of resentment in Sam's heart was now gone. He read a lot about undead creatures, and he knew that they wouldn't be useful to him for a long time in the future. Keeping them around would only bring him bad luck. Angor was right. Lady Sheila was useless to him. Besides, Freud had also promised to compensate him in the future. Thinking of this, Sam no longer hesitated and nodded. I agree to give it to Mr. Tyson. If it weren't for Mr. Dyson's help, I'd be dead already. Freud chuckled. He didn't tell Sam that Angor wouldn't let him die even if he didn't help him. Instead, he continued to play with the bottle. Angor put a hand on Sam's shoulder. I'll take Freud to train first. You stay here for now. You'll be safe. With that, Angor gave Freud a look, and the two quickly disappeared into the darkness. Sam put a hand on his wound that was slowly healing. When it was fully healed, he lit up an oil lamp and took out a blank notebook to record what happened today. On the other side, Angor and Freud were quickly running through the forest. Very quickly, they arrived at a bare mountain peak. This place was not far from the Star Lake Castle, and they could even vaguely see the lights of the castle on the other side of the mountain. Let's split up. Okay. Freud nodded. The reason why they came here was because they had secretly observed that this was where Mrs. Sheila had first appeared. This meant that Lady Sheila had been hiding here all along. How did Lady Sheila manage to hide her presence when they didn't sense any undead energy in this place? This made them feel a little strange, which was why they came over to investigate. Since they had narrowed down their search area, it was easier for them to find clues. Soon, Angor found a place inside the mountain where his spirit power was blocked by an invisible force. Next, he took out an earth rune scroll that was used to build a house. Using the scroll's power, he forcefully created a cave that led to the inside of the mountain. In the end, the cave was directly connected to a huge cavern. This was where Angor found the strange thing earlier. The air inside the cave was moist and flowing, which meant there was an exit somewhere in the forest. However, they couldn't find the cave after searching for a long time. But it didn't matter since they already found another way to get in. Since they already knew where the cave was, they didn't hesitate and quickly found a place where their spirit power couldn't reach. It was an underground cave. The cave wasn't naturally formed. There were clearly carved stone steps leading to the darkness. Angor looked at the entrance with a thoughtful look. Outsiders might not be able to see it, but as an alchemist who had a deep understanding of mageweths, he could feel that there was an invisible membrane created by a mana array at the entrance of the underground cave. It was this barrier that prevented him from using his spirit power. Angor didn't think there was anything here that could hurt him, but he still spent some time to study this unknown magic array just in case. It took him a while to figure out what kind of magic array it was. It was a magic array used to hide one's aura. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even so, Angor could already sense a ghastly aura coming out of the hole. The magic array was complete, but it was weak because there was no energy supply. This also meant that there was a high probability that there was no one inside. Let's go in. After making sure there was no danger, Angor and Freud stepped into the cave. Angor already sensed the ghastly aura earlier. As soon as they went through the magic array, the aura no longer bothered to hide and rushed toward them. The aura here is even stronger than the one in Star Lake Castle. Freud sensed the aura coming from the cave and noticed that his soul energy was already saturated. He quickly calmed himself down and tried to avoid being affected by the aura. So much aura. Either an undead creature lives here, or a lot of people died here, Angor said. They would find out once they got inside. The aura was strong, but it wasn't a direct attack, so it didn't affect them at all. After walking for about 20 meters, they finally reached the end of the stairs. There was an open door at the end of the tunnel. It was completely dark inside. Nothing could be seen except for the presence of death aura, which felt like a gust of wind howling in their ears. Freud closed his eyes and focused his soul power on his forehead. Invisible ripples spread out from his forehead. A moment later, Freud opened his eyes again. I don't know what's going on inside, but I don't sense any souls or living creatures. After making sure there were no living creatures or undead creatures around, the two of them stepped through the door. The death aura inside was even more intense than before. Even though there was no energy source, they could already hear the cries of ghosts around them, as if they were whispering to each other. However, Freud's eyebrows were twitching as if he was trying his best to endure the pain. Angor took a step forward and released an invisible spirit barrier around him and Freud. Under the protection of the spiritual force field, Freud finally let out a sigh of relief. This must be the place where Ms. Sheila hibernated. The remaining resentment here is extremely strong. Just by standing here, I'm already absorbing the accumulated death aura in my soul. Without Angor's protection, Freud wouldn't have survived for long. Once he absorbed too much resentment, he would only end up as a degenerate. So this place is more suitable for practicing soul tricks than Star Lake Castle, Angor muttered. While muttering, he reached out a hand, and a bright ball of light slowly rose from his palm. When the ball reached the top of his head, it released a blinding light that drove away the darkness and illuminated their surroundings. This was the level 1 cantrip, Flare, which was an advanced version of light. With the help of Flare, they were able to see everything within a 10-meter radius. There was nothing special within the range of the light. The ground was perfectly flat, and there were obvious signs of polishing. they also saw a flight of stairs in front of them. Looks like this place is bigger than I thought, Angor muttered. 10 light balls created by flare appeared in his hand. With a simple flick of his hand, he sent them flying in all directions. The pitch-black underground cave was like a skylight that had been opened to direct sunlight, instantly brightening up. Even the darkest corners of the tunnel were replaced by light. When the light completely replaced the darkness, they finally saw the scene in the huge underground cave. The area of the underground cavern was extremely vast, and it wouldn't be a problem to store 2 or 3-star lake castles. The whole cave was very flat. Right in front of them was a high platform that looked like an altar. Near the altar were a large number of regular rectangular stone platforms. At the edge of the cave, there was a small black cave every few meters. Other than that, there were no other man-made traces. Freud furrowed his brows and looked around. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the platform. This platform? Freud pointed at the altar. The aura of death on it is so thick that it almost feels real. He didn't need Freud to tell him. Although the high platform appeared to be empty to the naked eye, the aura of death, withering and silence was extremely conspicuous. It could even be said that all the aura of death in the entire cavern came from the platform. That was the source. This place feels a little strange. Let's split up and see if we can find anything. Finally, we will go to the high platform. Angor didn't go to the platform right away. Instead, he decided to split up with Freud and check the other parts of the cavern. Freud nodded. He was also curious about the cave. Why would there be a cave like this? Who built it? What should they do? Angor released a spirit barrier on Freud and went to the left side of the platform while Freud went to the right. First, Angor used his spirit feelers to scan the area. The only things worth checking were the rectangular stone platforms and the small caves at the edge of the cavern. He walked to the side of the rectangular stone platform. These rectangular stone platforms protruded directly from the ground. Regardless of their height or shape, they looked like workbenches in a laboratory. On the rectangular stone platform, there were also objects placed on top of it, just like the workbench. A skeleton. To be more precise, it was a broken human skeleton. It was a skeleton of a left arm, which was completely dried up. Under the influence of the death aura, there were many brittle cracks on the skeleton. Angor used both his spirit vision and his eyes to check the skeleton. He noticed that there were traces of energy seeping into the skeleton when it was still alive. However, he wasn't sure. He didn't know everything about bones yet. He decided to ask Freud later. Since he did not find anything else, he went to another rectangular stone platform. Just like the previous one, there was another broken skeleton here. This one was smaller. It was a right hand. Angor could see that the bones were still intact. There were also traces of energy seeping into the bones. Angor tried to recall the left hand he saw earlier. It was bigger than the right hand, which meant they didn't belong to the same person. Next, Angor moved on to the other rectangular stone platforms. There were also broken skeletons on each of them. Some of them didn't belong to humans. After checking the platform, he went to the small cave he just dug out from the wall. He already checked the cave with his spirit feelers before, so he was only here to confirm it. The cave wasn't too big. It was only about 2 meters deep, and there was a complete human skeleton sitting in each of the small caves. Angor looked around the cave. There were smaller caves every few meters, and there were 360 of them in total. In each cave, there was a human skeleton. In the same cross-legged posture. This was definitely not normal. Angor's eyes darkened as he thought of something. He slowly walked back to the platform in the center. Not long after, Freud joined them. There are broken skeletons here, Freud said. Some belong to humans, some humanoids, and some non-native races. I have a feeling that some supernatural being might have done some secret research here. All of them showed traces of energy when they were alive. They shouldn't belong to mortals. Freud's conclusion was similar to Angor's. Angor considered for a moment. If it's really a supernatural secret research, it's normal for humans and humanoids to be here. But, the bones of otherworldly creatures remind me of a certain race. Carabits, Freud agreed. Carabits love to study living creatures, especially otherworldly creatures. Angor nodded. Maybe it's a carabit wizard who's doing experiments here. That's possible. But it seems like this place has been abandoned for a long time, and there are no traces left behind by the experimenter. We can't prove it yet. Angor nodded. There was no more information about the skeletons on the platform, so he had to put them aside for now. I'm more interested in the skeletons in the small caves. Freud shivered a bit and said, all the skeletons were in perfect condition, but they were all sitting in the same posture. It's really creepy. Why do you care about those skeletons, sir? Freud asked. Angor considered for a moment. The distance between each cave is the same. The size of the cave is the same. The skeletons are all human, and they're sitting in the same posture. Everything was in accordance with a uniform standard. It reminds me of... He hesitated for a moment and said, a ritual. A ritual. Freud murmured the word softly. Unlike inscriptions, ritualism was not pursued by the supreme cult in the southern region. Freud had heard of it before, but he did not have much contact with it. However, he knew that almost all sacrifices had something to do with the study of rituals. There were even schools of thought that ritual studies and inscriptions were both born from the demon gods. However, ritual studies were born from the sacrificial rituals between the demon gods and their believers. I learned about the prayer ritual from Ananda, and then I learned the basics of rituals from Greya. Angor recalled what Greya taught him. Before becoming the master of rituals, there is little freedom in the study of rituals. Everything must be done according to the rules. The rituals of ritualism, on the other hand, are very strict and rigid. For example, in a sacrificial ritual, the offerings must be placed at least 10 times the distance between the offerings. All offerings must be at least 3 meters apart from each other, and the offerings must be placed at a 90-degree angle. Because of these rules, the ritual can go on as it should. As for the existence of this small cave, in my opinion, it's an absolutely strict rule. Freud finally understood why Angor was so interested in the small cave. If it was just a ritual, it would not be a big deal. However, the ritual used human bones. Regardless of whether the ritual used a living sacrifice or a dead sacrifice, it meant that it was a sacrificial ritual. The sacrificial offerings naturally had to have a target, and the targets of using humans as offerings were generally demon gods, evil gods, demons that possessed divinity and ate humans as food, or otherworld giants that were hostile to humans. Otherwise, there was no need to use humans as offerings. Demons, evil gods, and otherworldly entities were not to be trifled with. They were all important targets in the wizarding world. Now that there was such a ritual here, they needed to pay attention to it. Since the ritual is made of human bones. That's an altar, no doubt about it. Angor looked at the platform in front of him. As for who the ritual is for, let's go up there and see. There must be some clues. With that, Angor took the lead and stepped onto the stairs leading to the altar. With each step, Angor could feel the death aura attacking his spirit field more fiercely. The death aura here was strong, but it was not controlled. It was just an unconscious attack that would not cause any damage to his spirit field. There were 36 steps in total, which corresponded to the number of small caves. Once again, Angor confirmed the ritual's purpose. When they reached the top of the altar, they saw a white bone altar built with the bones of the dead. There was nothing on the altar, but the death aura here was the strongest. Angor assumed that Lady Sheila had been staying on the altar all this time, which was why the death aura was so strong. Freud walked around the altar and did not see anything else. If they wanted to find clues, they would have to start from the altar. However, at first glance, it was difficult to find any clues on this white bone altar. Not only was there nothing, but the altar was also pure white and flawless. There were no veined patterns on it. Angor reached out a hand and touched the altar. When he sensed something cold from his fingertip, he narrowed his eyes. There's no energy left on the altar, Angor said slowly. Bone altars were made from the bones of the dead. The bones of the dead were considered semi-finished magic materials in the wizarding world, which meant they contained supernatural properties. But now, the bones of the dead had become ordinary objects without any supernatural properties. This meant, the ritual has already been performed, Angor said. Since the ritual had already been carried out, what exactly was the ritual? Was it a success or failure? And why was Lady Sheila here? While Freud was still trying to figure out what was going on, Angor clenched his fist and crushed the bone altar. After a series of clattering noises, the bone altar broke into pieces and fell to the ground. As the white bone altar shattered, the ground at the top of the altar was revealed. Hey, there's a symbol here. Freud looked down and saw a strange symbol at the center of the ground. It was obviously drawn by a human. After making sure there was no energy left on the altar, Angor scanned it with his spirit feelers and found the symbol. That was why he had shattered the white bone altar to reveal the symbols. Angor had never seen it before. The symbol was very neat and could be divided into 3 parts. The outermost part was a concentric circle. Inside the circle was a standard hexagon. Inside the hexagon was a symmetrical meandering symbol. The symbol looked like 2 curved earthworms. When Angor took a closer look, he could see the symbol moving around as if it was alive. It doesn't look supernatural, but it has something to do with the death aura around it. Angor sighed. Too bad I've never seen it before. The symbol inside the hexagon was a key clue. Perhaps it pointed to the target of the ritual. Angor looked at Freud to see if the man knew about it. Freud shook his head. I've never seen it either. But it's fine. We can always ask for help. Angor didn't need Freud's explanation to know that Freud was referring to the wizards in the dream wasteland. It could be said that with the dream wasteland, many complicated problems that couldn't be solved on their own could be solved by this method in the first place. Angor asked Freud to wait on the altar while he entered the dream wasteland. When Angor opened his eyes again, he was already inside a private room on the 2nd floor of the Brilliance Church in Foundation City. Angor came to the Church of Light to look for Ness. He wanted to talk to Sunders first, but Sunders hadn't shown up in the dream wasteland for several days. As for why he chose Ness as his second choice, it was because Lady Sheila lived in the underground cave, which contained an unusual amount of death energy. Since Ness was an expert in death energy and undead creatures, he might know something about it. Angor pushed the door open and walked down a long hallway until he reached the main hall of the Brilliance Church. The first thing he saw was Ness, who was sitting beside a beautiful girl. The girl had her eyes closed and her hands clasped together as if she was praying. Ness seemed to be praying as well. But Angor knew that most wizards did not believe in anything, so Ness must have an ulterior motive. As Angor expected, Ness slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the girl with a perverted look. Angor couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he kept swallowing his saliva. There was no doubt that Nessie had appeared in the church because of this young girl. Angor sighed and moved his lips. The melodious wind blew into Nessie's ears, bringing with it a whisper. Nessie was stunned for a moment. He seemed to hear someone calling his name. He looked up hesitantly and saw someone standing on the 2nd floor of the church. It was Angor. A moment later, Angor and Ness sat opposite each other in a private room on the 2nd floor of the church. I was a little surprised when I saw Wizard Ness in the Brilliance Church. Why are you here too? I didn't expect you to come here for something else. Little Doya is a filial child. She comes here every day to pray for her parents. Angor smiled at Ness, but Ness didn't try to hide it. That's right. She comes here to pray for her parents every day. Doya was referring to the beautiful girl who had been brought into the dream wilderness by Flodra. She had died of illness in the real world, but her parents were still alive. Therefore, Doya came to the church every day to pray for her parents. If Ness wanted to win Doya's heart, he had to start with what Doya cared about the most. Hence, he followed her to the church and pretended to pray to strike up a conversation with Doya. Today was the 6th day since Ness came to the church. Ness happily told Angor about his battle report in a proud tone. Angor didn't give Ness a chance to continue his speech and changed the topic. I'm here because I found out more about Sam's matter. Hearing that it was about Sam, Ness's eyes immediately darkened. According to the time, Sam's test has already ended. What's the result? Angor didn't show any bias and told Ness everything about Sam's performance. The fact that Sam could find the library and read it calmly showed that he worked hard. The fact that he could find the method to deal with the man-headed spider in the library showed that he was not only working hard but also had some luck. the fact that he could test Mrs. Sheila without fear and risk getting hurt proved that he had thought it through. The fact that he could seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack against Mrs. Sheila after he found out Mrs. Sheila's weakness showed that he had courage. Just like that, Sam was described as a hardworking, brave, smart, and lucky young man. The only thing missing was that it was Freud who saved Sam from killing Mrs. Sheila. But that was only because Sam was not experienced enough, so it was not a big deal. Ness's eyes glowed brighter as he listened to Angor's story. He was satisfied with Sam's performance as well. However, Angor didn't ask whether Ness would send Sam a normal poster or a golden poster in the end. He would have to wait until Sam went to Brute Cavern to find out. Angor didn't stop there. Instead, he told Ness about Lady Sheila's underground altar. Ness didn't expect there to be such a story behind Lady Sheila. After he finished listening, he muttered to himself, 360 caverns, and each of them has a human skeleton sitting cross-legged. The altar also has 36 steps. It does sound like the standard of the ritual. I don't know much about rituals, so I can't help you with that. Angor wasn't too disappointed. There weren't many wizards in the southern wizardry region who studied rituals, and the eastern wizardry was more popular. But this time Angor wasn't here to ask about the ritual. Instead, he was here to ask about the symbol. Angor wanted to see if Ness had seen it before. Ness nodded. All right. Draw it and I'll take a look. Of course, Angor wasn't going to draw it. He planned to use an illusion to show it to Ness. However, when he raised his hand to cast an illusion, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ness looked at Angor's blank face. Angor slowly lowered his hand. I don't remember the shape of the symbol. Angor only remembered that the outer circle of the symbol was a concentric circle, while the inner circle was a standard hexagon. But what was the shape of the hexagon? Angor tried to recall, and his mind went blank. At first, Ness thought Angor was joking. But when he saw Angor's serious expression, he realized that Angor wasn't joking. A wizard shouldn't forget what he saw just a second ago, Ness said. This isn't normal. Angor quickly realized that Ness was right. It wasn't a complicated symbol, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. There was something wrong with the symbol. But even if he knew that there was a problem with the symbol, how could he solve it now? He couldn't recall it, and he couldn't show it either. I'll go back to the real world. I didn't try to remember it before. Let's see if it works this time. With that, he vanished into thin air. Ness was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up and walked outside. As he walked, he muttered to himself, it's strange that I can't recall the symbols. Since I can't analyze it through the symbols, I can only start from the ritual itself. I should ask Granny. Angor returned to the real world and saw Freud looking at him expectantly. Angor shook his head and told Freud why he couldn't remember the symbol. With that, he looked at the symbol on the ground again. When he tried to recall the symbol, he couldn't find anything special about it. But when he closed his eyes and tried to recall it, he couldn't. He didn't need to go into the dream wasteland again to confirm that memory alone wouldn't work. Freud also noticed this. He hesitated for a moment and took out a pen and paper from his necklace to try to record the symbol by drawing it. It was possible to draw, but when the symbols were drawn, the white paper instantly turned into powder. Is it because I don't have enough medium? He considered for a moment and took out a piece of chaos drum parchment from his bracelet. It was a high-quality parchment with anti-magic properties, which could be used to practice drawing runes without worrying about the parchment exploding. However, the runes he drew would not do anything to the parchment. Since ordinary paper couldn't hold the symbol, he decided to use the anti-magic chaos drum parchment instead. Freud took the parchment and started drawing again. This time, the drawing went very smoothly. He completely recorded the symbols, and the paper didn't explode. Just when Freud thought that he had succeeded, the symbol slowly disappeared from the chaos beast skin. It was as if the symbol was drawn with colorless water, and once the water dried up, the symbol would disappear. Freud sighed helplessly. He had failed again. He remained silent for a while. After a while, Freud said, there must be a way to carry the symbols. Otherwise, how did the person who drew them do it? Maybe they needed some special parchment? Freud's theory made sense, but it was hard to prove it. No one knew what kind of parchment they needed. Also, it was possible that they didn't need a specific parchment, but some other special conditions, such as a specific ritual, a specific bloodline, or even a specific person. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to test them one by one. Things were getting more and more complicated. Angor glanced at the chaos drum parchment in Freud's hand and suddenly had an idea. Freud recorded the symbol on the parchment to help him memorize it. If the recording was successful, what was the next step? The answer was to bring the parchment into the dream wasteland. The only way to bring the parchment into the dream wilderness was to use the dream whelk from the Moonlight Coast. Since that was the case, why not just use the dream whelk to bring the symbol into the dream wasteland? The dream whelk was a mystery item that ignored all laws. It could pull anything into the dream wasteland, except for creatures that were not suitable for mystery items. Even the laws of the sorcerer's garden could appear in the dream wasteland. Angor didn't believe that the symbol could resist the dream whelk. Without further ado, he took out the geometric lock and the dream whelk. First, he activated the geometric lock to stop the mystery aura from spreading. Then, he activated the dream whelk. The dream whelk returned to normal as it glowed brightly on the ground. "I'll check it again," Angor told Freud and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his private room on the second floor of the Church of Light. At this moment, the single room was already empty. "Huh? Where did Ness go?" Angor mumbled. He didn't think too much about it. The most important thing right now was to find the symbol on the stone slab. Angor placed the stone slab on the desk in the room. He slowly walked to the desk and looked at the stone slab on it. Angor's eyes lit up when he saw the familiar twisted runes on the stone slab. He did it. The mystery item ignored all laws and went beyond the requirements of the symbol itself. The symbol that he couldn't remember or engrave was pulled into the dream wasteland by the dream whelk. After being excited for a while, Angor began to look for Ness. It didn't take him long to locate Ness. "Hey, the Ocean Theater? So Iron Granny is here too?" Angor looked at the Ocean Theater and realized something from his omniscient view. He didn't think Ness would know about the symbol. He planned to take the stone slab to Tree Spirit or Rain, who were knowledgeable wizards. Angor went to the dream wasteland to find Ness so that he could explain the situation to Angor. Now that Ness was with Iron Granny, Angor didn't have to waste time looking for him. Rain and Tree Spirit both respected Iron Granny, so she must be one of the most knowledgeable wizards in the world. With the stone slab in hand, Angor hurried to the Ocean Theater. As soon as he entered the theater, he heard someone playing a piano. From the tune, he recognized the name of the piece, Adeline by the Water. It was a song from Earth, and it was written by John. But now, although the music sounded smooth, the rhythm was a little stuttering. Obviously, it wasn't John who was playing. Angor looked at the stage and saw John standing beside the piano, while Alda was playing the instrument with a shy look on his face. As for why Alda was so shy, it was because there were other people in the audience. Iron Granny and Ness were sitting in the audience. They weren't necessarily listening to Alda's performance, but their presence alone was enough to give Alda a lot of pressure. With great difficulty, she finally managed to finish playing the zither despite her shyness. When Alda finished, Angor clapped his hands and nodded to Alda. Alda's nervousness slowly disappeared as Angor clapped his hands. Alda smiled happily and went to John to wait for his teacher's opinion. John was in the middle of a piano lesson. Angor exchanged a glance with John and used his lips to indicate that he was here for Iron Granny. John nodded and led Alda and Sunny backstage. Angor went to the audience and sat down beside Iron Granny. "You're just in time. I've been thinking. Since I can't remember the symbols, I might as well try the ritual." "Granny knows something about rituals." Angor nodded. "All right." I explained the situation of the ceremony to Granny. According to the current conditions, we can basically confirm that this is a sacrificial ceremony. Also, I don't think the target of the ritual is a demon or evil god. It's very likely to be an alien race. It's just that I can't remember the symbols. For now, I don't know what kind of alien race they belong to, nor do I know what the purpose of the sacrificial ceremony is. It's okay. I brought the symbols. Angor spoke in a small voice. "You memorized it?" Ness raised his voice and stared at Angor in disbelief. Even Iron Granny was surprised by Angor's answer. One had to know that she had seen similar situations before. This situation meant that the memory had a very special protective mechanism. There had to be a specific and corresponding method in order to be able to remember it. She was sure that Angor would not be able to memorize it when Ness asked her for help. If there was something important, she might even go to Angor's place through the plain passageway. However, she was surprised by the result. Did Angor really memorize it? Did he find a way to solve the problem? Angor scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't write it down. But I brought the tablet with the runes into the dream wasteland. With that, he took out the relatively thin stone slab from his pocket. Iron Granny shook her head and sighed. I almost forgot that you still have the dream whelk. She didn't know what to say. Iron Granny was still thinking about the problem based on her own experience, so she didn't realize what Angor meant. Ness also heard about the dream whelk. He looked at the stone slab and couldn't help but laugh. Granny also told me that this kind of situation is a very special secret mechanism. There's no corresponding way to break it. Even if she went, she wouldn't be able to remember it. I didn't expect you to take such a shortcut. The dream whelk is indeed a mystery item. No matter how special the security mechanism is, it can't be pulled into a dream by force. After sighing with emotion, their eyes naturally focused on the symbols on the stone slab. They thought they would have to go there in person to see it, but now, it was right in front of them. Both Ness and Iron Granny looked at the two symmetrical meandering symbols inside the hexagon at the same time. This was because they knew very well that the outermost symbol was not important. The most important thing was still this symbol. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about this meandering symbol. But when you looked at it seriously, it seemed to be projected into your mind, turning into two moving crickets, constantly wriggling and wriggling. However, when you closed your eyes, the dancing crickets in your mind would instantly lose all memories of themselves. No matter how hard you tried, you would find nothing but a blank space. Ness and Iron Granny watched carefully. Angor was also paying attention to their expressions as they looked at each other. Ness's eyes flickered as if he was trying to recall something. Iron Granny, on the other hand, seemed to have found something. About 5 minutes later, Ness and Iron Granny raised their heads. Iron Granny didn't say anything. Ness spoke first. I don't remember seeing this symbol before. But. When Ness said the word but, he hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing. I keep having this feeling that it's strangely familiar, as if I should know it. Ness looked at Iron Granny, hoping to get an answer from her. Iron Granny rubbed the stone slab for a while and said, It's normal that you've never seen it before. It's also normal that you're familiar with it. Because it came from that place. Ness did not understand. That place? Khazadar world. Iron Granny replied. Nessie's pupils constricted as he hurriedly asked, Is this the language of the Khazadar world? Iron Granny shook her head. Even if you haven't learned the language of the Khazadar world, you should know some of it. It doesn't look like the language of the Khazadar world. It's just a symbol. Or rather, a symbol that represents something or someone from the Khazadar world. A symbol that represents a property. Ness seemed to have understood something when he heard this, and his eyes flashed with realization. While Iron Granny and Ness were discussing, Angor was still confused. What are you guys talking about? What's the Khazadar world? Ness sighed and replied with a serious look, Khazadar world. You might not know this name because it's what we soul manipulators call it. Wizards who don't soul manipulators usually call it the Plane of Souls. The Plane of Souls was a place similar to the Dream Realm and the Nightmare Realm. It was called a world, but it did not appear in the material world. It was more like a paradise for energy entities, existing in a dimension that could not be explored by the material world. Some people speculated that everyone's soul realm was connected to the Plane of Souls. However, this was only a guess and had never been proven. But from all kinds of information, it was certain that the existence of the Plane of Souls was a miracle. This was Angor's understanding of the Plane of Souls. What he knew was limited because information about the Plane of Souls was rarely spread to the outside world. It was rare to hear about the Plane of Souls, so Angor could not help but ask, So you're saying that the Plane of Souls has words? And forces? Of course, because the Khazadar world is not only a world of souls, but also a world of pure energy entities. The so-called words were passed down by these energy entities. As for the forces, Ness smiled as if he was saying, the Khazadar world is bigger than you can imagine. But most of it is inhabited by undead creatures. Only a few undead souls can gather in these places. The safe zones of these souls are the hotbeds for the birth of forces. I've been to a soul safety zone called Xianxia. There are more than 10 forces there. I've also heard that there's a huge soul safety zone called Warsaw, 2 undead districts away from Xianxia. Due to some special reasons, there are at least a few hundred forces gathered there. Angor listened to Ness' explanation, but he did not pay attention to the forces. Instead, he asked curiously, Wizard Ness, you've been to the Plane of Souls? I heard that the Plane of Souls is almost impossible for living beings to enter. Ness extended his finger and shook it left and right. No. Khazadar world is only closed to non-soul type sorcerers, because only souls can enter Khazadar world, and most of the sorcerer's soul quality cannot reach the standard to enter Khazadar world, only soul type sorcerers can enter. Of course I have. Or else, how do you think my tower in the Valley of Souls was built? Ness lived in a soul tower in Brute Cavern, which was made entirely of requiem stones. This was what kept the countless souls in the valley stable. Angor was curious about where the requiem stones came from. Now Ness told him that they came from the Khazadar world. After Ness was pleased with himself for a while, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned to one of hatred. However, the only way to enter the Khazadar world is controlled by 3 powerful Magus families, and the cost of entering is extremely high. Also, we need someone to protect our bodies when we go in. Even if you're a soul-type Magus, not just anyone can enter. Ness shook his head. He did not want to think about how he was exploited. Speaking of which, according to Granny, this symbol should represent a force in Khazadar world. Or a powerful being. Who could it be? Back to the symbol, Ness looked at the 2 twisted earthworms on the symbol and felt a sense of familiarity. He was now more convinced about Iron Granny's theory. Iron Granny spoke in a low voice, I'm not sure. But it could be a force in the Khazadar world. People there like to use earthworms as symbols, and their encryption methods are often used to interfere with minds. Khazadar world? A trace of surprise flashed across Ness's face at first, but then he thought of something and nodded. That's possible. The forces on Steven's side are extremely powerful, enough to interfere with the other world. Ness saw Angor's confusion and explained, Khazadar world is a huge safe zone, and there are many powerful forces there. Among these forces, there are also powerful existences that can directly cross realms and interfere with the material world without descending. Only such beings would use the ritual to send their power to the real world and complete a sacrifice. Iron Granny added, actually, it's not hard to find out which force is in Khazadar world. From the ritual, we can tell that this force is hostile to humans. They also care about the number 36. With these 2 conditions and the details of the sacrifice, we can ask the soul manipulators. Iron Granny then changed the topic, however, it's pointless to ask them about their background. Why do you say that? Iron Granny said, during the sacrificial ceremony, the organization from the Stellan safety sector could have come in reverse, but they didn't. It's very likely that they came in response to the person who held the sacrificial ceremony, not on their own. The person who held the sacrifice has obviously left, and the altar has been abandoned. It's actually very difficult to find out why the other party offered the sacrifice and what they want. Unless we go to the Stern safety sector and ask that force, but that's not very meaningful. Angor looked at Ness, who nodded to show that Granny was right. Does Lady Shira's appearance have anything to do with the ritual? I'm sure Lady Sheila didn't come from Khazadar world. She's an undead, but she's a citizen of the Central Empire. It's normal for her to show up there, Ness answered. But I think the reason why Lady Sheila became so strong in such a short time must have something to do with the death aura in the altar. Maybe later, Mrs. Sheila found the altar and cultivated there with the death aura and slowly became so powerful. She might even have become a special undead through the death aura. The death aura in the altar came from the soul plane? Ness nodded. Yes. Khazadar world doesn't lack death aura, and there are plenty of accumulated death aura in the undead area, which can be used to generate death aura continuously. I think some of the death aura escaped from the undead area during the ritual, and it was attracted by this symbol, which caused it to release a large amount of death aura in the underground cave. By now, Angor had already learned the whole story from Iron Granny and Ness. Many years ago, a wizard who looked like a carabid held a sacrificial ritual in the underground cave and made some kind of deal with a force in the soul plane. The content of the deal was unknown. After the sacrificial ceremony, the man left the cave, and the altar was abandoned. After some time, Madame Sheila accidentally found this place and slept in the cave, gradually cultivating until today with the help of the death chi. The most important thing was the wizard who held the ritual in the first place. But now, Angor knew that the wizard had been gone for a long time. No matter what kind of deal he made with the force in the soul plane, it would be difficult to find out. Indeed, as Granny had said, this matter could only end here. Besides, Angor was worried about Freud's safety since this place was close to Freiding Town. Now that he was sure there was nothing to worry about, there was no point in investigating further. There were many secrets in this world, and he didn't need to worry about them. With that in mind, Angor made up his mind to leave the altar alone. Looks like this trip was a waste of time. Angor shrugged. But it's not that bad. I found a place full of death aura. Freud should be able to train his soul here. Ness agreed. Khazadar World was the best place for an undead to train, and Freud could use the death aura there to speed up his training. After making sure the altar was safe, Angor prepared to leave. Suddenly, Iron Granny touched the symbol on the stone tablet and said, "You said you came here for nothing, but that's not the case." "What do you mean by that, Granny?" Angor's half-transparent body quickly became solid again. Iron Granny pointed at the symbol. "This is the biggest reward." Iron Granny's words puzzled Ness. "Isn't it just a symbol that represents a property? What's the point?" "It means that it contains a trace of constant energy fluctuation of the force in Svant's safety zone." Constant energy fluctuation? Do you know what it means, Granny? Iron Granny looked at the wriggling symbol. "I don't know what it means, but I do know that it's a special kind of soul energy that won't dissipate easily. We can study it to find the target's location." Location? Ness didn't understand what Iron Granny meant at first. But soon, he realized something and looked at Iron Granny in confusion. "Granny, you mean," Iron Granny nodded. "If we can find the coordinates of Khazadar World, we'll be able to open a passage to that world." Ness stood up. This was exactly what he had in mind. If they could find the coordinates of Khazadar World, they would be able to open a passage on their own, and he wouldn't have to spend money to borrow the passage from the three clans. This was definitely a matter of great importance to Nessie. In fact, it was important for Brute Cavern. After all, Khazadar World had a lot of soul manipulators. But soon, Ness frowned again. "I know what you mean, Granny. But if we want to get in touch with the special soul energy of that force, we need to find a way to crack it." They had to crack the outer layer of the seal to get in touch with the power inside. And that was what they needed to do in the first place. They had to meet certain conditions and methods to crack the seal. Once they failed, the symbol would disappear along with the constant energy fluctuation, and they would never be able to study it, let alone find its coordinates. "Then we'll do it. Don't you remember Angor's dream whelk?" Nessa's eyes glowed again. Yes, there was a dream whelk. The dream whelk could pull objects from the real world into a dream. It didn't matter if the object in the dream was damaged. It wouldn't harm the object in the real world anyway. He could always find another way to crack the seal if he failed. There would come a day when he would succeed. Once he succeeded, he could test it out in the real world. With that in mind, Ness looked at Angor with his shining eyes. "You have to help me." The first thing Angor did after returning to reality was to use the dream whelp to drag the rune back into his dream and place it in front of Ness. "Mr. Angor, why did you use the dream whelk again?" Freud asked in confusion. The other one was ruined by Ness' experiment. Seeing Freud's confused look, Angor decided to start from the beginning and told Freud about his conversation with Ness and Iron Granny in the Oceanic Theater. After listening to the whole story, Freud was stunned for a long time before he said in a daze. "So, the death aura here came from the Khazadar World." "What? You know about Khazadar World too?" Freud nodded. There was a soul manipulator who accepted a mission and brought a group of talents to the orphanage. He told me that the final destination of all wandering souls is Khazadar world. The final destination of souls? Angor repeated. Yes. To souls, that place is the home of wanderers, the place of silence for those who are unwilling to accept their fate, and the place where all souls will eventually go. Freud continued, as long as you exist as a soul, whether you are an undead or an undead, you will all end up there. In other words, if you don't interfere, you, Alda, and Sunny will all end up at Khazadar world? Freud nodded. Then how do souls end up at Khazadar world? It's hard to say. According to the soul manipulator, Khazadar world can be seen as a higher dimension, or a moving belt of light. When the belt of light connects with the southern wizardry region, souls in the southern wizardry region can turn around and walk to Khazadar world. But it's hard to say when the belt of light will connect with the southern wizardry region. Maybe soon, or maybe not for hundreds or thousands of years. Freud noticed that Angor was looking at him with a hesitant look. Freud knew what Angor wanted to say. Sir, need not worry, even if the belt of light connects to the southern domain, as undead, it is not difficult for us to remain in our original world. Because undead have their own consciousness, as long as they have a strong will, or a place for their soul to reside, they can resist the attraction of the Khazadar world. On the contrary, the undead, because they are chaotic and have no consciousness, they are easily attracted to the Khazadar world. Because of this, most of the Khazadar world's regions were filled with undead creatures. To other worlds, this was a friendly mechanism that could regularly clear out the undead. To the souls of the Khazadar world, it was a disaster. However, the Khazadar world is extremely vast, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Inside, there are many safe zones for spirits, so there is no need to worry about the appearance of the undead suppressing the living space of the undead. Angor showed an icy expression. Back then, when old Pad died, he wondered if his soul would have a place to return to after death, just like in John's stories from Earth. Now that he thought about it, there really was one. Khazadar world was such a place of souls. Would old Pat and his mother, Hypatia, be there too? Angor shook his head as soon as he thought about it. To enter the Khazadar world, one had to be at least a soul. And the probability of a mortal forming a complete soul after death was extremely low. After Freud finished telling him about the Khazadar world, he noticed that Angor was deep in thought. After a while, Angor's eyes regained their light. What are you thinking about, sir? Freud asked curiously. Nothing, I'm just thinking about something. Angor paused and slowly continued, I'm wondering if souls can dream. Freud thought Angor was thinking about the Khazadar world, but he didn't expect such a strange answer. Freud considered and said, even when a soul is asleep, its consciousness will stop moving. So, souls can't dream on their own. Angor's eyes brightened up. If souls can't dream, then there shouldn't be any powerful dream creatures roaming between the Khazadar world and the dream realm, right? So, sir, you're thinking of... Freud didn't finish his sentence. Dream wasteland? Angor nodded. Yes. I want to see if I can create a new dream wasteland in the Khazadar world. Angor once tried to create a dream wasteland in the Abyss Plane. However, the new dream wasteland was torn apart by a ferocious dream behemoth as soon as it was born. The dream wasteland attached to the southern wizarding region was created because of Shava's presence. She killed the greedy dream behemoths and allowed the dream wasteland to be created without any trouble. Shava couldn't show up every time. If Angor wanted to create a new dream wasteland in another world, his first task was to find a way to kill those greedy dream behemoths. However, Angor still didn't know how to kill those dream behemoths. In the dream realm, where there were almost no natural enemies, the dream behemoths could grow stronger by eating dreams. Angor saw the dream behemoth Shava killed earlier with God's eye. It was as big as a continent. It was too difficult to kill a dream behemoth like that. However, the dream behemoths needed a large amount of dreams to support them. Khazadar world was filled with souls, and souls didn't dream on their own. If he could create a dream wasteland in Khazadar world, there shouldn't be any dream behemoths, right? Freud nodded. We can try. But since souls don't dream, I don't know if we can create a dream wasteland in Khazadar world. Angor considered. You have a point. Anyway, it's not urgent. We haven't even found a way to get to Khazadar world yet. Even if we want to, we'll do it later. After discussing Angor's crazy idea, they returned their attention to the altar. The person who performed the ritual has left. There shouldn't be any danger here. Angor looked at Freud. The death aura here is very strong. Why don't you practice your soul tricks here? Freud nodded without hesitation. The death aura here was even stronger than the one in Star Lake Castle. After confirming the location, Freud returned to Star Lake Castle and told Alda and Sam about the situation. After that, Freud went to St. Sem City alone and told Naya about Lady Sheila's death. After that, Freud returned to the underground cave. Shall we begin? Angor floated in the air and looked at Freud, who was standing in the center of the altar. Freud took a deep breath and placed a layer of requiem stones on the floor of the altar. Next, he placed a circle of last soul flowers around the stones. This was a preparation for soul tricks to avoid falling into depravity. After placing all the necessary materials, Freud went through the training method in his mind again to make sure he didn't make any mistakes. Let's begin. Good luck, Angor said in a small voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the mental force field around Freud disappeared, and a huge amount of death aura rushed towards Freud like a tidal wave. Surrounded by the miasma of death, Freud was absent-minded for a brief moment. Then, he heard something whispering in his ears. A large number of pale hands reached out from the ground and tried to drag him into the dark swamp. At this moment, the flowers of the last souls shone with an astonishing blue light. The blue light condensed into balls of blue flame that floated around Freud's body. Freud's pale eyes slowly returned to normal. However, as soon as he returned to normal, even more death aura attacked him. The blue flames around the last soul flowers began to flicker as if they would be extinguished at any moment. In the face of this crisis, Freud didn't panic at all. Instead, he opened a slit between his soul's eyebrows according to the soul trick cultivation method. The slit acted like a third eye. As soon as it was opened, the death aura in the area rushed into the slit as if it had found a drain. As the death aura entered Freud's body, he began to show signs of corruption. The pale white undead eye, the pitch black undead hand, and the baleful undead domain. However, under the protection of the last soul flower and the requiem stone, Freud was able to maintain his depravity to a certain extent and didn't completely degenerate. The death aura continued for a full minute. From Angor's point of view, Freud seemed to be doing it with ease. However, Angor had read a scroll about how to learn soul tricks, which clearly stated that absorbing death aura into one's body was a very difficult step. It was the prelude to one's downfall. Freud's mind would waver repeatedly, and all kinds of temptations would attack his mind. This step was like a succubus casting a spell of seduction on a lecher. In order to maintain one's original heart and not be tempted, one needed a very strong willpower. If it had been Alda and Sunny, they would have been able to resist the temptation easily since they were simple-minded and had limited appeal. Freud, on the other hand, was an adult who had experienced all kinds of desires. It wasn't easy for him to remain unaffected by the death aura. The result was gratifying. Freud's first step was a perfect one. When Freud sealed the crack between his eyebrows, he didn't become corrupted. In fact, the corruption in his soul was slowly returning to normal. Once again, Angor created a spirit barrier around Freud to help him suppress the death aura inside him. Without the interference of death aura, Freud began to fight against the death aura inside him. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The corruption on Freud's body had completely disappeared, and he returned to his normal appearance. However, this didn't mean that Freud was back to normal. The power core inside his soul was still expanding like a bomb that could explode at any time, which would cause the death aura to push him away and turn him into an undead. What Freud needed to do now was to cultivate his soul so that the bloated death chi in his core could be slowly digested and reduced. Freud's training session lasted for 2 whole days. 2 days later, Freud opened his eyes. He had already digested the death aura to the limit. If he kept doing this, he would start learning his first soul trick. However, Freud decided to stop at this crucial moment. He took out the soul containment flask that contained Lady Sheila's soul. He wasn't going to do it step by step. Instead, he was going to absorb Lady Sheila's power and learn her soul trick. This step was much more difficult than absorbing the death aura. Freud could become corrupted at any time. Still, this was a great opportunity. If he could survive this, he would be able to learn a soul trick that came from a special undead creature. For him, this could further increase his strength, and he could even reach the fighting strength he had when he was alive in a short period of time. I have prelude to the undead anyway. I'll just have to start from scratch. Freud made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He opened the soul-capturing bottle and sucked. Lady Sheila turned into a ball of dim light and entered Freud's soul. As soon as Lady Sheila entered Freud's body, Freud's appearance began to deteriorate again. His white eyes reappeared. Blue veins popped up on his face. His fingernails turned black and slowly spread to his arms. Everything was happening slowly, but it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. About 3 hours later, almost 80% of Freud's body had been corrupted. His bracelet glowed, and the silver spear of prelude to rebirth appeared in his hand. He would shoot Freud as soon as he saw Freud completely degenerate. Half an hour later, Freud's corruption still didn't stop. 90% of Freud's body had been conquered. Only his soul core, which was located in the center of his chest, was still standing. But at this rate, he wasn't confident that Freud would be able to hold his ground. The negative energy of an ordinary undead creature was like a glass of clear water. On the other hand, the negative energy of the undead was like a drop of extremely thick ink. Once it entered clear water, it would quickly contaminate the water. Moreover, Lady Sheila was a special undead creature. She had more than one drop of ink in the clear water. Freud had to use soul trick to digest Lady Sheila's negative energy and turn it into his own skill. He had to make the dirty water clear again. This was going to be difficult. The corruption didn't stop. 93%, 94%. Freud's corruption was going to reach 100%. Angor sighed in his mind. Freud wouldn't make it. He rubbed the silver runes on the handle of his gun and prepared to fire to save Freud's soul. Suddenly, the corruption stopped at 96%. In the next second, the number 96% popped up in Angor's almost digitized eyes. 95%. 95%? Is it going back? While he was thinking, Freud's depravity continued to fall back to 90% at an extremely fast speed. Then, it stopped at this position for more than 10 minutes before it continued to fall. This time, he fell even faster. It felt like he was falling straight down. Before he could react, he had already reached the bottom of the abyss. When Freud's corruption reached 0%, all traces of corruption disappeared from his body, and he returned to his normal soul form. Angor was sure that Freud was going to succeed this time. After the depravity disappeared, there were no more difficulties. All that was left was to slowly digest the death aura in his body until he could use the first soul trick. A day later, Freud's death aura was almost gone, but he still hadn't woken up. He still hasn't mastered the soul technique even after using up all his death aura? Angor was surprised. Normally, Freud would only need to consume about 70 to 80% of his death aura to learn the first soul trick. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, Freud learned the first soul trick from Lady Sheila, and it was only natural that such a trick would consume a lot of death aura. Ness told me that Freud can't handle this on his own. First, I need to remove the spirit barrier around Freud. Angor waved a hand and removed the barrier around Freud. Second, I need Freud to absorb death aura from the outside world. Otherwise, Freud's soul energy will start to run out, and he'll end up sucking himself dry. As soon as the barrier was removed, death aura began to gather around Freud's body. However, Freud's soul was already in perfect condition, so the death aura was only floating around Freud's body. Third, I need to enlighten Freud's soul. Angor took a step forward and appeared next to Freud. He placed a finger on Freud's forehead and created a wound that reached the core of Freud's soul. The wound quickly became the entrance for the death aura to enter Freud's body. A large amount of death aura was absorbed by Freud's body. Angor sighed in relief when he was sure that Freud's cultivation would start again. This method seemed simple and straightforward, but it also tested the trust between the soul being enlightened and the protector. Any hesitation on either side would result in failure. Luckily, Lucien and Freud trusted each other completely. If it were anyone else, Lucien wouldn't have been able to do it. Half a day later, Freud finally stopped absorbing death chi from the outside world. This meant that he had enough death chi for his soul cultivation. Angor also set up a new spirit barrier around Freud to prevent any accidents from happening due to excessive death aura. Now, Angor's job as Freud's protector was done. The only thing left to do was to wait for Freud to wake up. 2 hours later, Freud slowly opened his eyes at the first light of the morning sun. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 green flames dancing in them. But soon, Freud's calmed down again. Freud didn't look any different than he did 3 days ago. His soul hadn't changed at all. However, all the death aura around Freud's body was gone. Freud's gloomy expression also brightened up. It was a strange way to describe a dead soul as bright, but Angor felt that way. Also, without the restriction of death chi, the upper limit of Freud's soul core would be expanded. This meant that Freud's bottleneck had been broken, and he wouldn't face any more obstacles in the near future. Now that he was sure Freud was fine, he wondered what kind of soul trick Freud learned from Lady Xianxia. Most likely, it was the dead soul's vision. When Madame Sheila dealt with Little Sam in Star Lake Castle, she used dead soul vision. But even so, Freud believed that dead soul's vision was different from the normal ones. However, Angor had no idea what the difference would be for now. Lady Sheila was only toying with Sam, and she didn't use the dead soul's vision at all. Angor had to wait for Freud's explanation. Half an hour later, Freud finished healing the wound between his eyebrows and bowed to Angor. "Thank you for your help, Mr. So, what's the soul trick you got this time?" Angor waved his hand and quickly asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. Dead soul's vision. He was more interested in the difference between the dead soul shroud and the normal dead soul shroud. Freud was about to explain when Angor cut him off. "You don't have to explain. Just use it on me and I'll feel it myself." Freud nodded and activated the little trick hidden in the core of his soul. In his vision, he saw strange soul ripples appearing around Freud's body. When the ripples passed through his body, Angor could feel the space around him fluctuating slightly. Angor looked around and saw that he was still standing on the altar with Freud beside him. Nothing seemed to have changed. He considered for a moment and began to walk down the stairs. However, he noticed that the stairs kept extending away from him, which meant that he would never be able to get down from there. The flare spell above his head allowed him to see the stairs clearly. If the target's senses were blocked by pure darkness, he would be lost forever. This was the dead soul's vision. As John put it, it was like going around in circles. As an illusionist, Angor could easily see through the dead soul's vision, so it wasn't difficult for him to break it. However, he didn't do it right away. Instead, he kept observing the dead soul's vision because he couldn't find anything special about it. But he still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. "Mister, why don't you keep going down the stairs?" Freud's voice came from behind. Angor knew it was Freud's suggestion. Angor didn't insist and followed Freud's suggestion. Without removing the dead soul's barrier, the staircase looked like it had an infinite number of steps. After about 100 steps, Angor sensed something different, but it wasn't obvious. Another 100 steps later, Angor stopped. The strange movement of his soul finally made him realize that something was wrong. As long as one is trapped in the dead soul barrier, one can affect the soul land. After taking 200 steps inside the dead soul's barrier, he could clearly feel the souls in his soul space getting restless. If he didn't stop it, his soul would be dragged out of his body. So this was what Freud's dead soul's vision did. Angor looked at Freud, who nodded. Yes. As long as the target can't break the dead soul's vision, his soul will be dragged out of his body and continue to be trapped in the dead soul's vision. Freud paused for a second before he continued, but it's only effective for low-ranked apprentices and mortals. Advanced apprentices will be able to sense the changes in the soul land and won't be able to walk through the soul deceit. It won't work on wizards at all. Killing someone without making a sound. Kind of like an illusion, Angor muttered. Angor considered. Looks like little Sam got lucky. If Lady Shira didn't want to torture him, he would have died from the soul detachment effect. Angor believed that the dead soul's vision was a good one. It was basically a level 3 cantrip that combined control, escape, and attack. It might not be able to take away a level 3 apprentice's soul, but it could at least trap them and prevent them from leaving. Freud's dead soul's vision was already as good as dream reading. As expected of a special undead ability. The dead soul's vision is only the first special ability of the dead soul's vision. You're saying that dead soul's shroud has a second ability? Angor looked at him in surprise. Freud nodded. Angor didn't ask further. He tried to sense the dead soul's vision again, but he couldn't find anything special. If he could not sense anything special about it, there could only be one explanation. The second special ability will only work after the dead soul's vision is activated? Yes. Freud nodded. I can possess the body of a person whose soul has left his body in my dead soul vision. Angor raised his head in surprise. Possession? Soul detachment and possession? Yes. Freud nodded again. But it's different from the dead soul's vision. Since the soul of the original owner has already left, the body I possess is already half dead. It's more like a living dead. For a short period of time, the body will be no different from a normal person. But as time goes by, the body will die together with the soul. When that happens, I'll have to leave as well. Freud shrugged. I don't see any advantage in possessing a body. The only benefit is that it allows me to experience the beauty of life before my body dies. For example, I can taste the delicious food of the living. Freud's explanation told Angor that the dead soul's vision had a lot of limitations, but it was still a special ability. Dead soul's vision came with 2 follow-up abilities. To put it simply, the dead soul's vision basically had 3 different dead soul's vision. Freud might not think that the dead soul's vision was useful for now, but there were things that could be done by living beings that couldn't be done by undead souls. Even if the dead soul's vision could only enjoy the life of a living person for a short period of time, it was still much better than being an undead. Also, if he could share his soul with another person, like how Greya did with another person's body, the body would not die from exhaustion. However, it was difficult to find someone willing to share their soul with another person. Freud's soul was not as strong as Greya's, so he could easily take over another person's body. No matter what, it's already a perfect soul trick. It'll help you a lot. Freud nodded. He knew that he had gained a great deal this time, and he would have to make it up to Sam when the time came. Now that we've learned the dead soul's vision trick, we should leave now. Star Lake Castle has been quite lively these days. Freud didn't know what lively Angor was talking about, but he didn't ask. He would find out later. Freud deactivated the dead soul's vision and followed Angor out of the underground cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Freud paused for a moment and looked back at the altar. The aura of death here is like an ocean. I can't even touch the total amount of aura of death here, yeah. Alda and Sunny can come here to learn the dead soul's vision trick as well. But you'll have to protect them. Got it. Freud nodded. Alda and Sunny would learn the dead soul's vision trick step by step, and Freud was more than enough to be their protector. Let's go, Angor said and disappeared into the dark tunnel. Freud quickly followed behind him. When they returned to Star Lake Castle, Freud finally understood why Angor said the place was lively. Naya showed up at Star Lake Castle with 2 young men and a young woman who clearly looked noble. Naya was currently urging the 2 of them to clean up the Star Lake Castle while taking care of little Sam's 3 meals a day. Freud and Naya asked around and learned that the 2 young men were the new king and future queen of the Silver Heron Kingdom. Naya brought them here because she wanted to resolve the grudge between her and Sam's family. Naya had already learned from Freud how Sam killed Mrs. Sheila. Naya admired Sam's wisdom and decisiveness. Also, Naya could tell that Angor treated Sam well. Sam would join Brood Cavern in the future. He was already a smart kid, and Angor valued him greatly. If Sam could learn something from Angor, he might become a wizard in the future. Naya was troubled by the fact that Sam, who was also a descendant of Saint Sam, hated the current royal family because of what happened in the previous generation. Naya couldn't kill Sam while Angor and Freud were watching over her, so she had to find a way to resolve the grudge between them. The 2 young men were nobles of the current royal family, and they used to be good friends with Sam when they were still children. Therefore, Naya brought them here. Freud didn't say anything about Naya's decision. As an outsider, he didn't want to get involved in the business of Saint Sam's descendants. However, he still owed little Sam a favor. He thought for a while and said to Naya, as an outsider, I'm not in a position to comment on your family's grievances. But think about it from Sam's perspective. Do you think you can resolve the grudge of your family's death with just some nice words and a little pitiful act of cleaning the castle? Do you really think you can do such a thing? Even if Sam agrees now, when he grows up and thinks about what happened today, do you think he'll feel like he was fooled by you? Freud's words were quite obvious. How could Sam forgive him if he only knew how to talk and kidnap him without giving him any benefits? Freud only wanted to help young Semper gain some benefits. Naya was an apprentice, but as a member of the royal family who secretly controlled the entire land of Revelation, she must have a lot of resources. A little of it was enough for little Sam to digest in the early stage. Of course, it was up to Sam whether to forgive him or not. Even if Sam didn't forgive him, it didn't prevent him from getting benefits, which was what Sam deserved. With that, Freud went back to his room and ignored Naya. He still had a lot of work to do in the dream wasteland. Foundation City, on the second floor of the library. He sat by the window and let the bright sunlight wash over him. He was holding a thick book called Architecture and Art in his hand, slowly flipping through the pages. When Angor was about a third of the way through, the gray-haired old man let out an oops in disappointment. He looked up and saw a wisp of dust drifting in the air. Then he saw Nessa's bitter expression. I chose the wrong activation path at the 48th note of the third circle. Ness sighed and swept the dust and pebbles on the table into the dustbin under the table. They came from the stone slab with a symbol from Khazadar World engraved on it. Failure meant that the stone slab would break into pieces. At this time, the garbage basket was already full of gravel. Ness took a notebook from the side that contained data and information. Inside it was a record of every failed attempt to prevent the same mistake from happening again. He had already used 10 pages of the handbook, and every page was filled with notes. It was obvious how many times he had failed in the past few days. Ness recorded his failure again and looked up at Angor. He rubbed his hands and said, Look, Angor. I failed again. There was no request in Ness's words, but his eyes and expression were full of expectation. He put down John's thick book and slowly said, This is your fourth failure today. Plus the previous days, you failed at least 20 times. Are you planning to fail every node? Ness denied it with a bitter expression. Of course not. I did calculate the correct nodes carefully. I only activated the paths that were difficult to determine when I had to choose one of the two. If that's the case, I've failed at least 400 times already. Ness only failed about 20 times in the past 5 days, which was already a good number. But he didn't want to boast, especially in front of Angor. Angor had been living in the underground altar for the past few days. He would go in and out of the dream wasteland from time to time, and he would give Ness a complete stone slab every once in a while. If it was Ness who did this job, he would probably find it annoying as well. He did not dare to lose his temper at all. He was afraid that Angor would refuse to do the job. Angor looked at Ness's pitiful expression and decided to return to reality. He used the dream whelk to drag another stone slab with the same symbol into the dream wasteland. After all, he had promised Nessie before, and he also hoped that Nessie would be able to find the coordinates of the Khazadar world through the symbol's constant power. When Angor returned to the dream wasteland, Ness was already busy studying the new slab. Angor knocked on the table with a finger, which made Ness look up in confusion. Hold on. I have something to tell you, Angor said. Ness was still thinking about the solution, but he didn't dare to ignore Angor's request. He quickly put down the slab and asked Angor to get straight to the point. I'm going to leave the land of Revelation. Huh? You're going back to Brute Cavern? Angor shook his head. No. I'm going to the old Earth to do something I couldn't do before. Something you couldn't do before, but now you can do it? Ness muttered inwardly, but he didn't ask about the details. Instead, he asked, what happened next? So I can't stay in the underground altar anymore. If I want to carry the slab for you, I'll have to remove the stone slab from the altar and take it with me. Will that affect the symbol? Ness considered. You've been carrying the slab here for the past few days. The symbol isn't damaged. So it shouldn't affect anything. Angor nodded and asked Ness to continue his research while he returned to reality. When Ness was about to pick up the stone slab again, he heard footsteps coming from outside the building, which was usually deserted. Someone was coming in. Ness's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. It was a beautiful woman. Normally, Ness would have walked up to the woman and tried to talk to her. But now, he was more interested in the slab. He only glanced at the woman and lowered his head to continue his research. But at this moment, the lady walked towards him. "Sir, I saw a young man sitting opposite you through the open window when I was at the bottom of the library." The lady asked politely, "May I know where he is now?" On the other hand, Angor returned to the real world and was still near the underground altar. However, he wasn't alone. Freud and Torres were also there. Torres sat at the center of the altar, absorbing the death energy around him like a whale. Freud, on the other hand, was staring at Torres with wide eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "How did it go?" Angor landed next to Freud. "What did you say, sir?" Freud was still in a daze. "How's Alda, Sunny, and Torres doing?" Angor asked. Alda and Sunny are starting to understand the soul trick, but this is the first time they've seen something like this. It'll take them a while before they can start to practice it. Freud answered with a bit of embarrassment. Alda and Sunny are starting to understand the soul trick, but this is the first time they've seen it. As for Torres. Freud glanced at Torres on the altar. "I'm sure you've seen his condition, sir. He's been absorbing death aura for 3 days, and he still hasn't reached his limit. That's way beyond what an ordinary undead can handle. Torres used to be an undead creature that lived for thousands of years. And he's a very special kind of undead. It's normal for him to have a high limit of death aura." Freud knew a thing or two about Torres, but as an undead himself, he knew that Torres wasn't on the same level as them. This was why Freud was so surprised. Torres woke up half a day ago, but he didn't wake up. According to what he said, he should be able to reach his limit of death aura by today. However, perhaps it's because he's too optimistic. Just like Alda, he has an extremely high tolerance for death energy. He didn't show the slightest change in mood. Even if he really did reach the peak of death energy, I don't think he'd show any signs of degeneration. However, if Sir wants him to practice soul techniques, even if his death chi reaches its peak, it would be better to wait for him to familiarize himself with it for a month or 2. Angor brought Torres back to the real world so that Torres could learn soul tricks as well. But since Freud was the one who suggested it, Angor didn't mind. It didn't matter to Torres whether he learned it earlier or later. "Good. Torres can stay with me for a while. He can be my messenger so I don't have to go in and out all the time just to find a stone slab." With that decided, he waited for Torres to wake up. Freud watched as Torres swallowed all the death aura. "I don't think it's a good idea to let Torres learn ordinary soul tricks. Sir, why don't you consider letting him absorb some special undead to further improve his abilities? Torres is more suitable than I am." Freud wouldn't have suggested such a thing if it were Alda or Sunny. He didn't think they had the ability to absorb special undead. However, Torres was different. He used to be a special undead and had experience using special abilities. Even in the enclosed space of Silver Palm Island, it took him a long time to become depraved. Now, even if he absorbed a special undead, he might be able to digest it without even becoming depraved. Torres was more suitable for soul tricks. Special undead creatures aren't easy to find. But I'll think about it. Time ticked by. Torres' absorption of death aura was getting weaker and weaker until it reached the upper limit. Previously, Freud thought that the death chi in the cave would take decades to digest, but now, it was much weaker than before. Torres was absorbing death aura like crazy this time. When Torres stopped absorbing death aura, he opened his eyes again. Just as Freud had predicted, Torres didn't show any negative emotions even when the death chi in his body reached its peak. He was still as naive as ever. "What's with that look on your face? Is there something wrong with my body?" she asked Freud with a puzzled look. "What's wrong with me?" Freud nodded. Freud shook his head. "Nothing. I just didn't expect you to absorb death aura so well." Torres raised his head proudly. "Of course. I'm the man who killed the legendary pirate, Redbeard." His handsome face, which didn't match his muscular body, revealed a smug expression. Redbeard was only 5 years old when you were conquering the Eastern Sea. There's no way you could have fought him. Torres didn't believe him. Don't lie to me. The sound of tides at night clearly stated that he didn't want to tell Torres that the book was written by a fictional author. He already told Torres many times that Torres wouldn't believe him anyway. Torres only believed that he was the one who killed Redbeard in the book, which meant Redbeard was even stronger. Knowing Torres's personality, Freud rubbed his temples helplessly and didn't argue with Torres. He found it hard to believe that the famous ruthless king was actually Torres. It was more likely that he was the foolish king. Torres became even more proud of himself when he saw that Freud and Angor weren't going to argue with him. He walked down from the altar as if he didn't care who he was. Sir, I can't absorb any more death aura. Can I practice the soul trick you mentioned? Torres blinked his eyes. Give me a month or two. A month or two? Torres nodded. Then I'll go back to Foundation City. I'm the sheriff here. I wonder what's going on in the city now. It's safer without you around, Freud said. Torres humped in disbelief. Angor took out the Church of the Deceased and gave it to Torres. However, before Torres entered the building, Angor gave him a new task. You want me to stay in the library forever? Torres frowned. Can I not? No. Remember, as soon as Nest's slab breaks, you come back to reality and tell me. Torres didn't want to stay in the library forever, but he had no choice but to accept Angor's request. Once Torres returned to the Church of the Deceased, Angor told Freud about his plan to go to the Old Earth. Freud nodded. He already knew that Angor was going to the Old Earth, but he didn't know what he was going to do. Perhaps Angor was going to deal with some family business. Angor put the Church of the Deceased into his bracelet and took out a revolver, Prelude to Rebirth, and handed it to Freud. Hold on to this. There's still a white bullet inside. If one isn't enough, I'll find a way to get more at. Spectre water. Freud didn't refuse. Alda and Sunny were going to learn soul tricks in the future, so Alda probably wouldn't need the gun. Sunny, on the other hand, would most likely become corrupted by the aura of death. With that done, Angor walked to the altar and cut open the stone slab with the runes on it so that he could take it with him. As soon as he picked up the stone slab, he heard a series of cracking noises. Lowering his head, he saw that there were a few deep cracks on the originally intact altar. Freud thought for a moment and said, the altars are made of ordinary stone. Thanks to the protection of the runes, they weren't corroded by the miasma of death. Now that you've removed the runes, the altar is no longer protected. But why did the cracks happen so fast? Freud didn't think too much about it. He assumed that Lady Sheila's power must have corroded the altar after staying here for so long. Angor checked the cracked altar carefully to make sure that he didn't miss anything. Then he took the slab and left the cave with Freud. Torres returned to the main hall of Foundation City's library. This was where he met Angor before, so he came in from the same place. Mr. said that Wizard Ness is in the building on the second floor. Building? TSK. Even the building has a library, Torres muttered, but he still headed to the second floor. When he reached the library, he paused for a moment and picked up a few books from inside. He planned to spend some time with Wizard Ness to relieve his boredom. With a pile of books in hand, Torres arrived at the building. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Wizard Ness sitting by the window, as well as a woman with her back facing him. Why does she look so familiar? Torres muttered to himself and approached the woman. As soon as Torres approached, the woman turned around. When she saw Torres, her expression froze for a moment. An indescribable emotion appeared in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Torres waved a hand happily. Oh, it's little Hella. Why are you here? My name is Mandahara. I don't have a surname. Please don't change my name, Mandahara said in a low voice. All right, little Hella. Mandahara rolled his eyes and didn't say anything, silently agreeing to Torres' address. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you here? She's called Mandahara? Ness spoke up. She's here for Angor. We asked her what she wanted, but she wouldn't tell us. Are you looking for Mr. Pat? He's not here. Do you want me to ask him? Torres offered. Mandahara remained silent and shook her head. No need. I'm here for him. With that, Mandahara headed outside. Torres grumbled. What's wrong with you? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Torres sat down in front of Wizard Ness with his arms crossed. Mandahara stopped and looked at Torres in confusion. Wasn't this guy supposed to follow her around? Why didn't he do it today? Why aren't you leaving? Mandahara pretended to ask casually. I accepted a task from Mr. Pat, so I have to stay here. Mandahara's lips twitched as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything. She exhaled deeply and quickly left the building. Torres was confused. Ness picked up the cold tea on the table and took a sip with a smile on his face. The gloomy sky was covered by dark clouds, and raindrops the size of peas were falling from the sky. The sea was also tossing and turning in the storm. For a moment, it felt as if the usually peaceful area of the sea had turned into the Devil's Sea. However, if a ship was traveling nearby and used a telescope to look into the horizon, it would be possible to see the clouds as well as the reflection of sunlight on the surface of the sea. The violent weather only affected this small area of the sea. For mortals, this small area of the sea might be called the sea god's cage. But for those who actually lived in this area, they would realize that the strange weather was not caused by any kind of power. Angor was now riding his gondola and traveling through the dark sky. There should be a small red island nearby. If I follow the direction of the abandoned tower, I'll enter the trade route of the Whalebone Sea, Angor muttered to himself. He muttered to himself and looked into the distance, trying to find the island he was talking about so that he could get back on track. However, the sky was too dark, and the sea was too turbulent. Even if there was a small island, it would be impossible to find it. Angor sighed helplessly and looked at the sky behind him. Can't you guys just stop for a second? In the heavy rain a few nautical miles away from Gondola, a huge griffin with a blazing tail and mane on its neck was fighting with another strange creature. This flaming griffin was one of Toby's clones, the Furious Griffin. The creature that Toby was fighting looked much smaller than the griffin. It was like the difference between an elephant and a baby. However, despite the difference in size, the creature was still incredibly strong. It looked like they were evenly matched, but in fact, the smaller creature was completely dominating the battle. Toby's wrath attacks were all easily dodged by the creature, while its fire attacks were diluted by the rain. Toby used the sequence of gravity, which was much stronger than other creatures of his level, and used his incredible speed to launch powerful attacks, but all he could do was hit the illusion. There was no doubt that Toby's speed was much faster than his opponent's, but his reaction speed was much slower. If not for some unknown reason, the other party did not take advantage of Toby's weakness to attack, Toby would have won long ago. Any adept with good eyesight could tell that this small creature was far more powerful than Toby. However, Toby didn't think so. Its bell-like eyes were burning with stubbornness. It believed that as long as it was a little faster, it would be able to beat up this despicable wildcat. Toby stomped his feet and roared angrily after his opponent easily dodged his attack again. If it wasn't for Sir restricting me from using my snakebird form, you would have been smashed to the bottom of the sea by me. Facing Toby's roar, Flowering Wildcat remained silent, as if she didn't see Toby's anger. That's enough. Come back. A clear voice penetrated the sound of the storm and waves, landing directly in their ears. Humph. Toby turned into a seabird and disappeared from where he was standing. The seabird returned to Gondola in the blink of an eye. Toby hummed and jumped on top of Angor's head. Toby's claws grabbed onto Angor's red fur tightly to express his protest at being restricted from using his snakebird form. Angor wasn't angry at all. In fact, he was happy to see Toby acting like a child again. However, he still tried his best to control himself. Not long after Toby returned, a dark shadow landed on the edge of Gondola. This shadow was the target of Toby's previous battle. Before landing on the edge of the boat, it was just a shapeless black shadow. But when it touched the edge of the ship, it naturally turned into a strange creature, changing from nothing to something. At first glance, the creature looked like a wild leopard. However, its fur was dark blue, and it was glowing like a fluorescent jellyfish in the dark. Apart from that, the creature's head and tail were also different. The creature's tail was a shadow made of black mist, while its head had a strange blue flower that was spitting out bubbles. He slowly moved his gaze away and looked at the wild leopard's eyes. The creature's eyes didn't look like the eyes of a beast at all. There were too many emotions in them, most of which were negative. In fact, Angor could even see the anger in the creature's eyes when compared to the griffin's. However, the creature's emotions were all suppressed by a certain kind of silence. And this silence came from the ball of distorted seed full of tentacles on its chest. "Elmi, turn into a defensive stance," Angor ordered. The wild leopard didn't resist. Its body slowly turned into a shadow and attached itself to Gondola. Only the blue flower remained standing on the bow of the boat. As soon as the creature turned into a defensive stance, the dark clouds above their heads began to disperse, revealing the clear sky. During this process, the blue flower kept releasing some kind of energy wave, which meant it was the creature that caused the dark clouds to change. Angor looked at the blue flower quietly while thinking about the parasite he brought out from Filthy Wing Station. At this moment, Toby's chirping came from above. As an expert in bird language, Angor knew what Toby meant. Toby was asking about the identity of the flowery wildcat. "Don't keep calling it flowery wildcat. Its original name is Elmi, a demon from the Panic Realm. Or rather, an awakened demon whose mind was taken away by a sealed monster," Angor explained. The Panic Realm was a world very far away from the wizarding world. Due to the distance and the lack of useful resources, not many wizards would go there. Also, the Panic Realm was a powerful world that rivaled the wizarding world in terms of energy level. It was full of dangers, which made it even less likely for wizards to go there. The demon dwellers of the Panic World were actually ordinary people. It was just that the Panic World was too dangerous. Demons and monsters were everywhere and wreaked havoc. In order to survive, ordinary people developed a method to deal with the demon dwellers, which was to seal the demon dwellers in their bodies and borrow the power of the demon dwellers to survive in the dangerous world. As a matter of fact, Angor's sin hunters also borrowed this method from the demons. People who were sealed by monsters were called demons. They were the guardians of cities and towns, but they were also despised by ordinary citizens. This was because once a demon exceeded the limit of using the monster's power, they would completely awaken. Their evil nature would replace their human nature, and they would turn into demons. These awakened demons not only had their abilities greatly increased, but they also gained the intelligence of humans, which made them even more difficult to deal with than ordinary monsters. In the Panic Realm, an awakened demon could destroy a medium-large city. Mortals would naturally stay away from something so powerful and dangerous. This flowery wildcat, Elmi, was one of those awakened demons. According to Rain, Elmi was almost as strong as a level 1 Truthfinder wizard. If she tried her best, she could even unleash a level 2 Truthfinder attack. Back then, Filthy Wing Merchant Group lost 2 wizards to capture Elmi. In the end, they only managed to capture Elmi with the help of Vice Commander Filthy Wing. Awakened demons were strong, but their evil nature was equal to their strength. To control an awakened demon, one must not suppress the evil nature. However, all methods to control an awakened demon had to do so. Without a perfect method to control Elmi, Filthy Wing Merchant Group never found a way to deal with it. The Filthy Wing caravan had been waiting for a carabid who was interested in the otherworldly masters to buy Elmi. Unfortunately, those who were interested in Elmi could not afford it, while those who could afford it were not interested in Elmi. Until Rain made a bid recently, Elmi finally found a way out. As soon as he found Elmi, he fused the distorted seed with it. The distorted seed created by Boiling Gentleman managed to control Elmi without suppressing the creature's demonic properties. After a period of deep sleep, Elmi finally woke up. He was on his way back to the old Earth. There was no one around, so he released Elmi to test its power. Toby volunteered to fight the demon. It turned out that Ryan's judgment was correct. Awakened demons were indeed the perfect parasite. Their strength was amazing. If Angor did not ask Elmi to control its power, Toby would have been defeated long ago. Caw 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 caw. Toby's cries gradually quieted down after listening to Angor's explanation. Although it was still saying that it could perform better in its snakebird form, it was no longer blindly confident that it could defeat Elmi in its snakebird form. After all, Elmi was a protector Rain prepared for Angor. Angor looked at the blue lantern flower again and tried to recall Elmi's ability. According to the Filthy Wing Merchant Group, Elmi's most important ability was the bubbling blue lantern flower, which could forcefully change the environment of a battle. For example, when Toby and Elmi were fighting, Toby had transformed into a griffin of fury, which was a fire-type magical creature. Therefore, Elmi created a storm, which perfectly countered the griffin's fire. As long as Elmi wanted to, the blue lantern flower could also turn the green land into a desert, turn the ground into lava, and turn daylight into darkness. This gave Elmi the upper hand in the battle. In addition, Elmi's ability to change the environment was something close to a law. It could suppress spatial disturbances, calm the chaotic space for a short time, and even restore the flow of an isolated space for a brief moment. By then, even if a powerful supernatural tried to attack him, he could still use Elmi's ability to stabilize the dimension and open a door to escape. This was why Rain said that Elmi was perfect for Angor. According to the Filthy Wing Merchant Group, the blue lantern flower also had other uses that required further research. However, Angor believed that this was just a marketing strategy of the Filthy Wing Merchant Group. The ability to change the environment of a battle was already very powerful. Apart from the blue lantern flower, Elmi's physical defense was strong, and its strength was at the level of a bloodline truthfinder wizard. It could also transform into a shadow form, which was immune to most physical attacks. Angor also saw how fast Elmi's reflexes were, which he already saw during his fight with Toby. All of these combined abilities made Elmi what it was today. Angor also learned how terrifying awakened demons and the Panic Realm could be from Elmi. As expected of a supernatural world that could be compared to the wizarding world, Angor was very satisfied with Elmi's ability. However, Elmi still had a weakness, the distorted seed in its chest. Once the distorted seed was destroyed, Elmi would immediately die from the backlash. Angor told Elmi to protect the distorted seed well, but he still wanted to add another layer of protection just in case. It would be best if he could craft a special item that could protect the distorted seed from being destroyed. Angor considered and asked Toby to find an island to correct their course. Then, he took out a piece of paper and began to draw up a blueprint. While Angor was busy writing, Gondola flew leisurely in the sky, while Toby went fishing in the sea from time to time. Clouds were reflected on the surface of the sea, and Gondola was projected on the center of the waves. From dawn to dusk, and from dawn to the rising of the morning star, Angor finally looked up from his work. He already had a rough draft of the blueprint in his hand. He told Elmi to remove its defensive posture and compare it with its true form. Then, he told Elmi to stay alert again. Before he could continue, Toby landed on his shoulder and chirped several times to ask him to look down. Angor looked down and saw a large number of dolphins chasing after a baby island whale on the surface of the sea. The island whale was slowly following the shadows on the surface of the sea. It was the shadow gondola projected on the surface of the sea. On both sides of the island whale, there were 4 freighters sailing away with long horns. Angor saw many people on the freighters pointing at the gondola in the sky with surprised expressions. That's a freighter belonging to the Whale Island Merchant Association. He glanced at the flag on the ship and the island whale swimming on the waves and figured out what the freighter was about. He recognized the Whale Island Merchant Association because it was a subsidiary of the White Clam Shipping Company. And behind the White Clam Shipping Company was Floating Mac City. As Angor pondered, 2 figures riding on broom-shaped vehicles rose from the freighter. Angor glanced at them. They were level 3 apprentices who didn't carry any insignia. Perhaps they were hired by the White Clam Shipping Company. Their target was obviously Gondola. But before they could get close, Elmi's crimson eyes peeked out from the black mist and stared at them. An extremely dangerous feeling instantly froze them in place, and they didn't dare to move at all. Angor didn't think they meant any harm. They just wanted to ask about his condition. Even so, Angor didn't care about them. He told Toby to keep steering the ship while Gondola flew away right in front of him. The 2 apprentices didn't realize the danger until they were several kilometers away from the ship. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They directly landed on the cargo ship and didn't dare to chase after him. Whale Island Merchant Association has been traveling between the Land of Revelation and the Old Earth for a long time, Angor muttered to himself while sitting on the airship. So they're not far from the Old Earth. Gondola traveled along the Whalebone Sea and arrived at Halon, the kingdom of thousands of islands, at dusk. Angor didn't stop there. He followed the defensive line set up by Halon and kept heading south. Before nightfall, he finally reached the old Earth, which he hadn't seen for a long time. This time, he didn't deviate from his flight path at all. He landed at Vichy Harbor, the northernmost point of Gold's Pink Empire. Moonwater City was a port city, and the sea routes were still open. This was the season where most people earned money during the year, so they didn't have the luxury of sleeping under the moon. People from all over the world gathered here. The entire Moonsea City even had the illusion that it was becoming more and more prosperous as the night went on. Even the street that sold snacks was more crowded than it was during the day. Angor quietly landed at one of the food stalls in Sambina Trade Street. As soon as he landed, Toby flapped his wings excitedly and flew around Angor's head. After all, the reason why Toby had descended this time was because he was craving for food. Angor and Toby silently blended into the crowd, while Elmi stayed in Angor's shadow and continued to act as his bodyguard. Angor bought a variety of salted fish for Toby and several pieces of roasted meat to feed Elmi in his shadow. Elmi didn't need food to get energy, but Angor didn't want to eat too much. After that, Angor took Toby to a shop selling dolls and bought several small dresses for Toby to change into. It was already dawn when Angor finished his business. Instead of leaving right away, Angor rented a room in the Bounty Guild's Inn to rest for the night. While Toby was resting, Angor decided to use the time to cut out Seamus' skin, which was given to him by Dusk. Seamus was also known as the Void Demon. It was a rare monster that patrolled the endless void. Even if its skin didn't need to be refined, it could still conceal spatial fluctuations and deflect the majority of energy attacks. Because of this, Angor decided to use Seamus' skin to make Elmi's heart armor. However, it wasn't easy to refine Seamus' skin. It required special materials and a specific environment, which he didn't have at the moment. For now, he was only doing the first step, which was to cut out a piece of metal and give it to Elmi so that he could craft it later. It took him a whole night just to cut Seamus' skin. By the next morning, it was barely cut into a shape to cover the distorted seed on Elmi's chest. With that done, he checked out of the room and left Moonwater City. Next, Angor headed south to Sambia, the capital of Gold's Pink Empire. He came to the Old Earth for the tidal realm. He wanted to see if there was a reason for the disappearance of the Old Earth's elements. At the same time, he wanted to see what magic Painter left behind in the tidal realm. At noon, he arrived at Sambia. He arrived at the Xianxia Palace without alerting anyone. He scanned the palace with his mind power and locked onto a location. Tavier Xianxia, the seventh princess of the Gold's Pink Empire, was the perfect example of a princess who was afraid that she would melt. However, she was a maverick in the Xianxia royal family. She didn't like to dress up or socialize, and her favorite thing to do every day was to fight against the knights. Today was no different. As usual, Princess Xianxia spent the whole morning fighting with different knights. It was not until noon that he took off his armor and used special kerosene to wipe the long, thin scimitar in his hand that was emitting red light. The scimitar was a flaming blade soaked in liquid, which was also her favorite weapon. She would protect it for half an hour every day. The entire process was done by continuously soaking the blade in kerosene. While serving the kerosene, Princess Xianxia maid shared interesting stories about the city with her. Normally, Xianxia would only listen and not speak. She would only speak when it was a special topic. But today, Xianxia opened her mouth as soon as she started gossiping about a baron. However, Xianxia didn't respond. Instead, she pushed the oil away and said, "Bring my father here. I have something important to discuss with him." As a maid, she didn't know what was going on, but she rarely saw Princess Xianxia so serious. She quickly nodded, put down the kerosene, and ran deeper into the palace. After the maid left, Princess Xianxia exhaled deeply and walked out of the training room. She asked all the knights to leave and went to the garden alone. As soon as she stepped into the garden, she saw a familiar figure standing among the flowers. "Mr. Wizard?" Princess Xianxia stepped forward and called out. Angor was helping Toby put on a new dress when he heard Princess Xianxia's voice. Princess Xianxia was wearing a white lace blouse and a pair of leather underpants. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her cheeks were flushed from exercise. She also held a scimitar in her hand. "Long time no see." Angkor nodded to Princess Shannon with a smile. Then, he noticed that Shannon was looking at him with suspicion and caution. He thought of something and pulled the skin of his face. As the skin bounced back, his red hair turned blonde, and his body and face returned to normal. Shannon smiled when she saw the familiar face. I was startled when I heard your voice. I didn't expect it to be you, my lord. When Heilong invaded the empire, Princess Shannon was surrounded by Heilong's soldiers while she was about to give birth. Angkor happened to pass by and saved her life. Because of this, Shannon looked at Angkor with a grateful look. Mr. Wizard, are you here for that? Princess Shannon paused and looked at the scimitar in her hand. That's right. The reason I've come this time around is to investigate the secret behind the treasured liquid. Angkor nodded. When he left, he told Tawny that he would come back in the future, so it was normal that Tawny knew what he was here for. You need my father's permission to enter the treasury. I've sent a servant to get him. He should be here soon. Angkor nodded. The treasure vault belonged to the Shannon royal family, so he had to ask the owner's permission before breaking in. Not long after, Princess Shannon's father, the current king of Gold's Pink Empire, hurried over. Lo Shay was a little surprised to see Angkor. However, as the ruler of a kingdom, he quickly calmed down and led Angkor to the royal treasury without hesitation. Once again, he saw the scroll left behind by Master Magic Painter. The treasury of the Shannon royal family was located in an underground palace. There was a secret treasure room at the front of the palace and an underground cavern at the back. Angkor saw the scroll in the secret treasure room. There was a very rough map drawn on the leather scroll. The map was divided into many blocks, and each block had a picture of an elemental creature. For example, in the southeast corner, there was a picture of a winged sprite in the area isolated by the dotted line. In the northwest corner, there was a hidden turtle in the dotted line. This was the map of the tidal realm. The elemental creatures on this map represented the different regions of the tidal realm. Angkor memorized the map and handed it back to Lo Shay. You don't need it, sir? It's fine. Feng left it for your family anyway. Since Feng did not reveal any information about the map, Angkor could use Narda's vision to see what Feng left on the scroll. Name, Map of the Tidal Realm, omitted, Creator, Mirafeel Feng. Description, Map of the Tidal Realm's representative creatures. Effect, activated by the bloodline of the Shannon royal family. With the help of an energy source, you can summon the simulated structure of the corresponding creature. Note, I'm not good at drawing maps. Just look at it. It was a map, but it was also a special summoning item. According to the description, the Shannon royal family could use their bloodline to summon the elemental creatures drawn on the scroll to defend against enemies. However, summoning elemental creatures required blood and energy. The royal family of Shannon didn't know what the source of energy was, so every time they summoned an elemental creature, they would use their own blood to summon it. That was why every time they summoned an elemental creature, a royal family member would die. Angkor returned the scroll to Lo Shay. Let's go. Take me to where the stalactites are. Lo Shay nodded. Angkor noticed that Lo Shay was a lot quieter than the last time they met. As far as Angkor could remember, Lo Shay was a talkative man who never got to the point. He would always talk about random things without getting to the point. Sometimes, he would reveal many secrets about the Shannon royal family. However, Lo Shay didn't talk much these days, which confused Angkor a little. Angkor didn't ask about it though. Maybe something happened to the Shannon royal family recently, which caused Lo Shay's personality to change. Angkor didn't notice that a pair of red eyes was staring at Lo Shay from the shadow behind him. Lo Shay didn't say anything. He was just too intimidated by Elmi to speak. Soon, they arrived at the deeper part of the cave. There was a stone door here that weighed several thousand kilograms. It required the combined strength of several death guards to push it open. Out of politeness, he didn't ask Lo Shay for help. Lo Shay went to find the men of sacrifice nearby and helped him open the door. Meanwhile, Angkor looked up at the ceiling of the cave. Although his destination was the depths of one of the stalactites within the door, he knew that this stalactite was winding and would eventually lead out of the treasury. If he was not mistaken, the paper door drawn by the magic art sorcerer was hidden in the layer of stone above his head. Angor was only an apprentice when he first came here. He didn't care about the danger and tried to use his spirit power to check the stone ceiling, which ended up hurting his spirit power. Now, Angor looked at the ceiling again and saw countless runes hidden in the stone ceiling. They weren't runes or runes. Instead, they were patterns drawn by a paintbrush. They didn't emit any energy ripples, but Angor could see through them using Narda's vision that they formed a dense net that prevented any spirit power from probing inside. This must be Fang's doing. He used these patterns to hide the door from the outside world. These patterns also made it so that if anyone wanted to enter the paper door in the stone layer, there was only one way, and that was through the holes in the stalactites. The door was pushed open while Angor was still thinking. The inside of the door was almost empty. The only thing inside was a knight's sword hanging under a stalactite. Sometimes, liquid would drip from a stalactite, which contained elemental properties and could imbue ordinary weapons with elemental power. The royal family of Xianxia hung their swords under the stalactites, and they were waiting for the liquid to drip down. Angor didn't pay much attention to the sword. Instead, he looked at the hole in the center of the stalactite and used his spirit power to reach the paper door. After making sure the door was intact, he withdrew his spirit power and turned to Lo Shay. "I'll stay here for a while to find the secret behind the liquid. I hope the king will allow me to do so." Lo Shay nodded without hesitation. Angor once saved his daughter's life, and he offered to give the scroll to Angor, but Angor refused. Lo Shay was sure that Angor wasn't a greedy, evil wizard. Even if Angor was, they couldn't do anything about it. There was no reason to refuse. Maintaining a good relationship with a powerful wizard who was also a noble of the empire wouldn't do any harm to the Xianxia royal family. "Do you need me to send someone to guard this place, Mr. Wizard?" Lo Shay asked. Angor shook his head. "No need. My only request is that no one is allowed to enter the underground palace before I leave." Lo Shay nodded. He wanted to say something else, but when he saw Angor looking at the stalactites, he decided to leave with Tawny and Tawny. When Angor regained his senses, he was the only one left in the cavern. He was going to find an excuse to ask Lo Shay and his men to leave, but Lo Shay already left before he could say anything, which saved him a lot of trouble. Angor looked around the empty cavern and rubbed his chin. "I don't think anyone will notice me, but I should take some precautions." For the next day, Angor set up a small illusion in the cavern. It was only a small illusion, but Angor used everything he knew to make it work. The nodes were complicated, and the illusion was based on nightmare illusions. Even a truth-finder wizard wouldn't be able to break it in a short time unless he resorted to brute force. However, there was a problem with using brute force. It would definitely trigger the pattern left behind by the magic art sorcerer. Angor didn't know what would happen if he did that, but he knew it wouldn't end well. Next, Angor placed Toby, who was still sleeping in his chest pocket, into his bracelet. He was going to crawl inside the stalactite later, but Toby's body was too small to fit inside the bracelet. Since the bracelet had a self-adjusting function, Angor didn't need to worry about Toby getting stuck in the hole. After putting Toby inside the bracelet, he glanced at Elmi who was hiding in the shadow and wondered if he should put Elmi inside as well. Elmi's mind was already in a mess under the influence of the distorted seed. The only thing it could understand was Angor's words. And thanks to the distorted seed, Elmi was able to understand Angor's thoughts even if he didn't say anything. Elmi finally understood Angor's plan. It crawled out of Angor's shadow and slowly sank back into the shadow, disappearing without a trace. Elmi didn't say anything during the whole process, but Angor knew what it was trying to say. Elmi was trying to tell Angor that it wouldn't be affected by the material world after merging with the shadow. In other words, even if Angor turned into an ant, Elmi would still be able to hide in the ant's shadow without being restricted by its body size. "That'll save me a lot of trouble," Angor muttered as he took off his clothes and put them into his bracelet. Once he was fully naked, he cast a polymorph spell and turned himself into a long, thin thread. His current polymorph spell could only reach the size of a standard pearl. Most wizards could only shrink themselves to the size of a crococ's body, which was already quite impressive. Angor used the best polymorph larva skin he could get, which was why his polymorph larva was much smaller than other wizards. However, even though he had become the size of a pearl, it was still impossible for him to enter that tiny sand-sized hole. Since he could only shrink himself to the size of a pearl, he would shrink his head enough to fit into the hole and let his body elongate. As long as his head could fit into the hole, his tail would be able to fit in as well. That was how the string came to be. Angor wriggled the string around the hole and adjusted his body size. After making sure everything was fine, he turned into a streak of white light and entered the hole. After a while, the cave grew bigger and bigger. By the time they reached the paper door, the cave was big enough to accommodate the Crocox. He didn't enter the door right away. Instead, he stayed half a meter away from the door and transformed himself into a small humanoid to observe the door. It was indeed just a door drawn on thin paper. There were a large number of strange elemental creatures drawn on the door. There were at least 100 of them. Judging from the brush strokes alone, it was almost identical to the one on the map of the Shannon royal family. There was no doubt that Feng was the one who drew the door. Of course, Feng Luo knew how to draw. Each of the elemental creatures looked real. Not only did they look real, but he also knew that they would jump out of the paper door and attack anyone who tried to get close to the door without any mercy. However, were these elemental creatures real? Angor considered for a moment and decided to give it a try. He turned his mental power into a thread and slowly probed the paper door in front of him. As soon as the spirit tentacle reached the door, a small, green rat surrounded by electric sparks poked its head out of the door and attacked the spirit tentacle. The electric sparks turned into long spears and stabbed at the spirit tentacle. However, before the attack could take effect, a dark shadow jumped out from the ground and blocked the spirit tentacle. The electric spear was blocked by the black shadow. Moreover, the black shadow did not stop there. It quickly spread to the vicinity of the little mouse and turned into a black shadow swamp, completely swallowing the little mouse. Of course, it was Elmi who had activated his defensive stance. Elmi didn't seem to want to give up after swallowing the electric rat. It kept moving toward the door. A dozen more elemental creatures of different sizes and attributes jumped out of the door and attacked Elmi with elemental attacks. The attacks of these elemental creatures looked majestic, but considering that these elemental creatures were only the size of an index finger, no matter how frightening their attacks were, they were actually at their limits. Elmi and Angor were also small in size, but the nature of their energy didn't change. The elemental attacks might affect their weak spirit power, but they couldn't even scratch an itch for their strong bodies. Elmi used a black shadow to block all of the attacks and even devoured them at the same time. That's enough. Come back, Angor said before Elmi could attack the door again. Elmi didn't say anything. It returned to Angor's side and slowly disappeared into the shadow. Angor stepped forward. When he entered the warning line of the paper door, another electric mouse jumped out. Angor waved a hand, and the rat turned into a strand of static electricity and disappeared. He sensed the remaining electric energy in the air. As I thought, the elemental creatures on the door aren't real. They're just tricks. As long as I have enough energy, I can never kill them all. Angor looked at the lifelike pattern on the door. Maybe this is a barrier set up by the magic painter for those who come to the tidal realm, or is it some kind of hint? Angor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He wiped out another wave of elemental creatures and went to the door. Angor reached out a hand to push the door open. However, the moment his hand touched the paper door, he did not touch anything solid. Instead, ripples appeared in the space, directly passing through to the other side of the paper door. Oh? Angor raised an eyebrow and stepped through the door. It was as if he went through a water membrane. When he appeared again, he was already on the other side of the door. In front of him was a long and narrow path that only many humans could walk through. Behind him was another paper door. However, this time, there was no elemental creature pattern on the door. Instead, there was another complicated pattern on the door. It was similar to the one he saw in the stone layer. However, he didn't know what the effect of this pattern was. Angor knew that he wouldn't be able to find anything in a short time, so he put it aside for now. The most important thing right now was to explore the path ahead. With that in mind, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, when he turned around, he saw a pattern on the bottom right corner of the door that was completely different from the others. Why does it look like words? Angor muttered and decided to take another look. He took a closer look and saw that it really was words. And judging from the style of the words, it was definitely left behind by the magic painter. There was a line of words left on the door in a slightly mocking tone. Favored latecomer, do you want to find my treasure? I've already placed it there. What the hell is this? Angor's lips twitched as he finished reading. The O at the beginning of the sentence sounded familiar. He held back his urge to retort. Based on the information he extracted from this sentence, apart from the magic painter adept's usual charlatan tone, the most important thing was definitely the so-called treasure. Was sorcerer magic painter trying to tell others that he had left a treasure here? Did he want someone to look for it? But what was this treasure? As he pondered, Angor suddenly noticed that the words left behind by wizard magic painter were becoming blurry like ink smeared by water. When they reached a certain point, the water began to condense and turn black again. In the end, a new line of words was formed on the paper door. I did leave the treasure there. But you can't open it without the key. Angor looked at the layout in silence. He was waiting to see if there would be any changes to it. As he expected, the words disappeared again in less than half a minute and reappeared. Want to know where the key is? Angor kept waiting. Since wizard magic painter asked such a question, he should be able to answer it soon. However, Angor still underestimated wizard magic painter's shamelessness. 10 minutes later, the line of want to know where the key is was still there. Angor looked at the question again. Angor was speechless. He felt an urge to burn the paper door. Wizard magic painter was not going to answer the question. He purposely asked a question to pique people's curiosity. Then he would not answer and disgust them to death. This kind of bad taste was already reflected in the previous sentence: if you don't have the key, you can't open it. In the common tongue of the continent, there was a special term for a circus audience watching a clown's performance with a mocking emotion. The term was composed of three structures: subjective meaning, content, and emotion. In this typesetting, wizard magic painter deliberately picked out the character structure used to express emotion and placed it at the end of the sentence. Obviously, wizard magic painter was using the character structure to express his evil interest: I'm watching a good show. The magic painter wizard purposely told those who came after him that there was a treasure hidden here, but this treasure could only be opened with a corresponding key. However, I won't tell you where it is. It was obvious that he was watching a good show. He clenched his fists and exhaled deeply. The magic painter sorcerer was as vile and annoying as ever. Even though they were separated by endless space and time, he still had to leave behind words of ridicule to express his vile taste. You're making my hands itch. Angor considered and narrowed his eyes. But I do have one of those keys you mentioned. I just don't know if it's the key to your treasure. Angor humphed. He did not want to listen to the sarcastic question any longer, so he turned around and left. While walking, he left a special nightmare note on the ground. It wasn't a precaution, but a way to record the route. This was to prevent the space from being cut off or some kind of spatial teleportation. When many adventurers went to explore the ruins of their predecessors, they often didn't pay attention to these details and were trapped in dark places, unable to find their way out. Even though this wasn't a ruin, the magic painter sorcerer was still here. Who knew if he would have some evil taste and left some traps? Therefore, they had to be careful even when walking. He carefully moved forward along the narrow path. Soon, the path ahead became narrow again. He could bend his body at first, but not even Mini-Man could get through it. Angor had no choice but to turn into a thin thread again and crawl along the path that was as small as the eye of a needle. The path was not long. After several breaths, Angor saw light in front of him. However, it was not the bright light of day. Instead, it was an orange-red color that looked like the light of a burning flame. Soon, Angor reached the entrance of the cave. When he approached the entrance, he saw wizard magic painter's work again. There were many runes engraved on the walls of the cave. They did not emit any energy ripples, but they must have some special effect. When the silk thread came into contact with these patterns, there was a cold sensation. Angor reached the entrance and looked outside. All he could see was an orange-red color. He tried to use his spirit power to check, but his spirit power was restricted. Perhaps it was the effect of the runes on the walls. Since he couldn't use his spirit feelers, he decided to go outside and check it out. He was already here, and he had to get out anyway. With that thought in mind, he jumped out of the small hole. As soon as the thread left the hole, Angor could use his spirit power again. At the same time, he also sensed his surroundings. There was nothing but scorched earth around him. It was the kind of scorched earth that was still burning due to the fire gushing out of the ground. Angor wondered if the orange-red light was caused by fire. And it turned out to be true. Angor just happened to come out of a fissure that was spewing flames, so all he could see was a sea of red. The flames were extremely hot. Even with his spirit power protecting him, Angor still felt the intense heat. He quickly controlled the thread to move back several steps and landed on the big rock. When he landed on the rock, he reverted back to his original form and put on a heat-resistant wizard robe. As soon as he returned to his human form, he smelled the strong smell of sulfur in the air. The smell did not come from afar. Instead, it covered the entire area around him. Angor instinctively activated his purification field in the pungent air. Just as the purification force field expanded, a large amount of flames rose around him. Angor looked at the flames floating around him in confusion. He did not know what was going on until he sensed the energy around him. The air was filled with extremely dense fire element energy. What was extreme? Even when Angor activated his purification field, the friction between energy sources could destabilize the fire element and cause it to burst into flames. Angor saw a lava lake in the mushroom forest in the flower spirit garden, which was created by Levis using all of his energy. As a genius fire wizard, Levis' lava lake contained enough fire energy to give birth to a large number of fire elementals. Even so, Angor still felt that the lava lake was not as good as the one he was looking at right now. Just the fire elemental energy contained in the air here was much higher than the lava lake that Reeves had transformed into. So, this is the tidal realm? Angor looked around and muttered. Feeling the terrifying fire element in the air, Angor began to understand why the old Earth did not have any elemental energy. Most likely, all the elemental energy had flowed into this world. Angor only saw fire element energy here, but he clearly remembered that there were many elemental creatures in the tidal realm. It was hard to tell what kind of elemental energy there was, but there was definitely more than just fire. There must be other places in the tidal realm like this one, which contained other elements. The mystery of the disappearance of elemental energy in the old Earth, which had been waiting for a long time, might finally be solved. The existence of the tidal realm was the answer. Angor let out a long sigh and looked away from the flames around him. Instead, he looked at the big rock under his feet. This big rock was very big, like a small hill. On the rock, there was a pattern drawn with colored paint. It was a monkey covered in black flames and had a black gem dangling from its earlobe. There were two reasons why he chose the black fire monkey. First, the hole he came out from was right on the monkey's earlobe. The hole was so small that it was easy to miss it if one did not pay attention. He left a nightmare note in the hole, which was why he was able to find it so quickly. Secondly, the image of the black fire monkey had appeared on the map of the tidal realm. Angor walked to the earlobe, crouched down, and touched the hole. He sensed something strange coming from the hole. Angor tried to recall the coldness of the cave wall and compared it with the heat outside. He now knew what the patterns on the wall did. They were used to maintain the temperature and conceal the strange aura. After memorizing the hole's location, he stood up and began to observe the black fire monkey. It was obviously the work of a magic artist. He remembered that there was an area marked by dotted lines on the upper right side of the tidal realm map, and the black fire monkey was the representative of the elemental creatures there. So he was now at the upper right side of the map. Angor did not know if he was right, but he had no other choice for now. But even if he knew where he was on the map, where should he go now? Should he go find Feng's treasure? But Feng's map only marked the areas with dotted lines, which indicated the elemental creatures. There was no indication of where the treasure was. Since he already knew where the hole was, Angor decided to check his surroundings first. Instead of using Zhang Yang's gondola, he tapped the ground with his foot and levitated in the air using Night Dash. He planned to observe the surroundings from above, but when he looked down, he saw nothing but grayish-black smoke. It was as if the clouds in the sky had fallen to the ground. He couldn't see anything at all. Angor looked around helplessly but did not find anything useful. Instead, he saw a flock of flaming sparrows circling in the sky. Flaming sparrows. He only saw them from afar, but he knew what they were. They must be elemental creatures. The lava lake created by Reeves could give birth to a large number of elemental creatures. The fire element here was even denser than the lava lake, so there must be a lot of elemental creatures here. Angor chose to come to the tidal realm not only because he wanted to find the treasure left by Magic Painter, but also because there might be a large number of elemental creatures here. He might be able to find a suitable elemental companion. Is there something over there? Angor wondered why the flaming sparrows were circling around. Was there something down there? Since he did not know where to go, he might as well check it out. Maybe he could find something useful. This was a new world, and he could not be sure if it was safe. Instead of flying directly, Angor landed on the ground, covered his aura, and approached from the ground. After confirming the direction, Angor stepped through the scorched earth and moved forward. The area covered by the scorched earth was extremely wide, and there were cracks everywhere. Large amounts of steam rose, and even the air was distorted by the heat. Angor walked for a long time without seeing the end. He did see several lakes filled with boiling lava, as well as some strange-looking fire elemental creatures. These creatures did not look like newborns, which meant they were not easy to deal with. For example, to Angor's left, there was a six-tailed fox made of purple flames. It was curled up in a narrow crack and enjoying the heat as if it was taking a bath. The six-tailed fox looked so relaxed, but it was releasing a terrifying amount of fire energy. In terms of the level of the fire, the six-tailed fox's purple flames were about the same as Angor's most powerful alchemy spell. This was definitely an elemental creature that was half-step away from becoming a wizard. Although it only looked like a half-step adept, elemental creatures were different from apprentice adepts. Elemental creatures were not afraid of attacks from the material world, and they were also immune to most types of energy. Even if an apprentice at the pinnacle wanted to fight it, 10 of them would not be able to defeat it. The fox was not to be underestimated. Elmi, who was hiding in the shadows, had even begun to stir, which was proof enough of this. Angor signaled Elmi to stay put. He was planning to capture an elemental creature, but he did not want to do it for no reason. This six-tailed fox was not bad, but there might be better ones. Moreover, it was more important for him to gather information, not capture it. With that in mind, Angor hid his aura, went around the six-tailed fox, and kept moving forward. Angor did not notice that after he left, the six-tailed fox lifted its head and looked at Angor's back with a thoughtful look. Next, tiny sparks rose from the fox's body and were blown away by the smoke. Angor walked forward for another few kilometers. Apart from the six-tailed fox, he also saw a Koshi fire salamander poking its head out of the lava. However, this Koshi fire salamander only poked its head out and looked around. Then it quickly dived back into the orange lava and did not show up again. Angor had a feeling that the Koshi fire salamander only looked at him for a second before it dived back into the lava. Did it notice me? Probably not, Angor muttered. He was covered by nightmare nodes all over his body, and he also removed all remaining information elements on purpose. Even a truth-finder wizard would not be able to find him. That Koshi fire salamander did not look like a wizard-level wizard, so how could it notice him? Maybe he was overthinking. Angor shook his head and did not think about it. He kept moving forward. On his way, Angor would see 1 or 2 unique elemental creatures every few kilometers. However, he did not disturb them and only avoided them. Still, Angor already felt a lot of emotions after traveling for half a day. According to the common records of the wizarding world, it was very difficult for an elemental creature to be born in nature. It had to be in an extreme environment, be lucky, and have enough elemental energy in the area to support the elemental creature. None of these 3 conditions could be missing. This was different from the fire-type creatures Angor encountered in the Spirit Garden. Back then, those creatures were created by Reeves' elemental energy, not natural forces. These creatures formed after birth also carried some of Reeves' elemental properties. This was why Angor did not choose to capture them back then. But all the fire-type creatures he saw in this area were born naturally. In the outside world, it was already good enough for 1 or 2 elemental creatures to be born in a volcanic area. But here, even if so many fire-type creatures were born, the fire element energy was still so abundant as if it was never used up at all. Such a place was unimaginable in the outside world. Angor sighed and arrived at a crack in the ground. This fissure was different from the previous ones. It could almost be called a gorge. It was about 10 meters wide, and a large amount of grayish-black smoke was coming out of the fissure. Looking down through the smoke, one could see the bright orange lava river. The lava river was so hot that the air above the crack was distorted by the heat. Not only that, Angor could clearly see a large amount of fire rising from the lava river into the sky. Compared to the earth flame he had encountered before, it was even more terrifying. Ordinary apprentices wouldn't dare to fly here even if they had a flying vehicle. However, the flames did not do much damage to him. His reflexes were enough to outrun the flames. With that in mind, he tapped the ground and leaped into the crack. After dodging all 5 attacks, he successfully reached the other side of the fissure. Instead of moving forward, he turned around and looked at the flowing orange river in the fissure. Something's not right. Even if the earth flame is frequent, it shouldn't have sprayed me 5 times in a short span of 10 meters, right? He sensed something strange about the flame attack. It was as if the attack was targeted on purpose. Could it be that the elemental creatures in the lava river had discovered him? However, he had clearly concealed his aura from beginning to end. Or was it really just a coincidence that the earth flames had shot at him 5 times in a row? Angor considered for a moment and decided to try again. This time, he didn't choose to fly. Instead, he took a step forward and floated above the fissure. Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive loud noises erupted from the lava river. The 3 earth flame blasts, which carried glowing hot lava, were heading straight for Angor. So I'm really being targeted? Angor dodged the earth flame blasts and retreated to the edge of the fissure. Elmi! As his voice fell, the shadow on the ground seemed to have turned into a boiling black swamp, rolling over and over. Not long after, the silhouette of a head with a blue flower emerged from the shadow. It was Elmi. Elmi looked up at Angor with its crimson eyes. Even before Angor gave the order, Elmi already knew what to do. Elmi shrank his body and turned into a shadow again. Like an arrow released from a bow, Elmi dashed toward the lava river below along the edge of the fissure. When Elmi arrived above the lava river, his black shadow turned into a bright red color, which looked like boiling blood. He plunged into the bubbling lava. Half a minute later, dozens of earth flame blasts erupted from the lava river, each reaching a height of dozens of meters. However, the earth flame blasts soon weakened, and their number decreased as well. 2 minutes later, Elmi flew out of the lava river and quickly returned to the edge of the fissure, where he merged into Angor's shadow again. Once inside, Elmi's head slowly poked out of the shadow. In the next second, Elmi opened his mouth and a bright orange fire butterfly flew out from his mouth. That's the elemental creature that caused the earth flame blasts? Angor asked in a low voice. Elmi nodded. The blue flower on his head swayed a little, and several ripples carrying telepathic information were transmitted into Angor's mind. Elmi transmitted the memory of him chasing the fire butterfly in the magma to him. In the image, the fire butterfly had almost become one with the surrounding magma. Every time it flapped its wings, a spiral of fire elemental shockwaves would fly towards Elmi. Elmi would then redirect these fire elemental shockwaves upwards, forming the earth flame pillar that reached the sky. So it's him. Angor looked at the butterfly again. After the fire butterfly was spat out from Elmi's mouth, it did not show any signs of fear. It even circled around the blue lantern and landed on it. It seemed to be quite relaxed. Angor quickly understood why the butterfly was so fearless. Because this fire butterfly was an elemental sprite. Elemental fairies were also elemental creatures. They were called fairies because they were still in their infancy stage. Most young elemental creatures were small, naughty, and cute, just like elves. This butterfly was one of those young elemental creatures. Elemental fairies were always fearless. As John once taught Angor when he was young, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. It didn't care what the earth flame blasts would do or who it was attacking. It just did what it wanted to do. It wasn't afraid of being captured by Elmi. Instead, it was curious about the blue flower on Elmi's head. Ignorant and fearless. Angor looked at the fairy and didn't know what to say. Elemental creatures had a certain level of intelligence. However, most elemental fairies had low intelligence and acted on instinct. This fire butterfly belonged to the type that did not have intelligence. Angor wouldn't get any response from the creature even if he wanted to ask it. However, since elemental fairies had low intelligence, Angor could tell that the butterfly didn't do it on purpose. It was probably just acting on instinct. Fire fairies were usually stubborn and mischievous. When he was caught by Bogula in Silent Hill, Bogula's fire spirit kept in the fireplace while he was unconscious. Every now and then, Bogula's fire spirit would grab at Angor's hair and burn it into pieces. The fire fairy didn't really want to attack Angor. It was just being naughty. Fire fairies were the most typical of all elemental fairies. Angor could understand why the creature would attack him for no reason. However, there was something else he didn't understand. How did it find me? Due to its low intelligence, the butterfly couldn't answer this question. However, there were only two possibilities he could come up with. The first possibility was that the butterfly had a special detection ability that allowed it to see through Angor's illusions. Second, it wasn't that the butterfly was special. It was that the tidal plane, the area, or the elemental creatures here all had the ability to see through everything. The first one was fine since only the butterfly could see him. But if it was the second one, did it mean that all the elemental creatures he met so far saw him? Angor thought about the Koshi fiery salamander he saw earlier. The salamander poked its head out of the lava and looked at his direction. Then, it slowly went back into hiding. Angor already felt that something was wrong. Now that he thought about it, did the salamander hide because it saw him? That's possible. Angor pinched his forehead in frustration. He said that he would stay hidden to gather information. If the fire creature could really sense his presence, he would have already told the creature about himself, not to mention gathering information. Angor sighed. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. He would just pretend that he wasn't noticed and keep moving forward. When he encountered another fire-type creature, he would test it out again. Once he made up his mind, he looked at the fire butterfly on the blue lantern again. How should he deal with this fire sprite? The deeper meaning of this question was, should they release it or capture it? Before coming to the tidal plane, Angor did some in-depth research on elemental creatures. Elemental creatures were very useful to wizards. Not only could they help in learning elemental spells, but they could also be used as a medium to cast powerful spells. Moreover, a well-trained elemental creature was also a powerful fighting force. As a wizard, having an elemental creature as a companion was a must. But how should one choose a suitable elemental creature? Setting aside the artificially bred elemental creatures, there were currently two main opinions in the wizarding world regarding the selection of elemental creatures born in nature. The first was to choose elemental fairies, which were nurtured and accompanied the elemental creatures when they were still in their infancy. The second was to choose elemental creatures that were already in their growth stage. These elemental creatures already possessed certain abilities and could directly assist their master in practicing elemental spells. Both options had their pros and cons. Generally speaking, elemental wizards would choose to nurture an elemental spirit first. This was because nurturing an elemental spirit would be very helpful, and the wizard could also interfere with the spirit's future development. More importantly, once an elemental spirit matured, there was a great chance that it would grant its master an ability called elementization. As long as a wizard could turn himself into an elemental spirit, he or she could basically ignore most physical attacks. Choosing an infant elemental spirit had great advantages, but there were also obvious disadvantages. The cost of nurturing an elemental spirit was too high, and the nurturing time was too long. Usually, it could take decades or even centuries. An infant elemental spirit, on the other hand, would have a ready-made ability, which would allow it to become quite powerful. But there were also disadvantages. An infant elemental spirit already had a certain level of intelligence. It might not be willing to follow someone, and even if it did, its abilities and attributes might not be suitable for someone. If Angor had to make a choice, he could choose either option. If he chose an infant elemental spirit, he would have enough magic crystals to nurture as many elemental spirits as he wanted. If he chose an infant elemental spirit, he would not need to rely on elemental creatures to fight. For him, elemental creatures were just a medium to help him learn elemental spells. Since he could choose either option, he could take the butterfly as well. Angor crouched down and touched the fire butterfly, trying to sense the elemental structure inside. But the fire butterfly suddenly flapped its wings and sent a fire tornado straight at Angor's face. The fire tornado created by an infant fire butterfly was not a powerful ability, but the fire element in this place was too active. The fire tornado covered a large area. Angor was not affected by it, but he managed to activate the underground lava lake nearby. A large amount of fire gushed up from the ground like an upside-down waterfall. He quickly leaped into the air and dodged the fire. When the fire subsided a little, Angor looked at the fire butterfly with a grim expression. He did not want to make a decision now. He reached out a finger and flicked it. Go. The fire butterfly turned into a burning arc and fell into the depths of the underground fissure. Let's wait for someone else to teach the kid a lesson, Angor said without hesitation. As for talent? When he touched the fire butterfly earlier, he didn't find anything special about it. The fire structure inside the butterfly was quite normal. And he didn't find anything special about it. There must be a lot of elemental creatures and elemental spirits here anyway. There was no need to play around with a kid. Without hesitation, Angor turned to leave. Angor did not see any elemental creatures in the next few days. Perhaps they were all hiding in the lava. However, he did see a lot of fire materials exposed on the scorched earth. There were gemstones, magic ores, and other things left behind by fire elemental creatures, such as fire feathers and fire nails. Angor did not touch any of these things. There were too many of them, and most of them were low-tiered ones. He could give out quests in Brute Cavern and ask apprentices to collect them here. Right now, he was still prioritizing exploration and exploration. Everything else came second. BZZT. BZZT, a giant fireball appeared in front of him. The fireball looked unstable as it kept expanding and shrinking. It kept making sizzling noises as it did so. The fireball was not an elemental creature. It was just the surface of a level 0 cantrip called Candlelight. In the outside world, Candlelight was just a small flame at the tip of one's finger, which could only be used to burn paper or light up oil lamps. But Angor's Candlelight turned into a giant, unstable fireball. Angor observed the inner structure of the fireball carefully. It was indeed the essence of Candlelight, but it was affected by the extremely dense fire energy outside. However, Candlelight's structure could only accommodate the size of a small flame. Now that it had grown several times bigger, it naturally became unstable. Because of this, the fireball's energy level would definitely exceed that of a level 2 cantrip. Angor waved a hand. The fireball in front of him turned into pure fire energy and melted into the environment. He watched as the sparks drifted further and further away. He used Candlelight to check the density of fire elements around him. He had already used Candlelight at least 4 times on his way here. The previous few times, he had upgraded the level 0 cantrips to level 1 cantrips, but this time, he had upgraded the level 0 cantrips to level 2 cantrips. The fire elemental energy here was clearly denser than before. This also meant that he was getting closer to the center of the fire zone. So the fire sparrows roamed around the area with the highest fire energy level? Angor thought to himself and kept moving forward. About 10 minutes later, Angor saw a school of fish made of black flame in the dark smoke. The fish used the smoke as a pond and swam in the air. Angor took a quick look and realized that they were all elemental creatures. However, Angor was not interested in them. They burned with black flames and fed on smoke, so they must be special fire elemental creatures. Fire elemental creatures like these would be more suitable for fire wizards with similar abilities. Angor was looking for a fire companion, which was the main type of fire elemental creatures, or something that could help with alchemy. That fire butterfly was actually more suitable for him than the black flame fish. Angor glanced at the fish and decided not to disturb them. He even took a long detour to avoid them. Although these were only weak fire elemental sprites, there were simply too many of them. If they were as naughty as the fire butterflies from before, even if each of them only spat out a fireball bubble at him, it would be enough to make this pure fire domain boil. Angor decided to keep a low profile until he found out more useful information. After avoiding the smoke pond where the fish lived, Angor kept moving toward where the fire sparrows were. He calculated the distance he needed to travel. He should be very close to his destination. He should be able to reach it in half an hour at most. Another 15 minutes later, Angor noticed that the road began to slope upward. It seemed that they had entered a highland. However, the slope was only a few dozen meters. Soon, he reached a cliff. Tens of meters in front of him was a vast expanse of thick smoke, and it seemed that there was no road. On the other hand, he saw the scorched earth and cracks on the ground that led him here. Angor assumed that he had reached a small hill by chance. If he took a longer detour, he should be able to reach the bottom. He stood in front of the cliff and did not jump down right away. He was already very close to his destination. If he was outside, he could already see the general situation of his destination. However, there was too much smoke here. Just in case, Angor decided to send out scouting puppets to check the location first. He took out 20 scouting puppets from his bracelet. They were still designed with metal eyes and wings. However, they were not the ones from the limpet. Angor bought them back in Floating Mech City. They had better detection range, better camouflage, and better defense. He bought a set of about 400 of them. These red-painted scouting puppets were suitable for high-temperature exploration. Angor left his spirit signature on each of the puppets and placed several nightmare nodes on the metal skin of half of them. The scouting puppets already had a camouflage function, but Angor still wanted to use them to see if the elemental creatures here could really see through his nightmare illusions. With that done, Angor ordered the scouting puppets to enter camouflage mode and search for the target from different directions. When all the scouting puppets were gone, Angor took out Toby from his bracelet. He already noticed that Toby was awake when he took out the scouting puppet. When Toby sensed Angor's spirit signature, it immediately wanted to come out. Angor did not refuse. Toby was strong enough, and it was better at running away than Angor. If they ran into something dangerous, Toby would be able to get a free ride. Toby quickly hid inside Angor's chest pocket, leaving only his tiny head to peek outside. It wasn't that it was afraid of fire. It was simply because it was wearing a snow velvet dress that it had bought in Seamoon City. It was also wearing a snow velvet hat that had fluff balls on both sides. Such materials were most vulnerable to high temperatures. It would be a great loss if it got burned by the fire outside. After hiding in his pocket, Toby looked around curiously. Wasn't I in the big city? Why am I here? Where am I? Toby really wanted to ask Angor, but Angor's eyes were closed. Toby knew that Angor was using the scouting puppets to observe the situation, so it did not want to disturb Angor. Angor was indeed inside the scouting puppet's field of vision. The scouting puppet was an extension of a wizard's eyes, so it could share its vision with Angor in real time. At first, Angor did not see anything strange in the first few hundred meters. There was nothing but scorched earth and flames. There was not even an elemental creature. However, when the scout puppet moved forward for another kilometer, he saw a lava lake that was glowing in orange light. However, the lava lake this time was much bigger than the ones Angor encountered before. It looked more like a sea of burning lava. Even when the scouting puppets moved in different directions, they still could not see the edge of the lake. Angor's destination, however, was the deeper part of the lava lake. Using the scouting puppet's vision, Angor could see that the lava lake was very peaceful. There were still boiling lava and rising flames, but compared to the lava lake that was filled with all kinds of flames, this place was too peaceful. However, this did not mean it was safe. Angor had a feeling that there was more to this lava lake than met the eye. Still, he had to do some scouting. He ordered 18 of the puppets to head toward the lava lake. Half of them flew at low altitudes while the other half flew at high altitudes. By doing this, he tried his best to avoid any possible danger. 2 of the scouting puppets were left behind on the shore. Angor wanted to see if there was an elemental creature nearby. When he was exploring the edge of the lava lake earlier, he saw a creature that was walking on its feet. It was a fire-type creature in the shape of a werewolf with spikes growing out of its spine. Its body was covered in dark purple flames that looked like well-groomed hair. Its hands were very long, even reaching its knees. Its entire back was bent, and it walked very slowly. However, Angor knew that this was only a facade. An elemental spirit would never leave such a huge flaw. The shadow flame werewolf looked slow, but Angor believed that it could move fast on all fours. Angor wanted to see if there was a dark flame werewolf. Angor controlled the scouting puppets to approach the werewolf from two different directions. One of the puppets was in camouflage mode, while the other was disguised by Angor's nightmare illusion. The one that was faster than the other was only in camouflage mode. The camouflage mode minimized the energy signature of the werewolf and allowed it to blend in with the environment. It would be hard to detect it unless it was carefully inspected. The scouting puppet quickly arrived near the dark flame werewolf. When it was about 100 meters away from the werewolf, Angor noticed that the werewolf glanced at the scouting puppet's direction. Since Angor's vision was the same as the puppet's, he could see the shadow flame werewolf's eyes as if they were looking at each other. The werewolf's eyes were dark green. However, since it was an elemental life form, it did not have any organs. The so-called green eyes were actually burning green flames. Angor could not read the werewolf's emotions. However, the werewolf kept its head down all the time. The only time it looked up was when it was looking at the scouting puppet. This meant that the werewolf had sensed the scouting puppet's presence. Angor considered for a moment and decided to let the scouting puppet get closer. The dark flame werewolf didn't pay any more attention to the puppet until it was 50 meters away. The dark flame werewolf's eyes were fixed on it. No matter how Angor controlled the scouting puppet to move forward or backward, the werewolf's gaze was still fixed on it. Angor was not likely to be discovered this time. He was definitely being watched. Since he was already discovered, he might as well take a closer look. But just as this thought appeared in his mind, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the scouting puppet. In the next image, which was also the last one the scouting puppet sent back, a pair of sharp claws covered in dark purple flames reached toward the scouting puppet. Next, a cracking sound was heard. The scouting puppet was crushed. Angor was already prepared to see if the scouting puppet was damaged, so he did not feel bad about losing it. All he could think about right now was how fast the werewolf moved. It had clearly been 50 meters away a second ago, but in the next second, a black shadow flashed, and in less than a second, the dark flame werewolf appeared beside the scouting puppet. That kind of terrifying speed was simply terrifying. So I was right. The werewolf's slow movement was just an illusion. Angor exclaimed and controlled the second scouting puppet to approach the werewolf. Angor had high hopes for this scouting puppet since it used nightmare illusions to hide its presence. This was a good chance to see if a fire-type creature could sense the power of nightmare illusions. As he was thinking, something unexpected happened. A dark purple flame suddenly rose from the ground and charged at the scouting puppet. Thanks to his quick reaction, he managed to dodge the attack just as it was about to hit the puppet. However, it was only dodged by a hair's breadth. That dark purple flame still slightly touched the scouting puppet's wings. At this moment, whether it was the heat-resistant skin or the most heat-resistant metal wing skeleton, all of them showed signs of melting, and it couldn't be stopped at all. At this time, the second nether flame rose from the ground, and its target was still the scouting puppet. With one of his wings destroyed, no matter how fast he reacted, he had no other choice but to die. Fortunately, before the scouting puppet sacrificed itself, Angor saw the culprit who created the flame. 200 meters away, the dark flame werewolf's long hands sank into the scorched earth. The werewolf lifted its head and stared at the scouting puppet in the distance. The screen went dark. The scouting puppet was destroyed by the flame. Angor stood in front of the cliff with a frown on his face. The result was clear. There was no doubt that the dark flame werewolf had discovered the scouting puppet concealed by the nightmare illusion. Both the fire butterfly from before and the dark flame werewolf could see through the concealment of the nightmare illusion. Angor did not believe that it was a coincidence that he ran into two creatures with clairvoyance. There was only one possibility. The elemental creatures here weren't affected by the illusion. Which meant the six-tailed fox, the fire salamander, and the other elemental creatures really did notice him. Angor felt a headache coming on. Illusions were his best camouflage method. Now that he couldn't use illusions, the dark flame werewolf could also see through his optical camouflage. It seemed that he couldn't do any more scouting in secret. Angor sighed and focused on the scouting puppet's vision again. As for the dark flame werewolf, he decided to put it aside for now. When he reconnected to the scouting puppet's vision, he immediately noticed that two of the puppet's vision had turned completely red. The two scouting puppets were arranged to fly at a low altitude. While he was trying to figure out what was going on, the red color in his vision disappeared as well. He heard a gurgling sound, and his vision turned black. Both of the scouting puppets had been destroyed, and both of them had been destroyed by the red screen. This couldn't be a coincidence. Both puppets were attacked in the same way. The puppets were flying at a low altitude, and there were no fire pillars on the surface of the lava lake. Therefore, it must be the work of an elemental creature hiding in the lava lake. Angor wasn't surprised by this. He was already prepared to check if his scouting puppets were damaged. Unfortunately, he couldn't find out who did it. Angor wasn't affected by the damaged puppets. He calmed himself down and kept controlling the scouting puppets. 30 seconds later, the screens of 3 more scouting puppets turned red at the same time. This time, Angor didn't look away at all. Even so, he still couldn't figure out what happened to the puppets. Why did their screens change so suddenly? A few seconds later, the 3 scouting puppets, whose screens had turned red, were destroyed. While Angor was still wondering, he saw more scouting puppets being attacked. This time, they weren't flying at a low altitude. Instead, they were flying in the air. 5 of the flying puppets were surrounded, and Angor was able to see the attacker's face. It was a creature with green flames all over its body. It was about 2 meters long. The front half of its body was the head and claws of a Sphinx cat, while the back half was a worm with a long tail. It didn't have any hind legs or wings. However, they could still fly in the air at a very fast speed. Also, these elemental creatures gathered in groups. There were only 5 scouting puppets, and each of them was surrounded by at least 30 other scouting puppets. There was no way for them to escape. Looks like a Tazo worm, but it's a fire elemental version, Angor thought to himself. The Tazo worm was a kind of magical creature that lived in the dense forest. Its appearance was half cat and half worm, and it could also fly in the air. It fed on eagles, and its attack method was the sharp claws of a cat, as well as the deadly poisonous fog it breathed out. These fire elemental Tazo worms have green flames all over their bodies. They're not poisonous creatures, are they? As Angor was thinking about this, one of the scouting puppets was hit by a Tazo worm's green flames. The puppet's eyes flickered and closed completely. Another scouting puppet had been destroyed. Using a nearby scout puppet, he saw that the puppet wasn't burning at all. Instead, it was being corroded by the green flames like maggots that were trying to eat away at its bones. He couldn't find out the cause of the corrosion, but judging from the current situation, the Tazo worms were probably poisonous creatures. Poison fire creatures were also a type of fire creatures. After the poisonous green flames corroded the first scouting puppet, the other 4 puppets that were surrounded followed suit one by one. He tried to run, but there were simply too many Tazo worms, and they were just as fast as the scout puppets. No matter how fast Angor's reflexes were, the scout puppet's upper limit limited his speed. There was no way he could escape. He gave up on these 4 and continued to observe the other puppets in different directions. The deeper they ventured into the lava lake, the more dangerous it became. The scout puppets flying at low altitudes were attacked again. Just like before, their screens turned red all of a sudden, and 2 of them broke into pieces. Even if Angor tried to explore from different directions, he would still encounter the same situation as long as he flew at low altitudes. In other words, the entire lava lake was within the hunting range of some unknown fire elemental creature. Right now, there were only 2 scouting puppets left flying at low altitudes. Angor kept them flying at low altitudes. It wasn't that he didn't want to go higher, but the danger at high altitudes was just as great. The danger at low altitudes was invisible, but the danger at high altitudes was obvious. Groups of fire elemental creatures chased after the remaining 4 altitudes. Other than the flaming Tazo worms from before, there were also other fire elemental birds that could fly. It could be said that there wasn't a single place that was safe for the scouting puppets. Angor tried his best to hide in the smoke to cover his sight, but it didn't help much. There were also fire elemental creatures living in the smoke. For example, the black flame fish. The black flame fish didn't have much firepower, but its fire elemental energy was getting stronger and stronger. Even a simple bubble from its mouth couldn't be touched by the scouting puppets. 2 minutes later, the fire elemental creatures caught up to the 4 puppets in the sky. Several seconds later, the puppets' fragments fell into the boiling lava, signifying the failure of the scouting operation. On the other hand, the remaining 2 puppets at low altitudes were lucky and managed to fly much further away. But in less than half a minute, one of the scouting puppet screens turned red and shattered. Only one of the puppets was still trying. 1 minute later, it was fine. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, it was still fine. Angor thought the scouting operation was going to fail. He didn't expect the scouting puppet to be so lucky. He couldn't help but feel hopeful again. But sometimes, the more hopeful you were, the harder it would be for you to fulfill your expectations. Another half a minute later, Angor saw a pitch-black land at the end of the smoke. Angor was overjoyed. He believed he had reached the scorched land on the other side of the lava lake. As long as he could locate the scorched land and find a spot where there were no elemental creatures around, he could use the Gate of Illusion to teleport there. Angor's expression darkened as soon as he thought about it. The screen went dark. The last scouting puppet was also destroyed. This time, it wasn't as sudden as before. Angor finally saw who killed the puppet. It was the dark, scorched land. It wasn't a piece of land at all. It was the shell of a giant tortoise. The tortoise was also a fire elemental creature. But just like the poisonous creatures, it was a special type of fire elemental creature, lava. There wasn't any lava on the tortoise's shell, but it was hotter than the lava lake. The scouting puppet was floating above the tortoise shell when it was melted by the heat and fell on the shell. Fortunately, the tortoise happened to turn its head around before the puppet was destroyed, which allowed Angor to confirm that this wasn't the scorched land, but the tortoise's back. Angor didn't have to open the door and face a giant lava creature without realizing it. With the destruction of the last scouting puppet, Angor's exploration journey came to an end. He didn't find his target, but he did find something. At least, he confirmed that there were a large number of fire elemental creatures in the sky, unknown dangers below, and a powerful lava tortoise. All of this information would help him a lot in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't find a safe location to open the door. Angor's Gate of Illusion didn't require a set of coordinates. He only needed an approximate distance and direction to open the door. However, he didn't know what awaited him. To avoid danger, Angor wouldn't open the door recklessly. As for teleporting to the lava lake, which he already knew about, there was a certain degree of danger involved. The teleportation of the Gate of Illusion would be affected by external energy. If an elemental creature attacked him on the other side of the door with malicious intent, the space around him would be affected, and the teleportation would be affected. However, the chances of that happening were slim. However, no matter how small the chance was, he did not want to risk his life for it. Standing on the cliff, Angor slowly opened his eyes. She patted Toby's head and tugged at the little ball on his snow cap. Then, she turned to look at the black smoke in the distance. "Let's go." Angor jumped down from the cliff. He didn't plan to use the scouting puppets again. In the end, the scouting puppets were just an extension of their eyes. There were many things that they couldn't personally perceive. For example, why did the scouting puppets that were flying at low altitudes suddenly turn red? It would be very difficult to know the answer just by looking at it with the naked eye. He decided to check it out himself. At least, according to the scouting puppets, Angor didn't think there were any elemental creatures that could threaten him. At most, the tortoise would be a little difficult to deal with. If he couldn't handle it, he could just run. Angor landed on the ground and continued walking along the scorched land. Since the scouting puppets had already explored the area, Angor didn't need to worry about danger. While walking, Angor answered Toby's questions about the area. Toby wasn't surprised to hear that they had arrived at another affiliated world. Even if it was the bottomless abyss, as long as Toby was with Angor, it was a safe place. Toby didn't need to step out of his comfort zone. While Toby happily looked around, Angor began to think about something. According to the map of Tidal Realm, as well as the drawing left behind by the magician on the giant rock, the black fire monkey should be the representative creature of this area. But why didn't he see a single monkey after walking for so long, Or could it be that the so-called representative creature that Feng left on the map was not a widespread species but the most powerful elemental creature in the Land of Fire? If that was the case, it would explain why he didn't see any black fire monkeys. As the strongest elemental creature in this area, it had to occupy the best areas. If the black fire monkey was the king of this area, he should be able to find it as long as he went to the place with the most active fire energy. The place where the fire energy was the most abundant was exactly where he wanted to go. Elemental creatures had a long lifespan. If the black fire monkey was drawn by Feng's drawing, it must have seen Feng before. Maybe it knew something about Feng. For example, the treasure left behind by Feng for the future generations. With that in mind, Angor picked up his pace again. 5 minutes later, Angor arrived at the lava lake after going around the area where the scouting puppets told him about the elemental creatures. Angor already saw the lava lake from the scouting puppets, but he still couldn't help but feel amazed when he saw it up close. Every time he thought he had reached the extreme of the fire realm, he would find something even more extreme waiting for him in the distance. This endless sea of lava was a new challenge for Angor. Back when the Yuantan continent was about to collapse, a large amount of lava gushed out from the ground. Even so, it was still nothing compared to this place. In such an extreme environment, ordinary people would definitely stay far away from it. But for supernaturals, this place was a paradise that could make them go crazy. If the tidal realm was discovered by outsiders, the entire wizarding world would be shocked. After all, naturally formed elemental creatures were too rare. Elemental creatures were companions that every official magus had to have. How should he deal with the tidal realm in the future? Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He had to wait until he finished exploring the tidal realm. He looked at the lava lake again and calmed down a lot. What he needed to consider now was, should he take a high altitude or a low altitude? The scouting puppet's vision was a little strange. The screen would occasionally turn red, and then it would be damaged. But Angor believed it was a fire-type creature that could hide from the naked eye. Elemental creatures were made of pure energy, so it was normal for energy creatures to be invisible. Angor believed that there was an invisible fire-type creature hovering above the lava lake. Normally, invisible creatures like this can only hide their appearance. They can't hide their true form. Angor considered. Well, it was easy to use spirit feelers to sense the creature. Angor released his spirit feelers toward the lava lake in the distance. Since he didn't want to lose control of his spirit feelers in time, Angor didn't fully release his spirit feelers. Instead, he used a 100-meter radius around himself. There were no abnormalities within 100 meters of his current position. After walking along the shore for about 10 minutes, he finally found something. About 60 meters away from the shore, he saw a creature made entirely of burning energy. It was a fire-type creature that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, but its energy waves couldn't be hidden. Angor could clearly see its shape in his vision. Its appearance was very strange. It looked like a bean sprout. Its entire body was a transparent, slender tube with a large head at the top. However, there was nothing on the head except for a mouth. The tail of the bean sprout was rooted in the lava, so Angor couldn't see it clearly. Angor thought for a moment and summoned Elmi. He told Elmi to dive into the lava lake and see what the bean sprout looked like. Without hesitation, Elmi transformed into a fiery shadow and quietly dived into the lava. 2 minutes later, Angor looked up and stared at the surface of the lava lake. He had already sensed that the fire energy under the lake in front of him had suddenly become restless. Whoosh, following a muffled, sticky sound, Elmi's fiery shadow crawled out of the lava. Instead of going back to his shadow, Elmi chose to stand in front of Angor. The blue lantern above his head flickered in the wind, and the fiery shadow immediately turned into a pure white one. The change of color also represented the change of the energy attribute. Elmi's fire energy was now the opposite of Elmi's ice energy. Elmi's actions were not ordered by Angor himself. There was only one explanation for Elmi's drastic change without its master's permission. Elmi's defensive mode had been activated. In other words, someone was attacking Elmi or Angor. Angor looked past Elmi and at the surface of the lava lake. The surface of the lake looked the same as before. The only difference was that there was a strange gurgling noise coming from the bottom of the lake. As the noise grew louder and louder, the icy aura emanating from Elmi's body grew thicker and thicker. When a fiery shadow jumped out of the lava lake, Elmi's aura reached its peak. It turned into a large number of pure white ice blades and shot forward. The fiery shadow was also surprised. It didn't expect to face such a large number of ice blades as soon as it came out. By the time it tried to dodge, it was already too late. When the ice blades were about to pierce into the shadow's body, a strange black barrier blocked the first few ice blades. However, the barrier only stopped 4 ice blades before it began to crack. It looked like it would break at any moment. The barrier was not strong enough to stop the ice blades, but it at least gave the fiery shadow a chance to catch its breath. Without hesitation, Elmi turned around and jumped into the lava lake. Bang! After a crisp sound, the fiery red figure slipped and fell onto the ice. Yes, ice. Behind the fiery shadow, there was a crystal-clear layer of ice above the lava lake. Instead of jumping into the lake, the fiery shadow bumped into the ice. The ice was created by Angor's level 1 cantrip, Quick Freeze. Normally, a level 1 cantrip would not be able to freeze the lava lake, even if it did not touch the lava itself. Besides, this was a place where fire energy was extremely active. The cantrip could easily vaporize the lava. However, with the help of Elmi's frost aura, he used it as a base to cast Quick Freeze, which created a layer of ice on the ground. Under the high temperature of the lava lake, the ice surface began to show signs of melting, but its function had already been completed. Angor only needed to stop the fiery shadow for a moment. He would leave the rest to Elmi. As an awakened demon from the Panic Realm, Elmi was not restricted by the element he cultivated. The frost aura he released corresponded to his own power level, which was the elemental power of the truth level. As soon as the fiery shadow's body fell, Elmi's shadow. The extremely low temperature, coupled with the power of the truth level, instantly froze the fiery red figure. Through the ice, Angor could see the orange flames on the fiery shadows for being frozen as well. It was as if Elmi's power could not only freeze matter, but also time and space. From this, it could be seen that Elmi's energy level was extremely high. He glanced at the frozen figure and made sure it was safe. "What's going on?" he asked Elmi. "What's going on?" The blue light above Elmi's head flickered, and a few bubbles were spat out. When the bubble disappeared, a series of images appeared between his eyebrows. They were all images of what Elmi saw after entering the lava lake. Angor asked Elmi to check the invisible bean sprout, and Elmi did as he said. From Elmi's vision, Angor could see that the bean sprout was longer than he expected. It reached deep into the lava lake. Elmi could not see the bean sprout's real body yet. In order to complete his mission, Elmi kept going deeper. The further down he went, the more shocking the scene became. He saw more than one bean sprout taking root in the deepest part of the lava lake. All the scout puppets flying at low altitudes had red screens, which meant they were all caused by the bean sprout. In other words, there should be a lot of bean sprouts on the surface of the lava lake. And they were all gathering at the bottom of the lava lake. The deeper he went, the denser they became. Angor even wondered if all the bean sprouts came from a single fire-type creature. And this fire-type creature was hiding at the bottom of the lava lake? It seemed Elmi wanted to go deeper to check out the bean sprout. However, before Earl could sink to the bottom, a fiery red figure discovered him. Elmi also knew his limits. The fire energy here was extremely active, and he was in a lava lake full of lava. If a battle were to happen here, even the slightest movement could lead to a huge disaster. Therefore, Elmi quickly turned around and jumped out of the lava lake. He switched to ice to avoid triggering the fire energy. He was quite satisfied with Elmi's performance. Elmi was not cliched, but he was decisive, and he had a great battle sense. As expected of an awakened demon from the realm of terror. Even wizards would be wary of him. Next, Angor looked at the bean sprouts he saw in Elmi's image. The deeper Elmi went, the more bean sprouts he saw. And they were gathering at the bottom of the lava lake. This made Angor even more certain that they came from the same elemental creature. The bean sprouts were probably the tentacles used by the elemental creature to sense the outside world. If he was right, the elemental creature that could spread its tentacles all over the lava lake must be very large. Being large didn't mean it was strong. However, as an elemental creature that could steal resources from other elemental creatures in such an extreme environment, it had to be strong. Angor sighed in his mind. My hunch about this lava lake was right. The reason why this place is so peaceful isn't because it's safe. It's because there's something even more powerful here. Elmi's voice echoed in Angor's mind. Elmi requested to explore the lake again. Clearly, Elmi was very concerned about his failure on his first attempt. Angor shook his head. Forget it. The creature in the lava lake is definitely not simple. Let's avoid it first. This time, the most important thing is to gather information first. Before he could finish his words, a furious voice sounded from behind them. Gathering information? You're spies of Frost Izura. Angor and Elmi looked around and didn't see any other elemental creatures. I knew something was wrong. Why is there ice energy here? So that's why, the angry voice came again. This time Angor successfully located the source of the voice. It came from the red figure that was frozen in ice. Angor looked at the ice sculpture in confusion. He already noticed the creature's appearance. It was a furry monster about half the size of a grown man with long, thin legs. If it wasn't for its red body, it would have looked like a hairy coal ball. Angor had never seen such a creature before. However, elemental creatures didn't always look like real creatures. There were all kinds of strange creatures. Angor didn't pay much attention to it at first. It wasn't because it was frozen. It was because the furry monster was an elemental fairy. Elemental fairies didn't have much intelligence, so Angor didn't try to hide it when talking to Elmi. Angor didn't expect the fire-type fairy to not only have intelligence, but also know how to talk. An intelligent creature that could communicate with others immediately piqued Angor's interest. I don't know this Frost Izura you're talking about. May I ask who it is? Angor looked at the ice sculpture. Humph. Stop pretending. I'm the descendant of the great Calamonkeys. I've already seen through your lies. And who's Calamonkeys? Calamonkeys is the greatest and wisest Lord of Fire. I won't tell you who he is, you spy. Angor rubbed his chin. Lord of Fire, huh? How did you know? I get it. Damn it, you really came prepared. The angry voice was accompanied by a ya-ya-ya roar. Angor looked at the frozen monster in silence. Is there something wrong with this thing's head? Let me out. I'll fight you one-on-one. Angor didn't care. He turned to Elmi and asked, It's not going to break free, is it? Elmi shook its head. There was no way it could break free from the ice. However, after Elmi nodded, a trace of doubt still flashed in his eyes. He did not understand why this furball could still speak after being frozen. Oh well, it's not important. It'll be fine as long as it can't break free. After making sure the monster couldn't break free, Angor began to think of a way to trick the monster. Although this furry monster was intelligent, could speak, and seemed to have an incredible background, it couldn't hide its slow thinking and reaction time. It was too easy to trick such a simple-minded elemental spirit into giving him information. Angor began to think about which information he should ask first. Fang's information? This was important, but he still needed some foreshadowing. Angor decided to use the Lord of Fire as a prelude. Before Angor could say anything, the simple-minded monster suddenly spoke. Kurokro, you have to help me this time. Frost Izura's spy is here. It won't be long before the ice reaches the land. I have to spread the news to that annoying new king. Magefire Midier. Angor was puzzled. What are you talking about? Who's Kurokro? As he wondered, a bright red light suddenly shone from the ice sculpture. That's elemental self-destruction. When an elemental creature compressed all of its energy into a destructive explosion, it was known as elemental self-destruction. This kind of explosion was irreversible. Once triggered, the elemental creature would disappear from the world. Whether it was its intelligence or intelligence, everything would be gone with the explosion. Angor didn't expect the monster to be so stubborn. Stubbornness didn't come from stupidity. Furthermore, I'm not a spy of Frost Izura. Your reckless self-destruction is a complete waste of your efforts, Angor yelled in his mind, but he couldn't explain himself anymore. The terrifying energy kept accumulating, and it would reach its limit at any time. The elemental spirit wasn't strong. Even if it compressed all of its elemental energy, the explosion wouldn't do much damage. However, this was an extreme area with the densest fire energy. If it exploded here, its energy level would increase by 2 levels. Moreover, they were in the vicinity of the lava lake. If they were not careful, the lava lake might explode. Angor knew he couldn't wait any longer. Since the furball was already in the process of self-destruction, there was no need for him to stop it. He couldn't do anything about it anyway. He had to hide for now. Angor quickly backed away. He would be easily affected by the explosion if he opened the door. To avoid being affected, he ejected his soul and grabbed his body. Then, he fully activated his sequence of gravity and moved several kilometers away. When he was several kilometers away, he heard a huge explosion coming from afar. Angor was already standing on top of the cliff where he first saw the explosion. He looked into the distance and saw a flash of light on the horizon. Along with the bright light that penetrated through the day, a roar began to sound in his ears. At the same time, the ground began to tremble. Countless flames rose from the ground, and the elemental creatures that had been hiding in the magma were all blown out. All kinds of strange-looking creatures gathered in the sky and stared at the explosion in the distance. The energy shockwave from the explosion quickly reached them. Angor was several kilometers away, but he was still affected by the shockwave. He activated his spirit barrier, and Elmi also turned into a shadow to protect him. The energy shockwave itself was not too strong, but it brought about a great deal of trouble in the future. The active fire energy in the area was activated by the shockwave. There were explosions everywhere. From the ground to the sky, everything was turned into a sea of fire. But it wasn't over yet. When Angor thought it was over, the lava lake in the distance began to boil. A large number of bean sprouts rose into the air, and a giant turtle also floated in the air. Next, the area of fire began to boil. A giant tornado of fire covered the entire world. The only good thing about the shockwave was that it dispelled the smoke in the air, allowing Angor to see the lava lake clearly even though he was standing on a cliff several kilometers away. The lava lake was already reacting to the explosion. The magma continued to churn, and from time to time, it would explode, shooting out a large number of fire pillars like a fountain. And as time went by, more and more fire pillars appeared. The energy in the lava lake was already unstable, and now it was showing signs of chaos. The situation was developing in a direction he didn't want to see the most. Angor rubbed his temples. He only wanted to get some information about the tidal realm, but he didn't expect that he would end up like this. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Toby's little head popped out of his chest pocket. His red eyes reflected the dancing flames, and the fire element energy began to gather around him unconsciously. Angor noticed that Toby was absorbing the fire energy, but he didn't stop it. Toby was in the form of fire, so it was normal for it to absorb fire energy. Angor was more concerned about the lava lake's future development. If it keeps going like this, I'll have to leave for now. Despite that, he was still waiting for something to happen. There were so many elemental creatures in the lava lake. They wouldn't just let the lava lake be destroyed, would they? Of course, he also knew that no matter how big the changes in the lava lake were, it was still the home ground of fire. For fire-type creatures, it probably would not pose any threat to their lives. Still, if something happened to their home, the residents would surely react, right? Another half a minute passed. The lava lake was boiling even more violently. The fire pillars had turned into tornadoes of fire, which were spreading in all directions. The fire disaster was about to happen. In Angor's vision, a large number of bean sprouts began to rise into the air. These bean sprouts reached a height of 100 meters and began to weave together like a dense net. The moment the net was completed, it began to slowly press down. The moment the net touched the flames, the restless energy, and the fire snakes all had their souls sucked out of them, and they slowly calmed down. When the net reached the ground, the boiling lava lake began to cool down. Angor sighed in relief. Fortunately, the natives of Lava Lake did not allow the disaster to develop. Furthermore, although they had caused a huge commotion this time, it was not as if they had gained nothing. Judging from the current situation of the lava lake, some of his speculations were confirmed. the bean sprouts weaved to form a net. Such a delicate operation would be difficult for multiple elemental creatures to complete. It could only be done by a single elemental creature. In other words, his guess was right. The bean sprouts all over the lava lake actually came from an elemental creature. However, there was another possibility, which was that it was a group intelligence. This was the unique behavior of ants, bees, and other creatures. Their control was distributed, and groups were self-organized. That was why they could weave such a perfect net. However, he had never heard of such a case among elemental creatures, so he decided not to consider it for now. This information was crucial for his future exploration. That was because an existence that could easily eliminate this disaster was definitely not to be underestimated. If they wanted to continue exploring the center of the Land of Fire, they had to avoid it as much as possible. As the lava lake calmed down, the surrounding energy also began to return to normal. Everything seemed to be progressing well. The only pity was that the intelligent elemental spirit that could communicate with Angor was killed. It was a pity that the spirit had a screw loose in its head. It did not know what was going on before it decided to destroy everything. Unbeknownst to him, a small fireball quietly fell into the lava lake from the sea of fire he was not looking at. That stupid furball died pretty quickly, but I still got some information. Angor muttered a few names. Frost Desert. This was the first name that the furball mentioned. Angor did not know what it was, but the word frost in front suggested that it was an ice creature. Since Elmi used the frost energy to freeze the furball, it was only natural that the furball would think so. Since the furball mentioned its real name, this frost desert was probably one of the strongest ice creatures. Could it be an ice monarch? Angor recalled that there was indeed a picture of an ice creature in the tidal realm map. It was a humanoid creature with white hair and a frosty cloak and a glazed crown. It was the Blizzard Queen. Frost Desert was very likely to be the Blizzard Queen. Angor tried to recall the map. The Blizzard Queen's territory was quite far away from the fire domain. There were several regions in between. Speaking of human civilization, there were several countries in between. But the two farthest countries were hostile to each other? It would not be easy to start a war. Even if the land was frozen, the countries in the middle would not complain. As expected, the furball was just an idiot. Apart from Frost Desert, Angor also paid attention to another name, Fiery Meteor, which the furball mentioned. It seemed that the furball did not like Fiery Meteor, but it still wanted to inform Meteor about the spy because Meteor was the new king. Would the new king be the fire sovereign king of this region? Was it the black fire monkey on the map? If that was the case, how strong was it? Angor was curious about Fiery Meteor because the furball did not hesitate to self-destruct as soon as it told Angor that it was going to deliver the message. The self-destruction of an elemental would completely destroy the intelligence of an elemental creature. However, the furball was confident that it would be able to deliver the message as soon as it self-destructed. If Fiery Meteor really did deliver the message, Angor would soon run into the new king if he stayed here any longer. Now, Angor was wondering if he should run away for now. The so-called spy incident was purely a misunderstanding. He could explain, but he did not know what kind of person the new king was. What if the new king was just an idiot? It would be fine if he was just a simpleton, but if magical fire meteor was even more powerful, then it would be very troublesome. His stealth skill would not work here. Angor considered for a moment and decided to leave some scouting puppets to check on Fiery Meteor first. With that in mind, Angor took out his scouting puppets and returned to the tunnel. However, he suddenly sensed someone's gaze on him. Was I discovered? Angor wasn't surprised. However, the stare gave him a sense of threat. Angor slowly looked up at the lava lake in the distance. In the lava lake in the distance, a giant covered in blazing flames had appeared out of nowhere. The giant's head was the only thing visible, but it was already as big as a small building. Normally speaking, the giant's true body would be at least 100 meters tall. At this moment, the flame giant's gaze was locked onto him. There was no emotion in its gaze. Angor could not see any hostility or kindness. However, the giant did not show up when Angor was at the lava lake. Now, it was staring at him. Angor did not believe that the giant only showed up to show its face. As they stared at each other, the giant's upper body slowly floated to the surface of the lake. It leaned forward and placed its hands on the edge of the lake while still staring at Angor. Without a doubt, Angor was already its target. Judging from the threatening look, Angor knew that the giant wasn't weak at all. The giant might not be able to defeat Angor in a fight. However, it would not be easy for Angor to defeat it. Besides, this was the giant's home ground. Angor considered for a moment and decided to open the door to retreat. Even if he had to fight, he would try to stay away from the center of the fire. However, before he could open the door, he sensed something approaching him from the ground. Angor reacted quickly. With a tap on the ground, he retreated more than 10 meters away and floated in the air in front of the cliff. At the same time, on top of the cliff, a dark purple flame spewed out from the ground. The flame blasted a giant hole in the dry, scorched ground. As the flame fell, Angor saw a pair of dark green eyes. This was the second time Angor looked into the eyes. Last time, he saw them through the vision of the scout puppet. Back then, the eyes were cold and emotionless. But this time Angor could see the desire to fight. Dark Flame Werewolf. The elemental creature that wandered around the lava lake suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of Angor. It was still hunched over, and its hands were almost touching its knees. However, its head was held high. The dark flames on its fur and the green flames in its eyes combined to create a murderous aura. When it was ready to kill, it touched the ground with both hands and legs and stomped on the ground. Then, it charged at Angor like a burning bomb. Angor already knew that the dark flame werewolf could move as fast as the speed of sound when on all fours. In the blink of an eye, the dark flame werewolf reached Angor's height. Angor could see the dark flame werewolf smiling viciously as it swung its fiery claws at Angor's face. However, a pure white shadow suddenly appeared in front of him before it could reach him. The claws didn't touch Angor. Instead, they touched the ice shield created by Evil Deed's white shadow. The purple flames were quickly extinguished by the ice shield. At the same time, a terrifying frost aura spread from the ice shield and quickly froze the dark flame werewolf's claws. The frost was still spreading. The dark flame werewolf saw this and cut off one of his arms without hesitation. He then used the force of the flames from the severed arm to do a backflip and land on the cliff. When the dark flame werewolf landed on the ground, new flames began to burn on its severed arm, which quickly regenerated a new pair of claws. This was one of the characteristics of elemental creatures. Unless there was some kind of elemental energy that could counter an elemental creature's elemental energy, it could not be completely destroyed. As long as there was a tiny bit of elemental essence left, it would not die. The dark flame werewolf recovered quickly, but Elmi was not going to stay still. The blue light above Elmi's head flickered, and a terrifying frost aura began to spread out around him. The frost aura was much stronger than the fire energy in the outside world, and it created a domain of ice and mist. This was Elmi's awakened talent, which allowed him to forcefully change his environment. The dark flame werewolf could not utilize its geographical advantage in such an environment. Even though the dark flame werewolf's purple flames were as powerful as wizards, they were still suppressed by the frost aura. Coupled with Elmi's great strength, the dark flame werewolf could not resist at all and was turned into an ice sculpture. With that done, Elmi returned to Angor's side. Instead of deactivating his frost domain, Elmi turned around and stared at the flame giant in the distance with its vertical pupils. The flame giant already had its hands on the edge of the cliff when Elmi froze the dark flame werewolf. When Elmi turned around, the flame giant pushed its body up and jumped out of the lava lake. It then rushed toward Angor with great force. In the blink of an eye, the flame giant was already above Angor. Angor looked up and saw the giant's shadow blotting out the sun. He also saw a fiery fist coming at him like a meteor. It was already too late for Angor to open the door. Moreover, Elmi also rushed forward at this time. He directly created a huge curved ice shield to meet the flaming fist. Ice and fire collided head-on in an instant. Red light and blue light intertwined. Fire and ice competed. When the two completely different types of energy collided, the entire world fell silent. Time seemed to stop at this moment. All the creatures watching the battle focused their attention on the clash. They were all looking forward to which side the flag of victory would be planted on after the clash of ice and fire. Everyone present was a fire-type creature. Naturally, they hoped for the fire faction to win. But after waiting for a full minute, the blue light and the fire light still did not decide the winner. But the fire light representing the flame giant began to shrink, and Elmi's ice aura was spreading rapidly. If this continued, the flame giant's fist would definitely be broken by Elmi. The flame giant seemed to have realized this. Its emotionless eyes gathered a beam of light. This beam of light contained a blazing heat ray, and it shot directly towards the clash between the two sides. After a loud boom, the flame giant's fist exploded into countless balls of fire. Like fireworks, it scattered into several clouds of fire in the sky. The huge ice shield created by Elmi also had a large number of cracks. After a cracking sound, the spider web cracks quickly spread across the semicircular ice shield. As the cold wind blew, the ice shield shards were like falling stars. In the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared. The flame giant's fist shattered. Elmi's shield shattered. It looked like both sides were at a disadvantage. The first clash between the two sides could be considered evenly matched. But all the fire-type creatures who understood the situation sighed in their hearts. The flame giant had gathered its momentum and accumulated fire energy for a long time to launch a sneak attack with great strength. On the other hand, Elmi was defending passively in a hurry. Plus, the flame giant had not stepped into the ice and snow. It was the home field of the fire type. The flame giant had even used the light in its eyes. But even so, the two sides were still tied. So, on the surface, they were evenly matched. But the real winner was still Elmi. However, the fire-type creatures present were not discouraged. After all, this was their home field. They still believed that the flame giant could win against the outsider. The home field advantage was indeed very advantageous. The flame giant's fist was shattered. But in the dense fire energy, it recovered in the blink of an eye. Then, it launched a second wave of attacks against Elmi. This time, the flame giant did not compete with Elmi to see who had the stronger elemental energy. It used high-speed attacks and huge fists to directly clash with Elmi's elemental energy. There was red light everywhere, and there was also a loud rumbling sound. The ground cracked and the ground caved in. The elemental energy around them was chaotic. Even those who wanted to help the flame giant did not dare to approach. It was difficult for him to get involved in the fierce battle. He could only prepare himself in the dark and provide support when necessary. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Toby's voice echoed in his ears. Toby was asking who would win, Elmi or the flame giant. Toby was not concerned about Elmi. He was just gossiping. He even took out some dried fish from his snowy feather and looked like a bystander. Of course, Toby was aware of the situation. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry was because he knew that the situation wasn't critical. He could fight or retreat with ease. Toby could carry Angor and fight their way out. Besides, Angor had a trump card that could flip the table. With nothing to worry about, Toby was naturally in a good mood. Elmi will win, Angor answered without hesitation. The flame giant was very strong. Angor might not be able to defeat it in a head-on fight. But that was only limited to head-on fights. The flame giant's fighting style was its instinct and strength. Using one's own weakness against an enemy's strength would put one at a disadvantage. However, if it was not a head-on fight, the flame giant would only be a qualified punching bag if it relied on its speed and other means of control. Elmi, on the other hand, was different. He came from the realm of terror, a place where mortals had to live in fear every day. Elmi had been fighting since he was a child. After awakening, he had fought against all kinds of powerful demons and awakened ones. His fighting experience and wisdom were top-notch. In this aspect, Angor would not be able to compete with Elmi even if several Angor's clones were added together. Elmi was stronger than Angor, so he would not have any problems fighting the flame giant. In fact, he could even defeat the flame giant in a head-on fight. And that was exactly what Elmi was doing. As soon as he finished his words, he heard a terrifying explosion. Raising his head, he saw that Elmi had found an opening in the flaming giant's chaotic punches. With a shift of his body, Elmi kicked the flaming giant's abdomen. In an instant, the flames burning on the flaming giant's abdomen were frozen, and Elmi was kicked into the air. Elmi took advantage of the flame giant's loss of control and attacked it repeatedly. Each strike either froze a certain part of the flame giant or directly shattered the flames. Grr, grr. Toby watched the scene and felt the dried fish in his hand no longer tasted good. So violent. The battle was still going on. Seeing that the flame giant was in trouble, Elmi knew that if he kept attacking, the flame giant would end up like a shadow flame werewolf. Suddenly, a strange black light barrier appeared around the flame giant's body. The black barrier covered the flame giant's entire body, and Elmi's attacks could only cause some ripples on the barrier. The flame giant took the chance and began to absorb the fire energy around it. The active fire element energy entered his body and instantly dispelled the frost damage caused by Elmi. His broken organs were also reconstructed. Once again, the flame giant's home field advantage was shown. However, after absorbing too much active and chaotic energy, the flame giant's eyes, which were originally calm, became a little restless. Obviously, the flame giant was affected as well. In the long run, this would definitely damage the flame giant's fire origin. But for now, it was a great help because the flame giant's frenzied flame was very compatible with its aggressive fighting style. Under the protection of the black barrier, the flame giant began to attack again. This time, although the flame giant was raging, it did not attack Elmi blindly. Instead, it used its violent flaming fists to suppress the icy aura around it. Angor could tell that the flame giant was trying to get rid of the frost domain to increase its home field advantage. I saw nothing in its eyes before, and it fought based on instinct. I thought it didn't have any intelligence. But now, it seems to have changed a little. Still, this kind of fighting intelligence was child's play. The flame giant thought it would be fine after suppressing the frost aura. However, it never considered the possibility that Elmi could summon more frost aura again. The flame giant was as dumb as the other flame giant. With that in mind, he glanced at the flame giant's black light barrier. This black light shield also looks very familiar. That silly furball monster seemed to have used it before. Is this a common skill of all fire-type creatures in the lava lake? Angor quickly put the thought aside and sent a voice transmission to the flame giant while the flame giant was still fighting. He thought the flame giant did not have any intelligence. Now that the flame giant showed some intelligence, Angor decided to talk to it. The message first asked if the flame giant was the demonic fire meteor. Angor did not get a response. But he didn't think that was the case. As the king of a territory, Meteor should be proud enough to admit it. Besides, the flame giant didn't look too smart. As the new king, Meteor shouldn't be so stupid. He didn't get any response, but he continued to explain that they weren't spies but just passers-by. As for whether the flame giant believed him or not, that was up to it. Even if it did not believe him, Angor could interfere with the battle and help Elmi find a way to break through the barrier. The flame giant did not respond. It was still acting like a Cold War machine. Angor did not say anything. He waited for the battle to end while observing his surroundings. 2 more minutes passed. The flame giant had already compressed the frost mist domain that Elmi had created to 1/10 of its original size. At the same time, the flame giant's black barrier was finally destroyed by Elmi. Elmi did not stop and continued to attack. He wanted to see if the flame giant could raise this powerful shield again. However, the flame giant did not have the ability to do so in a short time. Under Elmi's relentless attacks, the flame giant's body began to freeze again. The flame giant did not give up on suppressing the frost domain even though many parts of its body were frozen. It was still determined to carry out its plan, which it thought could cut off Elmi's escape route. Angor shook his head. Did the flame giant really think Elmi's power came from the frost domain? As Angor sighed, Toby began to chirp again. Instead of yelling at the flame giant, Toby looked at the lava lake in the distance. Angor followed Toby's gaze and saw a new whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger until it formed a hole. From the hole, a giant lava whale about 50 meters long with an orange glow on its body floated out. The whale released a column of fire from its nostrils and swung its tail to the cliff. It seemed it was going to join the battle. The lava whale was just the beginning. In the deeper part of the lava lake, or perhaps even on the other side of the lava lake, a flaming phoenix that was twice the size of the lava whale flew over. Phoenix, also known as the Phoenix of Undying. In the wizarding world, it was a legendary monster that was born from the erupting lava of volcanoes. It lived inside volcanoes all year round and was a legendary fire elemental monster. However, this phoenix was not just a monster. Its entire body was made of fire elements. It was a real phoenix of undying. It flapped its fiery red wings and swayed its elegant tail feathers. With rolling flames of anger, it charged into the battlefield like a sharp arrow. The Phoenix of Undying was no weaker than the Flame Giant. Apart from the Phoenix of Undying, Angor also saw several other terrifying elemental creatures. Some of them were still observing the battle, while others had already come ashore. It seemed the battle between Elmi and the Flame Giant had attracted most of the creatures in this area. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He began to think of a way out. In the sky, Elmi had also noticed the changes in the surrounding flame energy. While the Flame Giant was not paying attention, he controlled a sharp icicle and shot it at the Flame Giant's heart. After that, he quickly retreated a few hundred meters away. The heart of the Flame Giant happened to be its elemental core. Elmi controlled it well. He did not completely destroy the elemental core. It was not out of mercy. He just wanted to prevent the Flame Giant from self-destructing like the furry monster. He only poked a small crack without destroying the core. However, the energy inside the Flame Giant's body began to leak out. Fortunately, the Flame Giant could still absorb fire energy from the outside to maintain its balance. At least the core would not be damaged. However, the Flame Giant could no longer fight a more intense battle. In a blink of an eye, Elmi took out half of the Flame Giant's fighting power. After finishing off the Flame Giant, Elmi transformed into his leopard form and floated in the air. He stared at the army of fire in the distance with his cold eyes. Should we retreat? Angor's voice reached Elmi's mind. This time, he did not give the order directly. Instead, he wanted to hear Elmi's decision. The blue lantern above Elmi's head flickered. No. Angor knew that Elmi would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Since Elmi said no, it meant that he was confident that he could win against these powerful fire creatures. Angor did not stop Elmi. He and Toby were still here to support Elmi. If they could not open the door, they could at least use the sequence of gravity to leave the battlefield. The lava whale and the Phoenix of Undying approached Elmi. After a moment of silence, Elmi's forelimbs gently pressed down, and a faint blue light ripple quickly spread out, covering an area of several miles. At the same time, the blue lantern above Elmi's head spat out several bubbles which merged with the ripple. As soon as the bubbles merged with the ripple, the intense fire energy in the area disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of ice and snow. When Elmi was fighting against the dark flame werewolves, he only created a simple domain of ice and mist. This time, however, Elmi seriously activated his awakening talent and turned his domain of ice and mist into a true domain of ice and frost. If this happened in the outside world, it would probably turn into a pure white kingdom of ice. However, this was a world where fire energy was most active. Creating a domain of ice and frost was already the best Elmi could do. The scorched earth turned into snow, the flames froze into icicles, and the smoke turned into a river of ice. In this translucent world, all the flames had disappeared. The drifting dust turned into gray frost and fell to the ground. Even space itself seemed to be frozen. Only a sharp voice could be heard, cursing in the frozen space. This is domain of ice and snow. I knew it. You said you were just passing by, but it was all a lie. You're the spies of Frost Desert. Elmi heard the cursing, but he didn't care. It came from the Flame Giant he defeated and was now struggling to survive in the Frost domain. To Elmi, the angry roars and reprimands of the losers were useless and meaningless. Angor, on the other hand, showed a strange expression when he heard the cursing. This voice. Why does it sound a little familiar? Angor looked at the Flame Giant with a curious look. Not only did it sound exactly the same, but it also sounded exactly the same when it said, Spy of Frosty Desert. Angor's last syllable and angry tone were exactly the same. You're that silly, furball? Angor dashed to the top of the giant and looked down at it from above. Damn spy. I won't believe you again, and I won't answer anything you say. The sharp yet childish voice came again. Is that so? Angor's expression grew even more strange. Yes, I won't answer you. Angor nodded. I remember you self-destructed. You didn't die? Who did that? I didn't. That's Kurokro's talent. The flame giant paused as if he suddenly realized something. Arg. Damn you. You're trying to trick me. I'm smart enough not to fall for it. Angor clapped his hands. You're smart, Dankros. I believe that if your ancestor, Carolyn Kiss, heard your words, he would definitely be like me, applauding your wit. Humph. Of course. Angor didn't know what to say. Familiar smell, familiar formula, and familiar ancestor. This guy named Dankros sounded smug when he said that he had seen through Zhang Lixing's scheme. However, he had never thought that whether it was his own identity or the identity of the furball from before, they would all be exposed in just a few short sentences. Angor was almost certain that this Dankros was the silly creature who talked to him by the lava lake. But from Dankros' words, Angor could tell that the furball at the lava lake was not him. It was a fire-type creature called Kurokro. But Angor didn't sense any other elemental creature inside the furball. Was it a spirit possession? No. The furball self-destructed to get out of the lava lake and send a message to the new king. If it was a spirit possession, it didn't need to self-destruct at all. It could just use its body to send the message. In other words, at that time, Dankro's main body was actually trapped in the ice like Kurokro. So Dankro's body was actually very small, if that was the case. Angor couldn't help but look at the giant again. Dankros wasn't a flame giant. Maybe it was hiding inside the flame giant. As Angor pondered, the battle in the sky resumed. The flaming phoenix tore through the smoke-filled sky like an arrow and rushed into the ice domain to attack Elmi. The flaming phoenix's attacks were deadly. Not only could it threaten Elmi with its sharp claws, but every flap of its wings could also create a devastating fire tornado. Previously, when Elmi faced the flame giant, he faced it head-on. But now, he chose to use his agility to distract the flaming phoenix. On one hand, this was to deal with other fire-type creatures. On the other hand, it also meant that the flaming phoenix's attacks were much stronger than the flame giant's when it came to point-to-point destruction. The bird opened its beak and blasted a flame breath at Elmi. Elmi countered with an ice blade and quickly moved to the side. But before he could regain his balance, a fire-type deer-type creature aimed at his back with its sharp horn. After Elmi dodged it, the flaming undying bird created another fire tornado. There was also a group of flaming sparrows hovering in the air, taking this opportunity to launch a barrage of fire at him. Under normal circumstances, Elmi would be able to dodge it, but the fire tornado blew the barrage of fire in all directions, making it impossible to track them down. Elmi was hit by a few. Even the flaming phoenix and other fire-type creatures were hit by the random barrage of fire. However, as fire-type creatures, they were fine. Elpi, on the other hand, did not look too good. Once or twice would have been fine, but after being hit several times in a row, his blue fur started to burn with sparks. Angor was also paying attention to the battle in the sky. He could tell that Elmi had no problem dealing with the flaming phoenix. It was the other fire-type creatures that were giving Elmi some trouble. Elmi noticed this as well. He waved his blue lantern flower to lower the temperature of the domain of frost again, and a large number of snowflakes began to rise. These snowflakes were formed from extremely pure energy. When the snowflakes landed on the flaming undying bird, they would trigger its flame shield. When the snowflakes landed on other fire elemental creatures, they would freeze with the snowflakes as the center. Several of the flaming sparrows who created the barrage of fire were frozen into statues and fell from the sky. The other fire-type creatures quickly ran away because of the snowflakes. However, this could only slow them down for a while. More fire-type creatures were coming. Seeing this, Angor quickly released a large number of nightmare nodes and created a giant illusion based on the domain of frost. The illusion worked on fire creatures that had not reached the level of a wizard. They were trapped in the fog, stumbling around, not knowing where the exit was. Even the flaming undying bird, which had reached the level of an adept, was deceived by the illusion. It constantly misjudged Elmi's position and gave Elmi a chance to recover. What's going on? Why are you all running around? There's snowflakes. Move. Phoenix. You're going the wrong way. Not that way. Dankros was excited when he saw Elmi getting shot again and again. Now that the battle was going in a strange direction, he became anxious again. While Dankros was exhausted from the battle, Angor used his spirit feelers to scan every inch of the giant's body, hoping to find some evidence to support his theory. However, before he could find Dankros's body, another giant creature broke into the domain of frost. It was the lava whale from before. Do you need my help? Angor's voice reached Elmi's ears. Elmi was still fighting against the flaming phoenix, but the blue lantern flower above his head was transmitting its thoughts to Angor. No need. Elmi rejected Angor's offer. Judging from Blue Lantern Flower's message, Elmi seemed to welcome the arrival of the lava whale very much. At first, Angor did not understand why Elmi was so excited about the lava whale. Until, the flaming phoenix's flames were blocked by the lava whale. When the lava whale swung its giant tail and slapped the flaming phoenix's body, Angor understood what was going on. Two giant creatures that did not know each other well were fighting against Elmi at the same time. Not only did they not have the advantage of numbers, but they also had to block each other from time to time due to their enormous size, which reduced Elmi's risk. This combination was not as threatening to Elmi as the flaming undying bird and a group of small fire-type creatures. Of course, Elmi's precise control was the main reason for this. He used his nimble body to restrict the battle to an extremely small space. The flaming undying bird and the giant lava whale had their battle space compressed, which was why they couldn't use their full strength. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to compress and restrain it so meticulously. Under such circumstances, if either the flaming deathless bird or the giant lava whale retreated, they might be able to pose a threat. However, none of them backed down. Seeing this, Angor felt relieved. While setting up illusion nodes to prepare for his next move, he continued to check the flame giant and look for Dankros. The flame giant was half kneeling in the snow with its eyes closed. It was focusing all of its energy and thoughts on its damaged elemental core, trying to repair it. Angor was more certain about his theory because he saw the flame giant's behavior. Who would silently heal their fatal wounds while making a fuss about the battle in the sky with strong emotions. Dankros was not the flame giant. Perhaps it was hiding somewhere inside the flame giant's body. Why did we run into Guleda again? Phoenix, get out of the way. Is Guleda the lava whale? Dankros humped and ignored Angor's question. His eyes were still on the battle in the sky. Angor did not feel annoyed. He smiled and talked to Dankros without asking for any information. Instead, he focused on the battle between the flaming phoenix and the lava whale. Guleda attacked Phoenix? TSK, they're having an internal conflict. Phoenix's feathers are all standing up. Looks like he's angry. Dankros said unhappily, it wasn't Guleda who attacked Phoenix. Phoenix's claws touched Guleda's tail first, and Guleda thought it was being attacked. That's why it fought back. Angor chuckled but did not say anything. However, he thought to himself, to be able to see the flaming undying bird's claws touch the giant lava whale, it seems that Dankros has found a good vantage point. The flame giant's right ear and abdomen couldn't see what happened. Seeing Dankros keeping quiet, Angor added, I thought the internal conflict would last for a long time, but it's over already. They're fighting again. Humph. I don't like Phoenix because he's the new king's subordinate. But Guleda and Phoenix are friends. They won't fight each other. You're a spy from Azert. Give up. Angor gave Dankros a thumbs up in his mind. Good job. He got new information from Dankros without asking any questions. Perhaps Angor's presence excited Dankros enough to give his opinion on the battle in the sky. Dankros said, look, the tornado on Phoenix's right wing helped Guleda deflect the icicles. There's no way they're fighting each other. Angor nodded with a smile and continued his analysis. I can only see the tornadoes from where I am, but this thing can see the tracks of the icicles. I guess I don't need to search the area below the right forehead, half of the left forehead, and 80% of the spine. Using this method, Angor slowly narrowed down Dankros' location. Throughout the entire process, Dankros did not realize that the battle he had casually mentioned was actually gradually exposing its true location. As Angor narrowed down the area, the battle in the sky was changing as well. The flaming undying bird and the giant lava whale had gradually developed a certain level of cooperation after the continuous beating. They were attempting to break through Elmi's blockade. Elmi knew that once they worked together, even if they did not break through Elmi's defense line, Elmi would lose the upper hand. To avoid losing the upper hand, Elmi had to end the battle as soon as possible. However, it was not easy to end the battle quickly. He had to find the elemental cores of the flaming deathless bird and the giant lava whale before he could hit them. Elmi had already confirmed that the elemental core of the flaming undying bird was in its head during the probing battle. Its exact location was below the middle of the row of fire feathers on its forehead. However, he had not found the core of the lava whale yet. According to his original plan, Elmi only needed to fight a few more rounds to determine the location of the whale's elemental core. But he did not have much time left. He had to find another way to find the core of the lava whale as quickly as possible. After Elmi understood that he had to change his strategy, with his rich combat experience, he quickly decided on the next step of the plan. He intended to use himself as bait to create chaos. At the cost of minimal injuries, when he came into contact with the energy output channel of the other party, he would directly inject his energy into the channel. According to the position of the energy output, he would determine the location of the elemental core. Elmi did not hesitate and did as he thought. After a few exchanges, Elmi made a mistake and lost his center of gravity for a moment. This mistake was immediately seized by the flaming undying bird and blocked Elmi's path back to a safe position. At the same time, the lava whale moved to the other side and blocked Elmi's way. Elmi was now in a disadvantageous position. The flaming phoenix's eyes shone with excitement. After being suppressed for so long, it finally found a chance to fight back. Even if Elmi decided to be the bait, he would not let himself get hurt for nothing. Once again, he drew out the remaining awakening energy in his body. The flaming phoenix quickly realized that something was wrong and screeched, "It's going to, oh no. Guleda, do it." The lava whale had just blocked Elmi's way and did not know what was going on. However, it knew that the flaming phoenix was smarter than it, so it opened its mouth and blasted lava breath at Elmi without hesitation. Guleda's lava breath was like a volcano that had been accumulating for hundreds of years before erupting. Its impact and energy were strong enough to overwhelm Elmi's ice and snow power, causing real damage to him. The lava breath covered an area from the sky to the ground, completely blocking Elmi's blind spots. The only escape route was guarded by the flaming undying bird. Seeing that all his escape routes were blocked, Elmi showed anger and despair. Terrifying ice energy gathered around him, turning into an ice storm that covered the sky and the sun, sweeping in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was the lava whale, Guleda. Even with the lava breath's obstruction, the ice storm still wreaked havoc toward Guleda. Moreover, to release the lava breath, Guleda opened his huge mouth. The ice storm was about to blow into his mouth and enter his body. Guleda subconsciously wanted to stop the lava breath. Seeing this, the flaming undying bird immediately roared, "Don't stop. Guleda, you idiot, he's fighting like a cornered beast. He wants to exchange injury for injury to force you to stop." The flaming undying bird knew that the ice storm would be uncomfortable in Guleda's body. However, this was the home of fire creatures after all. If he was injured and soaked in the lava lake, he would recover after a few days of recuperation. Therefore, even if it had to exchange injury for injury, it still thought it was worth it. However, it did not know that this was all part of Elmi's plan to find Guleda's elemental core. Guleda did not think that far ahead. However, since Phoenix told him not to stop, Guleda resisted the urge to shut up and continued to spit out lava breath. In fact, the lava breath did cause damage to Elmi. Even if he turned into an energy state, he still had to maintain his ice power. Ice was naturally incompatible with fire. Under the suppression of the lava breath, his body was inevitably affected. He was even forced out of his true form by the lava breath. Elmi, who had turned into his true form, spat out dark blue crystals between his sharp lips and teeth for the first time. This was the blood of an awakened demon. Even the blue lantern above his head seemed to have withered a little. Seeing this, the flaming undying bird was overjoyed. "Continue, he can't take it anymore." However, as soon as it finished speaking, it realized that not only did Guleda stop spitting out lava breath, but the lava breath's strength was also weakening. The flaming undying bird turned its head angrily. Just as it was about to reprimand Guleda, it realized that Guleda had suddenly stopped moving in midair. His eyes, which had been burning with black flames, had started to freeze at some point. The flaming undying bird was stunned for a moment, and shock flashed through its eyes made of flames. It was Guleda, and Gulada's elemental core was passed down from the old king. Gulada's elemental core to its eyes. That was why its eyes of black flames to Guleda. Now, Gulada's eyes were frozen. Did this mean that its elemental core was also frozen? Just as it understood this, Elmi, who had looked desperate and weak, suddenly turned its head around. Where was the anger, despair, and anxiety in her cold eyes? What he saw before was a complete illusion, to it. What did it find? Before the flaming undying bird's consciousness could leave Gulada's eyes, an extremely cold ray of light shot toward its forehead. The elemental core was in its forehead. It instinctively wanted to flap its wings to cover it, but it realized that its wings had been frozen by the ice storm earlier. He could only watch helplessly as the white light entered his forehead. Then, the flaming undying bird felt its mind freeze. In the next second, it fell into endless darkness. Before its consciousness was frozen, it seemed to see an image of a different world. It was a world shrouded in darkness, barrenness, coldness, and fear. The flaming undying bird and the giant lava whale's eyes froze as they fell from the sky. It smashed through the frozen river of smoke and fell heavily into the dust. Dankros, who had witnessed this scene, could not believe his eyes. Both Phoenix and Guleda had been defeated? How is this possible? Phoenix is the strongest person under the new king. It's impossible for him to lose. Besides, Gulada's fire came from that one. It's an eternal flame. How can he lose? Dankros' tone was filled with disbelief. All the confidence he had in the past seemed to have vanished at this moment. As Dankros muttered to himself, a shadow suddenly blocked his line of sight. Found you. As he muttered to himself, Dankros only saw a pair of large hands wearing exquisite gloves reaching out to him. By the time he realized what was going on and tried to run, it was already too late. A pulling force pulled its true body out of the flame giant's eyes. It was Angor who caught Dankros. After narrowing down the area, Angor finally found Dankros' exact location. You're hiding in its eye. And you're covered in the fire giant's energy. No wonder I couldn't find you, Angor muttered to himself while focusing on Dankros. He was really curious about what Dankros looked like. Angor imagined that Dankros always stayed on other elemental creatures. Maybe it was a parasite or a small flame fish with a suction cup. But when he actually caught Dankros, he was stunned. He was completely wrong. Dankros did not look like a parasite at all. In fact, it did not even look like a monster. It was just a hand. A severed hand. It was only a hand and a wrist that was less than 5 centimeters long. But it did look like a human hand. The only difference was that the hand was made of fire. It had 5 fingers, which were still moving around. Angor grabbed Dankros' wrist and saw the hand trying to free itself. But it could not move at all. You're Dankros? How come you only have one hand? It was Angor's first time seeing an elemental creature like this. He wondered if the hand was part of a real body. Let me go. Let me go. Damn spy. Dankros' fingers kept moving, but they did not work. Angor curiously flipped the severed hand over and saw an eye and a mouth on it. Dankros' mouth kept muttering. Unfortunately, its voice was so young that it could not even be considered a curse. Where are your brothers and sisters? Angor shook Dankros' hand a few times. Dankros, who had been shaken until his head was spinning, did not come back to his senses for a moment. He subconsciously asked, what siblings? Your other limbs, like your right hand, left foot, head, and so on. What's that? Angor narrowed his eyes. You don't have any brothers or sisters? You were born with only one hand? I'm the only one. How can I have any brothers or sisters? Ah. Let me go. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Didn't you say you're a descendant of Calamonkeys? The great Calamonkeys. Dankros was furious. I was born from the ashes of my ancestor, so of course I'm his descendant. Hearing this, Angor was more or less convinced that Dankros' real body was only a severed hand. There was no other body part. While Angor was observing Dankros, a flurry of snowflakes suddenly appeared around him. Elmi's figure slowly emerged from the snowflakes. Angor looked at Elmi's abdomen and back. He could still smell something burnt. That was where Elmi was injured. How's your injury? Elmi waved his blue lantern again, indicating that he was fine. Angor reached out a hand to touch Elmi's back and checked with his spirit feelers. Just as Elmi said, Elmi did not suffer any serious injuries. At most, Elmi used a lot of energy and needed some time to recover. The blue lantern waved again, and Elmi sent a new message to Angor, asking if he should remove the frost domain. The frost domain was created by Elmi's talent ability. If it was in a place with abundant ice energy, the domain would be self-sufficient. However, they were in the fire zone, which meant they could not absorb energy from the outside world. Elmi had to use his own energy. After freezing the lava whale and the flaming phoenix, Elmi's energy was almost depleted. The frost domain would not last for long, which was why Elmi asked for Angor's opinion. Angor glanced at the crouching flame giant and the two giant creatures lying in the snow in the distance. According to Dankros, these creatures were the most powerful fighters in the fire zone. Now that Elmi defeated them and their elemental cores were frozen, there was no way they could survive. Angor planned to use a gentler method to get information from the fire zone. But now, it seemed he had to use brute force. Boom, a loud noise came from the other side of the lava lake. He didn't need to think too much to know that news of Guleda and Phoenix's defeat had already spread. Now, the core area of the fire zone must be mobilizing more people. Perhaps it was the new king who had come. How strong is fiery meteor? Angor considered and looked at Dankros. Dankros tried to run away, but when he saw Elmi showing up next to Angor, he began to struggle and beat Elmi up. It seemed he wanted to avenge Guleda and Phoenix. But Angor had already grabbed his wrist, so there was nothing he could do. Let me go. I'm going to kill you, you filthy spies. I'm going to burn you all to ashes. Okay, I'll let you go later. But you have to answer me first. How strong is fiery meteor? Dankros roared, I don't like this new king, but I'm not going to tell you that he's many times stronger than Phoenix. Angor rubbed his chin. Many times stronger than Phoenix. I guess I'll have to avoid him even if I have to use brute force. After all, Elmi had used up too much energy. Angor considered and spoke to Elmi again. Put away the frost domain. We're leaving. Dankros said, you can't escape. The new king will burn you all to death. Angor didn't care. He grabbed Elmi's wrist and prepared to leave. Aren't you going to run? Let me go. Let me go. Angor wasn't going to let Dankros go. It was rare to meet an elemental spirit who could talk and still had some mental problems. He might be able to get some basic information out of it. Dankros seemed to have realized that Angor was trying to take him away. He felt scared and stopped yelling. Instead, he began to beg Angor for mercy by saying that he was insignificant, immature, stupid, and so on. Angor didn't say anything. I'm not going to take you away if you're not stupid. In his panic, Dankros unleashed the flames hidden in his body, wanting to launch a sneak attack and escape. Angor had to admit that the fire was hotter than he expected. It was even hotter than the fire giant. Angor was using his left hand, so he let go of Dankros' hand out of reflex. Dankros was overjoyed, and immediately wanted to escape. But before he could, he was caught by a blue translucent hand of magic. Dankros couldn't help but feel sad as his fate was being taken away again. If it was captured by the spies of Issel, it would never be able to return to the warm lava pool. In the future, it might stay in the dark ice prison forever, extinguishing its last flame in the darkness. He didn't want this to happen, he still wanted to restore the glory of his ancestors. Just as Dankros was about to give up, a buzzing noise suddenly echoed across the world. It wasn't something that could be heard with the ears. Instead, it sounded directly in the minds of all living beings. It was like a continuous frequency of vibrations that descended from the sky with a strange ripple. When the strange ripple arrived, the entire world seemed to freeze. Elmi, who had been walking in the melted snow, also stopped in his tracks, as if he had become a statue. Angor was about to take out his gate of illusion when he was also affected by the ripple. He could still move his arms and legs, but he noticed that the elemental energy around him suddenly became dense. Even the air around him seemed to have turned into a swamp. What's going on? Angor's heart skipped a beat. He thought he was being ambushed. He looked around and saw that not only him, but the entire fire domain was also affected by the strange ripple. Even the fire-type creatures trapped in his illusion were like specimens in an art gallery, unable to move. Their voices and mana, however, were not affected. Dankros suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. 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 This is the world voice. World voice? Angor looked at Dankros in confusion. Dankros revealed a gloating look. Even the world's consciousness is on my side. You can't run away. What's the world echo? Perhaps Dankros was confident of his victory, or perhaps he was too excited to see the spy frightened, so he answered Angor's question directly for the first time. According to Dankros, the world echo was a powerful law that belonged to this world and was controlled by the world's consciousness. It would appear every once in a while. When the world echo appeared, there would be a buzzing sound. Strange ripples would cover every inch of space, and the energy would become dense. Angor also paid attention to the changes that would happen after that. The energy would not stay dense for long. Soon, the elemental energy in every part of the continent would become extremely dense and active. According to Dankros, the density and activity of the elemental energy would be several times higher than before. What did that mean? If a beginner apprentice cast a level 0 fire spell here, the final effect would be as strong as an advanced cantrip. This was not good for beginner apprentices because they might get burned. But for the elemental creatures here, it was as good as cheating. The elemental creatures would reach the peak of their power, the energy they released could reach the level of spells. This was why Dankros was so happy. Once the world echo was activated, even an elemental spirit like him would become as strong as a mature elemental creature. At that time, even if Elmi was a truth finder, they would still be no match for these elemental creatures who had cheated. After Dankros finished speaking, he laughed maniacally. His flaming eyes looked at the energy ripples that covered the entire world as he shouted in an excited tone. Dankros' words were completely random, but Angor still managed to get some information from them. Apart from the fact that Dankros could defeat the spy, there was another reason why Dankros was so excited. Dankros was born from the world echo. For this reason, Dankros had a childlike affection for the world echo. Under the world echo, the elemental energy will be several times more active than before. Angor muttered to himself. If this was true, the value of the tidal realm would increase by several times. Elementium creatures alone were enough to drive the adepts of the southern region crazy. With the world voice, this place would surely become a holy land for elementalists. He didn't even dare to imagine how the entire wizarding world would react. He wasn't worried about his safety or the threat of Dankros. So what if the elemental creature's combat power increased? He was prepared to retreat for now. With the sequence of gravity and the gate of illusion, he could definitely retreat safely. In the worst case, he could just run back to the main world through the mini passage. He didn't believe that the elemental creatures could get through the secret door left behind by Master Painter. He was confident that he could escape, but he still carefully observed the energy reaction around him. Once the energy dissipated, he would open the door and leave. The buzzing continued for a full minute. When the sound ended, Dankros shouted, "They're coming, they're coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange change rapidly occurred. If Angor had a bird's-eye view, he or she would see dense energy gathering in the sky above the entire continent. The energies were so concentrated that their colors could be observed even in the physical realm. There were bright and surging reds, bright yet heavy yellows, flawless yet cold white, profound yet empty black. All of the energies were like the ribbons of a celestial river, enveloping the entire continent layer by layer. Different colors represented different elements, and each element had its own domain. Among them, the fire element covered the area where Angor was standing. Angor couldn't see what was happening in the sky, but he could feel a wave of energy with a special frequency descending from the sky. The frequency was like a tidal wave that washed away all the elemental energy in the world. The dormant elements became active, the dark elements became bright, the turbid elements became pure. The energy was changing everything around it in a way visible to the naked eye. For example, the fire inside Dankro's body began to burn fiercely, and the barren energy inside it kept increasing. The increase was even reflected in its body. Its fingers grew longer, and its broken wrist grew longer. It wasn't by much, but it was growing longer. In addition, the flame giant that was kneeling on the ground, its originally somewhat dormant flames also surged violently. In the distance, the power of frost covering the bodies of the lava whale Guleda and the blazing undying bird phoenix was also slowly melting. The melting was not only on the surface of their bodies, but also on their frozen elemental cores. It wouldn't take long for them to regain their glory and become even stronger than before. Even the fire element inside Angwar's body was changing. It was becoming more harmonious and harmonious. In just a dozen seconds, Angwar felt the fire inside him was reborn. If he had cultivated more fire elemental energy, or if he had mastered the fire elemental change, there would probably be even greater changes. Unfortunately, he wasn't an elementalist and he didn't know much about fire. Therefore, the enhancement he received was only SOSO. Toby, on the other hand, was absorbing a large amount of fire element into his body without feeling any pressure at all. Since the fire element inside Angwar's body couldn't be strengthened anymore and he couldn't move, he decided to study the special frequency of the cleansing. It's like a tidal wave. Wave after wave, more energy will be accumulated, and the next wave will be stronger. Angwar pondered. It's like an energy tide. Or elemental tide. Fang's map appeared in Angwar's mind. The remaining information on it clearly read, Tidal Realm. I see. Angwar didn't know why this place was called Tidal Realm. But now he thought about it and understood. The so-called Tidal Realm didn't refer to real tides. It referred to the sound of the world and the elemental tide. Another 5 minutes later, the dense energy around them began to dissipate. Dankros was the first one to notice it. The elemental power will reach its peak soon. Ha 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 ha. You're all doomed. Dankros was still absorbing the fire buff brought by the elemental tide. However, he really wanted to see the spy of Azurt captured, so he had to hold back his excitement to say something. That reminded him of something and helped him to pay attention to the energy changes around him. He sensed something. Just as Dankros said, the sluggish feeling that made him feel as if he was stuck in a swamp was fading away. Once it completely disappeared, it would be time to retreat. Angwar couldn't help but give Dankros an admiring look. He wouldn't have noticed it if Dankros didn't remind him. Dankros shivered when he saw Angwar's strange look. He felt that Angwar was up to no good. Dankros recalled what happened to him and felt a little scared. Suddenly, a bird cry pierced through the sky. Dankros and Angwar looked back at the same time. Phoenix, the blazing phoenix, who had fallen to the ground earlier, reignited his fire and raised his head to the sky. Dankros' eyes brightened up. He felt confident again and quickly turned to Angwar. You're all doomed. You're all doomed. Angwar ignored Dankros' words and looked into the distance. Not only did Phoenix recover, but the frozen lava on Galada's body also began to flow again. The frozen shadow flame werewolf also melted, and the dark purple flames around him grew stronger. Reviving on the spot is already ridiculous. Reviving to full health. No, not just full health, but also leveling up and reviving to full health. Angwar sighed. In White Bear's words, this was no longer a blessing from fate, but a child of fate. Anyway, let's get out of here as soon as possible. As Angwar waited for the energy to settle down, a drop of red rain suddenly fell from the sky. This drop of red rain landed not far away. As soon as it landed, it ignited an explosive flame on the scorched earth. Another drop of red rain fell, and the fire burned again. Drip. Drip. Sparse red rain fell from the sky. It kept igniting the surrounding scorched earth. In an instant, the surrounding scorched earth turned into raging flames. Angwar looked at the falling rain with a strange expression. This subtle feeling carried a trace of understanding, as well as shock and helplessness. Now, he finally understood what the Shannon royal family meant by precious liquid. The so-called precious liquid was none other than this red rain. It was not a rain, but a crystallization of fire elements that had been condensed to the extreme but maintained a relatively stable structure. It was precisely because the structure of the fire element was stable that it was able to impart some elemental power to ordinary soldiers. What was shocking was that this kind of fire elemental crystal was a kind of natural magic material. Although its value wasn't high, the fact that it was falling down like raindrops was enough to show how shockingly rich the fire elemental energy was. Unfortunately, the fire rain fell, the scorched earth reignited, and the fire energy began to explode. Under these circumstances, it was difficult to open the gate of illusion. He sighed. He would have to use the sequence of gravity later. As he thought about this, the sluggish energy around him finally began to disperse. Apart from Angor, the other fire creatures also stopped absorbing the elemental energy and began to glare at Angor and Elmi. Their hostility was obvious. Angor spoke to Elmi, "When you can move again, go into my shadow." Elmi nodded slightly to show that he understood. He lowered his head and tried to talk to Toby again, but he noticed that Toby was still enjoying the elemental tide with his eyes closed, not paying any attention to what was happening around him. Angor considered and decided not to disturb Toby. He could still use the sequence of gravity when he ejected his soul later. Half a minute later, the dense energy finally dissipated completely. As soon as it disappeared, the fire creatures around him roared and charged at Angor. "Let's go." Without hesitation, he ejected his soul from his body and took his body back to where he came from. "Let me go." Dankros' voice came from behind, accompanied by several explosions. He took Dankros with him again. Dankros tried to escape using his strengthened fire, but the alchemist's hand of spell was created to deal with high temperatures. Dankros would not be able to do anything unless he used elemental self-detonation. Even if Dankros did, Angor still had a way to deal with it. Besides, Dankros didn't have the courage to do so, so he could only let the hand of spell grab his wrist without being able to break free. Angor activated the sequence of gravity and quickly returned to the mini-tunnel he came from. He looked back and didn't see any fire creatures coming after him. Just as he was about to enter the mini-passage to hide, a drop of fire rain in front of him suddenly exploded. Without warning. They were still in the middle of the elemental tide, and the fire energy had reached an unprecedented level. Just one drop of fire was enough to cause a violent tremor. And there was more than one drop of fire. The rain of fire wasn't dense, but it was enough to cause a chain reaction. One drop of fire exploded, and so did the rest around it. The series of explosions not only slowed Angor down, but also ignited the air around him. Streams of fire spread in all directions like serpents of fire. The rain of fire was still falling, and every time a drop of fire landed in the vicinity, there would be a series of explosions. It was almost impossible for him to move an inch under such circumstances. When he finally found a way out and tried to fly away, another drop of fire exploded in the air, which also caused a series of explosions. Angor's pupils shrank. Once could be a coincidence, but twice was definitely not a coincidence. Elmi slowly crawled out of Angor's shadow and looked at the path they took when they retreated. The fact that Elmi had taken the initiative to show up meant something. Angor also looked into the distance. Behind the smoke screen, in the rain of fire, a human figure about 3 meters tall slowly walked out. Dankros, who was caught by the hand of spell, suddenly shouted in excitement, "It's the new king. The new king is here. I'm here. Come and save me." Dankros seemed to have realized something. I'm not asking you for help. I just want you to kill these 2 spies from Frostizer." The newcomer glanced at Dankros and then retracted his gaze. He muttered in a voice that was close to his ravings, "Frost dessert." Hee hee. The smile didn't reach his eyes. Soon, the newcomer walked out of the smoke and showed his true appearance. Angor was a little surprised when he saw who it was. He already learned from Dankros that the newcomer was the new king, Fiery Meteor. He thought Fiery Meteor would look like a black fire monkey, but that didn't seem to be the case. The new king had the body of a human, but his true appearance was more like a demon than a human. If you like super-dimensional warlocks, please add them to your collection. Super-dimensional warlocks hotbar, it updates the fastest. Fiery Meteor was about twice the height of a normal human being. It was covered in a black armor that looked almost solid. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice flowing lava and tiny black flames. Its head looked like a goat-horn demon. Its long, green eyes glowed with an indescribable light, while a pair of fiery goat horns spiraled upward from its high nose. Like the goat-horn demon, Meteor also had a pair of flaming wings on its back and a bat-like tail that looked like a black flame. Overall, Meteor looked more like a demon from the abyss plane. However, judging from its aura, Angor could tell that it wasn't one of those low-level demons that lived on the surface. Instead, it was a demon noble who pursued elegance and cruelty. Fiery Meteor didn't attack them, but it was still giving off a mysterious and majestic aura just by standing there. Even Elmi looked at Fiery Meteor with a serious expression, which was rare for him. Elmi didn't say anything, but Angor could tell from Elmi's tense expression that Fiery Meteor wasn't as strong as the other fire-type creatures. Perhaps Meteor had reached Truthfinder level. A Truthfinder elemental creature was already extremely powerful, not to mention the fact that it was being buffed by the elemental tide. Because of this, even Elmi felt that it was troublesome. Angor was starting to get worried about such a powerful enemy. It was obvious that Fiery Meteor was the one who caused the rain of fire to explode. However, it only stopped them from running away and didn't attack them directly. Was it possible for them to talk? Angor didn't think that was possible. But Fiery Meteor didn't look like the simple-minded Dankros. He should use this chance to clear up the misunderstanding. But even if Fiery Meteor accepted the explanation, the battle with Guleda and Phoenix had already pushed them to the opposite side. It would be difficult for them to settle this peacefully. Regardless, Angor had to speak first. There was a misunderstanding earlier. Please allow me to introduce myself. Fiery Meteor gave Angor a thoughtful look and chuckled. Yes, there was a misunderstanding, and a self-introduction is necessary. But let's wait for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, demonic Fire Meteor's figure suddenly disappeared. Both Angor and Elmi raised their vigilance to the maximum. Elmi, from the side. A pair of fiery claws tore open a crack in space and reached for Elmi's heart. Before Angor could warn him, Elmi already sensed the energy fluctuation and jumped away. However, demonic Fire Meteor didn't stop at just one move. The moment Elmi dodged the attack, another crack tore open, directly facing Elmi. Boom boom boom, after a few consecutive jumps, coupled with the close combat between the two sides, the battle was pulled up to a height of tens of meters, and it was still going on. Dangros, who was tightly bound by the hand of magic, was very happy that Magefire Meteor had suddenly attacked. However, when he saw that Magefire Meteor had attacked Elmi, he immediately roared in dissatisfaction, "Wrong, wrong. Catch the one on my side first, this is the main point." Dankros could tell that Elmi was completely obedient to Angor. Angor was the core of the spies, and they should attack him first. However, no matter how much Dankros shouted, Magical Fire Meteor had already flown to the sky to confront Elmi, and could not hear Dankros' shouts at all. "You really are an idiot. I don't understand why a wise man like the old king would pass the throne of Xianxia to an idiot like you." Angor was mostly focused on the battle in the sky, but he still glanced at Dankros from the corner of his eyes. He realized that when Dankros mentioned the old king, his gaze subconsciously shifted to the side, and he looked at the huge rock in the distance. The rock had Fang's black fire monkey pattern on it. The mini tunnel that led to the Tide Realm was also on the monkey's earring. Ah, an earring. Angor glanced at the monkey's earring, then looked at demonic Fire Meteor's nose ring. He wasn't sure if they were the same thing, but they both had the same black ring with golden patterns. He recalled Dankros' words and came up with an idea. "The old king you're talking about is that black fire monkey over there?" Angor pointed at the rock with the pattern on it. Dankros did not want to answer Angor's question, but Angor's answer annoyed him. "You damn spy. How dare you call the old king a black fire monkey? He's the wisest of men, the hero who saved thousands of lives when the elements were about to collapse. Apart from my ancestors, he's the old king I admire the most, Infernal Haruya." Dankros looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. Even Ethel of Frost showed respect to the former Lord of Cinder. "You. How come you don't even know that?" "I told you, I'm not a spy." Angor chuckled. "Do you see any sign of frost on me?" Dankros inspected Angor carefully. Unlike Elmi, Angor did not look like a frosty lizard at all. In fact, after the elemental tide, Dankros felt that Angor was giving off a scent that it liked and even yearned for. Dankros did not want to admit it, but it was the truth. There was no way Frosty's air could make Dankros feel this way. Dankros could not help but wonder if he was wrong. As soon as this thought appeared, Dankros immediately shook his head and denied it in his heart. That's right, it can't be wrong. Angor ignored Dankros' complicated thoughts. Where's the old king you mentioned, Infernal Haruya? Since Feng Yu had drawn the picture of Xianxia Haruya on the map and the rock, there was a high possibility that Feng Yu had met Xianxia Haruya before. Maybe he could get some information about Feng Yu from this old king. You really don't know? Dankros gave Angor a complicated look. Angor looked at Dankros quietly. Dankros hesitated for a moment. A few years before I was born, the old king sacrificed himself in order to save the people who were overturned by the elements. He passed the throne of Cinder to the new king, demonic fire meteor. Which means he's dead, Dankros retorted. Dankros retorted unhappily, it's not dead. Its power exists in the bodies of every fire-type creature, and its spirit exists in our hearts. Where's his spirit then? It's gone. Angor heaved a long sigh. Fine. Another clue. But the fire-type creatures who lived in the same era as Infernal Haruya should have seen Feng, right? Even if they did not, Infernal Haruya might have talked to them before. It would be great if he could ask them about it. Unfortunately, Dankros' spy had caused him to become enemies with the fire-type creatures. It was unlikely that he could ask Angor about it peacefully. As for asking Dankros, Infernal Haruya was not even born yet when it died. But there was no telling. Maybe Dankros really knew something. Angor did not want to think about it in a normal way. Have you heard of Feng, Dankros? Angor decided to ask anyway. Yes, Dankros. Who? Mirafeel Feng. Who? Do you know who drew the picture on the rock? Who? Angor looked at Dankros' confused eyes and kept his mouth shut. Dankros saw that Angor did not speak, so he did not ask either. He was having mixed feelings right now. The humanoid creature in front of him seemed to know nothing about Hellheart Haruya. Could it be that what he said was true? Angor did not ask Dankros for more information. He already knew what he needed to know, and the rest of the information was probably useless to him. What he was more concerned about now was the battle above his head, as well as thinking about how to end this battle. I hope this rain of fire stops soon, Angor muttered to himself. The battle in the sky was still going on. However, Elmi and Fiery Meteor's battle seemed to be in a delicate state. Elmi had used up most of its energy in the previous battle, so it was only fighting with its physical strength. Seeing that Elmi was not using its energy, Fiery Meteor gave up on controlling its fire and fought Elmi head-on. This was good, though. The elemental tide would not cause a series of explosions. However, even though Fiery Meteor did not actively control its fire, it was still made of fire itself. After several clashes, Elmi was slowly losing ground. Many parts of Elmi's fur had been burnt by Meteor's fists. Scorch marks could be seen all over his body. Elmi had spat out dark blue crystalline blood more than once as well. It was clear that his injuries were accumulating. Although demonic fire Meteor was also attacked by Elmi, it was helpless against the elemental tide. Even if its body was destroyed, it would be quickly replenished by external energy. That was why it looked no different from when it was first attacked. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, and the elemental tide showed no signs of stopping, Angor used his distorted seed to discuss with Elmi what they should do next. Even if they had to retreat, they had to stop Fiery Meteor first. After all, Meteor had the ability to control the explosions from a distance. After a secret discussion, Angor and Elmi reached a consensus. The best way was to make it so that it would not have the energy to chase after them. With the help of Angor's nightmare illusion, they should be able to stall Meteor for a while, which would give them enough time to retreat. After deciding on the plan, Elmi was once again kicked into the air by Magefire Meteor and stopped moving. An invisible aura began to emanate from Elmi's body. Fiery Meteor was about to chase after Elmi, but when it sensed Elmi's change, it stopped and looked at Elmi with interest. So you're finally going for real? But you've used up most of your energy. What else can you do? As usual, Elmi did not respond. However, the blue lantern above its head shook a little and spat out a blue bubble that suddenly turned red. As the bubble changed color, Elmi's body was also being pulled up and turned into an energy state. Elmi was already in an energy state when fighting at the cliff. Now that it was transforming again, Elmi was going to give up on physical combat and fight in the energy realm. Fiery Meteor's long, narrow eyes glinted. Then, with a chuckle, its black armor began to burn brightly. It had also entered energy form. Fiery Meteor's fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. However, when Elmi completely turned into energy form, its expression suddenly froze. On the ground, Dangros was also stunned. They thought Elmi would turn into a white shadow of ice and snow. However, what appeared before them was not a shadow of ice and snow. Instead, it was a shadow of fire covered in terrifying flames. The moment the shadow of fire appeared, its aura skyrocketed. With the help of elemental tide, the shadow of fire was now at the same level as Fiery Meteor, a Truthfinder fire-type creature. This was the result of Angor and Elmi's discussion. Fire spells were not as effective as ice spells against Fiery Meteor, but Elmi was almost out of energy. The only way was to turn into fire. Thanks to elemental tide, Angor did not have to worry about running out of energy. He could use his fire ability to block Fiery Meteor's senses, then create an illusion to stall Fiery Meteor for a while, which would give them enough time to escape. What's going on? Isn't he a spy of Frost Desert? Why? Why do I only feel pure flames? That's impossible. Dangros only felt that the scene in front of him was extremely absurd. Previously, he was certain that Elmi was a spy of Frost Desert because of that extremely terrifying frost power. But now, there was a sudden change. Elmi had actually turned into a fire creature of the same race. How was this possible? Dangros felt like his worldview was collapsing. His belief that Elmi was a spy was once again slapped in the face. Fiery Flame Meteor was surprised as well, but it quickly regained its composure. It didn't seem too surprised by Elmi's sudden transformation. It only glanced at Angor from the corner of its eyes before it turned into its own flame form and began to fight with Elmi. This battle was much more terrifying than the previous one. In the blink of an eye, a large number of explosions occurred in the sky. The explosions echoed across the entire area, and the sky was dyed red by flames. Terrifying shockwaves rushed down from the sky and stirred up dust on the scorched earth. Moreover, as the battle continued, this situation continued to spread. The only place that was not affected was the stone with the image of the old king, Inferno Haruya. Angor asked Elmi to stay away since that was the way out of Tidal Realm. As for why Fiery Meteor avoided the stone as well, it was probably because it was a revered king of the old king. Angor dashed to the rock where the old king was depicted. After standing still, he quickly tore open a magic scroll and set up an energy defensive force field in the vicinity. This place had become the only safe zone in the middle of the war. However, it was still difficult to stay completely unaffected by an explosion. Besides, fire crystals were still falling from the sky. Touching any of them would be a piece of art. In order to prevent the mini tunnel from getting damaged by the stone, he added a defensive force field to protect it. However, Dangros saw Angor's action differently. Dangros just told Angor about the greatness of Infernal Haruya. Angor knew that the old king's portrait might be affected by the explosion, so he came here to protect it without hesitation. He's showing his respect to the old king. Dangros' anger toward Angor subsided a little after coming to this conclusion. However, he didn't want to admit that he called Angor the wrong person, so he remained silent. Holding its breath, it was ready to wait for the new king's battle to end. When the two suspected spies were captured, it would help and exempt them from the death penalty. Dangros didn't want to talk. However, Angor remembered something and wanted to get an answer from Dangros. Angor secretly released illusion nodes to prepare for a backup plan while he led Dangros to the painting on the rock. Since he was already on the rock, he wanted to know if the fire creature knew there was a way out. Maybe it was because Angor respected the old king. Dangros did not keep quiet this time. Instead, he answered several questions. Angor didn't know why Dangros suddenly changed its attitude. But seeing how cooperative the bird was, he quickly changed the topic to something he really wanted to know. This earring looks like the nose ring of the new king. It looked like he was pointing at the earring, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that he was actually pointing at the mini tunnel. Dankros glanced at the earring and replied carelessly, that nose ring was given to the new king by the old king. Angor carefully observed Dankros' eyes and noticed that the creature wasn't looking at the mini tunnel at all. Angor realized that Dankros didn't know about the tunnel's existence. Then, would the other elemental creatures know? I once asked Professor Magoo about the old king's earrings, but I'm not sure if it's real or not, Dankros said as if he suddenly remembered something. Teacher Magoo said that this was given to the old king by the savior from outer space a long time ago. An otherworldly savior? Angor narrowed his eyes. Was he referring to Feng? He just wanted to confirm whether the mini passage had been discovered by the elemental creatures. He didn't expect to get such important information. As expected of Dankros. Beyond the heavens? Savior? Angor pretended to be puzzled. You don't even know this? Dankros gave Angor a "why are you so ignorant" look. Beyond the sky means beyond this world. Teacher Magoo said that there were other worlds beyond this world. I've never been there, but I've heard it's different from our world. As for the savior, you should know about him. A long, long time ago, there was an elemental quake that swept across the entire world. It shattered all the monarchs and above on the continent. Luckily, the old king was only a half-step monarch at that time. Otherwise, he would have been dragged into the disaster as well. In the end, the disaster was stopped by a visitor from outer space. He brought a huge amount of elemental energy from outer space and calmed the world down. He's what we call the savior. Does this savior have a name? Angor asked. Dankros considered and shook his head. There should be a name, but I don't know. Maybe Professor Magoo knows. Angor then asked about Professor Magoo's identity. Dankros cautiously asked why Angor wanted to know the name of the wise man, but he still told Angor the answer. Professor Magoo was a fire-type creature who lived in the same era as Inferno Haruya. He was the final destination of the countless bean sprouts in the lava lake. He was the wise man of the fire domain, and also Dankros' teacher. Angor was going to say that if Professor Magoo was as small as Dankros, he could sneak him out. But now, Professor Magoo was so huge that he occupied the entire lava lake and couldn't even move. Angor gave up on the idea. As for asking Professor Magoo about the past, that was even more unrealistic. After all, they were enemies now. Angor sighed and stopped thinking about Professor Magoo for now. He thought about the world disaster and the savior from outer space mentioned by Dankros. Dankros only described a few details, but Angor could roughly guess what was going on in his mind. The world disaster was basically a disaster caused by plane fusion. Once the plane fusion began, the fused plane would go through a game of chess with the world's consciousness. In order to avoid the interference of the powerful beings in the subsidiary planes and cause the fusion to fail, the will of the main world would cause a terrifying disaster in the subsidiary planes. It would destroy all the powerful beings in the subsidiary planes, leaving only those with lower energy levels. This fit Dankros' description. All elemental creatures above the monarch level in the tidal realm would die in the disaster. As for this savior from outer space, it should be Feng. According to Dankros, Feng must have done something to bring in a large amount of elemental energy from the outside world, which solved the world disaster. This also caused the old Earth to become a land without any elemental energy. But Angor was curious. How did Feng do it? A plane fusion would cause a huge commotion. How did he manage to hide the ripples of the plane fusion without the world of adepts knowing about it? Maybe a legendary did it? Angor couldn't figure it out, so he had to put it aside for now. Angor's illusion nodes were basically in place. He just needed to wait for an opportunity. However, the battle in the sky was still in a stalemate. Under the influence of the elemental tide, there was no sign of victory. While waiting for an opportunity, Angor kept trying to get more information from Dankros. Dankros didn't know much about the savior from outer space. Angor's main concern was the painting of the old king. He wanted to know what the other elemental creatures thought of the painting. However, Dankros found it very strange. It's just very respectful. We usually avoid this place to prevent the fire on our bodies from burning the paintings. Have you never thought of protecting this painting? Why? Dankros gave Angor an even more curious look. Why? Angor didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell Dankros that the painting had a passage to the outside world, could he? After all, it's your most respected king, isn't it? The painting is very meaningful, but the king's fire has always been burning around us. It never left our bodies. Dankros said. In Dankros' mind, the king's fire would stay in this place even if he died. In his opinion, the king never left. He just used a different method to accompany his descendants. Angor understood Dankros' logic, so he didn't ask any more questions. But judging from Dankros' attitude, Angor could guess that the passage to the outside world was never exposed. Even if someone knew about it, it would only be the elemental creatures who lived in the same era as the king. After asking all the questions, Angor and Dankros no longer talked as deliberately as before. They talked about the Tide Realm again. Unfortunately, Dankros didn't know much about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them spies of Azurt the Frost. Still, Dankros' answer helped him solve the puzzle that had been bothering him for a long time. Why didn't illusions work on elemental creatures? It wasn't because the illusions were useless. Instead, the entire area was filled with fire energy. The sudden appearance of a moving area without any fire energy naturally exposed their location. It was easy to solve this problem. Fill the area covered by the illusions with the corresponding elemental energy, and they would be able to hide themselves. However, this was only possible when stationary. If one wanted to hide while moving, they would have to have a strong control over elemental energy. Otherwise, if the elemental energy in the air was unevenly distributed, other elemental creatures would easily notice them. This information was a great help to Angor. He wasn't good at controlling elemental energy, but Elmi was. In the future, he could let Elmi control the elements in the air. He would only need to use illusions to hide himself. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. As Angor was thinking about his bright future, a bright firelight illuminated their faces. When he looked up, he saw a fireball falling from the sky and landing 100 meters away. A huge explosion occurred as soon as it touched the ground. The explosion created a crater with a radius of dozens of meters. Large amounts of lava flowed out and quickly turned the crater into a lava lake. The aftershocks of the explosion were also surging, rushing directly to their vicinity. Fortunately, Angor set up a defensive barrier. Otherwise, the rock would have been destroyed by the shockwave alone. Dankros yelled at the sky battlefield to express his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Angor's eyes flashed as he began to connect the illusion nodes he released earlier. The fireball appeared to be an accident, but it was actually Elmi's signal. Angor already knew what Elmi meant when the explosion occurred. Elmi was going to break the stalemate and create chaos. Once that happened, it would be the best time for them to escape. Angor looked calm on the surface, but his mind was already on edge. When the two fiery figures separated from each other in the sky, Elmi didn't continue fighting. Instead, he floated in the air. His blue lantern flickered, and the flames on his body underwent a strange change. The bright flames suddenly dimmed, as if a dark current was being injected into them. Magic Fire Meteor looked at Elmi's transformation and his eyes gleamed. Interesting. Is this your new ability? Still, Elmi didn't answer. Instead, he stomped on the air and unleashed his dark flames. A large number of fire crystals were caught in the explosion. However, what came after the explosion wasn't a cloud of smoke. Instead, it was a cloud of dark mist. In the blink of an eye, the sky was engulfed in darkness. Fire creatures didn't just rely on their eyes to see. As long as there was fire energy in the area, they would be able to see what was going on. At first, Mage Fire Meteor thought so as well, but when he tried to sense his surroundings, he realized that even if there were fire elemental energies, the surroundings were pitch black. It was as if the place was covered in dust. That's not pure fire. Meteor was surprised. It's mixed with fallen Earth Cherny's power? The intertwining of fire and earth elemental energy created this dark fog. Demonic Fire Meteor couldn't help but sigh. At first, it was the power of ice, then the power of fire, and now the power of earth. No wonder that idiot Dankros thought they were spies. Now that earth energy had appeared, it meant that Elmi's energy had begun to recover. He didn't need to rely on fire to fight anymore. This wasn't good news for him. Although he didn't really think they were spies, they had trespassed on his territory. If he wanted to get the truth out of them, he had to defeat them first. It seemed that he had to get serious now. Demon Fire Meteor heaved a long sigh of relief. The demon fire on its body burned even brighter. The horns on its head, which had almost materialized, now seemed to have transformed into two twisted pillars of fire that rose into the sky. Its body grew from 3 meters tall to 10 meters tall. His wings of fire flapped quickly. All the dust around him was blown away by the fierce wind. Soon, the surrounding darkness was either blown away or burned to ashes and fell to the ground. Meteor's narrow eyes flashed with excitement. Now, it was time for the real battle. Meteor looked at Elmi hovering in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. Dark purple devilish flames that could even burn space gushed out of its mouth and engulfed Elmi in front of it. However, Elmi easily dodged the attack with a flash of his hand. Meteor knew that to defeat such an opponent, one Meteor's breath of fire would not be enough. But what if it didn't just attack once, but hundreds of times? The reason demonic fire Meteor was given the prefix demonic fire was because of its demonic fire breath. In the past, he wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. But now that he was in the elemental tide, he didn't need to worry about running out of energy. With that in mind, terrifying Meteor's breath of fire rushed towards Elmi. But Elmi dodged all of them. He was unharmed. Meteor was stunned for a moment. Then, he fired another 100 times. Although Elmi's dodging was a little awkward, he still found the only way out of the dense attacks. Meteor started to feel that something was wrong. Based on Elmi's previous speed and ability, he shouldn't be able to reach this level. More importantly, why didn't Elmi counterattack? Meteor hesitated for a moment. Then, he gently released a small flame and ignited the rain of fire nearby. The explosion of the rain of fire would not do any harm to Elmi, who had already turned into flames. However, Elmi was still dodging, and it was having a hard time doing so. Meteor extended his senses to the surroundings. He didn't dare to do this during the previous battle. But now, something was clearly wrong. He tried to use his senses to touch Elmi. However, there was no Elmi in front of him. Instead, there was only air and several strange energy sources. Meteor looked down and saw that Angor was no longer standing on the rock. At this point, how could Magefire Meteor not understand that the Elmi in front of him was not the real Elmi at all, but an illusion? The real Elmi already ran away when it was still dark. He was fooled. Meteor knew that he wouldn't be able to find Elmi by now. But he had to find Elmi. Ignoring the illusion, Meteor landed on the ground and prepared to search for Angor and Elmi. However, at this moment, a violent flame suddenly erupted from a certain direction in the distance. End of chapter. Inside the crater of a giant volcano. He stood on a man-made path near the volcano wall and looked down at Toby, who was bathing in the lava. Well, to be precise, Toby was in his griffin form. The elemental tide was still there, and the rain of fire was still falling from the sky. Toby was enjoying his bath while taking a shower. It looked like he was having a great time. There was a severed hand near Angor's feet. It belonged to Dangros. It rubbed against the edge of the path and looked down at the lava pool below. Its gaze was all on Toby. His eyes, which were made of flames, were filled with obvious worship. Dangros' fingers were still curling and straightening as if he was worshipping Toby. Above the magma pool of the volcano, a tall figure of a demon was floating. Around the demon were flocks of fiery sparrows flying around. It was the new king of the fire domain, Fiery Meteor. Fiery Meteor was giving orders to the flaming sparrows, who then scattered away. Fiery Meteor landed in front of Angor and bowed slightly. I've told my men to explain to Phoenix and the others that the conflict was caused by Dangor's ignorance. Allow me to introduce myself. Angor responded to Meteor's polite gesture by returning the gesture. However, his heart was still in a daze at this moment because he completely did not expect that the situation that was originally tit for tat would have such a sudden turn of events. Everything happened half an hour ago. Elmi created a huge mess that even Fiery Meteor couldn't react to. Angor knew it was time, so he activated an illusion node and used a mind illusion spell to confuse Fiery Meteor. Meanwhile, Elmi returned to Angor's shadow and retreated with him. The illusion spell was based on Demon Fire Meteor's thoughts, so when Demon Fire Meteor saw Elmi, he could react according to his thoughts. For a moment, Demon Fire Meteor was fooled. Angor managed to buy enough time to escape. Angor ejected his soul and fully activated the sequence of gravity. In less than half a minute, he was more than 10 kilometers away. His original plan was to find a secluded place and let Elmi turn into a ball of fire. Then, he would use an illusion to hide himself perfectly. And that was what he did. However, Toby, who had been absorbed in absorbing fire energy, suddenly entered a strange trance. When Angor wasn't paying attention, Toby flew out of the pocket and transformed into a griffin in the air. The burning mane on the neck of the griffin immediately activated the rain of fire that fell on its body. A series of explosions appeared around Toby's body. Toby didn't seem to be affected at all. It even rolled around in the air in enjoyment. Angor, however, was startled by what he saw. He quickly flew to the sky to check Toby's condition. When he got closer, he noticed that Toby was still unconscious. Toby was absorbing fire energy from the elemental tide. Although it was unconscious, the fire energy around Toby's body was increasing at a rapid rate. Angor quickly realized that it was Toby's energy level jump in his griffin form. In other words, the elemental tide cleansed the griffin's fire energy and pushed it into a breakthrough stage. Just like wizards, Toby's breakthrough should not be disturbed. Otherwise, it could easily fail or even backfire on itself. Angor planned to wake Toby up, but he didn't dare to do so now. He had to stay by Toby's side. However, he was feeling bitter inside. Why did it have to happen now? Angor knew he couldn't blame Toby for this. Toby himself didn't feel that he was going to break through in his griffin form. It was all an accident. The elemental tide pushed Toby to the edge of breaking through. Since he couldn't stop Toby now, Angor had to figure out a way to protect Toby. However, this place was not far from the place where they had fought with demonic fire meteor previously. If they could hide, it would be fine, but Toby's current situation could not help them hide. Hence, in just a few breaths, demonic fire meteor, who had seen through the mind illusion technique, appeared in front of them with the cursing Dankros. Angor sighed and activated his mana whirlpool. He needed to protect Toby as well. Elmi couldn't do it alone, so he had to do it himself. At least, he couldn't let anything happen to Toby before he broke through. In a second, he had already simulated all kinds of scenarios in his mind. How to deal with the enemy, how to defend, and what to do if the enemy decided to target Toby. He had to think of everything he could think of to make sure he was prepared. Toby's safety was at stake. While both Angor and Elmi were in a state of extreme anxiety, something unexpected happened. Although demonic fire meteor was coming at them menacingly, it strangely restrained its aura when it got close. It looked at Toby in the distance and stopped 100 meters away. It did not move or make any sound. Dankros, who was holding demon fire meteor's wings, saw Toby and spoke in a trembling voice, "Is that my ancestor?" Dankros pointed at Toby, who was sleeping in the air, with a shocked look. Angor didn't know why Dankros thought Toby was his ancestor, but Fiery Flame Meteor was being friendly to him because of this. Demon Fire Meteor didn't do anything to Angor or Elmi. It was waiting for Toby to break through. Angor didn't sense any hostility from Fiery Meteor after Toby's breakthrough. It seemed that Meteor wanted to talk to him about something. Angor considered for a moment and followed Meteor to the volcano he was at. Inside the volcano. After introducing himself, Demon Fire Meteor waved a hand and lifted Dankros, who was watching Toby bathing from the edge of the volcano. Dankros struggled and yelled, but Demon Fire Meteor didn't let him go. "It's your fault. You must apologize to this." Demon Fire Meteor looked at Angor and wondered how to address him. "Just call me Pat." Demon Fire Meteor grabbed Dankros. "Apologize to Mr. Pat." Dankros lowered his head. "I'm sorry. It's my ignorance. I thought you were a spy, Mr. Pat." It seemed like Dankros only came to apologize because of Demon Fire Meteor. However, Angor could tell that Dankros tried to find something to talk about on their way to the volcano. It was obvious that Dankros already knew that he was wrong. He just didn't want to admit it because he didn't want to. But he also felt a little guilty. It seemed Demon Fire Meteor forced Dankros to apologize, but it didn't mean Dankros didn't want to. Angor didn't hate the simple-minded Dankros too much. Now that he could return to peace from the conflict, he did not bother about these trivial matters anymore. He nodded and accepted Dankros' apology. Seeing this, Dankros felt relieved. He quickly turned back to his usual naughty boy self. We're even now. You defeated Guleda and Phoenix. Even my good friend, Kurokro, used his talent ability to self-destruct once. It'll take him years to recover. So, in the end, we're the ones who lost. Demon Fire Meteor tossed Dankros aside. Go back to where you came from. Your teacher Magoo is waiting for you. Dankros waved his middle and little fingers. No. I don't want to leave. My ancestors are here. After saying that, Dankros wanted to jump into the volcano's magma pool, but he was kicked away by Demonic Fire Meteor. Dankros didn't give up, but he couldn't escape from Demon Fire Meteor's kick no matter what he did. In the end, Dankros gave up. Instead, he ran to the other side of the pool and grabbed Angwar's ankle. As far as he was concerned, Angwar and Toby were friends. As long as he held Angwar tight, he could get closer to Toby. Angwar also wanted to kick the naughty boy away, but he restrained himself. He summoned a light blue hand of spell and pinched Dankros to the ground. Dankros didn't struggle. He just let the hand of spell hold him. Angwar looked at Demon Fire Meteor. Your Highness, may I know who this ancestor Dankros mentioned is? Because of the so-called ancestor, Demon Fire Meteor didn't attack them and even showed kindness to them. Angwar wondered what was going on. Before Demon Fire Meteor could say anything, Dankros spoke up excitedly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. My ancestor. I'll tell you. After Dankros snatched the right to speak, he began to speak about his so-called ancestor in a very praiseful manner. It was the same ancestor that Dankros mentioned before, Calamonkeys. Calamonkeys was a flaming griffin with the body and claws of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle, and the body and claws of a blazing lion. As for the relationship between Calamonkeys and Dankros, it was quite strange. According to Dankros, Dankros was born from the hill where Calamonkeys was buried, so he inherited Calamonkeys' will of fire and was a descendant of Calamonkeys. But to Angwar, it sounded more like someone who was born into a lowly family but forced himself to look for his ancestors. Of course, Angwar didn't say it out loud. Demon Fire Meteor, the new king, didn't deny it. As an outsider, Angwar didn't have the right to say anything. That was all Dankros knew. He didn't even know about Calamonkeys' birth or experience. All he knew was how to praise and worship his ancestor. Angwar looked at Magic Flame Meteor and waited for the answer. The Magic Fire Meteor did not disappoint him. The first sentence it spoke was a useful piece of information. Calamonkeys is not an elemental creature. It is a real fire griffin from outer space. Not an elemental creature? Or from outer space? Angwar knew that there was no record of a griffin being born in the southern wizarding region, so this one definitely didn't come from there. Besides, a griffin wouldn't come here for no reason. It was probably brought here by someone. Was it brought in by the savior? Demonic Fire Meteor's long and narrow eyes glinted. Yes, just like today, Calamonkeys was also brought in by a human. You know I'm a human? Angwar noticed something. Demon Fire Meteor nodded and didn't deny it. Dankros tried to ask what a human was, but no one answered him. You've seen other humans? Angwar asked. Demon Fire Meteor shook his head. Apart from the savior who came from outer space, there are no other humans in our world. You're the second one to come to this world. That was what Meteor told him, but Angwar didn't really believe it. Even if no one came here after the planes merged, there might have been people who explored this world before. Wizards could be found all over the universe. It was just that these elemental creatures didn't know about it. Angwar didn't want to dwell on the topic. He asked Demon Fire Meteor to tell him more about Calamonkeys. Because of the apocalypse, most elemental creatures above the level of overlords were destroyed. Back then, every region was in chaos, so the savior from outer space sent Calamonkeys to take over as the temporary ruler. Later on, more and more overlords were born, and Calamonkeys gave up his authority. When Carolyn Kiss was sent here, he was already old. Not long after, he died in this area. However, during the period when Calamonkeys was the temporary ruler, the entire tidal realm was developing vigorously. Thus, most rulers respected Calamonkeys. Maybe that was why the lowly Dankros tried to get close to Calamonkeys. This was Angor's idea. Angor finally understood how important Calamonkeys was in the tidal realm. No wonder Toby stopped fighting as soon as he used his griffin form. Angor sighed in his mind. I shouldn't have gone through so much trouble if I knew that. However, could Toby's face alone make magic fire meteor change its direction so quickly? Actually, Angor was still doubtful about that. When he first met Demon Fire Meteor, Angor tried to explain that the spy incident was just a misunderstanding. However, Demon Fire Meteor already knew that it was a misunderstanding, and it even left some room for self-introduction. As if it already knew what was going on. Angor didn't think Demon Fire Meteor knew about Toby's griffin form. There had to be other reasons. Since he couldn't figure it out, Angor decided to ask. The new king didn't change his mind just because of the griffin, right? Fiery Meteor chuckled but didn't say anything. Angor looked at Fiery Meteor's eyes and realized something. I see. Fiery Meteor remained silent for a moment. Pausing for a moment, Magefire Meteor suddenly couldn't find the right words to describe it. After a while, Magic Fire Meteor said, I don't know what it is, but I believe in Mr. Pat's character. Demonic Fire Meteor's words confused Dankros. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. But no one paid any attention to Dankros. Fiery Meteor spoke in a low voice, forgive me for asking, but I really want to know what kind of power it is. Do you want to know what's inside or outside, Your Highness? Both, Fiery Meteor answered in a slightly urgent tone. Angor followed Fiery Meteor's gaze and touched his left earlobe. Originally, there was nothing special about his earlobe, but when he touched it with his hand, a hidden wave of illusion was dispelled, revealing a blazing flame imprint. The mark was glowing red in the elemental tide, as if it was longing for something. That's it. Fiery Meteor's eyes lit up. It stepped forward and tried to examine the mark closer. However, just as Meteor was about to use his senses to touch the flame imprint, a sense of danger arose in his mind. Undetectable. Undetectable, this was the power of the Lord of Fire, which was much stronger than the Lord of Fire. After having such a dangerous intuition, Demon Fire Meteor's heart tightened. He immediately withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, not speaking for a long time. On the other side, Dankros was also looking at it curiously. This flame imprint gave him a very familiar feeling. Earlier, when the elemental tide began, Fiery Meteor sensed something from Angor that made him want to get close to him. At first, Fiery Meteor thought he was mistaken. But now, he realized that it was the mark. What is it? Dankros couldn't help but ask. After calming himself down, Fiery Flame Meteor also opened his eyes and looked at Angor, hoping to get an answer from him. Angor considered. The mark on my earlobe was given to me by a Fire Abyss Dragon. That Fire Abyss Dragon is called Odurklas. Fire Abyss Dragon? Fiery Meteor and Dankros were both surprised. They never heard of Odurklas, but they did know about dragons. There were many legends about them in this world. The Lord of Cyan Forest dreamed of becoming a dragon of nature in the future. Anyone who was called a dragon was not to be underestimated. Fiery Meteor didn't care about dragons before. But when it sensed the Lord of Fire's presence, it began to change its mind. No wonder this flame mark couldn't be peeked at. It turned out that it was bestowed by the legendary dragon. Demonic Fire Meteor's emotions were completely replaced by shock. Dankros, on the other hand, was now looking at Angor with great respect, which was no longer indifferent to Angor. The atmosphere was heavy for a while before Magefire Meteor broke the silence. I can vaguely sense that there's a deeper level of power within the flame mark. It's a kind of... Meteor the demonic flame closed its eyes as if it was trying to describe the feeling that the power gave it. However, no words could describe it accurately. In the end, it could only say, a profound and great power. Fiery Meteor looked at Angor again, hoping for an answer. I've told you about the outside world. But I can't tell you what's inside. Demon Fire Meteor, is that also the power of the Abyssal Dragon? Angor maintained his smile but didn't answer. The primordial flame was important. He couldn't just tell anyone about it, even if it was a fiery creature. Fiery Meteor saw the determination in Angor's eyes. It knew that it couldn't get an answer from Angor unless it used force. As for using force, Fiery Meteor wasn't sure if it could get Angor to talk. Besides, Angor didn't seem to be afraid at all, which meant he had something else up his sleeve. More importantly, Angor was a human, a kinsman of the Savior, and a descendant of Calamonkeys. Fiery Meteor might have been able to beat Angor at his own game if it wasn't for Fiery Meteor. To avoid the wrath of Calamonkeys' worshippers, Fiery Meteor couldn't do it. Fiery Meteor didn't want to force Angor either. It sighed in its mind. If you can't tell me, Mr. Pat, you must have your reasons. I'll be rude if I keep asking. After Meteor expressed his stance, he did not ask about the mark of flame anymore. Instead, he shifted the topic back to Toby. Angor was curious about Calamonkeys as well, especially the story of the savior behind Calamonkeys. Fiery Meteor didn't live in the same era as Calamonkeys, but it was still the king of the fire zone. It knew a lot about Calamonkeys, so it told Angor a lot about it. Even Dankros didn't know about most of the stories, but Fiery Meteor was still fascinated by them. Angor was also amazed. It was a pity that Fiery Meteor only told Fiery Meteor about how Calamonkeys became the king of Calamonkeys, and how the Tidewater realm was revived after the apocalypse. If one listened to these stories alone, they could be considered as completing the modern history of the tidal realm. However, Fiery Meteor didn't tell Angor about the savior. When Fiery Meteor was almost done, Angor quickly asked, "How much do you know about the savior behind Calamonkeys, Your Highness?" Fiery Meteor shook its head. Very few people know about the savior. Even if they do, they would keep it a secret. I don't know much about him either. Then who knows about him? Fiery Meteor considered. Someone from the same era as the savior. Before Angor could ask, Fiery Meteor continued, there aren't many people who lived in the same era as the savior in the fire zone. And even if they did, they might not have met the savior before. If you really want to know, maybe you can ask Dankros' teacher. Magoo? Angor remembered this name. Magic Fire Meteor nodded. Yes, Magoo is also my teacher. He's the sage of this area. He survived the apocalypse. Calamonkeys and Magoo used to be good friends, so Magoo should know something about the savior. Can I go and see this Mr. Magoo? Angor asked. Of course. I'm sure Magoo would like to meet the second human to appear in this world after so many years. But I've asked Magoo about the savior before, and he rarely answers. I don't think you'll get the answer you want even if you go see him. Well, I'll have to see him first to know. Fiery Meteor nodded with a smile and pointed at Dankros, who was still being held by the hand of spell. Let him take you there. Magoo is looking for him too. Angor looked at Dankros, who was staring at Angor's earlobe with a serious expression. What's wrong? Dankros asked when Angor's hand of spell shook his head a few times. What's wrong? Fiery Meteor explained the situation to Dankros. Dankros nodded without hesitation. No problem. I'll take Mr. Pat to Magoo right now. I have something to ask him anyway. What is it? Angor asked casually. The flame mark on Mr. Pat's earlobe is giving me a strange feeling. Let's see what's going on, Teacher Magoo. Dankros replied subconsciously. Dankros only realized it was Angor who asked the question after he finished speaking. Dankros covered his mouth with his thumb and looked at Angor as if he had said something wrong. Angor didn't mind. If Fiery Meteor could sense the strange flame mark even though he used an illusion to hide it, Magoo, who had lived for countless years, should be able to notice it as well. So we're leaving now? Dankros didn't object. Fiery Meteor didn't stop them either. May I ask one last question, Mr. Pat? Sure. Go ahead, Your Highness. Fiery Meteor stared into Angor's eyes. I want to know why you came to our world, Mr. Pat. Angor already expected this question. In fact, he thought Demon Fire Meteor would ask this question right from the start. Before that, there's one thing I want to know. There's a stone in the area where you fought with my servant. Do you remember it, Your Highness? The stone with the painting of old King Hellhut on it? Angor nodded. I want to know who painted this. Angor asked Dankros before, but Dankros didn't know. Angor wanted to know if Fiery Meteor, the new king, knew anything about the painting. That painting. Fiery Meteor looked at Angor with a nostalgic look. It's been there since a long, long time ago. I thought it was a symbol of the new king, so I wanted to draw one of my own when I became the new king. Later, I asked Magoo and learned that it was the savior who drew it. The savior used the fire zone as a warning and left a painting on the stone. It hasn't faded even after so many years. After Magefire Meteor finished speaking, it was obvious that he was deeply moved. Angor felt the same way. He believed that the savior might be Feng, but he didn't have any proof. Now, Fiery Meteor gave him proof that the savior was indeed the famous wizard of magic painting, Mirafeel Feng. This answer has allowed me to confirm some things. I can now answer your highness' previous question. Angor considered. I came to the tidal realm to follow the footsteps of the savior. Is that so? Fiery Meteor didn't ask further. Instead, he asked, the tidal realm? Is that what you call this realm? Yes, the name the savior gave it to us. It sounds familiar. That's what Professor Magoo used to call this realm. Fiery Meteor looked at Angor with a serious expression. The savior did say the tidal realm, but in our knowledge, humans aren't a good race. I only hope that you won't bring another disaster to the tidal realm. Angor considered. I can only promise that I won't bring any trouble to this world. But I can't promise you anything about the other humans. Angor didn't think that plane fusion was a bad thing for the tidal realm. At least, the tidal realm now had the support of the wizarding world. However, to the beings of the Tide Realm, this was an apocalyptic calamity. Fiery Meteor didn't know that the tidal realm had already merged with the wizarding world. Even if Fiery Meteor tried to hide it, someone else would find out sooner or later. When one stood in a different position, one would naturally see the problem from a different angle. It was not realistic to want to be absolutely safe and not be affected by external disasters. You mean there will be other humans coming to the tidal realm? Fiery Meteor frowned. When the apocalypse summoned your so-called savior, the tidal realm's door to the outside world had already been opened. In the future, even if I don't come, someone else will. Therefore, I can only guarantee myself and not others. So there are still many secrets I don't know. Fiery Meteor looked at Angor for a long time before he nodded. Very well. But if you have time, can we talk about the door of the tidal realm? You'll get the chance. Fiery Meteor took a deep breath and asked Dankros to take Angor to Magoo. With Fiery Meteor's permission, Angor cancelled his hand of spell and put Dankros down. Angor walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down at Toby. Toby, who was still bathing in the lava, quickly flapped his giant griffin wings and flew up to Angor. I need to leave for a while. Do you want to stay here or come with me? Before Toby could answer, another voice spoke. Sir, I am your descendant. The one who spoke was naturally Dankros. However, before Dankros could finish his sentence, Toby flapped his wings and sent him flying into the wall of the volcano. Then, he slid down to the ground with a thud. While Dankros was still trying to figure out what was going on, Toby opened his beak and unleashed a flame breath, which burned Dankros from head to toe. Dankros was slapped away by Toby, and now he was covered in flames. He couldn't understand why the ancestor he worshipped would do this to him. Toby humphed and answered his question with action. Toby slowly turned back into a small seabird and landed on Angor's shoulder. Toby lifted his head and circled around Angor's shoulder to show Dangros's power. Earlier, when Dangros wanted to talk to Toby, he climbed onto Angor's shoulder. Now that Toby had occupied Angor's shoulder and was showing off his power, Dangros knew what Toby was trying to do. Angor's shoulder was a sacred spot that belonged to Dangros, and he would not allow anyone to invade it. Fiery Meteor chuckled in a guttural voice. Looks like Flame Griffin and Mr. Pad are quite close. Angor already knew what Toby meant when he saw Toby yelling at Dangros, "Get out of here." He felt a little amused when he saw Toby pacing back and forth on his shoulder. But since they were in someone else's territory, Angor didn't want to embarrass Toby, so he pretended that he didn't know what was going on. Fiery Meteor didn't continue the topic. He put away his smile and said to Angor, "I know it's a bit out of line, but I still want to give you a suggestion, Mr." Angor looked at Fiery Meteor and waited for the demon's explanation. The World Sound is a grand event for all living beings in the tidal realm. It will last for an entire day, and during this time, a large number of living beings will be born. There will also be a large number of living beings who will undergo a transformation in their life essence and be reborn. Fiery Meteor continued, of course, it's not just for us. Mr. Pad and this flame griffin here will also benefit greatly from the world echo. And this is the place that will receive the world echo the most in the entire fire realm. Angor already knew what Fiery Meteor was trying to say. Toby's griffin form had just evolved, but Angor could still sense that most of the fire energy in the crater was flowing into Toby's body. Toby's fire energy had not reached its limit yet. Normally, it would take many years for Toby to reach the upper limit of his fire tolerance. However, during the elemental tide, he would be able to reach saturation in the shortest time possible in the fire domain where the energy intensity was the highest. Considering the future, it was better for Toby to stay here and continue to level up. This was also Magefire Meteor's suggestion. Angor hesitated. Meteor's suggestion was good, but he was worried that Toby would be in danger if he stayed here alone. Meteor noticed Angor's hesitation. The World Echo will benefit Professor Magoo a lot as well. Why don't you wait until it's over before you go to Professor Magoo? He knew that the best solution was to stay here with Toby. But this was Meteor's lair, and he didn't want to ask. Since Demon Fire Meteor was giving him a way out, Angor would gladly accept it. Then I'll have to trouble your highness. Demonic Flame Meteor indicated that it was fine. Angor told Toby to turn back into his griffin form and continue bathing in the lava pool. Toby also wanted to keep leveling up, but he was worried that Dankros would take his spot if he left. Angor chuckled and assured Toby that he wouldn't let Dankros climb up. Satisfied, Toby turned back into his griffin form and returned to the lava pool. While Toby was enjoying his bath, Angor didn't forget about Elmi. Elmi was an awakened demon who followed a different path. However, the nature of elemental energy didn't change in every world, so Elmi could still benefit from the elemental tide. Elmi also turned into a fiery shadow and entered the lava pool to enjoy the baptism of the elemental tide on the other side of Toby. Meteor looked at Angor and said, Mr. Pad, you can learn the power of fire here as well. Angor shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't know much about fire. I've already reached the saturation point. I see. Meteor nodded and looked at Angor's left earlobe, where the red flame mark was still glowing. Then why don't you let the mark absorb the power of the world sound? It seems like it's thirsty for fire energy. Angor glanced at Meteor. He could tell that Meteor wasn't speaking in a calm tone, but there was something else in his eyes. Clearly, Meteor hadn't given up on studying the flame mark yet. Magefire Meteor had been laying the groundwork for so long in order to draw out this suggestion. He wanted to use this opportunity to understand the flame imprint. Angor knew what Meteor was trying to do, but he didn't plan to refuse. Meteor's suggestion was correct. This was the first time the flame mark given to him by Odurklus showed such a reaction. As the bearer of the mark, Angor could clearly feel that the mark was thirsting for the elemental tide. Most of the mark's power had been lost after leaving the abyss plane. If he could replenish it during the elemental tide, it would be a good thing for him. Angor was planning to use this chance to satisfy the mark's needs. As for Meteor wanting to study the mark, well, let it be. The mark's power came from Odurklus anyway. If Meteor could figure it out, it would be Meteor's own effort. Angor nodded to Meteor. Thank you for your suggestion, Your Highness. I was thinking the same thing. Meteor's eyes brightened up. Even his breathing quickened. Fiery Flame Meteor tried its best not to look too anxious. I'll go to the other side then. I don't want to disturb you while you're using the world echo. Come with me, Dangaros. Magic Fire Meteor took Dankros, who was still in a daze, and quickly retreated to the edge of the volcano. It seemed to be closing its eyes to meditate, but Angor believed that Magic Fire Meteor was still watching them. As for why it retreated so far away, it probably didn't want to disturb the flame mark while it was absorbing the element tide, which would make it difficult for Angor to investigate further. Angor didn't care about Meteor's thoughts. He leaned against the cliff wall and meditated while activating his fire signet. With a thought, the mark immediately went from being sealed to sensing the elemental tide. The elemental tide, which had been completely isolated from Angor, began to rush into his earlobe. It was so fast and powerful that it created a torrent of fire in front of him. The sudden appearance of the fire completely attracted Meteor's attention. The creature looked at Angor curiously, as if it was trying to see through the torrent to see the terrible mark behind him. The torrent of flames lasted for half a day. During this time, Magefire Meteor didn't look away. 2 hours later, Angor finally felt the mark was full. After the baptism of the elemental tide, the flame mark had replenished all the energy it had consumed. Although it did not absorb Odor Class's power, it was enough to release the power of fire that matched Odor Class's power rank. This further strengthened Angor's ability to protect himself. Angor was planning to continue absorbing the elemental tide's power to improve the origin flame in his mark. However, the origin flame didn't do anything to the elemental tide. Even the elemental tide didn't dare to approach the origin flame inside the mark. It was obvious that the origin flame was much stronger than the elemental tide. The elemental tide was almost a special law of the tide realm. Even so, it was still weaker than the provenance flame. Angor had no choice but to deactivate the mark. The mark no longer flickered and turned back into an ordinary pattern, which didn't look very eye-catching. However, all of the living beings who had witnessed the torrent of flames knew just how powerful this flame mark was. Meteor might have been planning to use brute force earlier, but now, it didn't. This was the result of the origin flame's power. Angor calculated the time and found that there were still 2 hours before the elemental tide ended. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to collect the fire element crystals falling from the sky. These crystals weren't expensive materials, but there were a lot of them, and the quality of the flames inside them was quite good. They could be considered as miniature versions of the elemental tide. Angor could use his supernatural extractor to store the fire energy so that he could use it for alchemy in the future. This was much better than the so-called elixir of the Shannon family. Perhaps he could even use this energy to create more powerful items and create something above mid-tier. Still, this was only an idea. Whether it would work or not, Angor would have to do some research. Every time he collected 10,000 fire element crystals, he would use the extraordinary extractor to extract them. After about 100 times, the extractor produced a bottle of red light that was extremely dense. The rain of fire had stopped, and the elemental tide began its countdown. He carefully put away the special bottle and looked at Fiery Meteor, who was still flying toward him. Meteor didn't ask what Angor was doing. He only nodded respectfully and handed Angor Dankros to Angor. I've gained something from the elemental tide, so I'll need to shut myself up for a few days. I hope I can talk to you when I'm done, mister. You will, Angor said. After demonic fire Meteor finished speaking, he flapped his giant wings and flew into a cave in the volcano, disappearing from sight. Angor watched as Fiery Meteor's figure slowly disappeared. Fiery Meteor never trained in the elemental tide, so there was no way he could gain anything from it. However, Angor believed that Fiery Meteor must have found something from the flame mark. Angor was sure that Fiery Meteor left in such a hurry because he found something from the flame mark. Angor didn't plan to ask. The flame mark belonged to Odurklas anyway, so it didn't matter if Meteor found something. He was more interested in Toby and Elmi's loot. Angor lowered his head and looked inside the volcano. Toby had finished his training as well. Stepping on flames, he chased after a fiery shadow from below. It was Elmi. He came to Angor's side and melted into Angor's shadow without any trouble. Toby circled around the shadow a few times and tried to drag Elmi out of the shadow by yelling at him. He thought Toby and Elmi were fighting each other down there. But after listening carefully, he realized that Toby was simply too arrogant and kept calling Elmi Blossom Wildcat. He wanted to fight Elmi again. However, Elmi completely treated Toby as if he did not exist and did not pay any attention to him. Seeing that Elmi didn't respond, Toby turned back into a small seabird and sat on Angor's shoulder, sulking. Dankros looked at Toby with admiration again. It seemed to have forgotten the cruel way Toby slapped him away. Dankros grabbed Angor's collar and tried to climb to Toby. But before he could reach Angor's shoulder, Toby kicked him away again. Toby cursed at Dankros. Angor wasn't sure if Dankros understood, but the bird didn't dare to lean on Angor's shoulder again. He summoned Hand of Spell and grabbed Dankros' arm. Toby hopped onto Angor's head and sat on it. Angor wanted to pull Toby down, but he knew that Toby only wanted to show his territorial rights. Pulling Toby up now would only make the bird rebel. Just this once, Angor sent a voice transmission to Toby to show his respect. Toby chirped as a response. Angor ignored Toby and looked at Dankros. Now, please take us to Professor Magoo. After flying for about 10 minutes, Angor finally saw the endless lava lake. He saw a lot of fire-type creatures along the way, including Phoenix, the blazing undying bird he met earlier. Maybe it was because of the previous battle, Phoenix was a bit hostile to him. But since it was the new king's order, Phoenix did not do anything out of the ordinary. She only left some words behind when Angor was about to leave. It wasn't meant for Angor though. It wanted to fight Elmi again. I'll get the chance, just like how he told Fiery Meteor, and quickly moved away from Phoenix. Apart from Phoenix, the other fire creatures didn't show any hostility toward Angor. Angor didn't do anything before, and even if he did, they wouldn't notice. None of the fire creatures dared to approach Angor, but they only watched from afar. Angor felt it was a pity. He came to Tidal Realm not only to find information about Feng, but also to find an elemental partner. There must be a suitable one among these fire creatures. If he could talk to it nicely, he might be able to convince it to leave. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap between reality and dreams. Fire creatures did not dare to approach him at all. Angor could not fool them even if he wanted to. As for capturing them by force, he did not plan to do so for now. After all, it was rare for him to establish a friendly relationship with the creatures of the fire domain. Even if he wanted to break the barrier, he would have to wait until he got Feng's information. With a regretful heart, Angor landed beside the lava lake. Dankros jumped down from the hand of spell and walked to the edge of the lava lake using his index and middle fingers. He looked around and said to Angor, "Mr. Pat, Magoo usually sleeps most of the time. Let me see if he's awake." With that, Dankros jumped into the lake. However, he did not sink. Instead, he stood on the surface of the lava lake and moved his feet quickly. In the end, Dankros stopped at a relatively calm part of the lake. Using his spirit power, Angor saw that Dankros was standing beside a transparent bean sprout. The bean sprout floating on the surface of the lake was an extension of Magoo's body. After Dankros came to the bean sprout, he did not say anything. Instead, he approached it carefully. Just as Dankros was about to touch the bean sprout's head swayed, and its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, bit Dankros. Dankros screamed in pain. "Let go! Let go! Magoo! It's me! It's me!" Dankros yelled. However, the bean sprout did not stop there. It kept biting Dankros. Dankros used all his strength to open up a hole in the bean sprout's mouth. Dankros quickly jumped and ran back to the lakeside. As soon as he reached the shore, Dankros collapsed on the scorched ground and panted heavily. He looked exhausted and frightened. "Your Magoo doesn't seem to welcome you." Angor looked at the bean sprout in the distance, which had become quiet again. He then looked at Dankros again. Dankros rested for a moment before he caught his breath. "It's not like that. When Teacher Magoo sleeps, the exposed antennae will automatically attack the surrounding living beings. Actually, as long as we dive into the lake, the tentacles won't attack us. However, this lava lake is Magoo's territory. Before we dive into the lake, it's best to greet the tentacles." "I see. But it's still sleeping. Should we wait for it to wake up?" Dankros shook his head. "There's no need. When I was bitten by the tentacle just now, I had already put a fire into the tentacle's esophagus. Teacher will definitely wake up after receiving it." Dankros' words sounded normal, but Angor felt as if Dankros just farted in Magoo's throat. Angor and Dankros stood by the lakeside and waited patiently. While waiting, he suddenly felt something moving around his feet. When he looked down, he discovered that a slug the size of a baby's fist was slowly crawling out from a small crack in the scorched earth. It was covered in blue flames. The slug seemed to be in a daze and kept moving around in circles. Seeing this, Dankros quickly ran over and picked up the blue flame slug with his pinky and thumb. Dankros put his hand on the slug's body and kept rubbing it. It looked like a human was sucking on a feline's fur. After a while, Dankros finally raised his head, stroked the blue flame slug with his pinky, and carefully placed it back into the lava lake. Seeing the blue flame slug disappear, Dankros put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. Nice work today. Another follower. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Dankros said, that little elf was just born in the sound of the world. I just told it to be my little brother. I can protect it in the future, and it agreed. A newborn elemental sprite already has intelligence? Angor was puzzled. Damn gross, of course not. Not everyone is as smart as me. Then why did it agree to be your follower? Dankros put on a matter-of-fact look. I left my fire inside its body, and it recognized my fire. Of course it's my follower. You're taking in a follower? Why does it feel like you're lusting after its body? After hearing Dankros' words, Angor imagined Dankros excreting into someone else's body. Angor looked at Dankros in a strange way. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Dankros didn't notice Angor's change of mind. He was still looking around. Every time the world voice comes, a large number of sprites will be born. There must be more around here. I need to take this chance to recruit more followers. Dankros soon found a new smoke tadpole. He was so excited that he wanted to recruit more followers. However, the smoke tadpole was swimming in the smoke, and Dankros couldn't reach it. Left with no other choice, Dankros came to the lava lake and whistled. Half a minute later, a group of flaming butterflies flew out from under the lake. Under Dankros' command, the flaming butterflies landed on him one after another. All the butterflies spread their wings together and brought him into the air. Dankros was caught by the butterfly and flew to the side of the smoke tadpole. He used the same trick he used on the blue fire slug and hugged the tadpole to suck it in. Dankros landed on the ground and waved a hand at the tadpole. The latter quickly followed the smoke and rubbed its head against the tadpole's body. Clearly, another naive little elf had been harmed by Dankros. Dankros rubbed the tadpole's head in satisfaction and told it to move on its own. Then, he controlled the flame butterflies to search for more elemental sprites. Once they found something, the tadpole would go and recruit more followers. After a while, Dankros confirmed that there were no more newborn sprites around, so he told the flame butterflies to return to their homes while he returned to Angor's side. Those butterflies are your minions? Asked Angor, who watched the whole thing unfold in front of him. Of course. Dankros nodded. They're the sprites that were born when the world sound came. Why did you take in so many underlings? Was it really not because of their bodies? Dankros said, a little brother is a little brother. He can help me fight. Fight for you? Was that hairball one of your minions? Angor asked. So that self-destruct monster was your minion? Dankros said with some dissatisfaction, what furball? That's Kurokro. He used to be my little brother, but now he's my friend. Besides, he didn't self-destruct. That's his talent ability. He can detonate the energy stored in his body. His mind won't be damaged, and he can slowly recover in the future. Angor rubbed his chin. Kurokro's talent isn't bad. If I can recruit him, recruit what? Dankros heard something and gave Angor a puzzled look. I didn't say anything. You misheard me. Apart from Kurokro, that flame giant from before was also your little brother? Dankro's attention was immediately diverted when he heard flame giant. He proudly said, that's right. Durosh is the strongest follower I've ever recruited. It doesn't look like an elemental fairy. It should be an adult elemental creature. Why is it willing to accept you as its boss? Angor gave Dankros a doubtful look. The flame giant was defeated by Elmi, but that didn't mean it was weak. It was just that Elmi was stronger. The flame giant was definitely as strong as a wizard. Angor didn't know how strong Dankros was. However, since he couldn't even break free from a level 2 cantrip-like advanced hand of spell, Dankros was probably as strong as a level 1 or level 2 apprentice. Angor didn't think it was possible for a beginner apprentice to recruit a wizard as his follower. The more Angor doubted it, the more Dankros felt proud. I'm not lying. Durosh is my follower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to me and fought that flowering wildcat. When speaking of flowering wildcat, Dankros secretly glanced at Toby who was sitting on Angor's head. At this moment, Toby also looked over. He looked at Dankros with more approval and less wariness in his eyes. He nodded in agreement. He was very satisfied with the name Flowering Wildcat. Dankros was happy to receive Toby's praise. If you don't believe me, Mr. Pat, I'll call Durosh over. After saying that, Dankros whistled at the lava lake. However, after whistling for a long time, the surface of the lake remained calm, and the flame giant did not appear. The calm surface of the lake made Dankros feel a little awkward, and he began to panic. He felt that he had embarrassed himself in front of Toby, whom he worshipped. Hence, he continued to blow with a red face. In the end, the flame giant still didn't show up. Instead, Dankros blew a bean sprout to the edge of the lava lake. Dankros, are you looking for me, or are you looking for Durosh? Beansprout asked in a voice that sounded a little weathered. Dankros shivered and straightened up. Professor Magoo. Yes. The hoarse voice humphed. You sent your flame through my antennae, so I thought you were looking for me. But why do I hear you calling Durosh? Dankros subconsciously rubbed his thumb and little finger together. I'm indeed here for Mr. Magoo. I brought Mr. Pat and the descendants of Calamonkeys. However, I also have something I want to talk to my little brother Durosh about. When Dankros mentioned the word little brother, he emphasized it. Magoo controlled Beansprout to look behind Dankros and slowly said, It's a human, but I only see one human. Where's the descendant of Calamonkeys? Dankros pointed at Toby. Over there. Toby also stood up and raised his head with a proud look on his face. Mr. Magoo, my name is Angor Pat. I came to Tide Realm by following the trail of the Savior. I was introduced by His Highness, and I hope to meet you. Angor tried his best to hold back his urge to drag Toby away. Mr. Magoo, my name is Angor Pat. I came to Tide Realm in pursuit of the Savior. Magoo looked away from Dankros to Angor and remained silent for a while. When Angor thought Magoo was not going to talk, the tentacles moved again and bit down on Dankros' defenseless body. Dankros was shocked. He endured the pain of being bitten and quickly jumped away. A moment later, Magoo's voice came again. Oops, I'm sorry. I accidentally took a nap. I'm old, but I'm still in good spirits. That was an accident. Angor didn't know what to say. Magoo laughed and said, What were you talking about just now? Fine. Come to me first. Talking with my antennae is too tiring. Zzzzzzzzz. Angor listened to the snoring and felt a little regretful. Why did he feel that Magoo was a bit unreliable? Dankros chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Magoo fell asleep again. But it's okay. He already agreed to let us in. Let's go down. As soon as he finished speaking, before Dankros could do anything, Beansprout bit him again. Me again? Dankros yelled in anger. The Beansprout swayed a little, and Magoo's voice came again. Oops, I took a nap again. Dankros, what are you talking about? Oh, I remember now. You're talking about Durosh, right? Duoche is currently resting in the lake. Although it was heavily wounded earlier, it had completely recovered thanks to the consolation of the sound of the world, and had even broken through a bit more recently, Xianxia explained. Magoo clicked his tongue. Well, I guess he got something good out of a disaster. I think his elemental core is already changing. Maybe he'll gain sentience when he wakes up this time. Dankros didn't think much of it at first, but when Magoo finished his words, Dankros suddenly froze. Gain sentience? Durosh will gain sentience? Is that true, Mr. Magoo? Of course it is. Durosh still has a good chance of gaining sentience, Magoo said. Speaking of which, when Durosh gains sentience, you'll lose your position as the boss. When Magoo reached the end of his sentence, he chuckled as though he was waiting to watch a good show. However, his laughter soon stopped, and he heard the sound of sleeping again. At the same time, the Beansprout bit Dankros again. This time, Dankros didn't struggle. He mumbled in despair, Durosh is gaining sentience. Ugh. How? He's my #1 follower. Don't. Seeing Dankros' desperate look, Angor finally understood why Durosh could call Dankros his boss. It was because Durosh had yet to awaken his intelligence. Even so, he still admired Dankros for his ability to do so. Even if Duroche didn't gain sentience before, it was still a great achievement for Dankros to have Duroche as his follower. Maybe this was Dankros' unique talent? End of chapter 2180. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.